FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Monday to all of you. Nice to be with you. We appreciate you getting up with us. Hope you had a great weekend. We're with you till 10 a.m. this morning. I am Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. How was your weekend, my friend?
It was great.
Yeah, I had a great weekend.
It was a fun weekend.
Yeah.
Even with the little setback for the Astros on Saturday, it was a lot of fun with the Astros. There was drama and entertaining and unique drama throughout. We'll get to Trump trying to strip us of our rights. Excuse me, not.
Wow.
Listen, everybody. Format change.
It's a new show.
Trout. We were having a discussion before the show about Donald Trump and Cheryl Hines. Yeah. Long story. So Trout trying to strip us of our rights.
Right.
Mike Trout trying to strip us of our rights. And what else? Oh, the Masters, Rory McIlroy.
Yeah. So
kind of a big deal.
Yeah. So you and I were talking about the Masters late last week, and I said, I'm a have it on in the background guy.
Yeah.
And if the weekend rolls around, and I'll flip it to if the weekend rolls around and the situation calls for it, it will get large TV status. Well, guess what? Guess what happened yesterday? The Astros mopped the floor with the Angels, so I could slide that up to the small TV, and the Rockets chose not to show up for their last game of the year, which is fine. They had clinched the 2 seed already.
We're going to sit and we're going to wait and see whether it's the Grizzlies or the Warriors.
That's right.
And the Warriors do not have a great history in the play-in round.
I just learned that 8 minutes ago listening to the show before ours. Maggie and Perloff, they said that, yeah.
Well, there are no official stats from the play-in game.
Really?
They don't exist.
Okay.
Yeah, as far as it being a part of a team's history or league standings or anything else like that, officially they don't exist.
It is kind of purgatory because those are not playoff games, technically.
Yeah.
They're
right.
just a mechanism to get to the playoffs, so that's interesting. They don't
it's like
exist.
An exhibition game that actually really, really matters.
Decides something, yeah.
It is, and it's kind of it's not hard to go find the stats from the play-in games, but it's kind of unique. It's kind of like finding stats for a preseason game.
Mm-hmm.
They're not official, at least as them and some that don't. But the big thing is playoff Jimmy Butler, which is everything everybody in Northern California is gushing about right now. Playoffs Jimmy.
Why they got him,
Watch
man.
out for playoffs Jimmy.
Well,
He's going to come get you.
We may not get playoff Jimmy if Ja Morant has a nice game against play-in Jimmy. You never know.
Throw a grenade into their plans, Ja Morant.
That's it,
Damn it.
Yeah. We need more celebrations. We need more celebrations where invisible people die. Yeah.
I want to see Ja Morant, how he keeps trying to push the envelope on which weaponry he can use in a celebration.
Yeah, man.
What about a bazooka?
Yeah, something.
I feel like a bazooka would be good because
one under each arm. We need a Scarface celebration.
If he gets down on one knee
or from Ja Morant.
Sets it right on the commissioner's booth or something.
That's it, man. That's it. So what tickled your fancy this week? You want to hit Astros? You want to hit Masters off the top here? You mentioned you watched the Masters yesterday.
Yeah, let's do Astros because you can't get enough of the Astros and maybe starting to emerge from their shell.
Yeah.
This team of bland and boring baseball players that were doing nothing to ingratiate themselves to us finally really gave us something to get excited about on Friday. Couldn't follow up on it on Saturday, but then had a really nice performance again yesterday.
We're used to that. That's how I rationalized Saturday. When the second the score was final on Friday, Amy and I were out around town watching the game, and I turned to her and I said, "Bet the under on the Astros tomorrow, baby. Bet the under on the Astros because that's how they follow up double. They've been scored double digits in a game. The next day they're like, that was really strenuous yesterday."
You know what? 2015 and 2016, that was kind of a prelude to the greatness.
That's right.
That they would have those. Remember, they would have those strange stats where they had so many multi-homer games, and yet then would be completely devoid. So they were nothing told the truth statistically about that 2015 team. I thought yesterday, man, Wisniewski, if you just look at the box score, you'd see, he let up 3 home runs. But it was in a very Justin Verlander-ish fashion. They were solo home runs.
Yeah.
His whip is still .72 or something ridiculous. Like, he had a really, really good performance, but for those 3 solo home runs. He also had 10 strikeouts and 1 walk.
Yeah. I thought I was cool with Wisniewski, and he went 6 innings, I think, right, yesterday?
Yep, 6.
So he went 6 innings. I would even go so far as to say Ryan Gusto on Saturday. You know, like, he gave up 3 hits right out of the chute. That could have been nerves. Gave up 2 runs. And then the rest of he gave up a solo home run after that. But like Wisniewski, struck out a bunch of dudes, and by and large, like, other than the bad pitch, you know, other than the pitches that got laced either over the fence or into the gap, like 90% of it was really, really impressive, I thought.
Right, and they're still trying to stretch him out. So
yes.
Gusto, it was dicey in the third, and it wasn't clear that he was going to make it through the third when he went out there. He ends up going 4 innings, and it was got dicey a little bit in the fourth. Yeah. But they're trying to get him up to 65, 70 pitches. And I thought one of the more promising things in that game was that the turnaround kind of came when Yainer Diaz went out to calm him down.
Yeah.
So Yainer, who I know you don't care about the pitch framing, but he's improved in his pitch framing. He's improved
the pitch framing, but remember, coming into this season, I think this is where you're going with this, he had worked to improve his leadership skills.
Right. Yeah, so he goes out and he calms Gusto down. And you could see in the first inning, Gusto's velocity was up. He comes out in the second inning, and he's starting to he's a little bit more under control. He's getting more spin on the ball, and it was just that was very, very promising. Yeah. And then Saturday also delivered unto us one of the oddest things we've seen. Something that actually taught Mike Trout a lesson that he didn't know the rules completely about making a play on the ball.
I didn't know those rules either. Did you? Okay, so I think a lot of people have seen this already, but yeah, when the ball is past the plane of the wall there in the stands, it looked very similar to the Mookie Betts. It looked almost identical, except for the fact at the end. It looked almost identical to the Mookie Betts play in terms of the part of the park that it was in. I was a little insulted on behalf of the fan who ripped the ball out of Mike Trout's glove that they compared it to the Mookie Betts play, because the 2 thugs from New York were grabbing Mookie Betts' arms and letting him dangle from the stands in the World Series last year. Yeah. This fan was very apologetic, I thought, with Mike Trout.
So for those of you who didn't see it, Mike Trout goes to try to catch a foul ball, and at first you can't really tell what's happening. It's over the wall. It's out of the field of play, but the fan comes up. You couldn't tell from the replay initially whether he had wrestled the ball out of Mike Trout's glove or not. Trout's flipping out. Jared Whalen, the Astros fan, looks just mortified that he's been involved in a play. Like, he tries to give the ball back to Mike Trout. He's saying, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." His son is with him, and it was very, very confusing. But the Angels chose not to challenge the play.
Right. And here was what it sounded like on the broadcast with Todd Callis.
This ball, 2-0 pitch. Look at Trout. Trout's claiming interference, but that is in the stands. That is not his ball. That's a fan's ball.
Yep.
Well, he can argue all he wants, but that is a fan's right. Mike, you can look at it again, but that is a fan's right if the ball's in the stands.
Yeah, but if it went in his glove and the fan grabbed the ball out of the glove, that might be a different story.
If
the fan catches it, it's his. It might be in his glove. That's the old. The Mookie Betts play from the World Series.
Okay.
So, you couldn't see. I don't know if it was the Astros. The Astros replay, I couldn't really tell whether Whalen had ripped the ball out of Trout's glove.
It looked like it to me on the Astros.
Yeah, you could see it. So I don't. Like, first, maybe I was way too biased because I was like, no, it's not clear that he ripped it out of his glove. He definitely ripped it out of his glove.
Right.
And Whalen said, "Hey, it was coming towards my kid's face," and I just was like in that mode of trying to protect. He says he didn't know it was in the field of play. Or he knew that it wasn't in the field of play.
Yeah.
But then the cool part was that the Astros fans were not booing Whalen. They were booing security up to interview him.
Yeah.
Left his kid back down, and then security came and grabbed his kid.
Yeah, they sat somewhere else for the rest of the game.
Yeah, they sat somewhere else, so they didn't eject him for life or anything else like that. Trout was really cool about it afterwards. He said, "I got kids myself." The way he reacted, he obviously didn't do it on purpose. Well, I don't know if he didn't do it on purpose, but just the way he reacted and his kid, and they got moved, they probably spent hard-earned money on those tickets, and he met him afterwards.
Yeah. That's where when I saw my first reaction when I saw them meeting afterwards down in the concourse, down in sort of the bowels of the stadium down there, was like, I'm like, okay, this is one of those weird things where someone's getting rewarded for breaking the rules. But as it turns out, I was wrong about that, right? Like, they moved him, but he didn't. It turns out, I didn't even know his name. You had his name. What was his name again?
Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Yeah. Chandler Rome has a good article about it.
Okay. Yeah.
Mike, that's Mike Trout, Sean. Seth, yes. Yeah. But guy's last name, Jared Whalen.
Jared Whalen, okay.
And his son.
Yeah.
And who looked a lot like he looked like he could be a New York sports fan.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had a very demonstrative, he was like the look of regret on his face and shock and everything. And yeah, it looks like a fun guy.
Amy said he looks like a young Rodney Dangerfield.
Yeah, he's got a face like that.
He does, kind of big eyes.
His big eyes, and his mouth is all contorted and everything.
Amy's like, holy crap, Rodney Dangerfield stole the ball. Yeah,
he became immediately a very sympathetic figure.
Yeah.
You could see just how mortified he was, and he was trying to give the ball to Mike Trout. And he said if giving the ball to him was going to do anything.
Yeah,
like he wanted it for emotional
put it back in his glove. See, he caught it. Look, he caught it.
It's like a war movie when somebody's trying to stuff his buddy's guts back into his body, even though he's definitely dying.
Yes.
Yeah, it's just desperation.
The funny thing too, if you go back and watch it, I can't tell that this is the case, but the optics look this way. Is that while Whalen was trying to be apologetic, had the ball, wanted to give the ball back, there was a guy standing behind him in an orange shirt that looked like he was pointing and talking trash to Trout. And I felt if I were Whalen, I'd turn around and be like, hey, man, you're not helping. Like, I'm trying to keep my seats here, all right?
I like that guy, too. I liked everybody there. You know what?
There were no losers.
Tip of the cap to the Astros fans this week, because for one, they booed security both times when both Whalen and his son were escorted to a different seat because they didn't know what was going on. It looked at first like he was going to get ejected and banned the way fans sometimes do after moments like that. They just moved him because it was kind of a weird situation. But then also yesterday when Altuve hit what seemed like an obvious foul ball to the broadcasters and the umpires and everybody else, the left field and Crawford boxes fans were adamant that it was indeed a home run. They were cheering like crazy. And Altuve just standing there at the plate looking kind of confused. Like Altuve himself knew that it was definitely a foul ball.
That was right after Dubon had the first torpedo bat hit, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
I'm like, damn, this game, I'm turning to Amy, I'm like, this game is drunk right now. We got torpedo bat hits. Dubon stealing bases later in the game.
No spikes on.
Torpedo legs. Yeah, he had torpedo everything.
Torpedo everything.
Yes.
Didn't he do something else? Oh, he stole second later in the game.
Stole second and third on the same.
Yeah. He was all torpedoed up.
Mm-hmm.
I am a big fan of the torpedo bat. I'll tell you that much.
Real quick text. Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. We'll get to the Rockets in the next segment. Here's the text. I was 3 rows behind the guy who caught the foul ball, and Trout could tell the guy was genuinely sorry for his part in the in the play, even though he had a right to the ball because the guy was apologizing to him, and Trout was gesturing to him as, yes, I understand. Yeah.
No, and it was cool. Trout afterwards said, I wasn't really clear on the rule either or anything. So if they had reviewed it, they would have called it a catch because it was in his glove, and then it was stripped out. But it's not the same as fan interference.
Yeah.
As I understand it.
Yeah. All's well that ends well. All right, lot to get to today, man. We'll get to the Masters for sure. The Rockets, we now know, at the very least, we know what to do on Tuesday night and who we're going to be watching. This will be fun. This is something we've never done as Rockets fans before, scouting 2 possible opponents for the upcoming playoff series. How did things end for the Rockets, both in the playoffs and in the lottery? We'll get to that coming up next. Men's Tee Clinic.
Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Rockets finished the season 52-30, sailing past their Vegas win total coming into the season of 43.5. I don't know that anybody saw 52 wins in a 2 seed that was clinched a week ago coming, but that's what it is. Their playoff opponent will be the winner of Memphis and Golden State. The Memphis Grizzlies will play at Golden State on Tuesday night, and the winner of that game will be the Rockets' opponent in the first round. The only thing we know about the first round of the playoffs, Seth, is that the Rockets will begin the series on Sunday. So if you're a basketball fan, it's a phenomenal weekend of basketball. The first game of each NBA playoff round, 4 games on Saturday, 4 games on Sunday. TV and time still to be determined. I would imagine opponent is a big part of that. Golden State's a huge draw on TV. I would imagine Memphis, not quite as big a draw on TV. So.
It's okay, if all you're looking for is name brand appeal and whatnot, the Rockets would play, if the Warriors win this play-in, the Rockets will play the Warriors, and then the Rockets play the winner of LA versus Minnesota. So potential
LA Lakers.
Yeah. Oh yeah, not the Clippers. Yeah, the Lakers versus Minnesota.
Yeah.
So potential for just a couple of marquee opponents. And the thinking man in me should say, well, look, Rockets are 3-1 versus the Grizzlies, and the loss came in that stretch. They had to play 3 games in 4 days on the road or whatever it was because of a rescheduling. They've done well against the Grizzlies this year. They're 2-3 against the Warriors, and the Warriors are a different team now. Despite the fact that the Rockets throttled the Warriors and Steph Curry and Draymond Green very recently, they're a different team now with Jimmy Butler. I still want the Warriors.
Yeah, man. I felt like there was
give them to me.
Felt like there was an and yet coming after the Memphis part of that. Yeah, like I do too. This is I don't know, for me, the expectations change maybe when you're the 2 seed, and if you get knocked out in the first round, it all of a sudden becomes a disappointing season. But I'm kind of in a house money mode when it comes to who the opponent is. Like I don't think this team is going to win an NBA championship this year. I don't think that's a super bold prediction or anything like that. A chance to knock Golden State out of the playoffs, the chance for this young group of Rockets to get some measure of redemption for all those series 5-6 years ago where the Warriors were, it felt like, routinely knocking the Rockets out of the postseason. Steph and Draymond are still on this version of the Warriors. I think it would be a whole lot of fun. And, who do you think would be favored in a Rockets-Warriors series by Vegas?
That's interesting. I bet there'd be a gap between the more objective numbers, and then I think the betting public would be on the side of the Warriors.
I do too.
So that would affect the spread a little bit.
Which means they'll be the favorite. Yeah.
I think the computers might make it pretty close to a push.
Yeah, I agree with that. Probably Golden State, the favorite in a series against the Rockets. I think Memphis and the Rockets. I think the Rockets would be a favorite, based solely on having the home court advantage in that series.
So it's 2 at home, 2 on the road.
Yep.
And then back in Houston for Game 5 in a 7-game series.
2-2, 1-1-1. Yep.
If you can take advantage of as much as you can with those 3 out of 5 first home games. You do have the Jimmy Butler coming back to the Houston area and playing. He'll be adamant and explain that he's from Tomball, not Houston.
Yeah.
Which always has offended me a little bit. It's not the way we operate in Houston.
No,
pretty much if you're within short range missiles distance of downtown Houston, you're from Houston.
Yes. For zoning purposes and tax purposes and whatever it may be, you can keep your own little enclaves to yourself. But when it comes to usurping sports figures, you are all annexed into Houston.
Someday we'll pretty much incorporate every damn county from here to the outer limits of San Antonio and Austin within the next few decades.
Yep.
So just accept it, okay?
People weighing in, Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. My heart can't take losing another series to the Warriors. That's been 6 years. Come on, let's get back on the train. Let's go. Warriors will eliminate the Rockets again, all caps on the text page. Well, they haven't even. Hey, the Warriors got their own business to take care of. They might not even play the Warriors.
Yeah, Warriors suck in the play-in game.
Right,
all right.
Yeah,
they've been operating on the fringe.
Yeah,
they don't know what the hell they're doing.
Got that right. Yep. Meanwhile,
the last time they were in the play-in, they didn't have Draymond because of multiple suspensions or whatever.
The Rockets have a 17% chance of landing in the top 4 in the lottery. The Rockets are the rare team that has has there ever been a team that has had a play-in game, like looking forward to who's going to win a play-in game to see who their opponent is, and in a few weeks looking forward to seeing where the ping pong balls land in the lottery?
Yeah, I know. It's
kind of
nice.
Fun, man.
It's kind of, yeah, and it's a special little irony that it's, if you're thinking about potentially trading for Kevin Durant, the fact that the Suns completely just blew it and peed down their leg gives you a better chance of using the Suns pick that you own to trade for Kevin Durant.
The irony is delicious. Well, it's Brado on Twitter, at Brado NBA. Brad does a great job. That Suns pick is an extension of the James Harden trade because they took some of the Brooklyn draft capital and flipped it over with the Suns. So the James Harden trade, because of what the Rockets have ended up doing with some of those picks, is not going to have fully played out until 2029. Out of that trade so far, they've gotten Tari Eason from one of the Brooklyn picks, Reed Shepherd from another one of the Brooklyn picks. They've got this Phoenix pick that we're talking about right now that is, at worst case, going to be 9th in the draft. Could be a top 4 pick. And then they still have the Suns' first rounder in 27, a pick swap with the Nets in 27, and then either the Suns or Mavericks' first-round pick in 2029. All from the James.
Man, everything that's worked out from that trade still, the thing that annoyed me at the very beginning of it was how many people were just convinced that the Nets were going to be an awesome team for the next 10 years.
Yeah.
And you're looking at it, and you're looking at the guys involved, and you're like, all right, I see 3 dudes who have all forced themselves off of and out of various situations at various times and are not looked at as guys that are there for the long haul.
Yeah.
And it's worked out that trade's been a masterstroke in a lot of ways.
Oh yeah, I'm excited for this playoff round. What's the biggest development? I was thinking about this yesterday as the Rockets were getting destroyed by the Nuggets. Didn't really care. Biggest developments for the Rockets this year. I was trying to kind of stack rank them, and I think number 1 for me is just the development of Jalen Green. Like, statistically, Jalen Green looks like a very similar player to who he was last year. He actually averaged fewer points a game this year than he did last year. But when they signed him into that contract extension before the season, my thought was, all right, well, they signed him to an extension, so he's not getting traded during the season. You're not allowed to by rules. But I thought after the season, without any clue that the Rockets would end up being the 2 seed in the West, I still felt like Jalen Green wasn't long for this team. Like, he was a guy who could – Jalen Green always felt like me, Seth, that he was going to be a guy who would score 23 points on bad teams for the rest of his career.
Right. Well, yeah, you bring up the points scored and how it's actually a little bit less, but it's because those came in bunches against teams that weren't trying all that hard because the Rockets were awful, and it's the consistency this year that's been the huge leap forward.
He's just a better player at both ends of the floor, and especially at the offensive end of the floor, he's become so much better at looking to involve his teammates. I feel like he sees all 94 feet just way better than he did last year. So I think that, to me, and I say that's the biggest development of the regular season. Now he's going to be tested in the postseason. You know, the game slows down in the postseason, and what I mean by that is a lot more half court. So I mean, it's going to be harder to go get buckets in these games in the postseason against better teams, better defenses, things like that. So as far as rounding out to be a better regular season player, which is all we've ever seen, we've never seen Jalen Green in the postseason, so we don't know what that looks like. But I feel like for the future of the team and for the just for purposes of this season, that to me was the biggest development of the year for the Rockets.
Yeah, no, and a lot of that too is I think it comes one of those things where people argue about it for no good reason. If you always believed in Jalen Green, that's great, but you have to also concede in the fact that he did have to make those improvements. Yeah. He's a different player now. So credit him. Instead of being so eager to heap praise on yourself for saying you always believed in Jalen Green, give him credit for actually improving and becoming the guy he is now, because he needed to do that. If he had kept playing the same way he was playing last year, you wouldn't feel there wouldn't be such a near unanimous feeling about Jaylen Green.
Yeah, I believe Jaylen Green, and I've become a much bigger believer in Jaylen Green. Now, the postseason will be, the postseason is going to play a huge part in how, not just me, but I think how a lot of people feel about Jaylen Green moving forward. I think probably a very close number 2 is Amen Thompson went from being a rookie who showed some promise to, I'd say a future star. I think he's in that category already. I don't know if I've seen a player who didn't make the All-Star team get more love in the second half of the season around the NBA. And I understand my timeline is curated to feed me Rocket stuff, so there's probably some other young player on some other team that was getting a lot of love from the Zach Lowe's and the Kevin O'Connors of the world and whatnot. But Amen Thompson, future star, future perennial defensive player of the year candidate.
No, and I think, too, there's always a lag with getting the respect for players and in terms of just cementing their reputation. And I think for the first half of this season, for the most part, by and large, people around the league weren't really giving Amen Thompson credit because it just felt like another, okay, scrappy team, playing defense, nobody's taking him seriously as a team, et cetera, where now he's done it for an entire season, and he's done it under increasingly important circumstances. And, they just, his minutes per game have gone up by several minutes this calendar year as opposed to last. It's bona fide now. I think next year it'll be a more fair race.
He went from being a guy off the bench to, like a sort of a Swiss Army knife off the bench to, I forget who it was who went out with an starting line, whether it was either Tari or Jabari, one of the two. And it's probably Jabari because Jabari was a starter. And then you start realizing all of a sudden Amen Thompson's playing 42 minutes, 41 minutes, 40 minutes. It's like, ooh, we are very different when this man is not on the floor. You kind of stumbled into it because of injuries. But the flip side to that is you are a deep basketball team. And I know one of the things I was saying at the beginning of the year, Seth, when they got off to a so-so start, because they had talked about their depth in the preseason. Like, boy, we have 9 or 10 guys we can trot out there. And when you get off to a bit of a slow start, it's like, all right, well, you can trot 9 or 10 guys out there. If none of them are great, then really, how deep are you? You can be deep. Any team can go trot 9 or 10 guys out there that are along the same, equal level of player. But if they're all mediocre, then you're a mediocre basketball team. They are truly a deep team. Then pull up J.J. Redick here if you could. Here's J.J. Redick on the depth of the Rockets.
Really specifically, with Reed Sheppard and Cam Whitmore, both those guys would be rotation players on nearly every team and potential starters on a lot of teams. And those guys they're thirsty to play and they're thirsty to prove themselves. And they're both really good players. So, we didn't know which direction they were going to go. We prepped as if they were playing everyone. We even, I had a pre-coaches meeting with the scout pod leader and Bob, our defensive coordinator this morning. Finished our meeting. All those guys were out, and so we pivoted.
Yeah, okay. So he's talking about the Lakers game where they sat some guys. It's funny, that lottery pick they have from Phoenix, Seth. If I'm a player coming out in the draft, it sounds counterintuitive because, hey, I want to win. I'm a young player. I want to win. I don't know if I want to get drafted by the Rockets.
You're going to get held down there in purgatory, yeah.
Reed Sheppard's the 3rd overall pick in the draft. He only sees the floor in garbage time and in games where they're not playing guys. And when he does see the floor, he shoots 4 for 8, 6 for 10 from 3. Like, I totally agree with what J.J. Redick is saying. That would be fascinating. Reed Sheppard, I'll put Reed Sheppard aside because he's just a rookie. Cam Whitmore is 2 years in. And when he does get on the floor, there is an element to Cam Whitmore, a little like I described Jaylen Green. Like, all right, if I plunk Cam Whitmore down on one of these lottery teams, he'd probably go get you 19 points a night,
Cam Whitmore has played well enough, and that in watching how this team has developed, I've kind of softened on Cam Whitmore's disgruntment.
I have too.
I wish he would handle it differently.
Yes.
And yet,
I get it.
Hey, keep it in house. No. Don't just be a good soldier. Let your agent take care of the dirty work. And yet, I understand Cam Whitmore's frustration to a certain degree.
Him being drafted by the Rockets could be costing him millions of dollars.
Yes. So, the way they operate with contracts now.
Yeah.
It does. It has a little bit of a feel of the Astros back when guys there was no place for some of the guys down in AAA and AA. These guys are in, and I don't know. What do we do with them? There's no room for them.
Free Cam Whitmore.
There is the depth and the breadth of the Rockets depth chart right now is encouraging also because of Udoka. And I think when it comes to the playoffs where rotations matter so much and everything becomes outsized in terms of the impact you can have with the right personnel selections, that for some of their weaknesses and their poor shooting, they do have guys who can score across the board in various different ways. So the chess match between Udoka and other coaches is going to be fascinating.
Yeah,
and that J.J. Redick dynamic that he just talked about is, okay, exactly how do you prepare for these guys? We're not terrified of any specific sniper, and yet any of these guys can really do some damage to us on any given night.
Yeah, Udoka should be an advantage in some of these series, man. For sure. You're playing the same team for 7 games. It's a real chess match. All right, headlines. We'll get to them. Astros, good weekend for the Stros, I would say. Overall, they head to St. Louis to take on the Cardinals. We'll circle back to the Rockets, the Masters. Rory gets his career grand slam, and a kind of a somewhat major injury in the NFL that we will get to as well. We'll do that in headlines coming up next. First,
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, let's get to headlines. Let's start with the Astros. They take 2 out of 3 from the Angels. Couple of offensive explosions sandwiched around a just incredibly boring Saturday game, but we'll take it. 2 out of 3. 2 out of 3 against a team that was ahead of you in the standings. And I think if you had told me before the weekend set, they're going to take 2 out of 3 and you're going to score 22 runs in the process.
Yeah.
I'll take it. I'll sign up for that.
And honestly, the performances by Gusto and Wisniewski, Gusto is just now getting stretched out to be a starting pitcher, and he worked his way. You know, he didn't claim he had nerves in the first inning. It looked like he was a little amped up. He was throwing a little bit harder, and Yainer Diaz goes out to calm him down a little bit, and then he settled in and ends up going 4 innings. Wisniewski, if you're just looking at the box score, you see the 3 home runs, and you think, oh, couldn't have been that good. It was a really good performance.
Yeah, other than the 3 home runs, he was great.
He gave up 3 solo home runs. Yeah. Very Justin Verlander-like.
That's right.
Gave up 3 solo home runs, but also had 10 strikeouts and 1 walk in the game. And they've done the old Astros analytics thing with him, where they've changed up his pitch selection somewhat. And so far, so good with Wisniewski when it comes to the Astros car wash. And the Arrighetti news that has filtered out over the last 4 days sounds, he'll be fine. It's just going to take a few weeks. But then also, Lance McCullers has a good performance.
Yeah.
And start this weekend.
He did for Sugarland. He pitched 4 shutout innings for Sugarland against Albuquerque. 1 hit, 1 walk, 5 strikeouts. Topped out at 93 for his tippy-top speed.
Yeah.
Which is a little below what his usual tippy-top speed is. And he said, I read a couple articles about it, and it sounded like every pitch was about a couple miles an hour slower than normal. He wasn't alarmed about it. He said last time. Well, he said last time, I don't know if it was by design, but he said the last time he went through a rehab, which was during the 2022 season. Well, he went through rehab last year. Last time he went through a successful season, that's what was happening then, too. And he came back, and other than Game 3 of the World Series, he was fine during that comeback.
I would not have an issue with Lance if he never gets all of his velocity back and he becomes more of a junkie or a stuff guy.
Rest that arm,
just whatever it takes to, because he's already, he's always had a magnificent curveball, obviously. But yeah, so far so good. So one thing about Lance, I'll say this, because I know people are sick and tired of hearing about Lance potentially coming back. There's a certain just kind of snarl that's missing on this team that you got out of Bregman, that you got out of Verlander, that you got out of Lance McCullers when he's been healthy. I kind of miss the sassiness of some of the old Astros.
I'm going to save this for the 7 o'clock hour, but think about it, audience, if you're listening. Are these performances by Lance in the minor leagues moving you off of the skepticism at all? Like, are you starting to, especially with Arrighetti out for a little bit, if Lance can come in and fill that gap or become a 6th starter for you? So we'll save it for the 7 o'clock hour. We'll dig deep in the Astros weekend in the 7 o'clock hour. We'll do Acknowledge Me at 7:20 on the show. We just got done talking about the Rockets. We'll hit them again in case you're just getting into your car. They closed the season losing their final 2 games. I don't think there's anything to be alarmed about over that. They are the 2 seed. They had clinched the 2 seed a long time ago, and their fate will be more clear on Tuesday night when Memphis travels to San Francisco to take on the Golden State Warriors. The Rockets winner of that game in a 7-game first-round series.
The mathematician in me says, hey, you guys should really want the Grizzlies. You're 3-1 against them this year. The one loss that you had was in a really weird sequence of a rescheduled game on a road trip. But the meathead in me wants the Warriors.
Yeah.
I want all the smoke. Bring it to me.
Yeah. I'm with you. I don't really have a major preference as to who wins that game. If Memphis wins, I think you're going to be favored in that series. Mm-hmm. If Golden State wins, I mean, 2 weeks of basketball with the Golden State Warriors, it feels like feels like we're hearkening back to a simpler time and place.
And look, the Warriors have been hot. Jimmy Butler has been a very good addition for them, and people are besides themselves with anticipation and excitement over playoffs. Jimmy being a part of the Warriors, it makes me really, really want to see the Warriors.
Yeah, I do too.
I'm not on the fence, Sean. I want the Warriors.
I'm saying Warriors,
the left side of my brain is saying, you should want but my right brain typically wins out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Don't come at me, neuroscientists, with like the actual accuracy of that left brain, right brain thing.
That's
okay?
Right.
Because I'll right brain you into oblivion.
Meanwhile,
I'll call you dumb and then de-pants you.
That's right.
In front of girls.
Mm-hmm. The Rockets lottery odds, they have a 17% chance of landing in the top 4. Anywhere the chances of landing the number 1 pick are 3.75%. So the chances of Cooper Flagg essentially being in a Rocket unit, 75%.
Hey, Rockets have done a good job with the cold envelope as of late in their recent history. So freeze that envelope and get up there, man.
Yes, let's do it. That is the one guy who probably doesn't care what I said earlier. If you missed it in the previous segment, I said that in light of Cam Whitmore and Reed Shepherd being plastered to the bench for most of the season, because they're on a deep team with a lot of young players, I said, man, there's probably a lot of college guys that don't want to get drafted to the Rockets with that 9th pick or whatever it ends up being in the lottery. Cooper Flagg's probably the exception. I'm guessing Cooper Flagg's like, no, I'm probably going to start for whatever team I'm on, I would suppose.
Yeah.
So that would be fun. The Masters yesterday was pretty bananas. Good cinema, good TV. Rory McIlroy went into the day with a 1-stroke lead over Bryson DeChambeau, and neither of them played all that great. In terms of who played great yesterday, the story was Justin Rose. The story was Rory finally finishing his career Grand Slam and winning a Masters.
Despite trying like hell to pee it away so many
multiple times.
You know what? Honestly, I'm still a little disgusted that this is being told as the story of like he finally defeated all the demons. No, he blew it 5 times in that final round.
Yeah, he double bogeyed right out. He coughed up the lead on the first hole.
Yeah,
he double bogeyed right out of the chute. And then credit to him, straightened some things out. And by hole 10, he's got a 5-stroke lead. He's -4. So this is looking like it's going to be a coronation over the last 8 holes. Next thing you know, like 3 holes later, it's back to being tied again. And not even 3 holes. It's tied at -11 or whatever the tie was. Then he's got a chance to win the damn thing down the stretch. Justin Rose snakes like a 50-foot putt to tie it at -11. Rory's got to make a 5-foot putt to win the Masters and to finish the career Grand Slam, and he misses and goes to a play. Now, credit to him. He had a beautiful approach shot in the playoff, in the sudden death, and that was the difference in it. He putts out for birdie. Justin Rose pars, and that's it. And Rory wins it. But, like the whole coronation, and it is a big monkey off his back, no question about that. It took him 11 years to complete the career Grand Slam. He'd won the 3 other majors by 2014. He was still in his 20s at the time, his mid-20s. Took him 11 years to win this one, but man, it was not pretty yesterday.
There was a part of me because it was versus Justin Rose, because I've been watching the series Dairy Girls, which is about this group of Catholic schoolgirls that grew up in Northern Ireland in the 1990s during the Troubles. And there was a little bit of Irish versus the English thing going there.
Oh, yeah?
Where I was like, all right, stick it to this Englishman. They got it coming to him. Yeah.
That's great. Hey, by the way, real quick, because I teased it, Derek Carr, shoulder injury, might miss the season.
I'm just pissed off.
Yeah, I would be too.
But boy, man, this makes the draft extra makes the Aaron Rodgers scenario pretty damn interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I think Aaron Rodgers, if he's going to play, probably waits until after the draft to see what because I don't think the Saints say, okay, no, we'd rather have you now, Aaron Rodgers, and we're not going to draft the quarterback. I think the Saints might want to wait and see exactly what happens with the quarterbacks in the draft.
It seems like everything I've seen, Seth, is it's either Aaron Rodgers is going to the Steelers or he's just not going to play. He's going to retire, which could mean which could mean he Flacco's it and waits till like week 11 or something like that.
Hey, did you see what happened at that Pat McAfee event where there were a lot of people that thought Aaron Rodgers might show up at this Pat McAfee event in Pittsburgh? When they realized that Aaron Rodgers wasn't going to be there, they started people started leaving.
They walked out. Yeah. They left.
What did it look like after everybody left? Did it look like a half-filled joint?
I don't know.
I
don't know. I'd only read the accounts of people leaving. I haven't seen any of the video or anything from the event.
I wonder if McAfee should have maybe made an announcement beforehand. The problem is because he's in WWE, he could have made an announcement beforehand that Rodgers wasn't going to be there, and people were still going to wonder. Yeah.
Yes. Yep. Absolutely right. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. Into the 7 o'clock hour we go. Trout Gate from over the weekend was very interesting. We'll get to that with the Astros. The torpedo bat comes through. And where are you on Lance McCullers right now? The Astros might need a starting pitcher here coming up soon if they want to go to a 6-man rotation. Has Lance's performance in Sugarland off of skepticism at all? We'll get to that coming up next. But first, West.
WILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. We're just coming up with some ideas here.
We're gonna take our show on the road like Pat McAfee, except we're gonna do it for the pregame shows for away games. We'll go find a big Colts bar and that has people pregaming and just set up shop and do our Texans pregame show. We'll have chicken wire up like in Blues Brothers, so as people are throwing stuff at us, beer bottles breaking off the chicken wire.
We can't have anything whatever surface it is, it's going to protect us, cannot have holes in it. It's got to be plexiglass.
Right, yeah, because those Indianans will try to fornicate with just about anything.
That's not what I'm saying.
Exactly.
No, I don't need
they're disgusting inbred weirdos.
Listen to you. Come on now. We bring that up because we brought up the McAfee live event that he did on Wednesday that was Aaron Rodgers-less, much to the chagrin of reportedly many, many people in the crowd. They left.
People started walking out when they realized Aaron Rodgers wasn't going to be there.
Yeah, the texter texts in regarding the McAfee show in Pittsburgh. According to Andrew Filipponi, who is on our sister station, he has afternoons, I think, on our sister station up there, radio host. He said, according to Andrew Filipponi, it looked like a sausage fest, which I'm duh, yeah.
It's in sports media, sports radio, etc., whatever you call it these days. Yeah, it's like at 90 to 95% male. Of course, it was.
Was Andrew Filipponi going there expecting something else?
Did he think it was a Howard Stern show in the 1990s or something? There were going to be women flashing the stage,
girls,
Guns N' Roses.
Yeah.
No, it was no. This isn't Beatlemania. This is Pat McAfee. What the hell?
Girls Gone Wild, Pat McAfee. No, that's not what it's supposed to be. So the Astros take 2 out of 3 this weekend. Friday, an offensive explosion. That was fun to see. I was happy for Yiner on Friday that he got that grand slam. That was nice to see.
As many struggles as the Astros have had hitting with runners in scoring position, hitting in clutch moments, you saw an avenue and you saw some light this weekend. So Saturday, notwithstanding, by and large, man, all right, we started, hey, Paredes, okay. Yeah. You're more than just that 1-4 hit game. Smith with extra base hit after extra base hit, just coming up really big in the field as well.
Yes,
made a really nice play in the field
good defensively. Yeah, Cam Smith hit his first career home run. You know what? Early acknowledgement for Cam Smith. Just whet the appetite. Wet the palate a little bit for acknowledge me in about 15 minutes. Cam Smith, first career home run. Now, the play that had everybody talking over the weekend, oddly enough, was a play that didn't come back to bite anybody at all. And Yiner was up at the plate at the time. Yiner hits a foul ball down the right field line, and Mike Trout, playing right field for the Angels now, approaches the stands. Very similar play to the Mookie Betts play in the World Series last year. Leaps into the stands, kind of arm into the stands to catch the ball. And an Astros fan looked at first like had caught it and just, denied Trout of catching the ball because he had caught it himself, this fan. Yeah. But instead, upon replay review, you can tell that the fan, whose name is Jared Whalen, ripped the ball out of Trout's glove. Here's what it sounded like on the Astros broadcast.
This ball, 2-0 pitch. Look at Trout. Trout's claiming interference, but that is in the stands. That is not his ball. That's a fan's ball.
Yep.
So he can argue all he wants, but that is a fan's right. Mike, you can look at it again, but that is a fan's right if the ball's in the stands.
Yeah, but if it went in his glove and the fan grabbed the ball out of the glove, that might be a different story.
If that's what he's claiming.
If the fan catches it, it's his. It might be in his glove. That's the from the series.
Okay. So that was.
So Jared Whalen immediately apologized. He looked awful. He had this expression on his face of extreme regret. I didn't mean to do that. It was so relatable to anything you've ever done in your life, where you just genuinely, I screwed up, but I didn't mean to do it. Mm-hmm. And it wasn't as bad as fan interference in terms of reaching into the field of play or anything like that. But you immediately felt awful for the dude. Yes. And he was trying to give the ball back to Mike Trout was understand. Not that it would have done anything. It wasn't like there was sentimental value attached to it. Is it still an out?
If I give it back to you, is it still an out?
It's just like everything. It's just desperate to be like, I'm sorry.
So funny.
I love this Jared Whalen.
And
I love his kid.
Yeah, man. Got to meet Trout afterwards. Got that ball autographed, the exact ball that he ripped out of Trout's glove. And at the end of the day, he was just an Astros fan trying to do the Lord's work, you know, just trying to help Yiner get another swing at it. Now, it would have been much better if Yiner, with his mulligan that he got, courtesy of Whalen, had poked one out of the, over the Crawford boxes or off the wall or something. Next pitch, he flies out to center field. So it's really nobody got harmed in this whole thing.
Yeah, at the end of the day, this wasn't certainly wasn't the World Series, but it also wasn't the 7th or 8th inning of a close game or anything like that.
No. And to call it the Mookie Betts play, I think is a little. It looked like the Mookie Betts play, and that it took place in the same corner of Yankee Stadium that this play took place at Dyken Park. Except, can we point out the fact that Whalen basically was apologetic after ripping the ball out, and those two Yankee fans were literally, it looked like, trying to keep Mookie Betts dangling from the fence for as long as they could.
Yeah, they almost looked like they were going to break his wrist.
Not apologetic at all.
A couple of New York thugs.
Right. It was a two-man effort. Yeah. It was a handicap match is what it was. Yeah. So...
so Trout was really gracious after. Met Whalen and his son afterwards.
Yeah, he was cool.
He's not, as they explained on the broadcast yesterday, Whalen is not banned from Minute Maid Park or anything. They just moved him and his son up elsewhere. It was weird watching on the broadcast. It was weird to watch security escort Whalen up and not his son, because it almost felt like a Child Protective Services thing. Where they're like, wait a second, the poor kid's left without his father while the cops are interrogating him.
Yeah.
And then later security came and brought his kids up.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, I hope Jared Whalen's son understands that the crowd was booing security, not you.
Right.
Yeah, the crowd was booing, but they were not booing you, young Mr. Whalen.
No. Yeah. If you're in the car right now, if Mr. Whalen is driving his young son to school, son, if you're listening, they were not booing your daddy.
Yeah, they were supporting you guys.
They were booing those mean security officers.
The security guys looked like they felt pretty ambivalent about it too.
Yeah, they're probably like, okay, we've seen worse. All right.
Okay, so it's not fan interference because it happened out of bounds. If they had reviewed it, they would have seen that Trout had the ball and then it was ripped out. But then is it still called fan interference at that point, or is it just kind of like, oh, he had it and then a fan took it?
I thought I had heard, and again, fact check me on this audience. I thought I'd heard that at the end of the day, that as long as that glove is in the crowd, then it's whatever happens, is what I thought.
But they would have ruled it, though. If they had challenged it, they still would have ruled it a Trout catch. Though,
I don't know.
It just wouldn't have been fan interference.
I'm not certain. I'm not certain about that because I've heard both. Yeah. So at the end of the day, it was a fly out to center field. So all's well that ends well. But I guess mild version of the Steve Bartman play. Someone saying, nah, not really. I mean.
Mild version.
Well,
of it,
Steve Bartman reached onto the field of play, and didn't he? I mean,
and like Whalen, no, because he interfered with those. He didn't reach into the field of play, but he interfered with his own player.
Yeah, he interfered
with his team's own player.
That's the big difference. Well, and it was Game 6 of the NLCS for a team that hadn't been to the World Series since 1908.
Yeah, so it wasn't interference. Yeah. It was just that it wasn't an opposing team's player.
It was a what the hell are you doing moment for Bartman. Yeah.
I feel like, to Whalen, the fans' credit, I think he was conscious of staying out of bounds. He didn't look like he was trying to reach over the fence or anything. He was sitting there waiting for it to come to him. And he was ready in mind thinking about protecting his son.
Yeah. Biggest development for over the weekend for the Astros, I would say Paredes starting to hit a little bit. We'll get to him and acknowledge me. But you touched on this, Seth. I thought Wisniewski was good. The box score doesn't look great because he gave up 3 runs in 6 innings, and they were all home runs. But I'm encouraged by that. Like, if you're asking me, like, how do I feel about Wisniewski moving forward off of that performance. How do I feel even about Ryan Gusto off of his performance, even though he was the loser on Saturday and gave up plenty of hard contact early in that game? Yeah. I was encouraged by both of those guys.
No. I think Wisniewski especially, even on those home runs, he was executing well. Yeah. He gave up solo home runs. He's throwing a bunch of strikes, ends up striking out 10 and walking 1 in the game. And at the end of the day, he's still got a .72 whip. Yeah. Whip don't care whether it's a home run or a walk.
That's right.
He's not putting guys on base. And a lot of it has to do with the Astros tweaking his pitch selection. Yeah. And that classic Garrett Cole, Charlie Morton, Kikuchi, whoever it is, can you get the best version of this guy and a better version than you've seen elsewhere as of late? It looks like with Wisniewski, they're so far so good according to plan. And yeah, with Gusto's a guy that's still trying to stretch out to be able to pitch starters innings. Yeah. It'll get really interesting here when Arrighetti comes back and right around the same time, or probably a little bit after the Lance McCullers leagues.
Altuve played some good left field yesterday.
Yep.
Had a nice sliding catch out there. A standing O from the crowd out there. That was pretty cool.
He had a good catch. Cam Smith had a nice catch.
Yeah.
And then Jake Myers is not a huge surprise, but Jake Myers had a brilliant catch early in the game yesterday. Or was that Saturday?
No, it was yesterday. Well, he may have had one Saturday, too. He had a diving catch yesterday.
The one I was thinking of yesterday was, Jake Myers so far, of all pleasant surprises, is the most pleasant of pleasant surprises.
Yeah.
He's really okay. How far are you away from saying, like, all right, maybe this is the real Jake Myers?
What's he hitting right now? Like he's got
to be 280. I think.
Yeah. I'm closer to it. I don't know, man. It's been 3 years since he was a plus offensive player in 2021. You know, like.
He also he's only got a 626 OPS right now.
Yeah, so how close am I? I don't know. Like, yeah, his batting average may be okay, but it's probably all singles, you know.
And it's 250. Yeah, it's actually no wait, that's not. Yeah, 250 right now.
No, look, if Jake Myers is going to bat 8th all year. If Jake Myers hits 250, if his OPS can just get up into the 700 range. Yeah. I'm 1,000% cool with that. If
he's average at the plate and brilliant defensively the way he has been.
Dude, you can't have all-stars at every position. I understand that. He's just been so bad offensively that it really is hard to justify the defensive side of things. You know, it's really hard to use that as the justification every time. So if he can start to hit with a little bit more pop, which he is capable of, he's had those games before. If he just hits with a little more pop, I'm fine with 250 and a 690 to 710 OPS from Jake Myers. If this is what you're getting, and we know this is what you're going to get defensively in center field. That part I'm totally comfortable with. He's excellent defensively. If he can just be average or even slightly below average offensively as opposed to abysmal, I'm good.
I do like having Pena and Myers both out there at the same time as fast as they are. You know, you saw one instance of it this weekend where, Pena at the very least, Pena got hit a fielder's choice, but hoofed it out to first. It easily could have been a double play, and at the same time advanced Myers from second to third. So it was one of those. No, it wasn't Myers. It was and somebody. But regardless, like those guys and having their speed on the base pass,
for sure.
There's something to having Myers' speed out there. As long as he's an average hitter, there's a dynamic there that's exciting, and it makes it a lot of fun.
Is Dubon the only one using the torpedo bat? He was the only one they were talking about.
The only one they made a big deal out of.
Yeah.
And it worked so far. They debuted the torpedo bat, went out and hit a double.
Yeah.
Because he was wearing his torpedo cleats as well.
That's what they
ended up stealing second and third later in the game.
That's what they didn't tell you is there's an infomercial for the torpedo bat, and then 2 minutes into it, they tell you the price of it, but they go, but wait, there's more. And then they pull out these torpedo cleats, and you get these for free.
The old strength shoes that you used to buy from the magazines, with the platform.
The ones that help you with your vertical leap.
Increase your vertical by like some absurd amount, 9 inches.
The ones with the huge hockey puck looking thing on the front of the toes there. Yes,
I had a friend of mine that got those, and it's funny because it's all about increasing your vertical in these special shoes that are going to do it. But that goes along with doing a plyometric routine that's basically like doing 300 jumps a day.
Yeah.
Okay, let me try the routine first. Dude, without the strength shoes.
You're doing it in bedroom slippers.
Those things were brutal. Did you ever try them?
No.
Somebody must have torn their Achilles because of those.
No,
they were brutal.
I was tempted many times because it promised every short white kid in suburbia that you'd be able to dunk after you use those shoes. I was very tempted. Very tempted.
They're going to turn you into Spud Webb all of a sudden.
Spud Webb. Yeah, back in the 80s, Spud Webb was a thing, man.
Mm-hmm.
Not white, but a thing, yes. Yeah, I was a little more challenged than Spud Webb. Lance McCullers, best rehab outing he's had so far. Four innings pitched, 1 hit, no earned runs, a walk, 5 strikeouts, 61 pitches, 13 swing and misses. Again, this is against AAA competition. Velocity down a little bit. He didn't seem too worried about it. He said, this is kind of what happened the last time I went through a successful rehab, is my velocity was a little bit down before I was ready to go. Now, here's the big question, and we've had a few people asking about this. Weigh in, 713-572-4610 on the Jim Adler. Are you guys psychologically ready to count on Lance McCullers? Are you ready to rely on him? One more rehab. This is the hope, Seth. Fingers crossed. One more rehab start where he's hoping to throw 75 to 80 pitches, and then maybe back to the Astros rotation after that. Dana Brown was on the pregame show on the radio yesterday on 790 and said if they can get Lance back by the Kansas City series, which is draft weekend. That's how I'm looking at my calendar right now. It's Friday the 25th through Sunday the 27th. He said if he could be back by that series, it would be pretty encouraging. That series is in Kansas City. Selfishly, my hope is that he's back for the Detroit series the following Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, only because I think it would be cool for him to make his return in front of the home crowd, just to see what the reception is like for Lance McCullers.
Yeah.
The reception every time we mention Lance McCullers is extreme frustration. And it's not Lance's fault. It's frustration over his continually getting hurt. The last person that wants to get hurt is Lance McCullers himself. So I have a hard time getting mad at Lance, but the vitriol that people have when we bring up his name, I think has everything to do with the fact you haven't been able to count on him. I want to see him come back in a home series just to see if there's a warm reception for him coming back.
I think there will be a warm reception for him. I mean, for the most part, like the Astros fan base is a pretty gentle one when it comes to what they're like at home. Less home play absurd.
Yeah, I don't think they, to be clear, I don't think they boo him or anything like that.
Plus, this is a guy that there's a part of Lance in his kind of testiness and surliness that I miss on this Astros team. The personality of this team, and this is not something that I think actually matters when it comes to performance or whatever, but man, they're just boring compared to the old Astros,
they are.
The Golden Age Astros.
Yeah.
I want a surly, testy, the Lance McCullers type, Alex Bregman type of atmosphere. I miss that, and I'm gonna appreciate his surliness.
Yep.
I think he comes out and he hits somebody within the first 2 innings intentionally.
Oh, intentionally. Okay, that's the key.
Intentionally.
That's the key.
I think he brushes somebody back. He's like, listen, I've been watching these guys creep in on these young pitchers.
Yeah.
I'm about to put an end to it.
I'm just thinking back when you say, anytime I hear Lance McCullers hitting somebody, like right back to Game 7 of the World Series, where he beamed 3 guys in the first 2 innings of the game.
But he was sending a message.
Yeah, well,
those guys, he wanted to get those guys a little shifty. Damn it.
Quick text messages, and then we'll get to Acknowledge Me. Text message. I had a short white basketball coach when I was little who could dunk, and he accredited it to those platform shoes. LOL.
Did he really?
Did.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
What happened to them? Can you still buy them?
I don't know.
They were really poorly designed.
Well,
they looked ugly. They looked really stupid.
We had a couple people point out on the text page, those are the shoes from the Seinfeld, the Seinfeld episode with Jimmy. Jimmy wanted George to sell the shoes to a sporting goods store, and George could barely jump.
Yeah, I don't like they were a thing long before the Seinfeld episode, so I don't like crediting Seinfeld with those, although a lot of people would remember it from those.
Yeah.
They do them, they've got different versions of them out now that they look a little bit sleeker.
Are they on Amazon? Stupid. Is that where you're looking them up?
Various places.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Amazon, Hoops King.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can order. So, how much are they? Do you have a price on them there?
There's a brand called Hoops King. $179.
I'm out. Yeah, I'm out.
I'm more in the old man Hoka. If I'm going to spend $180 on some shoes these days, I don't care about my vertical. I just want to be able to walk to the bus stop without my knees hurting.
What are they called again?
These are called Hoops Kings.
Hoops King. Is there a site where I can get some pre-owned Hoops Kings? Maybe, where they lose,
No, these are, okay, so Hoops King makes a lot of different basketball products. These are just called plyometric strength shoes.
Okay.
But they're not, they're different than Jump 99. That's what they are.
Jump 99. Okay, yeah. I mean, I'm being honest.
I bet strength shoes must have screwed up by not having a patent on it. Mm-hmm. Because they were the only ones. Yeah. That was back when you had to order them out of a catalog, or like out of a catalog, or it seems like Sports Illustrated had ads in it.
Sports Illustrated, yeah, I was going to say like the back of magazines, like sports magazines and stuff. You'd have an 800 number you could call and order some. Definitely.
You get the strength shoes, and I'll get those Vibram 5-finger foot gloves.
Oh,
that were all the rage for 10 years ago.
It's the strangest TikTok category ever. Odd footwear, yes.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to Acknowledge Me. We acknowledge the big performances from over the weekend. I will say a name. Ben Gary, our producer, will play Roman. We will acknowledge. Let's start with Rory McIlroy. Oop, that was
Acknowledge me.
There we go. Yeah, Rory. Sorry, Rory. Career Grand Slam, check. He's got it now. He joins 5 other golfers having accomplished winning in his career all 4 majors. The Masters was the last one for Rory to check off. Gene Sarazen, Ben Hogan, Gary Player, Jack Nicklaus, and Tiger Woods are the other 5. Tiger accomplished it back in he had accomplished it by 2000. So it's 25 years since we've had somebody do that. It took Rory 11 years to close it out. He won the first 3 majors by 2014. He closes it out yesterday. Judging by the crowd's reaction, Seth, I guess I'm not a regular golf watcher. I mean, I watch it casually.
Yeah.
Obviously know all these guys. I'm supposed to be over the moon about this, according to the crowd yesterday, is what I saw. Why then was I rooting for him to miss that final birdie putt to keep the playoff going?
Because he had done everything. He'd done everything he could to lose and blow it. Yeah. Credit to him for building up a big enough lead that when he choked multiple times.
3 times.
Coming down the stretch.
Yeah.
It doesn't actually feel like it's any kind of a real redemption story other than checking off the box.
Yes.
I don't know. I should. You're exactly right. I should feel uplifted and, wow, he finally did it. Oh, here we go. I can't bring myself to do it. I don't know why.
You know who would have hated watching the Masters with me yesterday as I was rooting for collapse after collapse from Rory? Nate Burleson.
Oh, yeah, Nate Burleson should have said, you need to appreciate what you're watching.
Wag your finger at you and root for greatness. No. I root for drama. And forgive me if I'm rooting for the guy who carded a 66 and hit a birdie on 18 to tie the thing, and then I wasn't rooting for the guy who choked 3 different times during the final round. Might be a little slimy, too. The whole scene with him kissing his wife and kid in the middle of the, before the playoff and whatnot.
Yeah.
It's a nice show of everything. You got your...
But he's got drama behind the scenes.
Well, Rory had some he filed for divorce at one point. He had a little extramarital stuff going on. So I don't know.
So good for him, I suppose. I do like that he's very open about just exactly why he chokes. He's talking about it yesterday. He was those thoughts are creeping in like, oh, I guess it's happening again. Oh boy, oh no, what's wrong with me? But I don't know, man. You're in your 30s now. I don't know. Figure this thing out at some point.
Yeah.
It's just, you're so damn good that you're a wallowing mess in comparison to these guys like Justin Rose mentally, and yet you're so physically talented that you're able to choke it away 4 times in the final round and still win the Masters.
We'll talk about Rory again later. I want to get to Jim Nantz too at some point and the call on that final hole. I had some issues on that, but we'll get to that a little later. I want to make sure we get the people acknowledged that require acknowledgement. Isaac Paredes,
acknowledge me.
3 home runs this weekend against the Angels. All of them just dropped, right in that sweet spot that hit the ball when he became an Astro. That pull-side tendency where he's going to pepper the Crawford boxes with home runs. And Seth, don't look now. I know Alex Bregman won Player of the Week last week, and we were all fretting over the fact, oh, my God, Bregman, he's hitting this. He's got 12 RBIs. Oh, no. Here are the numbers. Isaac Paredes has an .830 OPS, 3 home runs, 9 RBIs, 8 walks, 13 strikeouts, and he's first among Major League Baseball third basemen in wins above replacement. 5th in defensive wins above replacement. He is better than Alex Bregman in all but RBIs of those categories I just recited. He's better than Bregman in OPS. He's better than Bregman in home runs. He's walked more than Bregman. He's struck out less than Bregman. Bregman is 9th in WAR among Major League third basemen. And I'll repeat, Paredes is first. So, who's laughing now, 2 weeks into the season?
Our early results so far are that we can, we'll have to do a week-by-week thing. Who can we be more petty about?
Yes.
Kyle Tucker's still got a pretty healthy
He's
lead
still
over
hitting well.
Cam Smith,
We're really
right?
talking about him in a
But he's only
contract.
got 1 year of control.
Yeah.
They only got 1 year of control of Kyle Tucker.
That's right.
We've got 6 years of Cam Smith.
That's
okay?
right. 6 years
I'll
of
tell
Cam
you
Smith.
the other thing is, you know what's bothering me the most right now?
What's that?
Is that the Astros are 4th in the AL West right now. But it is close. You got the Angels out front at 9-6. The Rangers, yes, they're 9-7, and yet they are. Where are they on the run differential right now? They're minus 10 runs scored going into the weekend. They're a fraudulent baseball team right now. Okay, the Astros. Their pitching has sustained them and helped them be where they are, right here, hovering around 500. If the bats can keep this coming along, then yes, we just need to start mowing down these pretenders and these frauds.
Yes. Yeah.
Going into the weekend, the Astros were the only team in the division, or at least 1 point this weekend, the only team in the division that had a positive run difference.
Oh, yeah? Okay. Well, there you go.
I'm looking at the wrong standings. It doesn't list the actual deals. But
no worries. Yeah. Let's get to Jaylen Green. Acknowledge Jaylen Green. Youngest player to play the full 82 games in 2 consecutive seasons while averaging over 20 points per game in both of those seasons. That's impressive.
Yeah,
Jaylen Green.
Yeah, no. All credit to Jaylen Green, he's done what you hope young men do. These NBA players these days are so young when they come into the league, and immediately, though, we still have our expectations of wanting to see a guy who's played in the NCAA tournament 4 times and been to the Final Four and is just a polished and ready-to-go product. He had growing pains, and credit to him and credit to Udoka, I think, especially, that he's answered a lot of questions and met a lot of challenges. So, I feel completely different about him than the bipolar way that I've felt about him over the last couple of years.
This is where we are with the NBA right now. I am more encouraged and more impressed by him playing the full 82 games than I am the 20 points per game.
Yeah.
Because there's 11 guys in the league that played 82 games this year. It's such a joke right now. Chris Paul, you know what? Acknowledgement to Paul. Played all 82 games. He turns 40 in 3 weeks. He's an old man. Played all 82 games. There's been much younger.
Basketball players are just changing everything all around.
Yeah, man.
So now I look at these young Rockets, and I'm like, well, I got another 20 years with these guys. We'll be fine. Yeah.
We'll win at some point.
Hey, real quick.
Yeah.
Right now, in the American League, the Rangers have the second worst run differential at minus 19. They're 9-7, but they're minus 19.
What are the Astros? Plus what?
The Astros are plus 2. They're the only one in the division with a positive run differential.
Wow, positive run differential. Okay. And they won 14-3 on Friday and 7-3 on Sunday. It must have been kind of bad.
They've been a scrappy bunch. That's how we'll look at it fondly. Our memory of the first couple of weeks were, they're a real scrappy bunch. The A's are at minus 24.
Okay.
But the A's are not that much worse than the Rangers.
No, the records are all it's all very jumbled. It's all very packed in right now. Hakeem Olajuwon.
Acknowledge me.
This is an interview that Ari Alexander did with Hakeem Olajuwon. Ari Alexander, KPRC2. And props to Hakeem Olajuwon for telling Victor Wembanyama in the nicest way possible that he can't train with him.
You got to hang out a little bit with Victor Wembanyama. You just told me first time you met him. What are your impressions of him personally and his game?
You know, he's very he's approachable, very humble. So I was very, very impressed the way, he carried himself. And he was just talking about his blood clot. Now he's ready, So it was very nice.
Is he the guy to get in your gym?
Well, he asked me about that, but by the way, I told him, you got everything already. just have fun out there.
So he needs no footwork issue from you.
He has everything. I'm more.
Yeah.
So, I said, you don't need it.
It was this is a very good way for Hakeem to let Wembanyama down. Is like, hey, man, I know you want to train with me, and I know many other bigs have trained with me and become better players. You don't need it, bro. You're good. Translation, you're a Spur, and we're not doing things to help San Antonio. Got it, Wemby?
Yeah, that's we don't know. You're just fine. I don't know. That's how do you do that with like a woman if a woman is trying to seek your attention or something?
And you're
like, you're too pure for me.
Right. Throw her a compliment. Yeah.
No, listen. That's a good. Explaining to a woman how messed up you are.
Yeah.
As listen, man, I'm a mess. You have no idea. Like you really. I would love to. You're just too good, and you don't understand the demons that are lurking behind these eyeballs. I'm sorry.
Too nice for a guy like me. Someone's pointing out the irony on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Yeah, when we needed Chris Paul to finish a season, he couldn't. Signed Sonny Steve. Yeah, that's true. Irony. Chris Paul, 82 games. All right, last one. Clint Stoerner.
Acknowledge me.
Our colleague Clint Stoerner went into the Arkansas Sports Hall of Fame this week, and I watched the whole speech. It was 14 minutes. Go out of your way to find it. Here was the wrap-up to Clint Stoerner's Hall of Fame speech.
Now, I know this is too much to ask, right? I'll never ask you for dropping that damn ball in Knoxville. I'll never ask you to do that, but what I will ask you to do is when you get done dog cussing me for dropping that damn ball, all right? I'd appreciate it if you take a second and know this. I took pride in being tough. I left everything on the field. I took pride then, and I take pride with every breath I take today in representing the Hog and the state of Arkansas in a way that I hope every one of you are proud of. Thank you.
All right, there you go. It was a good speech, man. Clint did a great job. I couldn't tell if they had telestrators there or anything. It looked like he was doing a lot of it off the cuff. Very funny. Had some good anecdotes. He was the last one to go, so he was the grand finale. And I guess some of the other guys had gone a little shorter than their allotment. So Clint's like, well, so and so went. These two guys went 2 minutes short, so I'm going to take up their 2 or 3 minutes that they didn't go here to tell his story. But he was good. Clint's very engaging, so he's someone I don't mind going long. You know,
right. He did it to tell stories.
Yes,
as opposed to some of the people that go long at a Hall of Fame induction feel like they need to thank every single person that ever affected them in their entire life. Do that with a letter, bro. Tell me a story, please.
Or if you're Michael Jordan, list everybody who's ever wronged you.
Everybody who's wronged you, yeah. Oh, we should do that. We should do a Michael Jordan-style Hall of Fame acceptance for both of us. You and I can list our grievances with various people who have wronged us.
Yeah. Down right now.
I would have liked if he had gotten a shot in at Alamaleva, the quarterback from Tennessee.
Emiliava,
whatever. Who's going to leave Tennessee because he's only making $2.4 million a year.
Yeah. We'll get
Clint never tried to agitate for more money in whatever they were actually paying him there in Arkansas.
I mean, maybe behind the scenes he did. Yeah. He never outwardly did, you know. I'm just kidding, Clint, if you're listening. No, seriously, congratulations. Great speech. Proud of him. Good job. Came close to losing it a couple times, mostly family related.
Oh, yeah.
Wife and kids. Wife and kids almost got him. But he held it together. Good job. Held it together. Text message. Seth has me rolling this morning. I don't know what that's in particular response to, but you got somebody.
I suppose, is what he means. Mm-hmm. Sorry, I'll try to be better. You don't need to blunt the boredom that you're hearing.
It's not you, it's me, is what somebody is saying on the text page. That's the easy letdown right there. It's not. That's what Hakeem was saying.
Seth has me rolling, and it's not because it's not you, Seth. It's just that I find just life loses its luster without a little marijuana in the morning. Yeah.
Someone texting "Go Vols" for Clint. Oh, stop it, texter, bad person. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. That was acknowledge me.
Clint should do. You know what? Because Clint is a very good speaker in those scenarios.
Yeah.
He should. I wonder if he should get on up with a motivational talk based on that.
He's got a great story.
His fumble.
He's got a great. He mentioned multiple times in his speech on Saturday that he wouldn't change anything. Like he is a better person because of what happened in that Tennessee game.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe him. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Mock draft injection time. We've not hit much football, but the draft is just 10 days away.
What?
Yeah, 10 days away.
Get my schedule ready.
Mock draft injection time. 7-round mocker from the Pro Football Network. We won't hit all 7, but the big one off the top is somebody that Daniel Jeremiah says is a no-brainer for the Texans. We'll do that coming up next.
Hey, you know what else?
flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
10 days till the draft. We've not talked any draft this morning, but we do it every day at 7:45. We do the mock draft injection. Do a mock draft to get you guys ready. What are the experts thinking the Texans are going to do? This Pro Football Network 7-rounder sucked me in this weekend. Yeah, I'm guessing by like the 5th round, they're just letting AI draft the rest of it on these 7-round mocks. That's a lot of, or just going, whatever. Here's this guy to that team, this guy to that team. If you're someone who does a 7-round mock and you're actually sitting and thinking about each pick, God bless you.
I think, a lot of it when it comes down to team needs, it's that's how you can let it guide you, you know, and then various bias you have from watching actual guys. That's one thing I've noticed. And scouts will tell you about this. You know, Casario's talked to us about this. You got to be really careful that you're not overly biased towards the guys you've seen in person, or that whatever. It's hard because you feel more comfortable with those guys that you've actually seen in the flesh and spent more time with.
Yep. All right, mock draft injection time. Let's do it. This is the Pro Football Network 7-round mockaroo. So let's hit it here. With the 25th pick. In the Pro Football Network 7-round mock draft, the Houston Texans select Tyler Booker. Tyler Booker, interior offensive lineman, Alabama. Circle of life. This is the guy who was going to the Texans in every mock draft when we started this process. Kind of flew off the radar for a little bit. At one point flew off the radar because he was getting drafted really early. Then he had not a great combine, and he started to drift into the 30s. He's fluctuated quite a bit, as have a lot of the guys outside of the top 10. You know,
I do. I think it really feels like it's going to be wide open this year. I think a lot of guys that are going in mocks in the late 2nd round are going to go
move up.
Maybe in the back half of the 1st round.
Yeah.
It just and part of it's probably because there's just so many underclassmen coming out these days, guys without a whole lot of experience, that guys aren't as polished as they used to be. So I'd be cool with this pick. There's a lot of things to get excited about with Tyler Booker. As much as I've said in the past that, hey, I try not to worry about the athleticism and testing as much when it comes to guards, there's a part of me that just now knowing that Tyler Booker tested as poorly as he did and then watching him more and more, it's hard lack of overall athleticism. Yeah. He's this big, strong guy, and he takes the right angles, and he does all the things that you need to do to get away with not being as good an athlete. But it's hard sometimes when you see guys beat him with speed off the snap and at times struggle with the athletic parts of the game. It makes me a little bit nervous. Having said that, I don't feel awesome about any of these guards. So it's not like I would be upset that they chose Tyler Booker over
Gray Zabal
or Donovan Jackson or anything. It's just I don't feel like any of those guys are slam dunk. I feel awesome about them with the 25th pick overall. Whereas guys like Josh Connerly, an offensive tackle, I feel like those guys actually look a lot more like first-round picks. I think the thing with Tyler Booker that might really put him over the top with the Texans is that people talk about him the same way they talked about Will Anderson at Alabama, that his leadership skills and his personality traits are just top-notch.
Well, let's talk about that. Let's hear Daniel Jeremiah, who invokes that exact name here, saying Tyler Booker, no-brainer for the Texans.
You look your quarterback in the eye and not go offensive line with his first pick. And that's why, to me, I just wrote down Tyler Booker coming out of Alabama. Think about DeMeco Ryans and his pipeline and information at Alabama. And when they tell me that he was the caliber of leader and the caliber of work ethic in bringing others along as a guy that the Houston Texans have playing a defensive end for him, and that type of guy. And I think it's worked out pretty well for him there.
All right, so that was Daniel Jeremiah.
Yeah. You know what's interesting, though, too, and this is where I listen to Daniel Jeremiah closely. Daniel Jeremiah, before the Texans drafted C.J. Stroud a couple years ago, he said multiple times, look, I know a lot of people are saying that the Texans aren't going to draft a quarterback, but I cannot imagine them not drafting a quarterback. It didn't make any sense to him. And ultimately, in his final mock draft, he said C.J. Stroud, and then he predicted a trade up for Will Anderson, which is kind of freakish, and it also makes you feel like, hey, Daniel Jeremiah is a guy that talks to a lot of front offices and gets a feel for them. Him saying that it's hard for him to imagine the Texans looking C.J. Stroud in the eyes and not drafting an offensive lineman. Yeah, it resonates.
Yep. Let's hit these other picks real quick. With the 58th overall pick in the Pro Football Network 7-round mock draft, the Houston Texans select T.J. Sanders, defensive tackle, South Carolina. So they go interior O-line first round, interior D-line second round, and they say this: given their struggles up front on the offensive side of the ball, it wouldn't be surprising if the Texans doubled down on offensive linemen early in the draft, though he's played quite a bit. So they're not drafting an O-lineman here, but they're acknowledging that could happen. They go on to say about Sanders specifically, though, defensive tackle, he's played quite a bit as a 3 technique or as far out as a 5 technique. I like Sanders best as an athletic 1 technique who can generate pressure up the A-gap, the ball, and his raw power at the point of attack.
And raw power at the point of attack, I think, is a big one. He doesn't flash as much as a guy that gets across the line of scrimmage really fast, but he is very athletic, and he uses his hands really, really well. You watch him, and you think, okay, there's a lot of dog in this guy.
Mm-hmm.
Like he plays a physical brand of football, and he only weighs 297 pounds or so. But I could totally see him being a D'Amico Ryans type of guy.
You like that pick?
Yeah.
With the 79th overall pick, the Houston Texans select Kyle Williams, wide receiver, Washington State. Seen a lot of Texan fans kind of in on Kyle Williams with one of these third-round picks. Fluid, long-strided wide receiver who's quick out of breaks with good spatial awareness, giving him potential starting upside. Kyle Williams actually did an interview at the Senior Bowl and talked about who he patterned his game after.
About the release for you, or is it more about the speed after the release?
For me, it's a release. I like separation. It's like COVID. Like, get away from me 6 feet. As much distance as I could create.
It's like COVID. I love it. What do you enjoy running against more, man or zone?
Man.
Okay.
That's my bread and butter.
There you go. Name a wide receiver or 2 in the NFL who you model your game after.
Stephon Diggs, Tank Dell.
Why?
Dudes are not the biggest, but they definitely get open against all different types of corners, tall, long, short, and fast. So it's just like they're really creative in space, and that's what I like to model my game after.
Get open, move the chains, catch the ball. That's D'Amico's talked about what he and Nick, their recipe for the wide receiver position is guys that can get open. Guys that can move.
Kyle Williams, I wonder if he's available then, just because he seems like one of those guys that maybe there's a buzz about him, and as some of those people like Daniel Jeremiah start talking and getting a feel for what NFL teams really feel like, that I think that they might be a lot higher on Kyle Williams than perhaps he was early in the mock draft.
Yeah, we'll see. Last couple we'll get to here. 89th overall pick. Emory Jones, offensive tackle out of LSU. So they get an interior O-lineman in the first round. They get a tackle in the third round, both out of the SEC. The only other pick that I cited here that I just thought was interesting in the 5th round with the 166th pick, they do take a running back, Trevor Etienne, the brother of Travis Etienne, the former first-round pick of the Jacksonville Jaguars, who played for Georgia Life. Started out his career in Florida and finished up at Georgia. So
what are the picks, and when you see various mock drafts and you see Texans fans' reactions to them, what are the ones that anger them the most when it comes to guys in the first round? It feels to me like defensive tackle angers a lot of Texans fans. Or anybody non-offense, people get PO'd about that.
Yeah, defensive tackle. I don't see anybody get angry about offensive line. I see people get nervous about the Josh Simmons knee injury when they draft Josh Simmons, and so many of them. Like, he's been drafted by so many of the mock draft guys. I see a lot of nervousness about that.
That's nervousness. I still see people getting angry. First and foremost, if the Texans draft any defensive player, people get PO'd. But then there are a lot of people that if it's any get PO'd about that. We talked about at the beginning of this segment how it just seems like the kind of year where it's just anybody's guess from pick 10 down through 60 exactly who the first and second rounders are. That I feel like it's a classic year for Nick Caserio to trade back.
Well, yeah, and he may try to. We'll see.
Yeah.
He'll listen to everything. We know that.
Yeah.
To answer your question, there have been a couple mock drafts that you and I have done or that I've seen where they've drafted defensive end, which makes no sense to me. that's going to be somebody who's getting on the field for 15% of the snaps their rookie year in the first round. They want to draft one in the third round, knock yourself out. And the other one I would say is there have been a couple. Remember, there's a couple drafts that had them moving up to take that Walter Nolan, who's a linebacker, who people, and I think a lot of that is your assessment of that. Yeah. Oh no, what? No, who am I thinking of? It's not Walter Nolan, because Nolan's a kid from Ole Miss. It's one of the linebackers. I'll find it. There's a linebacker that somebody had them moving up, that a few people had them moving up for, that just didn't make sense.
It was an off-ball linebacker.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. It wasn't Walter Nolan. It was somebody else.
Yeah, but I like Walter Nolan. I've got some reservations about him, but he's a guy that plays. He kind of plays a lot like Will Anderson, in that there's times where his motor is going all the time, but he needs to refine his technique some. So that's appealing to me, but I just don't want a defensive player in the first round.
Jalen Walker, the linebacker from Georgia. I got it mixed up with Walter Nolan. Jalen Walker, the linebacker from Georgia, is the one I'm thinking of. No. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Mock draft injection. We got a few more of these in the draft, and we got you covered on the draft. Thursday, April 24th through Saturday, April the 26th. All right, now that Rory McIlroy has won, who has the biggest monkey on their back in sports? Not in golf, in any sport. I think there's some familiar faces on this list, and we will get to that. If you want to text in, you got thoughts on it, 713-572-4610. That's the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Stay there.
HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Okay, so Rory wins the Masters. He's got his career Grand Slam. He's got his Masters. He's got his green jacket. I do like the tradition of the previous champion being the one who puts the jacket on the new champion.
Yeah.
You know, that's I imagine that sticks in Scotty Scheffler's craw a little bit. I got to put the jacket on this guy here. Oh man.
He's a 38 regular.
Rory is?
Yeah.
Okay. He's in good shape, man. I will give him that.
They played a little blip they showed him before the Masters getting
measured out,
being
and
asked
everything.
about all that and everything.
Yeah.
It's gonna be tough for the Euros because it's a different size system. But,
That's true. That's true. So Rory gets the monkey off his back, and it's been there for 11 years. He's been trying to get that career Grand Slam. He's trying to win the Masters for his whole career. And I think if we had asked this question, a week ago, who's got the biggest monkey on their back in sports, it might have been Rory. Like, that's how big this was. Now, Seth and I think, have both taken some issue with how he won yesterday. Like,
he backed his way into it.
It wasn't the most inspirational closing. Yeah. Like, you juxtapose Rory to Tiger in this Tigerless world that we live in now.
Yeah.
Like, Tiger's notorious thing was, if I'm leading on Sunday, I am going to bury you. I'm going to make you squeal in pain on Sunday.
Right, yeah, the exact opposite.
He's a killer,
But you know what it does, though? I think it's kind of good for the sport of golf, because in terms of Rory McIlroy showing what an incredibly difficult mental challenge it is, which anybody who golfs knows and understands, but even at that highest level. And I do appreciate that Rory McIlroy is open about it. He's talking about yesterday how he's doubting himself and wondering if it's just happening again and everything. I would love to tell him, like, hey, you need a sports psychologist. They'll take care of that. It reaches a certain point where I feel like no amount of counseling or visualization exercises can probably prevent that from creeping into your brain. But he did. Like, at the end of the day, he backed his way. He still choked multiple times.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like as great a redemption story because he did back his way into this championship. And I don't mean to discredit or lessen the importance or the significance of winning a career Grand Slam there. It's just that it was a lot of the same old stuff with him.
Well, both guys in the final pairing, Bryson DeChambeau was even worse than Rory, I
wanted DeChambeau just because they were so consciously ignoring him early in the tournament.
They were?
Yeah, they're like, oh, well, I don't know, this Saudi Arabian guy, I don't know, whatever. I never heard of him,
But the fact that Rory did, like, double bogeys the first hole, and bogeys the 18th hole, and in between at 10, he's up 5 strokes, and it's tied within, 15 minutes. Like, beginning, middle, and end, he was trying to give this thing away. And he ends up winning. So the monkey's off his back, though. It counts. He's got a green jacket. Who's got the biggest monkey on their back now, in your mind, Seth, as far as, okay, when is this guy going to break through and win, a championship? The equivalent of the Masters or the career Grand Slam in their sport,
I think it's, you didn't list them yet, did you?
I haven't said anything on the air, but on the rundown right
well,
there.
Well, you asked which of these guys.
Oh, no, I just said, who do you think? Yeah.
Yeah, so which guys are you talking about?
Okay.
For the listeners' benefit.
Yeah. Josh Allen is the first one I have on here.
Yeah.
Josh and some of the listeners have weighed in on the text page with Josh Allen. What's interesting with the people weighing in with Josh Allen is they don't mention Lamar Jackson. I almost feel like they're exactly the same. Both have made it to the AFC title game. Both can't break through Mahomes. Both have now won MVPs. I feel like in the NFL, those are the two biggest ones.
Yeah. Between those two, I think I would say Lamar Jackson, just because of the multiple MVPs and just the incredible dominance for a longer stretch of time than Josh Allen, that it's got to be Lamar Jackson. And then Lamar Jackson, until recently, hadn't played well in the playoffs either. Josh Allen has more performances where he did enough to win the game, but the team let him down. Now, it's been where Lamar has played well enough in the closeout game or the elimination game that it wasn't his fault per se.
Yeah.
But it's just been a longer track record with him.
The monkey on the back thing is interesting, especially with these two. Josh Allen feels like he's gotten closer than Lamar Jackson has. I know Lamar lost an AFC title game 2 years ago where they turned the ball over twice in enemy territory. It's almost like the closer you get, the better you are, then the higher the expectations are. Like that the so-called monkey on the back is. If you're just an above-average player, nobody really cares if you win a championship.
Josh Allen, it feels more specifically like Josh Allen versus Pat Mahomes than it does with Lamar Jackson. With Lamar Jackson, it feels more like it's the entire team.
Yeah.
Even though, and I think both those guys, honestly, both those guys have played well enough to go to the Super Bowl in those games. It's just that their teams have let them down. Their teams haven't played up to it. But Lamar Jackson's dominance at various times has been so extreme that it's weirder to me that he hasn't gotten there yet.
Josh Allen has had regular season success against Patrick Mahomes, and I think that amps it up too in the postseason. Like, okay, well, when's this going to happen in the post? It's been a serious dichotomy between regular season and postseason with Josh Allen.
When it comes to Major League Baseball, for me, it's Aaron Judge. I think Aaron Judge has been atrocious in the playoffs, and he's had some good moments, and he had some good moments in the World Series last year. But he's so much worse in the playoffs for a guy who everybody wants to claim as the next Babe Ruth. Not been. It feels a lot like Clayton Kershaw did back in the day.
Yeah.
When Clayton Kershaw was just horrendous for a long, long time in the playoffs. And it got to a point where even the stat nerds were starting to say, all right, no, this isn't just some fluke. It's that Clayton Kershaw just isn't good in the playoffs. And then eventually he figured it out.
Yeah.
But with Aaron Judge, it's starting to feel very much like, no, this is not a fluke. He is perennially bad in the playoffs.
He's got that mental block you were talking about before, it feels like, in the playoffs. A lot of people saying Aaron Judge on the text page, Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, Aaron Judge and the Yankees, all that money spent and home runs that don't count in the postseason. Here's one that hurts. Kelvin Sampson and the Cougs. Is the monkey on Kelvin Sampson's back?
I don't think it can be, because despite multiple trips deep in the playoffs, they're still, in a lot of regards, really until they enter the Big 12, an underdog, a scrappy underdog in a lot of ways. So I feel like I think the perception has been that they've overperformed based on expectations.
Yeah.
And that now I would say this year is the year where if they continue to get back to Final Fours and can't make it, then perhaps that might. Now, if you say the University of Houston and multiple trips to the Final Four without winning a championship, like not just Kelvin Sampson, but going all the way back, then maybe you can say that.
I feel like it's more of a Kelvin Sampson thing because of the success he's had in other places, although it's not like at those other places everybody's been. Yeah, that's an interesting conversation. I think what you were just talking about there, as close as they got this year, and with the team he's bringing back and adding to this coming year, we may start to get some monkey on the back talk with Kelvin Sampson.
So with Kelvin Sampson, so I almost put those in two separate categories. Who's got the bigger monkey on the back? Kelvin Sampson himself, or University of Houston, who has the most Final Four appearances without having won a national championship, going back to 1978.
Yep. A lot of Aaron Judge on the text page. We haven't hit the NBA yet. It's got to be James Harden, right? James Harden's got to have the biggest monkey on his back in the NBA. I'm trying. Again, a lot of it comes down to accomplishment. He was a first-team All-NBA player for damn near a decade for the Rockets. I think he made first-team All-NBA 7 times. Came close in the postseason, had closeout games that looked a lot like Rory's round yesterday. Like Rory ended up winning yesterday, but James Harden has had some elimination games that are legendary for their failure. The amount of turnovers. And we have somebody sent in a bunch of NBA names. Someone said Kevin Durant. He won 2 championships in Golden State. Unless you've got some glitch with Kevin Durant that he has to win one not on Golden State, then he's.
Yeah, I think that might be a good one that maybe weighs more heavily in Kevin Durant's mind than anybody else's mind, because people will throw that at him constantly.
Yeah,
that he actually had to go carpet bag it with a team that was already a champion, and then despite multiple be a guy or create a super team or what have you, he's fallen short in that regard.
Yeah.
And quite spectacularly, too.
He has. Do you think Kevin Durant gets more grief for winning 2 championships with a ready-made microwave championship team, or that James Harden gets more grief for never winning a championship at all?
I think Durant gets more grief.
I do
just because
too.
Durant's out there more.
Yeah.
Durant's out there pretending he doesn't care what people say on social media a lot.
He
spends a lot of time on social media claiming that he doesn't care what people on social media say. Whereas I feel like James Harden is just James Harden gets away from basketball and lives his life.
Yes.
I don't think that James Harden's bothered one bit by a lot of the narratives.
That's an interesting monkey on the back, that somebody who has already won 2 championships still has a monkey on their back, you know?
The guy that and then when you start thinking about how much does the monkey on the back bother you? I feel like Harden walks around with a monkey on his back and just is like feeding the monkey saltine crackers, and he's cool with it.
Would
He's
probably
like, whatever.
Walk around with an actual monkey on his back
Yeah.
or shoulder just to be like, I
Yeah.
really don't mind this monkey right here. Yeah.
His name is Peaches. Yeah. Whereas Durant is like angrily denying that the monkey even exists. Kevin, I can see the monkey right there.
He's right
You've got
there.
a howler monkey on your
That's
back.
funny.
He's like, nope, not there. Doesn't exist.
Locally, the biggest one is the Texans getting to the AFC Championship game, and it's not even really close, right? And I know we just got done talking about the Cougs, but I think more Houston fans here in the city acutely feel the Texans not getting past.
Not get back and then if you go back to the Oilers not getting past the championship game itself. I mean, like, obviously of the 3 biggest major professional sports in Houston, the huge monkey on the back is that Houston Oilers and Houston Texans have never won a Super Bowl.
Yep.
Like, that's a pretty damn big monkey on the back. With the current version of pro sports or pro football, can we get to a championship game at least, please?
He's topical because he had a ball stolen out of his glove this weekend by a fan at Dyken Park. Where do we classify? It's hard to classify Mike Trout with the monkey on his back when he's played in 3 postseason games his entire career.
Yes, I know.
What exactly is the monkey at this point?
I don't know. That's a hard one to classify, but I feel like he's got a huge monkey on his back.
Yeah.
I don't know. Can you at some point, especially as of late, play an entire season, and can you actually deliver a really good baseball team?
Yeah.
To Angels fans. I don't know. I don't know what the monkey is. It's just that
Win a playoff game?
undelivered promise, and whatever it might be for Mike Trout.
Yeah, that's like, he's such a great player, man, and yet, like,
I mean, Mike Trout, there's a lot of J.J. Watt feel to it. At least the Texans won some playoff games along the way, but you get that feel of, man, incredible career, but then just plagued by injuries, and the team isn't quite up to the caliber of your own individual play.
But nobody ever talked about J.J. Watt having some sort of Super Bowl demon or monkey on his back lurking over him because he was on a team that never came close.
Right.
That's the whole thing.
With Mike Trout.
Exactly.
Yeah.
For sure.
Oh, yeah, and the Texans, to put it bluntly, the Texans have never been quite relevant enough for people to look at them outside of Houston as a team that's got a monkey in their back. They just haven't gotten. They've been right below that kind of presence in the consciousness of the sporting public.
Yeah. Someone says, how about Jimmy Butler? I'll be honest, the teams that Jimmy Butler has taken deep into the playoffs feel like Jimmy Butler has had to strain just to get him that far. That's
where with the Rockets potentially playing the Warriors, it's the one thing that makes me nervous is that, man, as much as you wanted to hate Jimmy Butler for the way he was behaving in Miami and whatnot, playoff Jimmy is real. And despite the recent game versus the Warriors where the Rockets were awesome, there's way too much wet dynamite involved with the Warriors right now compared to the Grizzlies.
Yeah. There was someone on here. Oh, text message. Does the Jets playoff drought count, or is that just a running joke at this point? No, you have to be a certain level of good to have a monkey on your back. You got to be a level of great, actually.
The monkey on the Jets' back is a decaying corpse of a monkey that might foster more disease and pestilence. You have to worry about that.
Yes.
They got some strange new disease that's being introduced to humans now for the first time because they've got this. The Jets have this decrepit, decaying corpse of a monkey on their back.
Okay, this is funny. What exactly has Mike Trout done over his career? Somebody texts in. Now, I acknowledge, we said this about Trout on Friday. There are probably a group of people out there under the age of like 12 or 13 that are like, what's the big deal over this Mike Trout guy? Because he hasn't played close to a full season, I think, since like COVID,
he's a 3-time MVP.
Right. No,
I don't understand the question. Is the question when has he ever even been a good baseball? He's a 3-time MVP, but when he was healthy, he was on teams that just perennially underachieved.
Yes.
So yes, his team has done very, very little. But he is a 3-time MVP. He's a 10-time All-Star, or give or take a few. He's been an awesome baseball player.
This is Mike Trout. Keep in mind, this is Mike Trout on largely bad teams with the Angels, or irrelevant teams, I'll say. Some of them may not have been bad, but they were irrelevant. Starting in 2012, second in the MVP, won the MVP, second in the MVP, won the MVP again, fourth in the MVP, boy, down year that year with his 1071 OPS.
Yeah.
Second in the MVP, won the MVP, fifth in the MVP.
And honestly, if you just you look
that's
at
9 years of top 5 finishes.
Sean, there's if you look at some of the statistical categories in which he's led, I like OPS plus because it standardizes guys' performances across ballparks and everything. 6 times he's led the league in OPS plus.
Yeah.
He was an astoundingly phenomenal baseball player for a long time, getting injured all the time, but his team just never matched his actual performance on the field.
Dude, his baseball reference page is something else. You get they put in bold the stats where you led the league in, and then bold in italics the ones you led all of Major League Baseball in. From 2012 through 2019 or so, it's all bold. The whole thing, OPS plus, slugging, on base, RBIs, walks, bold, everywhere. It's crazy.
He went 11 straight seasons never having an OPS lower than 963.
Yeah, that's incredible.
He just was remarkably consistent and good.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, we got to touch on this Nico Imaliava story, the Tennessee quarterback from over the weekend. Is this being hailed as a turning point? Should this be hailed as a turning point in the college NIL saga? We will have that for you coming up next. Oh, Prize Picks.
and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland. On the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
We just spent the break marveling at Mike Trout's baseball reference page. The good and the sad. Just like that he's played so few games, really for almost, honestly, like damn near a decade now. He hit 140 games in 2018. Other than that, and 134 games 2 years after that. Other than that, over 100 a couple times. The last, including the COVID year, which is a little unfair. Everybody, had 60 games max in that one. But he had one season, 119 games. Other than that, it's 83, 36, 82, 29, 15.
And it really is. There's a part. It's been a weird dynamic for Astros fans because you've played Mike Trout all these years. He's been on a team that hasn't been nearly as good as they should be.
Yeah.
And yet, so you kind of get to I guess part of it is I almost feel a certain loyalty to Mike Trout because I've been able to appreciate his play on the field. And at times it's screwed the Astros or it's beat the Astros. But I've been able to appreciate him and enjoy him without him being an actual threat because of the team he played for.
Well, and the crazy thing about this, too, we're going to get to Nico. The crazy thing about this is they signed Shohei Ohtani, and it's almost like the second they sign Shohei Ohtani, Mike Trout starts getting hurt all the time.
Yeah.
Can you imagine what a team would look like with those two in the lineup, like for 150 games with each other? Holy crap.
He did something in a previous life to somebody, I'll tell you.
Trout?
Yeah. He must he was,
Yes, this is something coming back to roost.
In a previous life, he was Babe Ruth's actual father.
There you go.
That was...
Yes.
Babe Ruth the orphan. Mike Trout in a previous life dropping this little bum Babe Ruth off at the orphanage. I don't need him. Don't want him.
Don't want him.
That's how he's being repaid.
So this Nico Imaliava story from over the weekend, if you missed it, he's the now former Tennessee Vols quarterback who did something unprecedented, at least publicly unprecedented. He was under a contract to make $2.4 million in NIL this coming season.
It's all so weird.
And after a year in which he did lead them to the college football playoff, now, if you talk to Vols fans, he wasn't necessarily the catalyst for that. He didn't put up crazy numbers, but he was the quarterback. He was a redshirt freshman. So he's heading into year 3. And late last week, he just doesn't show up for practice and meetings and skips the spring game. Because he
Coaches can't get a hold of his reps.
Because he wants reportedly $4 million.
He wants more money.
Yeah.
This is college football. This is college sports as they are and as they exist in America right now.
Yeah.
And if he wants to leave, he can. Nothing's stopping him.
No, well, to Josh Heupel's credit, Josh Heupel's the head coach of Tennessee. He said, well, we're basically firing you. You're not going to transfer on us. We're telling you to transfer. We're not going to cave for $4 million. Heupel had some tough talk, which he backed up by saying, see you later, because they don't have a great solution at quarterback right now, Tennessee, in a conference where you probably need one, and in a year where you're following up big expectations from the year before. They've got 2 scholarship quarterbacks that are both very young right now. So it's not great. The quote from Heupel said, no one's bigger than the power T. I didn't know that's what they called it, but the power T. It will be interesting to see, I could see not wanting to give the kid $4 million just purely because he's not a good enough player for it. Heupel is digging in as if to say, we're not going to get treated like this, which may or may not be true, but let's see what happens when a player better than Nico Imaliava tests you down the road. The bottom line is this was a somewhat groundbreaking weekend in college football, and to see what direction it goes now will be incredibly intriguing. We've not seen a quarterback that I can recall any player just bowing out of the spring game in the middle of getting ready for the upcoming season, trying to get more money.
And this had people understandably flipping out in many different directions over the state of college football right now. I mean, ultimately, it's I think for people who are even philosophically cool with NIL, transfer portal, and anything else you're operating right now, because you get deep into labor law and everything else when you start talking about what people should and shouldn't be able to do here. But I feel like there's at some point through collective bargaining or something, they got to figure out a way to just pull the reins in a little bit to have some kind of structure. College football right now is way more about free agency than the NFL ever has been.
Oh, yeah. There's no contracts.
With free agency and all the sports leagues, there's rules and restrictions as to how you go about it. And as a fan, you've got at least some semblance of stability from year to year. And it's I know that's eroding a little bit, but I don't know. And I can say that that's what needs to happen. I have zero clue how it can or will happen.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know how long this period of the wild, wild west of just completely unregulated everything is going to last. And I just, it's just not comfortable. I think people are very, very uncomfortable.
There's a leadership vacuum, and it's funny because it's almost like people can't even really agree on how to structure who needs to be led. Like it would seem logical to say all of FBS, right? All the 130 FBS schools. But then you start having that conversation, you're like, well, the Power Four is just such a different dynamic than the Group of Four. And what it turns into is just a bunch of people naming people they think should be this czar of college football, but nobody can agree on who the constituency of the czar should be.
How do players organize themselves amongst various conferences and within the NCAA and everything else that goes along with it? This is not my purview.
Yeah.
It's overwhelming.
No.
When to think about how do you actually rein all of this in, I have zero clue. I have zero clue.
And
one thing that Florio had floated out was that somehow the NCAA get an antitrust exemption. And again, that's way beyond anything I'm going to be able to talk about.
No,
credibly at least.
and get the guys to unionize and get I mean it's.
But that's again like in pro sports. Okay. They're still the athletes are younger, but it's by and large a lot of the union leaders are guys that are in their 30s or have been around for a while. They're adults.
Yes.
Where now you've got 18 to really the influential ones they're only there for 3 years anyway. So from 18 to 20-year-olds that largely are going to try to organize with whom, and I have zero clue. Zero clue.
I think there's two things that are interesting to this to me. One is that as we talk about all this chaos, we have to have guardrails, and we need this and we need that. At the end of the day, the sports, and I'll use men's basketball and particularly college football because this is a college football story, it's not affecting the popularity of the sports. The NCAA just had its most watched March Madness in 5 years. Its most watched Final Four in 7 years. College football ratings are very high right now. Like none of the chaos that's going on are quite the opposite. It could very well be drawing in new fans because of all the player change that's going on. It feels more like the NFL, you know?
There's more of a it's easier to inject yourself with hope and enthusiasm every year.
That's
because especially you're not just getting it's not like getting a 5-star recruiting class back in the day where you think about what these guys might become. Now you're getting guys on your team that are bona fide studs, and it's exciting and it's enticing. And then you add the playoff format to it. There's definitely an element of just me turning into a grumpy old man here where this is different than what I used to like, and this is different than what
I would like it to be more organized because I don't think at the end of the day it's conducive to a lot of hangers-on with these kids making bad. I think Nico Imiliava, however he pronounces it. A lot of people in the text me saying "I'm a leaving" is how it does. It does look like that. That he may have made a bad decision here, especially considering the timing. He can't go to an SEC school because the SEC does have its own rule that if you transfer in the spring portal, not the winter portal, the spring portal, which is what Nico's going to be throwing his name into that in a couple of days. You can't get immediately eligible. You can go to another SEC school, but you got to sit out a year. You're not immediately eligible. This is the one line of thinking that I do take issue with. This person, Sam Block, who I guess covers college football for some branch of ESPN, lists a bunch of guys, lists 8 or 9 guys who transferred over the last few years. Shadur Sanders, Cam Ward, Quinn Ewers, Will Howard, Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Bo Nix, Justin Fields, Joe Burrow. Transfer test, all of them. Stop blaming Nico Imiliava. This is the new college football. And my reply to him, or my quote tweet of him, was, did any of them hold out the day before the spring game? There's a difference to me in putting your name in the portal and then staying at the school, participating in spring practice, acting as if you're going to be part of the team, and then unleashing this 5 days before the portal reopens, right before the spring game, when your team has no other viable solutions at quarterback. If I were an NFL team, I would downgrade Nico Emiliava because of this. I think.
That's an interesting way to look at it. Yeah,
right?
Just in terms of, all right, is he conducting himself like with a certain, like some kind of ethical guidelines or parameters? Yeah.
If he was making zero and he wanted money, then I would listen to it. He's making $2.4 million and wants $4 million. Like, this is the deal you signed.
Well,
this is I would be afraid if he actually got good in the NFL that this would be a guy who would be clamoring for more money with 2 years left on his deal.
Well, I do think that, when it comes down to scouting players, I think a lot of what's going on with NIL and the transfer portal right now is that guys aren't necessarily going to have a check against them if they play the mercenary role, but they do. I think teams do look at it as a check plus in somebody's favor.
Yeah.
If, like with Will Anderson, he played in the bowl game when he didn't need to play in the bowl game. Kamari Lassiter played in the bowl game when a lot of guys in his position were choosing not to play in bowl games.
Mm-hmm.
I think it is for teams that care about it. All right, is there something that this guy has displayed or showed that the loyalty to either his teammates or whatever it might be? I think with Jaylen Petri, long before the transfer portal became what this was he was on that Baylor team where guys were allowed to just flat out leave as the program was dismantled. And there's like a loyalty gene in Jaylen Petri. He decided to stay and wanted to stick it out at Baylor. And I think some teams will look at that as an opportunity to maybe separate from the wheat from the chaff. Somewhat.
I would downgrade him if I was an NFL team.
Just by the manner of how he's doing it.
Yes, the timing of it.
Extreme, like the extreme gamesmanship.
The timing of it. And he's already making a lot of money, and you signed a deal You signed a deal in high school with them that it was going to be $8 million over this many years. And somebody's saying on the text page, why don't they just sign them to multi-year deals? They try. These contracts don't have teeth. Like there's no teeth on either side.
People are throwing wads of cash, hoping for the best.
Yeah,
and that's some of it'll balance out. Just I think through that natural dynamic of it. That I think the people that are throwing money at the collectives are probably going to start to over time, especially after their team. After individuals at various teams have thrown boatloads of money into the collectives and been burned a few times, I think things start to just naturally regulate themselves a little bit.
I hope so. We'll see. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Speaking of Jaylen Petri, agreed to a deal on Friday, 3 years, $39 million. How are Texan fans feeling about this? I put up a poll. Do Texan fans approve of the Jaylen Petri? We will have for you coming up next. Things vary.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. Yeah, someone brought up the UNLV QB during the season, pulled a similar stunt. Ended up a pretty good season without him. He did it 3 games into the season. Yeah, that was kind of wild. So that's a good example. Someone's asking, does Nico Imaliava still get the $2.4 million that Tennessee was contractually obligated to give him this upcoming season? No, it's not a guaranteed contract. It's not John Wall. He doesn't. It's not a guaranteed contract. It's barely a contract at all.
I need to embrace the uncertainty of it all. Embrace the ambiguity.
Yeah.
That was one of my friends who was a career military guy, he talked about embracing ambiguity, like being comfortable in ambiguity, and he's doing this while he's making life and death decisions.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I don't like a quarterback from a team I don't follow, not being able to transfer. I don't like it at all.
It's a little different.
I don't like it.
It's a little different. I guess that's the big question. Is it affecting my enjoyment of the sport? Not really, I guess. I mean, I still sit down and watch it every Saturday,
Yeah.
So that's...
I just enjoy watching people being put at odds with their ideology about life in general.
Yeah.
For the most part, I want to be laissez-faire economically as much as possible, but understanding that you need regulations on an economy to keep it a free enterprise.
Sure.
And yet there are people that are just they're no regulations whatsoever ever. But a lot of those same people are like, they need to regulate the hell out of this.
This is
what the hell? These guys are making as much money as they want.
There's a lot of negotiations. All right, so Seth, I put up a poll over the weekend. Jaylen Petri, as we know, signed a 3-year, $39 million extension with the team on Friday. He's going to be a Texan through barring something weird, through the 2028 season. This is 3 years to get tacked on to the last year of his rookie deal. I asked Texan fans a simple question. Are you cool with this deal? Now, I'm going to assume that you've not looked at this poll yet.
I have not looked at the poll. I never look at your poll.
Okay, that's a thank God. The question, here's how I phrase the question. Are you cool? Jaylen Petri agreed to a 3-year, $39 million extension with the team on Friday. Are you cool with this deal? The answers are definitely yes, absolutely no, should have waited 1 more year. Those are the 3 choices.
I think that I would guess this 67% of people said definitely yes.
I'm going to give that to him, Ben. 73.4% said definitely yes. So you were...
Oh, okay. Even heavier than, yeah. I thought that there might be some people that said that they should have waited a year, which... Correct me if I'm wrong. It's not as simple as just waiting 1 more year with Jaylen Petri.
Well, you could have, and then he goes to free agency. If he wants to.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
It's just it's not. If you're going to extend him and get a discount, you're not. He would have been a free agent next year.
Yeah.
Now maybe that. You know what? Maybe if we had phrased it as extend him during the season.
Yeah. That
might be tougher. But players are getting better, smarter, and savvier about that, and realizing that usually if a team comes to you midway through the season, to just wait until free agency.
Yep.
So I think for right now, the way things are moving, teams are starting to recognize more and more, all right, if we like the guy, let's get out in front of it. Let's get a deal that makes sense for both sides. And that's what they did with Jaylen Petri. Instead of letting him test free agency, that this was a good deal for him right here, right now.
Should have waited 1 more year, got 22.5%. Only 4.1% said absolutely no. Which, if you had asked this question during the 2023 season, that would have been much higher because Jaylen Petri wasn't nearly as productive back in that season as he was last year. Let me ask you this. If the version of Jaylen Petri that we got in 2024, particularly as the season wore on, if that's who we get during the life of this contract, is the contract worth it, or is there still more growth that we're gambling on with Jaylen Petri?
The protests that I saw when people have, just personally said things to me or online said things to me they bring up that, when it comes to him in his man coverage, he's got deficits there. That's valid, and I don't think that's going to change a whole lot. I don't think you're ever going to get to a spot where Jaylen Petri is going to be able to cover Devontae Adams one-on-one with no safety help over the top. Really what it is that the team is going to have a real good feel for, like, how do we minimize him being in those situations? Part of that is having more depth at cornerback, so that I think there's times where you're going to have a slot corner out there, and maybe Jaylen Petri's on the field, maybe he's not. But the people that object to it tend, if he's an actual slot corner, which he's not. He plays a relatively unique position where he plays nickel linebacker, he plays in the slot, but a lot of times it's in zone, and he's not a cornerback. He's a linebacker / safety, and he's really, really good in that role. So I don't think they expect him to all of a sudden become a guy that you feel can be as good as a cornerback when he's covering the nickel, when he's covering the slot receiver. It's that they like all the things he can do, and they just got to know how to disguise and minimize the times he's exposed as a
So if this is who he is, then they're cool with that. You're cool with that.
Yeah,
I'm cool with that.
They're paying him to make the plays that he makes, and understanding that, look, if he were a guy that could cover as well as a cornerback in the slot, but also make all the other plays that he does.
He'd be making
$20
million a year.
He'd be making $30 million a year.
Yeah.
Right? And like he'd be a freak of nature. He'd be like a Derwin James type.
Yeah.
And that's where the people that have said that this deal is overvalued will compare him to other nickelbacks. And that's the wrong avenue to take. I think he's a really well-paid linebacker. This deal, if you include this year, he's making $10.5 million over the course of 4 years. The sum total of it is, which is far less than the premier linebackers are making. You know, Fred Warner is making $17-18 million a year. So, and the best safeties are making $20 million per year. You're not paying him like he's a top defensive back. You're paying him like a guy who's really good at the role the Texans have him in, which is a combination.
Funny, though, that 2 days after he agrees to that deal, the Bears agree to a deal with Kyler Gordon, their slot cornerback.
Yeah.
That made him, quote, the highest paid slot cornerback in the league. And it's like $1 million more than Pitre total and like $1.5 million more in guarantees. It does feel like I'm with you on everything you said about Petry's role with the team and the value to the Texans and whatnot. It does feel like there's an aspect of the NFL where whatever your position is on the roster, whatever you're labeled as, the franchise tag works that way. Remember Jimmy Graham, when he got the franchise tag, he was like, I'm not a tight end. It just says I'm a tight end. I'm a big wide receiver. Whatever the labels are, whatever you get labeled as, like that's who you are. And so for the Bears' purposes and Kyler Gordon's purposes, he's a slot corner because that's what got my deal done for me.
Well, or they'll be, and as a safety, if you go by that, he's listed on a lot of rosters and depth charts as a safety.
Yeah.
And this is not nearly a top safety contract.
No.
That's why I wonder sometimes if we, it's a big gap between how closely people follow this stuff like this. I mean, I still also had people coming to me after the Texans traded for C.J. Gardner-Johnson, asking what it meant for Jaylen Petri.
Yeah.
And it's like, you have to gently explain it to them. Pretty much absolutely nothing because Jaylen Petri isn't a safety.
That's right.
So, usually when Jaylen Petri's on the field, you've got two actual safeties on the field as well.
Someone texts in, if you had the option on your poll for I like him, but it seems like a bit of an overpay, that's what I would have gone with.
Yeah, no, and I think that's fair. I think that he's unique in how they're using him and what his skill set is, and he's probably more than he is to a lot of other teams just because the Texans know him and are comfortable with him and like him in the role that he's in. So that's why the extension, especially because it doesn't kick in for another year, I try to look at these things as the deal that actually, what the deal becomes, which is, okay, over the next 4 years, you're paying him an average of $10.5 million per year.
Yep.
That's totally fine and reasonable for Jaylen Petri's skill set.
All right, last text. This goes back to Emiliava, the Tennessee quarterback. Sean, what would you think if you were a University of Tennessee alum that had pledged your money to the NIL collective and now watched this quarterback pull this crap? I'm sure I'd be angry. I also would have gone into it eyes wide open. I said this to Seth during the break. I said this the day in July 1st of 2021 or whatever it was when they opened the gates for NIL and everybody started this big land rush to go pay all these guys, is I think there's going to be a lot of very shrewd and rich business people that find out what a horrible investment this is to fork over millions of dollars to kids who have carte blanche to do whatever the hell they want.
Well, and that's where ultimately, though, too, like when all of this shakes out, what does it look like between the haves and have-nots?
Yes.
Because there are some incredibly rich alumni bases that flat out don't care, and that they've got enough rich people that are always going to outspend and money whip. A lot of this, the schools where, especially you get outside the SEC perhaps, where, man, in these first few years, you've got enthusiastic alumni, boat cash at this. When it doesn't work out, I think their appetite for giving that money to the collective instead of giving it to charity or to your kids or whatever, it's going to really start to wane.
I'd love to know the comparison of how the heavy boosters felt about it the day it got announced that you could do this and how they feel about it now. You know, that's the anonymous poll I would like to see.
Yeah, there's going to be growing skepticism and hesitancy.
Yes.
And that's where, and it's just, I would not pretend to be able to predict how all of this is going to play out at all.
Nope.
I mean, I think 5 years from now, it could be any one of 100 different scenarios as to whether there's any more structure to it or it's gotten even wilder. It's just so far beyond the bounds of anything we've seen before that it's impossible to predict.
Given how the Rockets, things are laying out over these next few weeks for the Rockets, are they the team that the Phoenix owner was describing a year ago when they said, I think 26 teams would trade spots with us? Draft capital, playoffs, and otherwise. Are the Rockets that team now? We'll discuss that heading into the 9 o'clock hour. Coming up next, Liqueur for
life. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
The question on the TV screen in here on First Take is, did yesterday, the Warriors losing, cost them a deep playoff run? Hell yeah, it did, because if they win on Tuesday, they face the Houston freaking Rockets, man. Yeah, it cost them a deep playoff run. Got to play that 2 seed if you win that play-in game. Warriors, take that. The Rockets' first-round play, April 20th at Toyota Center. Tip-off time, TV, an opponent yet to be determined. It's going to come down to, well, they're going to play the winner of Memphis at Golden State. Memphis is not nearly as big a box office as Golden State. Adam Spolane predicts on X, formerly known as Twitter, he says, my guess is that Rockets-Warriors will be the 2:30 tip time on ABC. If it's Rockets-Grizzlies, that'll be the night game on TNT.
Yeah.
So, yeah, ABC, ESPN's going to get whatever the marquee matchup is, which means that you will not get, if you want Craig Ackerman, Ryan Hollins, and Vanessa Richardson on the game, you will not get them because they anything but the ABC games, there will be an alternate broadcast in the first round on Space City Home Network. But if it's the ABC game, they've got exclusive rights to it. So I'm not going to let that affect who I root for in this whole thing. You've indicated before, Seth, that you want the Warriors. Give it to me.
I want the Warriors.
Give it to you.
Yeah, I give it to me, and then if it's the Timberwolves play the Lakers, and the Rockets would play the winner of that series, give me the Lakers. I want
all the
names,
the smoke and the names,
the logos. I want everything.
Yes,
I want to go out there to the arena formerly known as Staples at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes. Mm-hmm. So that'll be. So we'll know Tuesday night, man. Circle Tuesday night. Memphis at Golden State. Golden State, not a good history in the play in Golden State. The
Warriors are Golden State doesn't have a good history point favorite over the Grizzlies.
I think they're going to win. I think the Warriors are going to win. I mean, the Grizzlies are operating with an interim coach right now.
Yeah, and part of it for me, too, is just that realistic side of me. It's, look, I'm going to pine for the team that they're probably going to face anyway, so I can start mentally
there you go.
Mentally preparing
yeah,
myself.
That's smart.
The playoff Jimmy Butler is a real thing,
yeah.
and playoff Jimmy Butler has been good in the regular season. The Warriors, their game versus the Rockets notwithstanding, have really been peaking at the right moment, and it's going to be a battle. It'll be a battle if that's who they end up facing, and I'm here for it. I think the ability of the Rockets to really play multiple different lineups and in sometimes unorthodox ways, combined with Udoka's ability to do all of that, is going to be way much more of a pain in the butt for these teams than the commentators outside of Houston realize.
Yeah.
I think the teams themselves know it and realize it, and they know exactly what kind of a threat the Rockets are. I think the NBA public at large still looks at the Rockets as, they're a bunch of scrappy do-gooders that ultimately that won't pay off in a 7-game series. Go die.
They are scrappy.
Go die, any of you skeptics.
They're definitely not do-gooders. They ain't afraid to get technical fouls and hip-toss people to the floor. I will say that. But they are scrappy. We played some audio from the Phoenix owner. Now, keep in mind, the Rockets, 2 seed in the West, fairly comfortably. They clinched it with about a week and a half to go in the season, and they were sitting at the 2 seed for most of the last month. They are sitting on a ton of draft capital over the next, what will be at worst the 9th pick in this draft, but it has a 17% chance to land in the top 4. Ironically, this is Phoenix's pick because the audio I'm about to play is from the Phoenix owner. This was from a year ago, a little less than a year ago, after Phoenix got knocked out of the playoffs. This was the Phoenix owner, Matt Ishbia, describing who the Phoenix Suns are as related to the other 30 teams in the NBA.
Let's just be real, although this isn't a cool narrative and the national media really won't want to play it out there, but ask the other 29 GMs. 26 of them would trade their whole team for our whole team and our draft picks and everything as is. The house is not on fire. We're in great position. It's not hard to fix. It's not like we're hey, we don't have enough talent to win a championship. We have enough talent to win a championship. Do we have enough continuity? Do we have time together? There's a lot of things we can look at. Do we have the right leadership in place? Do we have to add some little pieces around? It's not like we don't have people that can score the ball, not that play defense and have one champ. We have all the things. And so how fixable is it? And I mean, if I read the media, I would think we have a lot of problems. But luckily, I get to spend time with, the best players in the world, in my opinion. The best.
All right, so that's good.
That didn't age well at all. I don't feel like the Rockets should trade their entire roster for the Suns.
No, I don't either.
As a way to get Kevin Durant. I don't think that. I think that would be ill-advised.
That would be a bad way to go about it.
Yeah.
My question is he describing what the Rockets are now? I know they haven't played a single playoff game with this group together yet, and they may get into the first round of the playoffs and lose to Golden State in 5, and we'll be having maybe a different conversation about this team. But I'm talking about right now, the Monday after the regular season is over. You just won 52 games when the experts thought you were going to win 43 games. Your rebuild is right on course, if not slightly ahead of course right now. You've hit on practically every draft pick. There's not a single draft pick that the Rockets made among those 6, I'll call it 7 now with Reed Sheppard, that feels like a bad pick. Cam Whitmore doesn't get on the floor. He's a 20th overall pick, and he'd probably play significant minutes for half the teams in the league, similar to Reed Sheppard, who I think is still going to wind up being a pretty good NBA player. The other guys that you pick, the other 5 guys, are all significant parts of your rotation. Jalen Green, Alperen Şengün, Amen Thompson, Jabari, and Tari, they're all significant part. You notice when one of those guys is gone. And you've got all this draft capital coming. You almost have too much draft capital coming up.
I know, that's what okay, this is where I'm stuck with in terms of where the Rockets are. And like you said, almost too much draft capital, almost right now with too many young promising players that you're going to end up losing the rights to eventually anyway, like Cam Whitmore and what have you. So I'm torn because there's one side of me that says, man, kudos to Rafael Stone. I think he's proven himself that he knows what he's doing as a GM.
Yeah.
Kudos to Udoka. He was a known quantity as a coach already, and he's done a great job of it. So there's the part of me that says, all right, there's no need to trade for a Kevin Durant because that's a win-now scenario where everything the Rockets have done in the last couple of years looks like a team that could take and capitalize on this young core and be really good and be in the game. And yet it's almost, by the same token, they've got too many good young promising things and too many good draft picks that trading away your future, quote-unquote, it's almost a necessity that you do trade away some of your future.
Right. But at least you have those picks to do something with. You know what I mean? Like, at least you've got
which includes capital for Kevin Durant, though.
To make a trade. Well, it doesn't have to be Durant. I'm saying, like, you almost have you have too many picks if you're going to use all of them.
Right.
Like, I don't necessarily want to use them for Kevin Durant. My point was that the Rockets, in terms of their future, like, I wouldn't trade the Rockets' future for probably 25 other teams in the league right now.
Yeah.
Given the young core and given the picks you can use, if you need to go get older guys,
Well, right, and I guess that's what I'm saying is that because you're going to have to use those draft picks most likely on actual players, trading for active players. That trading for Kevin Durant right now isn't actually it's trading away something that you're going to have to trade away anyway because you feel so good about the young core of the team that I feel like they can do both.
Yeah.
That you can trade for Kevin Durant and yet also still sustain this team in the long term.
Yeah. I totally agree. Like, I look at the other teams in the Western Conference, and I mean, obviously Oklahoma City won 68 games last year with the likely MVP and a ton of young players. Would you swap the uniforms of all the Rockets and all your draft capital that you've got in the future for what OKC and the Rockets do coming up in the next few years for all these damn trades they've made? So, that one. But outside of that, I mean, look, Denver's got Nikola Jokic on it, so would you trade for the team that has the league MVP? I don't know what their draft situation looks like. The Lakers have LeBron, who's getting older. And then after that, it's 5, 6, and 7. I wouldn't trade the Rockets as constituted plus their future for Minnesota or Memphis or Golden State right now. They're in a great spot is my point. I feel like the Phoenix owner, in inaccurately describing Phoenix a year ago, I feel like he gave the description for where the Rockets are right now amongst NBA teams. I think there's a lot of NBA cities that are very jealous of the Rockets right now and 5 years from now, that kind of thing.
The Nuggets have their own draft pick every other year starting in 2026, basically.
Okay.
Through 2031, they've got 4 first-round picks.
Yeah.
Jokic. They traded this year's is in Orlando.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah, we'll see who they hire as coach. I add Ime Udoka to that, too. It's not just the roster and the draft capital. You got Ime Udoka as well. So that's good. Text message, Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, about Nico Imiliava. We had somebody ask, did he still get the $2.4 million? And I think Seth and I were both like, no, he left the school. They didn't give it to him. Same person says, don't laugh. It's a legit question. Some guys were taking money and then switching schools. I don't know if he received the money already or not.
Yeah, that is where it is wide open. And like I wouldn't have been correcting you, but I would say that there's guys that there's kids that have taken going back to the old days when it was done illegally.
Yeah.
This is nothing new. Yeah. I mean, multiple notable players have accepted lots and lots of money back in the day from boosters and then just not gone there. So like that part of it, I think a lot of the boosters, don't underestimate the boosters or contributors to the collectives' willingness to just throw money out there on a whim and hope that it all works out.
If you do that, then you get what you got coming to you then. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like if you're a millionaire or a billionaire that's putting money in a collective and you don't have enough teeth to claw back $2.4 million, or you're dumb enough to give it to the kid before the season in which you're paying him, then that's on you. You know, I don't know what to say. Harder to administer back when the money was all distributed via paper bags from the grocery store. You know, like the kid just leaves with the money. What do you do? Because you're not even supposed to be giving that kid the money in the first place.
Right.
You know,
yeah.
You're going to get your school put on probation if it comes public, you know?
It was almost like a lot of the money that they gave to recruits was almost just, a goodwill gesture.
Yeah.
You know, you weren't buying the kid. You were just like saying like, hey, I'm nice. We got nice people here at the University of such and such. Yes.
Yeah. People are saying we need a rookie wage scale in college football. We need 4-year contracts with team options. Yeah, like
right,
good
like
luck.
you're doing it right, and that's where and I'm saying that's what I would prefer, just to give some stability. Messier than it's been in any other. It feels a little bit like when the Soviet Union fell, and all of a sudden it's like, hey, good luck with this democracy and free enterprise.
Mm-hmm.
And people there was no framework or structure that you could figure it out. Now, the difference would be that so far in college football, the financial side of it seems to be doing just fine.
Yes.
And the product is as popular as it's ever been. It doesn't seem like it's falling apart into depression the way things did in Russia early on. It's just a wide open, who the hell knows what's going to happen situation.
It's like going to an upscale restaurant and where you can see the staff. Like Carrabba's over on Kirby, you can see everything being cooked. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like there's no wall with the kitchen. You can watch everything being cooked. Johnny runs a tight ship, so you watch that and you're confident that you're going to get a good meal. But if you were at a restaurant structured that way and it's chaos and the cooks are yelling at each other and there's food getting spilled on the floor, and yet here comes the tray with the server and he puts it in front of you and it is a delectable lasagna or steak or whatever it is, I'm coming back for this because it's really good. Like the product behind the scenes is chaos right now. But people are watching. People are watching.
You know, the craziest thing is that it's become routine for guys just to sit out of the bowl game. And that doesn't even have anything to do with all of this. That's just that's another area in which things have changed drastically, where guys are doing things that previously would have been unconscionable and the most selfish thing in the world.
Yeah.
And that's just something that's along the way. And yet all these things that keep happening where you would think beforehand, oh, wow, that's going to be devastating. It doesn't seem to. You know what it is a lot like, Sean, is it feels like the Montreal screw job where like pro wrestling realized, wait a second, we've spent years and decades trying to keep this a secret that these things are scripted. But then as two things happen, the Montreal screw job, but then also Hulk Hogan having to testify that, this is not like a normal sporting event.
Yeah.
It's staged.
Yeah.
That actually fueled the popularity.
Yes.
That WWE had a renaissance when they actually opened it wide open and you could see more so like the way the sausage was actually made.
No question.
People guarded against that for years and years and years, and lo and behold, that was the thing that actually made it more popular than ever before.
Yeah.
And likewise, it feels like that in college football right now. All these things that people had safeguards on, and we had to protect this, we have to protect the sanctity of that. It seems like they blew it all up, and if anything, it's made it more popular.
You know what people love, Seth? Trackers. And now there's a transfer portal tracker, and there's an NIL tracker. People love to track things, and it's just anything you can go, anything that gives you more stuff to follow. Let's face it, the transfer portal gives content galore to all these websites that cover all these college football teams, like all these, like Texags and things like that. I got to imagine that the transfer portal has got to be huge business.
It's the stock market. It really is. Yeah. It's no matter how much you talk about how the immediate state of the stock market doesn't tell you that much about the overall economy and everything.
Yep.
It doesn't change a bit. When it rises or when it falls, people will make all kinds of claims on either side of anything about what the implications are, because people love tracking things day to day.
All right.
And this becomes 365 days a year of tracking college football.
I think I would like to go to the Masters someday. I'm not a huge golf fan, but it looks pristine, and everything I hear is it's just bucket list to go to. But if I'm going to go there, apparently I need to speak a certain type of way. We've got an education on how to speak at the Masters coming up next. But first, that's hideous. That's ugly.
SportsRadio.com.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I enjoyed the Masters yesterday. I thought that Rory McIlroy was doing all of us a great service by trying to give it away. Made it more compelling to me. Did it make it more compelling to you?
Ultimately, it was really more disappointing that it wasn't a car crash. If I pay to watch a car crash,
right.
Damn it, I want to see a car crash.
He did a lot of fishtailing. Rory did.
Yeah.
But he never really. Ultimately he won, so he didn't crash. You know.
You know what it felt like at the scene in the movie Speed, where it almost felt like. Wait, what were they driving? A bus in Speed, or was it a train?
It was a bus.
That was a bus, right?
A bus, yeah.
You know the scene where they have to keep driving and keep up the speed, and they burst through that barrier or barricade or whatever?
Yeah.
It'd be if, like, all of a sudden, at the end of the movie Speed, spoiler alert, Keanu Reeves said, hold on a second, I'm just going to slow down at a reasonable pace, and we'll stop, and it turns out that there was never any bomb all along.
We'll bring this baby home.
And we'll disembark one by one.
Yes.
Like, no, I'm paying to watch a car crash here.
Yep.
I want to see Rory McIlroy go down in flames in this bus and take everybody else with him.
I would make that putt on the playoff hole. Like, I was praying. I'm like, no.
He had done everything. This is not a redemption story.
Yeah.
All that tells you is that he's exactly the same guy he ever was, and he backed his way into it because of great play earlier in the tournament.
Yes.
Kudos to him. But then he choked multiple times in that game, in that match. Yeah.
You and I would have been the two people there at the Masters. Like, everybody was cheering for him. Oh, yay, Rory. You and I would have been the two people there, like we wouldn't be booing because we wouldn't want to get kicked out, but we would have been disappointed in the way that thing ended.
This is what annoys me about the Masters, is that it is by far the stuffiest of all sports tournaments, golf tournaments, whatever.
Yes.
The stuffiest. They try as hard as possible to be elitist and stuffy, and it rubs everybody the wrong way until somebody goes to the Masters.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, because they're in the club.
Hoity-toity. Yeah.
You know, They're like the kid at school that's like anti-fraternity and everything, and then all of a sudden, lo and behold, he joins a fraternity and immediately is like looking at the independents like they're trash.
Greek letters on everything embroidered.
Yeah. You're like, oh, now that you're in the club, you think the club is awesome. So people go to the Masters or they cover the Masters, and now it's something you just would never understand. You just don't get it.
Okay, so you found this audio from Brandel Chambly.
He was on the Foreplay pod on Barstool, which is funny because they're talking about all the things you can't say at the Milligan, and they're so refined so Brandon Chambly is explaining this on the Foreplay pod. Yeah.
Have you ever slipped up at Augusta?
There are things you shouldn't say. You know, fan is a big one. You know, in their eyes, it's short for fanatical, and they don't want to refer to the people that are out there as being fanatical. That's why you hear people say patron. You could probably say spectator. You don't say driving range. It's a tournament practice facility. You could probably get away with back nine. You know, the saying is the Masters doesn't begin till the back nine on Sunday. But if you said back nine on the air, you would get reprimanded. You'd get a little, because it's the second nine. You don't want somebody to say is, he's playing the backside really well. Because back nine's close to backside, and backside is just far too colloquial. Somebody famously said, what's giving him problems here is the wind from his backside. You know,
what the hell?
Yeah. They talked about this on the broadcast at one point, too.
Driving range is tournament practice facility.
Yeah.
And if you
never allowed to say sand trap. You have to say bunker.
Oh, my God. Are you viewed as like a cretin or like just like low? Are you lowbrow if you say sand
you're
trap?
like a lowly fan as opposed to a Patreon.
Yeah.
You know, I get and appreciate the no cell phones thing and all that. That's really I like that. That's cool. That's good. That's for the quality of the game. The rest of it is just way too stuffy. It's from a bygone era where they wanted golf to be, for the elite. You're a different caliber of person if you spend your loads of video games.
Yeah, but they're pretty successful. I don't know. Do we want to call our listeners patrons?
Patrons as opposed to
listeners.
Not our listeners.
Yeah. Patrons.
What should we call them other than listeners?
Streamers? No, we're the streamers.
610 enthusiasts.
Yeah, enthusiasts. Yeah. Enthusiasts. I like that.
You're also supposed to, this one is interesting. I found this. The broadcasters are instructed to refer to other golf events by their name only and not the sponsor name.
Oh, really?
So you're not supposed to say the Texas Children's Hospital Houston Open. Sorry.
I'm sorry. Don't want to give extra publicity to sick kids? Oh.
Right. You're supposed to say the Houston Open, not the Texas Children's Hospital.
Wow. They get reprimanded if they do that.
Yeah.
Hey, Valero.
The example I had found was from an article when it was Valero, Texas.
Yeah,
Open.
Valero, Texas Open. Hey, Valero, you ain't riding our coattails, Valero. All right?
Yeah.
It's the Texas Open.
That one kind of makes sense from just a broadcasting perspective in general.
Yes.
You don't want to hose. You're trying to give as much bang for the buck as possible.
Yeah,
to your sponsors.
I reckon. Man, back nine. You can't. It's not the back nine. It's the second nine, huh? Wow.
Yeah. The other one of the other articles I found was avoid phrases like dilly dilly. So that
okay.
and Baba Booey. So
yeah. Yeah, were there any screamers at the Masters this year? I think they kept them under control pretty good.
Oh,
yeah.
Dilly Dilly was like 10 years ago, wasn't it?
I think so. Baba Booey was a big one.
It was a beer. Dilly Dilly was from a beer commercial. I can't remember what it was.
Yeah.
But somebody yelled at it. Somebody did yell at it at a golf tournament.
Auditory consumers. Someone said we should call our listeners auditory consumers.
Yeah, this feels. You know what this feels like? You know who's totally into this?
Yeah.
The Magnificent Gladstone.
Yes.
I'm sure the Magnificent Gladstone is going to have some initiative now where it's not Jags fans.
Yeah.
It's Jags enthusiasts.
Yeah.
Or Jags patrons.
Yes. Someone saying, BS, Seth, since when are manners, integrity, respect, and honor stuffy? You can literally place your chair in a spot and it remains all week. Try that anywhere else. It's obvious.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah. Like
that's
that part.
cool. The fan stuff is dumb.
Yeah.
See, listen. Don't try to pull this on me. Don't try to move the goal sticks or something where I'm saying that politeness is not to be prized or anything.
Yeah.
They take it to an extreme.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
They're trying to hold themselves in a stuffy way above everybody else.
Yeah.
I can't think of which fallacy of logic you're using right there, but it's one of them.
I wish I knew this. I wish I knew this list going into the final round yesterday, because I would have had my clipboard. I'd have been like Florio. I would have my clipboard out, keeping track of how many times Nance said back nine and driving range and all these things.
Look, and I don't want to get all heavy here or anything, but let's call it what it is. This is Augusta, which only saw fit to allow minorities into their club when they realized that there was a financial incentive to do so. There's part of it is like, oh no, we're the upper crust of the upper crust and whatnot, which rubs me the wrong way with Augusta. Okay.
Okay. So did any of these rules, do you think, factor in to the call on Rory McIlroy, or lack thereof, on Rory's missed putt on 18? I thought Jim Nance did, by and large, a really good job yesterday. I mean, he's Jim Nance. He's built for golf. I think he's got that perfect energy level for the Masters. He's done it for years. I was shocked at just what a big miss the call on Rory's miss was on 18. If you missed it, Jim Nance, it felt like Rory kind of ruined a moment for Jim Nance, Seth. Yeah. Nance is talking about Rory's entire life as he's walking the 18th fairway, as if he's about to get anointed Masters champion and the next winner of the career Grand Slam. So he was talking about Rory and the sacrifices his parents made. And it's a great story. It really is. I'm not trying to poo-poo on the story. But Rory is lining up over that putt, that 5-foot putt that would have sealed the Masters and the career Grand Slam. And Nance didn't say for the win, for the Grand Slam, for the Masters. He didn't say anything. Maybe he thought just silence would be good. But he stayed silent after Rory missed the putt. Like, he misses the putt. This is a in the moment, this is a cataclysmic failure. And he doesn't say anything until he says this.
Going to a playoff.
That's it. Going to he just missed this is the most tortured golfer in terms of majors in the recent decade, and there was nothing. My goodness, Like that would have kept like just that.
He's probably the Masters, the Augusta Gestapo probably would have kept him from saying that.
That's what I'm wondering.
Jim Nantz is looking at a long list of things he's not allowed to say, and he's probably terrified and petrified at any point that he's going to have a misstep or something.
Right? Maybe so. Maybe so. Maybe this lets him off the hook. I wasn't alone. I mean, it felt like that moment. That moment was Rory personified in these moments for the last however many years, and there were no words. Like, I need words. Yeah.
Oh, no. I can't believe that we're doing this again. Whatever it might be. The excuse I made for Nantz in the moment was that he'd already had to try to creatively and without violating any of the rules of conduct of Augusta National, he'd already had to describe multiple collapses and chokes by Rory McIlroy that day. So he might have just his chamber might have been
ran out of ammo.
Yeah.
If
I'm allowed to say that or make a firearms.
Be careful.
The lofty
be
Augusta
careful.
National.
Don't be a fan. Be a patron. All right, dude. Stop being so unclassy. In the moment it felt like Nantz had this perfect script laid out, and Rory missing was completely off his bingo card. And he was thrown off by that, and so the whole call on that entire sequence of Rory missing that was just going to a playoff. I'm like, wow, that's it, huh? Okay, all right. Other than that, I thought it was pretty good. So, you on a Monday. Hope you had a great weekend. We've not touched on this significant. I am anxious to see what this injury in the NFL to this quarterback does to the top of the draft. This could be some significant doings between now and next Thursday. We'll discuss coming up next.
Hey, underdog just became one of the best.
Meet me there.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast with you. Final segment. We'll talk to the guys on In the Loop, see what they got coming up on the show today. Plenty to dig into from this weekend. We've not hit much NFL draft today. We hit the mock draft injection a little earlier. Draft is 10 days away. This Derek Carr shoulder injury, Seth, was something that came to light after we were off the air on Friday. We had played some audio from Cam Jordan during the show that said, man, when we're all healthy, we're a top-tier team. And then a few hours later, it's announced that Derek Carr shoulder might be out for the year.
I'm just pissed off.
Yeah, he might be out for the season. Not putting enough stuff in his body. Put that stuff in
I
our
wonder,
body.
well, the whole thing, though, too, is that, okay, it's a significant shoulder injury, and he's mulling surgery. This is a classic scenario where how many times have we seen a player try to figure out whether or not he should have surgery before the season or not. And locally, J.J. Watt went through that one year where he didn't want to have back surgery and put it off, and then ended up being out for the year. And it seems like more times than not, the guy should have gotten the surgery. But those are also the scenarios where we hear about it.
Mm-hmm.
But I think if you're the Saints, you almost have to immediately now look at it as we can't plan on having Derek Carr here this season.
Right.
We need to, because if he's mulling surgery now, that there's a real good chance that he's either going to be gone because of the surgery or he doesn't get the surgery and it still ends up being an issue, that we got to start making plans for what to do without Derek Carr.
We've started to see more and more mock drafts with the Saints taking Shadur Sanders. A lot of them lately. Like I have at least more in the last week than you saw the entire time leading up to this draft. Those mock drafts all took place obviously before Derek Carr's shoulder injury became public. And I'm not saying even if Carr were healthy that it would be a bad idea to draft a quarterback. I don't think Derek Carr is the guy who's going to take them to the promised land, and they've got a lot of work to do on their roster and on the salary cap. He's more of an impediment now than he is a reason they can go win a Super Bowl. If I'm the Saints, then I think that sure his floor might be 9 to the Saints now because of this.
Yeah, and I wonder, it's the team that might make the most sense for him in terms of, hey, where can I go somewhere where we've got a chance of being competitive?
Mm-hmm.
And by the division alone, playing in that division versus playing the AFC North. But then also when you look at the Saints roster, the Saints are a roster that is you can look on paper and say, boy, they've got an avenue to be competitive.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of it will depend on just quarterback play, how much can they get out of their defense, all of that. That might be the spot that makes the more sense for Shadur Sanders to go in, play immediately, and have a chance to be on a competitive team. It's interesting because Kenny Pickett had a quote this weekend, because he's with the Browns, for anybody that didn't realize it. He's saying it's his job. I'm not going there to hang out. I want to go play. I'm excited. I've been working hard for it. That's the plan to start. Yeah.
Well, it should be a winnable job. I mean, it's Joe Flacco.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and I don't think that's a better headline than it is. I think you look at the interview and it looks like, okay, he's planning on going and competing for the starting job.
Yeah.
I think he justifiably doesn't think that Deshaun Watson is the slam dunk starter or that Joe Flacco is the slam dunk starter.
Yeah.
The big question would be if the Browns ended up drafting Shadur Sanders.
That's right.
Is you can still compete, but you've got it's going to be an uphill battle with the way teams operate.
We know who the future is if they take a quarterback. This was Louis Riddick. We played this late last week. His take on Shadur Sanders. Keep him draft. Here's Louis Riddick saying that Shadur Sanders might not even want to get taken in the top 3.
Shadur is someone who wants to be collaborative. He is someone that you want to talk with. He doesn't like to be told just, this is the way we're going to do things, and then you're just going to need to fall in line.
Swaggo in here.
And he kind of he's earned that right because of the way he has played. This young man is going to be just fine. And you know what? I hope he doesn't go in the top 3 picks. I hope he doesn't. And I think his camp would tell you the same thing. There are other teams that they want to go to.
He could be in a better situation, obviously, if you fall. And we know how much that matters for a player's trajectory.
Always fun when somebody puts words in the mouth of somebody's camp, whoever that is.
I bet they want him to not make as much money.
Right.
But now I understand, just based on everything we said about being in a better situation with the Saints, perhaps, that maybe it does make sense for him to go there.
Maybe.
But what do you feel? do you feel
real
if your gut? Oh, God.
We were real quick. Let me play. Kay Adams actually asked Shadur about what Louis Riddick said, so I just want to play that real quick. This is on the Kay Adams show. Said Shadur, hey, Shadur, there's talk that you guys might not even Louis Riddick, mentioned him by name, you might not even want to be picked in the top 3.
Louis Riddick had something to say. He said he doesn't think you want to be drafted in the top 3. Is there truth to that?
I have never spoke to Louis Riddick in my life, so I don't know what he's talking
about. It's sort of like in God's plan. You don't know where you're going. Is it important to you to be taken number 1 overall? Like, is there like a glamour or like sexiness to you like, or do you see it's a bigger, longer journey than that?
I don't care. That's the thing. I went to HBCU coming out of high school, and here I am now. You feel me? Yeah. So the route, I don't care what the route is. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter to me. I just want the opportunity.
Okay, so there's Shadur. I've never talked to Louis Riddick in my life.
It'd be nice to afford a better, have the money to afford a better cell phone
Wi-Fi,
plan, perhaps. Yeah, whatever it might be, wherever he was. Someday he'll get there. He's just a poor kid, just trying to get an opportunity and a chance.
Yeah, I still don't get these guys that have the J.J. Watt too on the McAfee show. Like, dude, get a good microphone, man.
Oh, well, JJ's on a show doing a paid spot.
Yeah.
That's where I feel like he should have a better microphone.
Yes.
There, I give Shadur a pass because he's just doing an interview.
Get somewhere where there's a good connection, man. Anyways.
No, sometimes that's a pain in the butt.
Yeah, maybe so.
Kay Adams should be happy to have him.
I guess.
I think that, I do think when it comes to guys that have parents that are really involved and know what they're talking about, you look at Eli Manning and his dad, you look at Shadur Sanders and his dad, those guys are very much into situations where they understand the long game. Mm-hmm. And I think that, and then obviously they come from just fine economic backgrounds. So I would 100% believe Shadur Sanders if he, doesn't care necessarily that much. It's nice to be invited to the Masters. It's nice to be the number 1 pick. But at the end of the day, it's not necessarily the be-all, end-all.
Well, what's funny about that is that, remember there was a time during the season where Deion was making it sound like, I'm not letting Shadur go to anywhere but a few plays. There was a time during the season where the Sanders camp was going to be very choosy about where he went. I think Shadur's had a bit of a wake-up call with this process.
Yeah.
That teams are not, that teams maybe don't view him as an elite prospect. And he's been, to his credit, I guess, he's been much more open about where he goes. Deion was not he was saying during the season, Travis and Shadur are not going to go just anywhere in the draft.
We had the listener the other day that asked us with Shadur, is it Deion or Shadur that is bothering people the most here? And I would say at the end of the day, I really think it's Shadur and the way he operates, in that it's almost like he's leaning onto the Neon Deion persona, yet without the football playing ability of Deion Sanders.
Yeah.
That's the part that I think it makes people wonder and worry a little bit. Whereas, like with Lonzo Ball had a dad who was, not nearly as good a basketball player as Lonzo Ball, but it was out there publicly and everything. For the most part, people left Lonzo Ball alone. Mm-hmm. If anything, it looked like I personally felt like, man, I feel bad for Lonzo Ball because his dad's just making a spectacle out of everything, and the kid himself just seems like a guy that wants to go play basketball.
He got picked. Number 2 in the draft.
I think a lot of NFL people might be looking at. I don't know exactly where, like him pointing out his dad as a selling point to why he can act the way he does and everything, that's not necessarily something they feel great about in terms of just Shadur himself. It rubs people the wrong way. It looks like he's saying, like, hey, I know how to handle all this. Look at who my daddy is.
Right.
Yeah. I don't think in any area of society you don't necessarily want the kid who's pointing out his rich and successful father as a reason that he knows how to do things.
Well, yeah, especially in the NFL draft, I would say, too. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. John Lopez, Reggie Attituler here. Gentlemen, how we doing?
Fantastic.
Well, a hell of a weekend, man.
Great weekend.
That was a hell of a weekend. Did you end up cashing any tickets on the Masters?
I cashed 2 and lost 3.
Okay.
So not a lot of money, but certainly didn't lose.
The big one, I forget the big one that you texted us about.
Who picked Rory? This guy.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
But you had one that was out there that was going to pay you like
Victor
30
Hovland.
to 1.
He was on Sunday morning. He was 3 shots back.
Okay.
A $20 bet would have won $580 in imaginary money.
And on Sunday night, he was not 3 shots back.
No, he crashed.
Yeah.
That's all right. That's why they call him long shot.
That's yeah. No, it would have been a fun payout. Reggie, how you doing, man?
Doing all right.
Yeah.
Back to work, man.
That's good,
Let's
man.
do it.
That's good. What's the question of the day today?
What is your biggest, sports or otherwise? It can be any of these. Want to get away moments, because there was a fan on Friday night. That took a ball out of Mike Trout's glove and looked like he wanted to be anywhere but there.
Yeah.
There were so many.
Yes. I mean, he looked like Rodney Dangerfield. He kind of like
did kind of.
Yeah,
have
that was Amy's
look.
observation. Like that looks like a young Rodney Dangerfield right there.
Kind of did. Now that you
I don't know. It's a compliment, but it's a fact. He looked like a young Rodney Dangerfield.
Yeah, I love that guy. I immediately I felt like it was the most relatable moment that so many of us have been in. My want to get away moment, my first and most notable one that I can remember in life was when I must have been in like 5th or 6th grade, and we were at Arlington Cemetery and driving away from Arlington Cemetery, the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, and the bus driver said something that I thought was funny, and I yelled out. I yelled out what I thought was an hilarious joke, and man, Cynthia Payne was not a fan of me at that moment. Nor were all the other people on the bus.
Oh man!
And yet, I feel like they're all just stuffy. They didn't appreciate it. I didn't think it was inappropriate at all.
We've all.
I felt like it was. I was playing off of something that the bus driver had said.
Yeah.
And, but I felt very, very much unwelcome. Yeah.
What was the one last week where my answer was when I got up in the middle of the night and peed on the bedroom wall of my master bedroom? Yeah, that was same answer.
Same? Very good.
Excellent. Yeah, same answer.
Yeah.
But not in the same time period. I imagine this is when your wife was telling you about it the next day or something?
No, I came
in the
to
moment?
At some point. I was like, oh, yeah, no, because she kind of woke me up. You know, she's like, what are you doing?
Midstream?
Peeing on the wall. What do you think? What are you doing?
What are you doing? You just sulk. I'm sure, Seth, you just kind of sulked into your chair and like.
Yeah, for sure.
It was rough. No, I definitely. The bus driver said that it was raining. It was actually really, and it was. And I was a perfect little young gentleman at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier and whatnot. But we got in, and the bus driver kind of made a casual joke about like, hey guys, I'm sure you're happy to get in out of the rain or something, and I just said something like, you got that right, buddy.
Yeah.
I yelled it from the back of the bus. And nobody even acknowledged me.
It didn't really match the gravitas of the field trip.
Yeah.
Everybody's crying.
Well, I mean, the one that pops into my mind and be like, want to get away, but nothing that was my fault. Like peeing on the wall, that's my fault.
Yeah.
Seth screaming something in a bus, that's his fault. When we had John McClane's roast or toast like a year or so ago. And we're all waiting for Mattress Mac to get there.
Oh, yeah.
And there's nothing. Like everybody's looking. I'm the MC.
Yeah.
Everybody's looking at me. I'm like, all right, well, this is, I guess, where I learned that when I MC things, I need like 10 minutes worth of stand-up
material. Yeah, just in case.
Yeah, because you don't know, like, okay, that's like it's totally out of place. I'm not a stand-up comic. Like it's so we're just saying, and I'm thanking people over and over and over again.
Oh, yeah, I was there.
Finally, I look over at McClain and wave him up, and McClain, okay, so how about, because I wanted to keep the order of the speeches. Mac was supposed to do the final toaster to John, and then John was going to thank everybody for coming. But we had to, Mac obviously, he had things going on. He eventually showed up.
Yes.
But I was like, I wanted to talk about here. Up here.
Sounds like you handled it pretty well,
No,
though.
I did not. I don't think I did at all. I'm still thinking about it to this day.
I feel like there's very much ways that could have gone much, much worse.
Oh, no.
Like if you just hit the eject button and you're just like, well, not my problem anymore.
Yeah, see you later. Yeah, no, I did.
I was invited to do a sports talk once at this party. Like it was like this law firm's party. And it was one of those things where a vast number of the people there at this law firm were not going to be big sports fans or anything. And it wasn't like I was the actual speaker up on a stage. I was like in a corner of this bar that they had rented out for the night. But everybody politely started off watching me. And like they thought I was going to give a talk. I was supposed to just talk about Houston sports, like the upcoming Texans season, all this stuff. And so it turned into one of those things where there were like 50 people at the beginning of it. Everybody at the party was there. But then as they started to realize, oh, this isn't my cup of tea, the people started walking away. So it was, so I still had like the 20 or 30 people that were interested, but then all the other people were walking away and having side conversations or going up and get a drink at the bar or anything. And it was hard. I don't know. It's like when these, like if you're a guitar player singing at a coffee shop and people aren't paying attention, you got to have a certain level of confidence that I didn't have in that moment. I was very uncomfortable.
Yeah, thick skin. You got to have thick skin for sure.
Seth got me thinking about one from fifth, sixth grade, somewhere in there. We had a teacher talking about how people pronounce words differently, like Missouri versus Missouri. Seth, the exact same thing, just sulked into my chair. I said, "What about Arkansas?" For Arkansas.
Wow.
That's a good one.
That's an unforced error because nobody made you do that. You stepped up to the plate like, I would like to swing now.
She goes, Missouri. I said, what about Arkansas?
Oh no.
Especially, not to mention, turning down Uranus so quickly. You could have gone with a go-to, but that was much more clever.
Oh, I got another one, and Seth was up close and personal for this one. We had Fred Weary on the pregame show, former Texans offensive lineman, and I was looking to get a few extra questions for him, and I fired open Wikipedia and just fired open Fred Weary. Mm-hmm. No picture, didn't look at the picture, just saw Fred Weary, and it was the Fred Weary who was a defensive back from Florida. And so I brought up a Florida question, and the worst part about that is, well, second worst to me actually doing this, is that Fred Weary, the one we were talking to, the former Texan, went to Tennessee, the arch rivals of Florida. So that was a definite want-to-get-away moment for me, for sure.
It was hard for me. I was in a real pinch because I knew he went to Tennessee, and yet at the same time, I always defer to you with any kind of sports knowledge. So I was second-guessing myself.
Really? On that one?
Like, oh, crap. What am I? Like, there goes the old CTE again. Damn it.
That was on
I figured
me.
I was wrong.
Yeah. Nope. All right, boys. Well, have a good show.
Thank you, sir.
I can't wait to hear y'all's want-to-get-away moments.
Oh, I've got one that is my own alma mater turned on me.
Okay. That's a tease. 10-4. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies to you and all of the patrons you can handle.
Thank you very much. Yeah, not fans, patrons.
Elegant show here.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Hey, by the way, this was Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Leasing.
That's right. Mm-hmm. My apologies for not picking
It's okay. It's okay. Have I told you that it's Crosstalk brought to you by
now you have
D&M Leasing? Nailed it. All right, we're done. We're out of time. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2, Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, they're in the loop, and they start now.
That's right. Happy Monday to you. Hope your weekend was fantastic. Let's get in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. You heard the man, John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula. That's Figgy Fig hanging out with you and you, rocking with us. I will immediately acknowledge one of the things that is making me feel that want to get away mood, which is that over the weekend I was supposed to engage in some work training type things in order to make sure I had access to the text line. So as of right now, I don't have access to the text line. However, the text line is there. The Jim Allen, the Texas Hammer text line, 713.
I didn't do anything hardly. It was just a chill weekend, and I forgot to do that.
That's right. Chill weekend, not doing the things I'm supposed to do. 713-572-4610. I will get access to that.
Not only the text, you're operating Sans text line?
No, I am. Oh. I'm still good. They haven't figured me out yet.
Yeah, you should be fine.
I got caught up on all of mine. Not only did I do the requirement one, I did all the other BS ones that they want us to do. So
love you, Odyssey, though.
I got one left. It's like a 3-hour one. I'm like, man.
You want to log?
Hey, I'm going to do it right now. Just have it playing in the background.
All right.
I think I've said too much. I'm talking too much.
Real quick, I'll tell you how laid back, because I'm always doing something, going fishing, whatever, going to get, whatever. I had nothing. We were just chilling, watching the Masters, all that. I actually went to an outlet mall this weekend.
Those still exist?
I haven't been one in.
Wow, what's an outlet mall?
The one up.
Gather around,
the one up 290, man. I was like, she goes, "You want to go?" I was like, "Sure." Like,
I
had
have
nothing
seen that
to
one
do.
still.
I had nothing.
Wow.
I went to the Columbia outlet. Got this shirt right here, man.
That's new?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Can't you tell? It's still folded. I don't wash my shirts before I put them on.
Yeah, that is a good point. Yeah. But I feel like we should get the wrinkles out before we start wearing stuff. I will say that. Yeah. But yeah, that's fair. That's fair. But you can still get involved with the program. There's also the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers live stream.
We keep it 100.
Hey, how you doing?
Yeah.
Both on Twitch and YouTube. Astros won a series, baby. How about that? Bats showed up to some degree. Well, I mean, especially on Friday. Bats showed up. Like it was
in a big degree.
Yeah, it looked like that was a sudden release after quite a backup.
Pent up frustration.
Did
Blue Ball pitch?
He did not. He's still at Sugarland. I appreciate that. He actually
Lopez. He's a lightweight kind of creepy guy.
He actually picked up the 4 innings after Lance McCullers in his and when Lance McCullers had his rehab start number 3, I believe, at Sugarland. Blue Ball picked up the rest of those. But no, the Astros, it's like being on the highway, like just stuck in traffic because there's like a car on the road, and then you get past and just boom, here's up to speed. It felt like that on Friday. And so let's talk about this series that was against the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. What was the most encouraging signs for you during this series?
Yeah, there were a lot, weren't there?
There definitely was.
I'm curious what you guys are thinking. And, of course, 713-572-4610 on the text line.
Do you have the text line up?
I do have the text line up.
Okay, good.
I do have. I'll give you my password in a little bit. But anyway, look, I think – to me, it wasn't necessarily an individual. And there were some individuals, including one that we talked about Friday. You know, who would you like to really, I forget how we put it exactly, to really get going?
The Magic Pixie Dust or whatever on one of these players to get them going.
And one of the names that I mentioned was Yainer Diaz. And sure enough, Yainer was terrific. Still needs to work on his defense. There were a couple of moments here and there, but nevertheless, to me, it was collective. To me, it was like when I watched. Obviously, Friday night was just a blowout, as you mentioned. Saturday, it looked like a team that was kind of lost again. They had destroyed that pitcher in several, really for his career in the Major League. Anderson, they just killed him. And they're throwing a lefty against these Astros. And you're thinking, oh, okay, they're going to get a little run here because they just, they kill lefties and all that. I think they had, and I'm generalizing here, but I want to say they talked about it on the broadcast. 27 hits, 27 runs in like 18 innings or something against him. And then that guy has a no-hitter going into the 6th inning.
Yeah.
I mean, it was incredible. So to me, that looked like a team that had sort of like, they're lost again. They had a good night last night. They left all their runs and hits, on Friday. But then they come back yesterday. And to me, it was that resilience. It was that familiar bounce-back game in Moss, that they showed.
Well, what was that?
On Moss.
Like you had to do it like that, huh?
On Moss.
All right.
That's how you say it.
Okay.
They showed.
I was like, I could do this, but it's not. Everybody knows what I heard. Like, y'all heard it, right? you heard it, right? Like, I just want to make sure that I'm not alone. Figgy, did you hear it?
What did I say?
Not really.
Okay, that's fine.
What was it? Can you repeat it?
On Moss.
Keep going. Just unnecessary.
That they showed. You'll tell me in the break. The coming back yesterday. That was a sign of something the old Astros did, and to me, that was the most encouraging thing. They're showing a little something collective.
Yeah, it was nice to see them bring it back around on Sunday yesterday because you got 14 runs on 16 hits. Like it felt like all these things are coming together. You put up cricket numbers a few times during that game, and then boom, you get Saturday, and as you mentioned, right, 6 no-hit innings, and you're just like, oh, okay, so was that just the instance where it all clicked for a day, and then you're back to this issue? But yeah, it was nice to see largely everybody do some level of something because we did talk about it in a way that, one guy getting out of it, and I really kind of resigned myself to the idea that maybe certain people will come around in stages and waves. It was nice to see, like, okay, breaking through at a time period. So that was nice. Can we give a shout out to Ryan Gusto?
Yes.
Who pitched incredibly well on Saturday, although he ends up catching an L in that game. He's going to be important, I think, for this time period, right? Like he comes in as a glorified opener, but you get 4 innings out of him, which is a lot for a dude who was just, a long reliever out of the pen, immediately thrust into a situation where he has to start. Because you don't have Spencer Arrighetti due to the freak accident that happens when he's playing catch in the outfield. You don't necessarily have a great option immediately available until you can get some reinforcements in, and it seems like the reinforcements might get here, the start of next month, maybe. But Ryan Gusto pitched well enough to a place where I'm like, I feel like you can see this out to a point where, and we knew that he was pitching very well. Like, he had been pitching fairly well for the situation that you had him in to start the season. But it's a different circumstance starting out the game and having an opportunity
in that environment,
an opportunity for multiple times around the order for guys to see you, and he handled it fairly well. 3 earned runs, but 6 strikeouts, and I think that I feel comfortable with the idea that maybe he'll be able to be there the next time you go through the lineup, or the order rather, or the rotation is the word I was looking for. Next time you go through the rotation, I feel comfortable having Gusto there and getting yourself to a place where hopefully Lance McCullers Jr. comes and takes over for him, and now you're off to the races.
And it extends 10 strikeouts. That was another stellar effort, from someone that you had to starting pitcher you had to wonder about. And even though he looked good, you still sort of like, okay, let's see what he's got. He throws 10 strikeouts out there. That was a great sign. That's why collectively, because Paredes as well.
There it is. That's the one I eventually wanted to get to for sure.
I mean, the Crawford boxes are his friend. And we wondered about that, and certainly all the advanced numbers say that's what was going to be good for home runs in 3 straight games. I mean, that's big time too. So you're getting the collective all of a sudden.
Yeah, he leads the team in OPS now, right? He's jumped up into the mid 800s if memory serves, and that's absolutely necessary for the spot that he occupies in the order, right? It's Altuve and him as the best OPSs on the team as of right now, and that's huge that you have these guys doing that. I think also one of the things that's really interesting, Chandler Rome put together a cool piece breaking down this Angels series rather by the numbers, and one of the things that you can, or actually not even just the series, the first 15 games of the season by the numbers, and one of them that really caught my attention is the 10-plus pitches per at-bat that this team is seeing. Like, they are working pitchers, and especially if the bats are going to start showing up in the way that they did in this series, and obviously in the way that we had expected them to, you add that with the fact that they're making pitchers work in addition to getting hits, getting extra base hits. Now you're really cooking with grease. Like, you have an opportunity to do something special because you're gonna wear out pitchers, and then if you add, then lets off some of the pressure that had been put on your starting pitchers, on your relievers, even on your defense as well.
No, for sure. And you mentioned Gusto, and you mentioned the Lance McCullers. He doesn't have to be. All he has to do is get us into the next month, because shout out to Lance McCullers Jr. and getting it done. This is a team where if you get those great at bats and you get into their bullpen, all of a sudden your bullpen gets, or your pitching staff gets fortified if McCullers gets up here. And so all of a sudden you're looking a little better.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so are you seeing any others from the text line that folks want to shout out when it comes to the encouraging signs on this, after this Angel series?
Well, I am saying what I may have said when I was calling them the Los Angeles Angels.
No, that was me. That was definitely
that
me.
was you?
Yeah, that was definitely me.
No, okay.
Didn't get that G in there in the right time. But you know what? Bleep them. All right, I'm good with that. The Angels, mind you, had been swinging the bats pretty well themselves to this point of the season. So well done to the pitching just in general, keeping that at bay.
Yeah, look, and the other thing is just up and down the lineup. The Astros seem to be getting into a little bit of groove, and now they've got they got a good test here. Obviously St. Louis starting today. But then they have the Padres coming here, and that's going to be. The Padres are the best team in baseball right now. If you really want to look at it, they're playing some great baseball. So couldn't have come at a better time for them to kind of rechannel the good things that this Astros team has done. Their culture, if you will.
All right. So I mixed up seeing 4 pitches per plate appearance, but it's the 10. I believe it's 10 walks, if memory serves correctly. But they're doing a damn good job at the plate ultimately, and making this really tough on opposing pitchers when it comes to this situation. Shout out to Jeremy Pena as well, right? Obviously, we kind of touched on this with all of the guys finding a little bit of their bats in some ways. Jeremy Pena is hitting line drives at a higher rate than he previously had, which seems to tell me that he's made some adjustments in the way that he's swinging the bat, trying to get the ball in play. It reminds me of the story that's told about Barry Bonds, where as he was approaching Willie Mays' record, one of the things he decided is that he wanted to tie and break it at home. So they were on a road trip. I think they had 5 more games, and he's just decided what he was going to do is change that launch angle and just beam the ball, like just pew pew lasers across the field with singles, doubles all over the field. Obviously, that's not what Jeremy Payne is doing per se. Because,
maybe.
Well, I mean, look, if you got that in you, if you got that Barry Bonds in you to do it to that degree, please break that one out.
Yeah, the other part of it.
I would appreciate it, right? But no, just the idea of, hey, and it's kind of contrary to what has become the common perspective in baseball, which is, just up a launch angle and try and get this ball in the air. No, man, if that's not been working for you, get a lower launch angle and just spray the ball around the field and see if we can get on the bases, especially because he's been taking bags this year as well, right? So, yeah, man, I love that about what he's been doing. That's really encouraging as well. That seems like Citron gets a lot of hate, but it does feel like, hey, man, if this team is going to have an approach individualized in that way to where we're going to maximize what these players do, I think you give yourself an opportunity to do good things, do some damage when you get up to the plate.
And what if Jake Myers is sustainable, what he's doing? Because, Jake Myers, seems to be doing...
How long do we have to go for
I
us
don't know.
really
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
I don't expect it to happen. I expect water to find its level here. But continuing to just, sort of be... Now, he's no longer the second leading hitter on the team, thankfully, because Paredes is now there. And as you mentioned, 831 OPS and all that. He seems to be grooving. But Myers just continues to, 12 total bases doesn't sound like a whole lot, but seems to be getting on base, 5 stolen bases as well. Just sort of doing the things that you want your center fielder to do.
Yeah, and I think that's also been deeply encouraging, because if he could find a way to, at the plate, be manageable, be passable, like, he is absolutely one of the things that keeps your outfield tenable, right? It's the larger conversations that we had. It was the reasons that were given as to why, you could feel good about Jose Altuve in left, why you could feel good about putting a rookie who did not have any time in right is because you have a center fielder that can cover more ground and then honestly has the experience to maybe be a little bit of a fields general of sorts. I know not used in those terms, but I think you get what I'm trying to say there. It makes it a lot easier if he can stay on the field because his bat is working.
And last thing, we are in the place now. Are we all in agreement? You just going. Keep putting him out there. We had this discussion last week, and it wasn't like we thought this, but it was a question. Was it a mistake, so to speak? But we were both. I think we both landed on the spot of no. Just keep putting him out there. I don't know how much you believed in that, per se. But it was a spot where keep putting him out there, and then he comes back and responds and seems to be doing. It seems to be about where you want him to be at this point in the season.
Yeah, especially when you can occupy him in your 8-9 hole in your lineups. Like, give him an opportunity to continue.
A couple
to
nice catches in the outfield too.
That's probably the more encouraging thing, because that's a tough place, right? To jump into a position that you have not played, and at times he looked green. You're seeing that ripening kind of happening for him as well. All right, but yeah, they get going against the Cards, a 3-game set against the Cards, starting today. But yeah, man, it's encouraging win at home versus the Angels, and we move for the Astros as they continue to try and claw their way back up in the AL West. It's early. I put it in those terms, but it is still very early. It's always early. When does it stop being early?
For now.
Yeah, there you go. All right, very good. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, getting going on a Monday. Of course, that means that we're coming off of a Sunday that was very, very fun for the Masters. Rory, let's talk about it next.
The Drive with
Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah. Happy Monday, Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig hanging out with you. 713-572-4610 is the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line.
The Texas Hammer!
I do have it up now. I've remedied the situation temporarily. And I appreciate you guys getting involved with the program. And however you're listening, wherever you listen, thanks for making us a part of your day. Did you have as much fun as I think we did watching Sunday of the Masters? That was deeply, deeply entertaining, I think, for me, I think for Lopez, and maybe for Figgy, I don't know, because he just had to watch us text back and forth about golf in a way that I'm sure was deeply annoying.
I set that one out. I ain't watched one bit of it this weekend. Nah.
Well, let me tell you what you missed, pal. No, that was theater. I mean, it was like, the drama, the back and forth. Oh, he's going to crash and burn. Oh, no, wait a minute. That's one of the greatest shots I've ever seen. I mean, back and forth, just incredible. Now, I'm a golf geek, admittedly, but I think the interesting thing about the Masters this year was there were so many elements to that people were just checking in and staying in.
Yes.
Just because of the drama.
Without having like a Tiger Woods Sunday Red type situation. This is probably as good as it gets for the average viewer when it comes to the Masters on Sunday. I think this is about where you can get. Actually, for the Masters on the weekend in general, because them fellas was playing pretty damn well on Saturday as well. But you come into Sunday with, I think, 9 of the top 10 having won. Yeah. So these are names that are somewhat familiar to the general sports watching public that maybe aren't golf fans, which I think is largely, the pool that are jumping on the Masters compared to like the Open Championships or what have you, right? Like you're going to have a larger viewership. And I think that it helps that you have these names. And then on top of it is Rory McIlroy, who it's very easy to build the story on. And you heard Jim Nance hitting that thing over the head with a hammer on what the story is with Rory McIlroy. Clearly a deeply talented player that is going for this particular milestone, which is a career Grand Slam, and also with the natural struggles, like the adversity that you want when you're building a story, which is he keeps getting in his own way.
He was,
and thank God he did it again, right? Like I'm gonna be honest, I was fully entertained. And maybe this is schadenfreude and maybe not, but I was fully entertained with the idea that, is he going to do it? Oh, he did it. He did it again. It being fumbling the bag at the turn, right, before the second 9, back 9, depending on how faithful you want to be to the Masters guidelines or recommendations on speech. When you get, past 9 holes on Sunday, he has a 4-stroke lead.
Yeah.
It just looks like, hey, he's running away with this thing. It's over at this point. And then he does the Rory McIlroy thing where he just gives it away almost.
Yeah, look, and I don't want to get too deep here, to Jim Nancy, but it was kind of just like if you checked in kind of about the human condition, like the flaws and the greatness. I mean, I was texting with you guys, like that shot he hit on 15, there are maybe 6 or 7-ish golfers ever that could have hit that shot. It was a par 5 if you weren't watching, carved it, right to left, beautiful within 6-8 feet,
something like that.
And then ends up birdieing the hole. I mean, what he can do with a golf ball, less than a dozen, I'll put it that way, have ever been able to do. And then he spits the bit. Then he just chunks it,
including walking to 18 and having I was about to say the easiest, a relatively simple putt to win it, and smoking it.
Yeah, and hitting one into the water.
And
on 13.
What's hilarious? Yes, all of those things, right? Like he had plenty of those things on the back 9 to make it seem like, oh wow, he could do this. And what I did love, right, in continuing the drama that you knew was coming was that Justin Rose, who was like, what, 2 pairings ahead of Rory, he gets done at 18 and immediately goes to the driving range as if to say, what does it say up there on the board? Rory McIlroy? Oh, yeah, no, we going to
I need to practice.
Yeah, I need to be ready. I'm going to go and be ready.
It was just awesome to watch. And it got me thinking, because I think this is one of those things that whether you're a golf fan or not, will make people watch Rory in the majors in the future just because you don't know what you're going to get. He could be the most spectacular player, on the planet, and then look like one of us, trying to play.
Well, I don't know. He doesn't look like me ever.
But you get my point. And so it got me thinking, like, what are the other, like, just for those who want to see the comp, like athletes in other sports that were at their best spectacular, as good as you could ever imagine, but ultimately gagged or spit the bit or just human flaw stepped up and tapped him on the shoulder. I had a hard time thinking of some,
and I find this amazing because just in the few minutes before the show, I thought of one that is really, really good, and then we mentioned another one that I think fits as well.
I said Jay Cutler. At his best, but he never really won the championship or anything like that. So he's not a great example.
And he also very much strikes me as a dude who did not care all that much about all of that. And Roy seems to care so much. In fact, can you give me this audio of Bryson DeChambeau, who was in his pairing in that final on that final day? In fact, worth noting, Bryson, hey, dog, you want to play on Sunday? Like, he just faded in a way that was incredible. But this is Bryson DeChambeau talking about the conversation or lack thereof with him and Rory on the final round.
Did you speak to him in there? How's he doing? Do you know?
No idea. Didn't talk to me once all day.
Did you try and initiate conversation with Rory at all?
He wouldn't talk to me.
Yeah, so Rory was locked. Like, Rory, this matters to him. Like, he knows what time it is, too. He speaks openly about the idea that, the mental part of this just kind of eludes him. And when you're thinking about the dudes that you would compare this to, can I give you Phillip Rivers?
That might be it. Yeah,
right? Like,
that might be it. At his best.
You can go Phillip Rivers, or you could just expand this out to the Los Angeles Chargers, or I guess then the San Diego Chargers as a staff, record label, and crew, right? Like, especially you go to the late aughts into the early teens or tens or what have you, however you want to describe that decade, where it felt like the Chargers were just an incredible team in the AFC.
Yeah.
Until you got them into the second round of the playoffs, and then it is just falling apart, right? Like I love the Phillip Rivers situation, as I call it, which is no matter how good or bad he's playing, you know what it's going to come down to. It's going to come down to one drive, 40-something seconds, no timeouts, with a chance to win it. Like, every damn time, it's going to come down to that damn same. And that's what it feels like, Rory, right? We're going to come down to the situation where Sunday, opportunity to win the Masters. Is he going to blow it? Like, that's what it felt like, and he, in some ways, overcame that Phillip Rivers situation of sorts of golf.
I just thought of one. I can't believe I didn't think of this earlier. James Harden.
James Harden was one I thought of.
James Harden.
I thought of that one. I know it's tough because I know Rory won before.
And James never did. But it's a hard comp to make.
Taking the championship thing out of it.
But at his best?
Yeah.
I mean, that's MVP.
Yeah, at his best, he's an MVP.
I was thinking Dak Prescott. Somebody that I know he never won anything, but he always have a good regular season, man. And then it's like when you get in the playoffs, you know what's going to happen, man.
But I think all of a sudden now you guys believe me when I said last week I had a toxic relationship with Mike Meltzer. That was one of my confessions.
I did.
Now you know what I'm talking about.
I didn't doubt you. Rory has he has an MO, and
he's the best.
From the 7-1-3, they're going to that same space. I think it's funny that everyone talks about Rory being a choker, but he's won 4 majors, multiple second places, and one of the greatest ever. And that's kind of why. Like, even this round itself on Sunday speaks to it. Because it's not like he went out there and was like, I am exercising demons.
No.
He just happened to hang on long enough and had a big enough lead. And honestly, I don't know how much of that was him, because Bryson DeChambeau, if he goes out there and plays a regular round of golf, he probably has a chance to win this. If Justin Rose isn't as far back as he is on Sunday, he wins this thing, right? Like, because he was playing crazy good on a Sunday.
The other thing is, like, and I think this is what separates Rory. I just said that one shot on 15. How about the playoff hole approach to within 4 feet? Like, there are not golfers that can make that shot.
Yeah.
You know, like, it's not a criticism of Rory McIlroy. He is one of the best that's ever been. What it is it's like it happens to him. It's like he's just so up and down. It's not a criticism at all. That's why I said I have a toxic relationship with him, because I think he can win every major he plays, but then he does stuff like this and doesn't recover.
And I guess I think in some ways it is a roundabout actually salute to how good he is. Yes. That he can have this particular mental hang-up in this large of a way and still come through with a career Grand Slam, joining 5 other players who have done this with some incredible names alongside.
Gene Sarazen, Jack Nicklaus, Tiger Woods, Gary Player, Arnie.
Yeah.
Like those Arnold Palmer.
Huge names that he joins. And I still don't think he's gotten over this. Like, I think he still has it, right? I think you could still end up in another one of these majors where he has a lead on Sunday and be like, well, it's about to go away. But he's done it enough to where I don't know that people are going. Well, no, I think it's still going to come up.
But I think he's still going to come up. But I think he's good for golf.
Yeah. Do it seem like he's one of those players that's kind of like a team that don't really blow people out, but always got to make it interesting?
That's a good example, too.
Yeah, because, you know, a team, you got some good teams that would just blow people out the water.
Cardiac Rory.
Yeah.
Cardiac Rory.
It's like you think it's a blowout, but they always let them back in the game. So now you got to sit there all the way to the game is over to see who won.
But I think that's good for golf. Like the next major, I believe, is the U.S. Open on Father's Day weekend. I bet you a lot of people are going to be watching like, all right, let's see what Rory does, because he might win this thing going away, or he might lose it on a 3-inch putt, you know?
Yeah, no, and I agree with you in that regard. I think it is good for golf in that there's another storyline that I think people widely can hold on to, even though I think it is at the expense of Rory McIlroy, because, like, hey, man, everybody is psychoanalyzing you every time that you come up on a Sunday. Like, that's got to be something to deal with, right? However, I think that for the more general golf watcher, because the more avid golf watchers are going to watch it. One of the reasons why Rory is a well-known name is because when you were having or moving Tiger into a place where, okay, he is not necessarily the top of this next person to captivate the audience. And I don't think you've really done a great job of finding that per se, which is probably unfair because golf does not typically have a Tiger Woods at the top. However, I feel like you add another story that the average, watcher of at least like the Masters has, where they go, I know that guy, I know his deal.
I got to see what he does.
And I got to see what's happening.
Somebody said Jim Kelly.
Jim Kelly came up. Yeah. Tracy McGrady came up. Somebody even compared him to Justin Thompson, Warren Moon. And somebody came through again with Harden, Tony Romo. Yeah, man, there's another. But these guys immediately, all these various players immediately come to mind, and you could build out the whole story. And I think that's the interesting part. In fact, Jim Nance definitely tried to do that. He spent like 10 minutes driving this home before Rory took this to a playoff, didn't he? I imagine you'll talk more about Jim Nance. You enjoy talking about them,
I think we will.
All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our question of the day. What was your biggest want-to-get-away moment at a game or an event or what have you? 713-572-4610. Let's do it next.
Jaylen Petri.
legacybox.com/value to get our $9 offer. legacybox.com/value.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right. Question of the day. What was your biggest want-to-get-away moment at a game or event? 713-572-4610 is the number to text, because I have a strong feeling that Jared Whalen felt like he had a want-to-get-away moment on Saturday. Jared
I didn't
Whalen.
even know his name until you just said it.
I didn't either until I went back and checked a little bit of reporting that was done, because Jared Whalen was a fan sitting out there down the first base line all the way out towards the pole in right field, where he had an interaction with Mike Trout. And not in the way, well, at first not in the way that you would want to, and then later on in very much the way that you would want to.
Yes.
Jared Whalen was out there with his son, watching a little baseball, when all of a sudden here comes, and was it Isaac Paredes? It was Isaac Paredes up to bat.
Yeah.
Here comes a deep drive out towards him. But it's curling foul. But Mike Trout has a bead on it. Looks like he might be able to grab it, and he kind of does. In fact, he does.
He did.
Except our guy Jared pulled it right out his glove as if it was the World Series, and that was Mookie Betts. And what's hilarious is you can see it in slow motion. We Zapruder filmed this on Space City Home Network.
I know I did.
And you can see him. He's pulling the ball out of the glove, because he really does. He grabs it out of the glove.
It was caught.
Which eventually it wasn't actually. It was just
it was way into the foul territory.
Yeah, which is fan territory. Which at that point you're allowed to do that, right? That's the interpretation that I'm taking away from this.
Yeah.
But yeah, he grabs out, and you can see him in slow motion realize and try and put it back in Mike Trout's glove, which is hilarious. It was very much oh no, what am I doing?
Yeah.
And that happened, man. Ultimately Isaac Paredes gets one more swing at things. He flies out to center, or pops out even really to center. But yeah, man. In that moment, you could tell he was just like, oh, no, what did I do? And you could see my favorite part.
Then he just
sure did.
There were so many parts of this video, and you mentioned Zapruder. I've watched it so many times.
Tell me the most important part for you.
Well, first of all, what you just described, where he realizes in real time as he's pulling it out of his glove, oh, crap. Because he's seen all the videos and all the the fans that have gone viral in not so nice ways, over the years, and then you see the people around him. Some of them are saying yeah, and some of them are going no, don't do it. And then my favorite part is his son kept his sunglasses on, like, God, I hope my fans, like, even afterwards, because he knows the camera's coming back to him, and the son kept those big old sunglasses on, like, I hope my friends don't know it's me.
Did you hear his excuse?
Mm-mm.
He said, I just didn't know what was going on. I didn't realize it was a play. It was coming at my son's face. I just reached out.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so didn't know what was going on. Clear. Didn't realize it was a play. Don't think that's true.
It's a small little sign all over the stadium that said, keep your head in the game.
Yes.
And then it was coming at my son's face. That is a lie. Like, that one we can see, dog. Like, these other ones are maybe some level of, like, questionable. No, that one we definitely saw it was not. However, ultimately, Mike Trout talked to him after the game. They seemed to be, on good terms and everything. All's well that ended well, but obviously a want-to-get-away moment for him. So what were the moments for you, 713-572-4610?
Where you just wanted to get away. I'm curious on y'all's, because Reggie was very reluctant, but he's going to share us his story. But I'll tell you mine, where at least 5,000 Aggies turned on me in unison. This is a while back, and I was the official scorer in the Southwest Conference tournament. That's how long ago it was. Southwest Conference baseball tournament.
Golly.
All right.
That's crazy.
And I was the official scorer. And the Aggie pitcher, they were facing Arkansas. And the Aggie pitcher had a no-hitter in the 7th inning. And they had a no-hitter going. And there was a sinking line drive. Never forget it. I mean, I can just hit it to left field. And the left fielder dove, and the ball hit the tip of his glove and landed. I scored it a base hit.
They were like, oh, that's
as it should have been. It hit his glove. The dude was laid out parallel to the ground, and it barely nicked the tip of his glove.
Who are you trying to convince right now?
Me. That was a hit. It was a hit all day if you're an official scorer. But that was, obviously.
Sound like an error to me.
I don't know.
My man got robbed of a no-hitter.
There's all the people in the press box was like, damn, why we have him do it? I thought the whole point was that we could get a favorable, score.
Back then you either did a thumbs up or a thumbs down. So everybody in the press box looked at me and I said, thumbs up.
Hit.
Base hit. And then the fans could see me.
Oh, man.
And they all started booing and heckling and yelling. And so but it was the right call to this day. I'll take it to my grave. So they got mad at me, and I just kind of sat down and said, "Oh, it was a hit. I mean, it was a hit."
And you just how early into the game was this?
It was the seventh inning.
Okay, so at least you were relatively close to it being over. It made
the seventh.
It made the call worse though.
Yeah, hitter in the seventh.
Yeah, that's tough.
How about you?
For me, it was the day of one of my good friends, one of my college friends' wedding. So it's a Mexican wedding, and I say that for good purpose because we was turned up, right? And his father of the groom. I mean, obviously, I'm friends of both the groom and the bride, but father of the groom was like, "Yo, your friends, y'all drinking." So like he kept coming over and be like, "Yo, shots, shots." And I was like, all right, like you're not gonna call me no B. Like, let's go, right? And taking all the drinks or whatever. So we get to a space. I'm like, all right, cool. And then hanging out. We see him off, and it's like, all right, cool. And a group of friends from college, we're like, yo, we're gonna keep this going. Gonna head over to this bar, a second location. I was like, all right, cool. I'm like, I ain't got nowhere to be tomorrow.
Yeah.
So I drive there, I get there, and we're hanging out, and all of a sudden, I'm just not feeling right.
Oh no!
I'm just not feeling right.
Oh,
dressed up and.
Oh no!
So we're sitting out on the patio, and then all of a sudden, I'm just kind of put my head down and then reversal fortune.
Yeah.
In public, all my nice shoes and everything.
Oh,
I'm in public, bro. On the patio and everything.
Oh man.
The proprietors of the place tell me I gotta go.
Yeah.
Like you
I
can't
guess so.
You ain't gotta go home, but you gotta get the bleep out of here. So I am leaving.
Everybody move back in their chairs.
A friend of mine had to drive me home. It's like, hey, we getting you out of here. So yeah, that was deeply uncomfortable. Every time I hang out with that group of friends. Thankfully,
remember that time you threw up all over?
Thankfully, they didn't do that, but it's almost worse because like you can see it. You can see it in their eyes. Like, oh, look at you.
Every time you got a drink in your hand, you good? You good, bro? My get out of town moment was. This is around the time I first met my wife. So we've been kicking it a lot, and then her family had like a get together at her house. So I went, and this is where I'm meeting all the aunties, the uncles, and all that stuff. And one of her uncles, shout out to Uncle Joey. So Uncle Joey is like the crazy one in the family, the one that's way more outgoing and all that stuff. So he like, what's up, man? What you do? What you? And I told him I was I'll be rapping.
Yeah.
He like, oh, I got to hear something now.
Oh no.
And so I had just came from the studio. So I got my track on the CD in the car.
Yeah.
So I'm like, yeah, I just left the studio. He like, oh, let me get. I'm like, no, it's a lot of cussing in there because it was a family event.
Yeah.
So I'm like, it's a lot of cussing. Oh no, it's cool. We can still play. He took my CD and took off in the back. I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, so I didn't even go to the back. I just stayed in the front yard.
Yeah.
I'm like, man, he just took it. And then probably about 3 or 4 minutes later, he came back. Yeah, they say it was too much cussing. Oh my God. Now they know it's me. Like, they don't even know me like that. So now they heard the most dirtiest rap song probably ever. And I'm like, man, I don't even want to go in the back.
You remember the song?
Oh, yeah.
It was bad?
The song called Women Ain't Nothing.
Yeah.
That's the clean version.
Yeah.
So I'm like, man, I'm like Nana in the backyard, too. I'm like, oh, God, man, this is bad. I wanted to get out of there at that point.
Yeah, I'll see y'all later. Shout out to the person who sent this in from 346. Passed out in the wine bowl restroom stall. Said they closed it down and left them there. Came to about 3 a.m., knew exactly where they were, and knew that they were going to set off this motion detector alarm. There's no escape, but you needed to escape. So, yeah, that's tough. That is tough because, like, You just stuck in the bathroom now.
They just left you there.
That's the real problem, right? They just left you there.
Oh man!
They were like, "Nah, you're gonna come to, and you're gonna wake up
for this.
Wake up in the fullness of your decisions, buddy." And then they said a milder one when they were a little chubby fourth grade self was doing the high jump in gym class. Pole was a bamboo pole. Tried as hard as they could to jump over it. Landed on the pole and snapped.
Oh, and you're chubby.
Yeah, I bet because kids are not good people.
Oh God, no! You broke the pole.
Yeah, bro. He was gonna hold that one forever.
Figgy, who was the receiver? I'm drawing a blank. That we did the research before the interview and all that, and they were saying that his dad played for the Oilers, and we had him on live.
Robert Woods.
It was Robert Woods. We had Robert Woods on live, and it's like, and I asked the question. I was like, so tell me about what it was like, back in the day with all that, and he goes, yeah, that wasn't my dad. I'm like,
oh,
okay, but there's still a little bit of
it's a little
I think
it's a little deeper than rap.
Yeah, it's a little shady whether or not it really was. Yeah, but he's not claiming it.
Yeah, Lopez did his research, his proper research. He like, yeah, your dad played for the. He was like, nah, that's not my dad.
But then we got some confirmation from some people around him that said it actually was.
So he was just messing with y'all, or he didn't want to talk about it?
He doesn't like talking about it. They don't stay related.
Now, when the brothers say, nah, they ain't my father.
Yeah.
And that's his father for real. It's like, it's some deeper stuff.
Yeah. We're gonna stay.
So we're still unsure.
Well, it's better than when the time that we had Pac-Man Jones on, and I asked him.
Oh yeah.
And I was asking him about raising the sons of his former teammate, and I called him Corey Henry instead of Chris Henry, and that clearly changed his mood. I was like, oh no.
Yeah, he started cussing a blue streak after that.
Yep. I still hold that one. I think that's my fault. I have to own that one. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next. Let's go around the NFL, including what does this particular injury possibly mean for the draft that's coming up in 10 days? We'll talk about that more next.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton. KILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. We're about to go around the NFL. Coming in the question of the day. This today was based off of the fan that took a ball smooth out of Mike Trout's glove on Saturday versus when the Astros faced off against the Angels. You know, what was your want to get away moment, sports or otherwise? Obviously, the otherwise really coming through strong. Like the person who texted in and said that they accidentally mooned an entire auditorium, and I was like, how did that happen?
Yeah.
Apparently, they were doing a kid and play routine. They had shorts underneath the MC Hammer pants that they were wearing, the Hammer pants that said "Hi, Mom," so they were going to pull down the Hammer pants.
Yeah,
and,
be funny.
You know, just a little funny. Pulled down too much.
Pulled down that M as well.
Yeah, and just mooned an entire auditorium. Yeah, that's a winner in my book.
That's a nickname for life.
What's the nickname?
I don't know, any number. Mooney.
Okay, all right. Yeah, let me know if you did get a nickname off of that 281. All right, let's go around the NFL now, and I take you to Chicago with the Chicago Bears, where very soon after the Texans got their deal done with Jaylen Petri, making him the highest paid nickel player in the NFL. The Bears said, not so fast, my friend. And it is Kyler Gordon, the slot corner, agreed to a 3-year extension for $40 million, not the $39, obviously, that Jaylen Petri did. And I was like, okay, so what happened here is very evident. They were like, all right, Jaylen Petri got this, tack on that $1 million and we'll be all squared away. And so Kyler Gordon steps into that space as now the highest paid slot corner, I guess probably in the same kind of vein as what we're. But I don't know, for some reason that actually made me feel even better about the deal for Jaylen Petri.
Well, for 2 days he was the highest paid nickel corner in the game, and then all of a sudden this happens. It does. Me too. I think I would take Pitre over Gordon. And I think the Texans would as well, but Gordon got that $1 million more.
Yeah, and Pro Football Focus, right? When you talk about their grades, we have the natural disclaimer that has to come up that it's subjective grading system, and that it's not always viewed the same for everyone, and there are some issues that come up with some of them. But you end up in a place where you look at the grading, and they're fairly similar for these dudes, and I think that's also interesting because Kyler Gordon is considered a very good coverage guy. His grade is a 76. You look at Jaylen Petri's Pro Football Focus coverage grade, it's a 71.3, which is still solid, right? So we maybe overstate his coverage or the lack thereof or what have you. And I mean, another really good slot corner who is in a similar place, and of course, not as good run defensive grade, which is to be expected with the physicality and energy that Jaylen Petri plays with. I was just like, all right, cool. Top of the market makes sense. It's a number that clearly was acceptable for other organizations and other agents to get in that same space. Like Nick Caserio, right on the pulse of where it should be with Jaylen Petri on this extension.
Yeah, and I feel like not only on the pulse, but all of a sudden it looks like a smart deal, to get him done when he did.
Sure, and I mean, I think largely everybody was in that place where it felt like it was a smart deal. The only other question, did you want to commit in long term to him in a situation where you're paying a lot of folks, and eventually someone was going to have to get the short end of the stick, and the thought process being slot corner or slot, or nickel or what have you is probably a place where you can get a replacement relatively easy. However, a replacement for what he does in particular is not as easy, especially in this DeMeco Ryans defense. I imagine you want to give DeMeco everything that he possibly wants to do that at a high level, and that feels like you would definitely want to make sure that Jaylen Petri's there. So yeah, shout out to Kyler Gordon attacking on that $1 million, but of course shout out to Pitre, his agent, and of course the Texans for finding a deal that was amenable all the way around. Some other things around the NFL. The Saints, I imagine that they're just fed up with old boy at this point. I mean, and this isn't anything that he did in particular. Old boy, in this instance, referring to quarterback Derek Carr, who we found out this weekend. Actually, I believe it was Friday. In fact, we found out that he is dealing with a shoulder injury, which puts into question his availability for the entirety of the 2025 NFL season. And this is really wild to see, right? Ian Rappaport reported it Friday afternoon, as I mentioned. But he's been over there, and I'm sure that they've had a tenuous relationship with him as is, because he's getting paid significant money while also just not necessarily delivering at a high rate or for someone that you would expect to have that kind of money. And now he's in a place where you might not have him. This changes up what the first round looks like, right?
Oh, 100%. It changes up what the Saints are doing at number 9, probably drafting a quarterback. I would say the odds are that they draft a quarterback. Obviously, Derek Carr. Remember how the season started last year, and we're like, oh boy, they've unlocked it. And they do that every year. What do they have, like 4 games where they were just killing it?
They sure were.
I think one of them was 45 or so points against the Cowboys.
And that's why, they got out here, and of course that was before we fully know that the Cowboys were entirely unserious the first half of the season. But you put a 45 on anyone and you have to take notice, right?
Yeah.
They did that. However, ultimately you looked around and they were still kind of that same Saints team that has potential and maybe doesn't live up to it. And that probably speaks a lot to Derek Carr just as a player.
Yeah.
And I see how teams continually find themselves in this place. Big arm, talented. He just seems to, speaking of Rory McIlroy and his comps, I could probably put some Derek Carr in here if I really wanted to straighten it a little bit, because very talented player that just seemingly can't get out of his own way in his head to allow himself to be that player fully, even though he seems like a dude that really guys get behind and is a good dude. It just feels like the actual play does not get him to a place where it's beneficial for the team. And so I do wonder if they are probably looking to, find their way out of that deal just generally, but then more importantly, give yourself an opportunity to play with some level of competition, because it's not like they're in a place where they're ready to tank this thing out. So I could easily see them being
they're in a bad place, to be honest. I mean, it's hard to see how the Saints can be good enough to win anything, but bad enough to to get out from under the cap hell that they are in with Derek Carr. It affects the number 9 overall selection. It affects the picks behind it. It affects perhaps trades. Saints could well go back as well. So it's very, very interesting. And was it as surprising to you? Is it season?
Yes, it's a shoulder injury, and I think the potential threat to a season is because Derek Carr is weighing his options, which is also including the possibility of surgery.
Yeah,
and I mean, once you start cutting, right, we're talking about a level of time of recovery that becomes really tenuous for this.
One more thing.
Yeah.
Does Shadur Sanders want to go to New Orleans?
Well, I mean,
yes, because if it's not New Orleans, then you talking about at the back end of the first round. I think he want to go as soon as possible at this point.
Well,
I mean, he have a choice.
Yeah.
I think the fellas on the morning show played the audio of him on with Kay Adams talking about how he didn't care, right? Like I think Bucky Brooks was talking about how he probably shouldn't want to go in the first 3 or what have you, and he was like he didn't care, he ain't talked to Bucky Brooks, which I was like that's kind of obfuscating the actual question or avoiding it. But like I do believe that he would have enough I don't know what the right word is. He would have enough perspective, especially with his pops and Dion and everything, to understand that, hey, man, where you get drafted, that is a somewhat temporary thing. Obviously, it affects your rookie deal, but ultimately, if you find the right space, the money that you maybe lose from certain spots, you'll get back, and ultimately, circumstance matters probably the most with a quarterback than anything. I think, and to circle back to your question, I don't know because the Saints as a circumstance is really dicey. Like even with the Derek Carr thing still being in there, right? Let's say you draft Shadur Sanders, Derek Carr. The potential out on that deal is before this upcoming season, right? He still has a $20 million cap hit this year. Next year a cap hit plus some void year cap hits for the 3 years after that deal runs out in 2026. So like. They're not going to get out from under this, which it fits in and it shouldn't be surprising because that's how the Saints operate. They just play kick can consistently, even when they're not really in contention mode. And so I don't know that this team is going to be well situated to build a team around him while also understanding that it's probably is it a better circumstance than the Browns or the Giants? Because the Browns would be in a similar situation with all that money that they owe to Deshaun Watson. Do you think the Giants would be a better spot, though?
Well, I don't know on that because I don't think the Giants are necessarily going to be interested in him.
You think the Giants
are
a
better fit? Maybe.
Well, I mean, the Giants have gotten themselves a couple of kind of vets, right? Obviously, Tommy DeVito on the back end of that room. No disrespect to Tommy DeVito, right? But then you go to Jameis Winston, who's probably situated as your backup, Russell Wilson, who's probably situated as your starter. But I don't think either of them are stopping enough show, especially if you feel comfortable about.
But they've made some commitments
Shadur.
there, man.
Yeah, obviously, I don't think they're going to draft him number 3.
No.
I think they got number 3, but I think it's considered for him to kind of somebody trade up. Kind of trade back in to get him.
Yeah, but see, I don't see the Giants being interested, and the Giants want either Travis Hunter or Abdul Carter, is what I think.
I mean, I can easily see that, but I see what Figgy's talking about too, right? Take that second-round pick, come back up into the late first round, and end up with him.
If he slides down far enough, I think a team will be like, hey, we can give up a second-round pick and just kind of.
Appreciate from the 713. Spencer Rattler's probably smiling, but he's not very good.
Yeah.
They said it in a different way. But, yeah, man, that's quite possible. Like, maybe it ends up being a Spencer Rattler go of it, because I honestly did forget that they have Spencer Rattler, who is an interesting prospect because the high end, that dude is just the furthest thing from consistent that I could probably say, and that's been the case since college for Spencer Rattler. So we'll see what that ultimately means. I don't know. Maybe, and I was already probably in a place, and I think a lot of people were already in a place where 9 where the Saints were selecting already seemed kind of interesting for Shadur. This just kind of ups the ante. We'll see what that looks like as we continually we're 10 days away from the first round. 281, I could see Saints secretly tanking for Arch. That's also a possibility of like just taking this on the nose and actually having a bad season. The only problem is, again, they've done this thing where they've situated themselves salary cap wise, where a bad season, I don't even know how much that actually does for you in all these circumstances, but we'll see how they play this. Continuing on around the NFL, did you see this that happened this weekend? Former LSU wide receiver and a dude who was, set to probably, enter the NFL in the ensuing weeks, in the next few weeks. Kyron Lacey, found dead of an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound, right? After
here in Houston.
Yes, here in Houston, in fact, after being in a police chase of sorts. So, like, the timeline of all this is kind of wild. As in December, he was in an accident, right? And he ended up being charged with negligent homicide, right? Ultimately, the accident led to the death of one of the passengers. And so that was something that he had on him. And in fact, the legal troubles actually had the NFL rescind his offer to come to the combine. So he didn't get to go to the combine and test in all those places. So, he was probably dealing with some stuff. But ultimately, he ended up in a situation where the constable's office in Harris County responded to a call on Saturday of one of Lacey's family members who said he shot a gun into the ground. Lacey left before the authorities arrived, and then when law enforcement tried to stop his car 20 minutes later, he fled again. And then ultimately, the pursuit lasted miles until his car crashed, and then they found him with a gunshot wound. It's deeply, deeply saddening situation for a very talented player at that. I mean, not that that's the part that matters, right? The loss of human life is significant enough, but I mean, a 9-touchdown guy for LSU this past season, it looked like he had a great opportunity of going into the NFL and maybe doing something.
You just wish you could tell young people, it seems like the world is crashing down around you. It's not. You just wish you could tell them it's not. There's going to be, some light at the end of the tunnel. But, you laid it out perfectly, all the things that were going on, and then maybe his NFL dream takes a hit, and then there was a report of some sort of argument in the house that led to him shooting the gun into the ground, and he takes off, and then he says, all of a sudden the police are chasing him, and he just feels like the world is over. It's not. But it's hard to convince.
I know his father, when we were still trying to figure out what was happening on Sunday, his father had posted on Facebook something to the effect of, something that spoke to mental health, and obviously we're checking your sons and such. And I know that was been a big conversation within this, and it clearly matters, but it's hard to ignore the idea that these other things were happening that clearly probably weighed heavily and factored into what probably was a tough mental health situation, a deeply sad situation all the way around. It's all, and on top of it, his lawyers put out a blistering statement afterwards, still saying that they're still looking for an investigation into what they're deeming a miscarriage of justice when it comes to the grand jury that was scheduled, I believe for today, in fact, when it comes to that case that had happened late last year.
Yeah, it's, like I said, just absolutely heartbreaking. It always is. But 24 years old, I believe.
Yes.
And you're just like, God, man, you're a kid. It'll get better. It's not crashing around you. Hard to avoid sometimes.
Really, really sad to see that happen. So condolences, obviously, to his family, right? Because, I mean, no matter what the situations were, or what happened, or, you know, whatever blames you might want to put in the situation in one place or the other, there's a loss of life, and there's people around him that I'm certain are very, very saddened by this situation. So you hate to see it. You really do. And, of course, again, condolences to all those involved. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, could Amen Thompson really win Defensive Player of the Year? Regular season's over. They're watching to see, you know, who wins the play-in game and get ready for the playoffs. We can talk more about that. But right now, right, was end of season's awards open? Does it feel like Amen Thompson can actually win Defensive Player of the Year? We'll talk about it next.
All right, guys, let's talk about the Low T Center.
from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Is it possible that Amen Thompson will actually win Defensive Player of the Year? That's what we'll talk about here in a second. 713-572-4610. We just got a text on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line.
The Texas Hammer!
Jim from the 346. Question, did you guys come up with a different name for your group chat? Which I'm surprised that you even still think about that, dear listener.
Them boys on Wessie.
No, it's still that. It's still that. We didn't come up with a different group name.
How can you beat that? You can't top that.
And buddy, I'm hoping that we can. I'm going to crowdsource this once again. 713-572-4610.
Wesleyan is where the building is.
That it is.
Them boys on Wessie.
If you can come up with a better name, when you come up with a better name, text it in for us, and hopefully myself and Figgy can get that shifted.
You know what? It is what that should be the name of the chat. It is what it is.
We might drive him
that's
up.
not going to happen.
We might drive him up a wall.
not going to happen.
It might. But that's kind of how I felt. That not going to happen is kind of how I felt about the possibility of Amen Thompson being Defensive Player of the Year. Clearly, I think that he is capable of like earning such an accolade for a season that he's had this year, in which he has been absolutely incredible. Right, this team has been top 5 defensive rating all the way through. Or at least top 10, right? But it definitely feels like top 5 because, I mean, there was points we were talking about the second best defense in the league and all sorts of stuff, sometimes best defense in the league. And he is hugely, he holds a huge part of that. However, you know, what are the things that we talked about? We talked about this yesterday, or last week rather, the possibilities of him winning Defensive Player of the Year. And we were trying to make the case, but ultimately it still felt like there's guys that will probably get a lot of love. Like Dyson Daniels is one of those that's really interesting. Because he holds, and he actually finished out on the season with a 3.01 steals per game metric, which is something that just hasn't been done since like the 50s or something like that. Like this is just something that doesn't happen with a stat that there's not a lot of great defensive stats, and that one is easy to look at. It's it's steals, so it's a thing that pops off the screen. And I was like, man, is he going to be able to get this? Well, come to find out, once we get towards the end of the year, a couple games away from the end of the season, a couple of very highly respected media members made it known that Amen Thompson is, in fact, their Defensive Player of the Year pick. Kevin works for Yahoo Sports now. He's bounced around a little bit, but he does some good work. He made the announcement that he is going to vote for Amen Thompson for Defensive Player of the Year. And I was like, oh, wow, this is kind of amazing, right? Yeah. And he laid out his case. And then maybe even better still, Tom Haberstroh, who is like your favorite media person's favorite media person, because he is like deep in the nerd analytics or what have you. He made the case for Amen Thompson. I'd like to, can you give me one here? This is him on the Kevin O'Connor podcast on why he is voting for Amen Thompson for Defensive Player of the Year.
This is a guy who's the only player in the NBA top 20 in both blocks and steals. The versatility you talked about, where he's a point of attack, shut down Steph Curry the other night, and he's been doing that all season, is that when you got a Ja Morant or a Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Jalen Brunson, whomever it is, he's the guy that they're going to throw at him to completely throw off all their first actions. And that is a thing that you can't say for Evan Mobley or Draymond Green. Draymond Green's greatest attribute in this conversation is that he has a podcast. I'm telling you, dude, he went from 0% chance, like it was 0.8% on Polymarket, 0.8% chance of winning Defensive Player of the Year until he had that comment where he's like, I deserve it, 1,000% have a case for Defensive Player of the Year. And then he became the favorite.
I don't think he lied.
No, he's not. But the thing is, it's a sexy pick. It's a who's the most popular, trendy pick. Maybe is a better way to put it. For defense,
it isn't a trendy. It's not a trendy award though. Defensive Player of the Year.
But among media members, it's almost like he's not wrong.
And you've been a media member who's voted on this. So
yes.
Can I ask you from a little bit of your experience, not your personal experience, but the experience that you've seen of your colleagues? How does it seem like, at least in the past, that people went about determining who they voted for Defensive Player of the Year?
Largely because of that. I remember, I covered the NBA on a daily basis in the 90s and into the 2000s, and it was players like Michael Jordan. It was players with the sexy stats, that with the block shots. with the steals. You mentioned the steals. That's going to get a lot of votes. And then guys like Draymond Green, who it's almost like a pack mentality, that until someone else comes along that, consistently becomes one of the popular kid in class. That's what it is. And it's not right. He's not wrong, Figgy. You're right. But it's just going to be a long shot by any stretch for Amen to get it.
Yeah, it seemed like a lot of people don't really talk about this award as much. It seemed like this is more down the line a little bit.
Yes.
And these are for the people that's not maybe the popular guy in class. And so with Draymond just openly talking about, hey, I think I should win it, type of thing, I think people are like, oh, yeah, maybe sure, because everybody else looking at the other stuff. Everybody else looking at the MVP race and stuff like that. So I think him just bringing that up is kind of like, oh, yeah, maybe.
How it starts is what I was going to say. Guys like that start to say, hey, are you really looking at this?
Yeah.
Are you really looking at the numbers and what coaches would want as a shutdown guy?
Yeah.
So that helps him next year. But it doesn't help him this year. To answer your question, can he win it this year? No.
I think it does because this happened before the ballots opened up. The ballots, I imagine, opened up yesterday or maybe today. And so you have people that are well respected throwing out a whole big case about this dude, and then also he had some very notable games that I think you could help cross reference all of these stats and all of these things that they're talking about with.
Yeah.
In fact, can you give me? This is the second cut here of Tom Haberstroh, again, probably one of your favorite media member, talking about Amen Thompson for Defensive Player of the Year.
I'm sorry. When you look at the defensive rating of Amen Thompson, it's 107 when he's on the floor. Look at the other defenders on Houston. You can say Dylan Brooks and Tari Eason, but I'm telling you, the Houston Rockets have a top 4 defensive rating this season with Alperen Sengun and Fred VanVleet on the floor for most of them. Who picked Houston as being a top 4 defensive rating team this season? Who picked it? No one did. You know why? Because they didn't see how good Amen Thompson would be as a 22-year-old in his second year in the league, dominating defensively and turning Stephen Curry into just another guy out there.
Yeah, so I don't think that you needed the shade at Fred VanVleet and Alperen Sengun first and foremost. So I think you could have kept that. However, I do think that he points out a couple things, which is one, you had the game against the Warriors, which was it was very, very prominently featured, especially because 3-game stretch where he scored 125 points and they locked him down to 2, 3? 3 points, and that was the primary defender on that was Amen Thompson. People take note of that. On top of anytime you see a highlight reel, the fact that he's coming down and chase down blocks and coming over with help side blocks and all sorts of things of that nature. On top of the idea that he also put this into context of expectation.
Yeah,
because when you talk about these awards, especially Coach of the Year or whatever, it starts with what did we expect you to do and how far did you play over expectation. And I do think that actually is a good note for dudes as they're starting to decide, and I guess media members, I should say, as they're starting to decide who they vote for, to think back to how highly did you regard this team? And yes, obviously, I think that should factor in with Ime and a big deal, but also, hey, the best defender on that team, maybe give him a little love for the defensive player.
And I think that's where it's going to land. I think this is all good for Amen Thompson. I mean, his name is now being mentioned among the top defenders in the entire NBA. This is going to help him win a Defensive Player of the Year award. It's just not going to help him win this Defensive Player of the Year award, is where I would land. It's not fair. What's that old line from the Clint Eastwood movie? Deserve's got nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
Deserve has nothing to do with it in a large part. But again, he should be, and we should be, thankful that he's getting this kind of accolades from a guy like that.
Yeah, well, I think what this means to me is that you can go ahead and lock in that first team all defense. It seems like the level will also make sure that if anybody had him on that perimeter, first team versus second team all defense, that I think that they'll push him up a little bit. Also, I think that this gives him an opportunity to be on that national stage, and I think it pushes further the Rockets in general into more of that national stage. As I turn you to First Take, I understand. This is Shannon Sharp has had this bit that he's done, even going back many years, where he's, shouting out the Lakers at 5, right? Because he's, it doesn't matter what it is, he still believes in the Lakers. And the Rockets got a little bit of the treatment.
I know the Rockets are coming in, Stephen A. I got those boys playing well, and they railroaded him. I get all that. Houston Rockets. So I don't care. I don't care nothing about no light socket, a court docket, or my empty pockets.
What did you just say? A light socket, court document, or empty pocket?
Yeah.
What was that?
I love that Molly is just like, I'm not listening. Let me know when I got to talk again.
What's happening here?
The Rockets are getting more of that attention. Obviously, some of this is just being the number 2 seed, 52 wins, all that.
Yeah.
But I think also you continue to push players into that formidable space where they're getting a lot of love, and I think that this is all very good for the Rockets.
The bigger story is this is a squad that the defense. You heard the numbers. You know what Amen Thompson can do. Going into the postseason in a really, really good spot, and that's what we care about more.
100%.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what they care about.
Because defensively against either of the teams that they could face, it's going to be a big help.
Yeah, tomorrow is when that game will happen. The 7-8 game in the play-in between the Memphis Grizzlies and the Golden State Warriors, who slid into that 7 spot on the last day of the schedule. Did you watch any of the last game?
Well, once I saw how wild it was getting, I went in, but it was late.
Yeah, Rockets Nuggets was the last game of the season on yesterday, and they started the starters. You like that? You like that touch? Obviously,
absolutely.
They went till about the third quarter, and then they pulled
That's
back
exactly
the reins.
how I drew it up last week. But then they started talking about or not playing him, but he did get him a little run yesterday.
Yeah. So shout out to the Rockets, who look like they're they got their guys a little bit of run. They're playing together. They'll be back in action. I believe Sunday is when that game will happen. TBD on time when they'll actually get their first round series going against either the Warriors or the Memphis Grizzlies. We'll see what that looks like tomorrow. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including let's check in on the Lance McCullers recovery tour, and also another head coach gets fired in the NBA. Now, actually, after the season, what could that mean for your Rockets? We'll talk about that more next.
Yeah, how about this from the Franklin team? That's a Franklin team brokered by EXP Real. with Lance McCullers. That was a really good effort. That's exactly what the Astros wanted to see because he was around the strike zone. You just laid it out. He was working his breaking ball. One of the things that I've always said since he's made this latest comeback is, a precise pitcher like him, a control breaking ball pitcher. That's one of the hardest things to regain is that control and being able to throw breaking balls for in the zone. He's doing it. It's not fast tracked, but it's getting close.
Yeah, pound in the zone, as we mentioned. Velo, just a smidge, which that sometimes that could be a little bit of a sign that you go, uh-oh. But I think for the most part, all intents and purposes, it does seem like Lance McCullers in a good space when it comes to returning to the big league club. Like I said, Corpus Christi this weekend is the next expected start for the man in his rehab process. Also, Forrest Whitley got a win though in his second rehab appearance as well. So man, he came in for Lance McCullers in that. So yeah, man, you're seeing some guys work their way back.
How much of a luxury would that be? Not just McCullers, but somewhere down the line, Whitley as well.
Yeah, that's what you're hoping for. That's what you would really absolutely love to see. Some other things that are popping. This has actually been going on today. I'm not even sure if the service is continuing, but today, between the family of George Foreman and the city of Houston, they were hosting a celebration of his life. Right, the famed boxer, Olympic champion, and entrepreneur. They held a service, of course. Long ago, where all the tickets sold out, but. I think the live stream of the service was provided by the Houston Municipal Television, so via its website and Facebook page. So might be worth checking out. And I believe if Facebook works the way that I believe it to still work, you can go back and watch that video back,
probably,
and see the salute to a Houston legend, George Foreman, who was,
he's about as Houston can get.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. Yeah. So salute to the man, to the late George Foreman. Some other things that were indeed popping. Shout out to our very own Clint Stoerner.
I love this. I for our listeners, we Clint Stoerner was back in Arkansas this weekend.
Yeah, that's why we missed him at the end of last week.
Right,
he's getting ready to accept an opportunity, right, as a Hall of Famer in the Arkansas Sports Hall of Fame.
But I watched this 2 or 3 times. I was like, "Atta baby, Clint." He's a friend, but we also give him a hard time. Some of the things that
I don't give him a hard time.
Well, you don't.
I don't know him well enough, and I don't want those issues.
But we often forget, and I actually covered Clint, he and I have had this discussion. I've been in that Arkansas locker room when Clint was the quarterback, back when I was covering college football, and made that big run to a national championship, potentially against Tennessee. Then he had that fumble, came back and did it. So I was really doing the old attaboy when I was listening to his speech as he got entered into the Arkansas Hall of Fame.
Now, I know this is too much to ask, right? I'll never ask you to forgive me for dropping that damn ball in Knoxville. I'll never ask you to do that. But what I will ask you to do is when you get done dog cussing me for dropping that damn ball, all right, I'd appreciate it if you take a second and know this. I took pride in being tough. I left everything on the field.
Take your time, man.
I took pride then, and I take pride with every breath I take today in representing the Hog and the state of Arkansas in a way that I hope every one of you are proud of. Thank you.
That was great.
Was he trying not to cry?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Moments, but very understandable. And, an Arkansas legend, obviously.
Absolutely.
But also an Arkansas legend for a moment that slipped away. But, no, that was great. And good on them to get him in the Hall of Fame.
For sure.
Yeah.
Well deserved.
Yeah.
Absolutely. A lot of love to our guy, Clint Stoerner, who is a Hall of Famer. All right. How about this as we continue in what's popular? Well, actually, let me circle back around. Spencer Arrighetti talked about the ball that broke his thumb. He said he never saw it. Just kind of a freak accident of what happened there. And also worth noting, Brendan Rodgers didn't play either of the last couple of Astros games because of left hip soreness. So that's what's going on. Even though he's been solid in the intervening time, or the time that he's been starting for the Astros. 250 batting average when it comes down to it.
About what you wanted. Maybe a little more, if you're really wanting something from your second baseman, but We didn't even know who was going to be playing second base. I was very confident that he would at least be a good defensive first baseman and might have the edge. But he's getting you what you need, at least as best you could get from the second base position.
Yeah. Something that came down just during our program here in What's Poppin'. Of course, I'm going to find the way back around to the Rockets, but the Phoenix Suns, who, mind you, they finished their season out with I think a tie when it comes to records for the ninth best. There's a tie for the ninth worst, record, which gives them the tie for the ninth best odds in the draft with that pick that they're conveying to the Rockets. So we're watching that space. However, just recently fired Mike Budenholzer after a single solitary season at the helm of the Suns. And Mike Budenholzer, a championship-winning coach with the Bucks in 2021, if memory serves me correctly. But even then, he had a long path to that place. He was, looked at as possibly being fired before they ultimately won that championship. There's questions as to how high a level of coach he is and if you can get a team to a promised land. But the Suns clearly, they fired Frank Vogel for the opportunity to get Mike Budenholzer. And after not making the play-in, they fired him after one season. What do you think this says about where the Suns are? Because their future and what they're trying to do matters to the Rockets to a great deal, whether you talk about this pick that the Rockets have, but then also the possibility of trading for a potential star player. Kevin Durant is obviously the one that we've talked about a lot recently.
You and I were talking about this during the break, and you said, what does it mean for their direction, so to speak?
Yeah, because I think that matters a good amount, where the Suns are going.
There's no way they're not going to try to win. I think they have to try to win, and I think that's what it is. Obviously the Kevin Durant potential trade or however you want to play it. But the interesting thing is, that is one season. One season when you're already going to kind of remake the roster, you would think that the head coach might have something to say with it about it. And three big-time coaches in the last couple of weeks in the NBA, get moved. It's crazy.
I mean, one way you can also see it is three coaches in the last few seasons for the Suns, right?
Yeah, that too.
Matt Ishbia came in, who is the owner and the governor in the NBA parlance. He bought the organization and immediately wanted to just kind of throw himself into the opportunity of winning, right? They get Frank Vogel from the Lakers to see, and who is a good coach in his own right. They move on from him. They end up with Budenholzer. They've tried to do everything to win in an instant space. I do wonder if maybe they get to a space where they look up and they go, okay, this isn't the way to try and do this. And maybe in trading with the Rockets, try and get back their draft capital and build this thing up slow in a different way. Because I'm trying to just,
Well, what do they do with Booker?
That is where I was going. Do you get to a place, could you possibly see them getting to a place where they look up and they go, all right, let's turn this thing over?
I don't. I really don't.
And try and actually build this anew. I don't think Booker is probably the furthest reaches of this.
Yeah,
but firing Mike Budenholzer made me think, I think they could go a lot of different places. The most likely places that they just go and they try and throw themselves in the Taylor Jenkins or the Michael Malone sweepstakes and see if they can just do this again and reboot it one more time with Devin Booker and a coach that they believe to be a championship coach to see if they can instant oatmeal this thing. But there is a possibility that maybe they look around and they think, hey, can we build this in a more sustainable way instead of trying to quick heat it? And does that then open a possibility for the Rockets to come up on a younger superstar, especially in the way that people have talked about Kevin Durant, where they're like, we don't need that guy at 36.
Right. Look, it would be great for the Rockets if that could happen, but other teams obviously would want to be a part of that as well. The draft picks do come into play. Also, the money that they're spending and the amount of money they're going to be sort of up. I can see it. I can't see them doing anything but trying to reset here and try to win ASAP.
Yeah, and someone said the Rockets had Brooklyn's picks, gave them up to trying to get Durant. I don't know if, I think that you bet against the Suns and you're in that place to where you can maybe get Kevin Durant or even, depending on who they end up with, I still think that, and as much as they talk about that Devin Booker is probably not going to be available, that's something where gauging the interest, especially with the desperation that the organization seems to show, could you possibly get them to a place where they would get off of that? You're interested in Devin Booker, right? I just assumed before I said
absolutely. I just can't see. This doesn't look like, hey, we're just going to blow it up and rebuild kind of thing. Just doesn't seem like it.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Some other things that are popping. Milos Uzan, it looks like as of right now, he will not return to the Cougs as he is declared for the NBA draft. I think he's somewhere in the 40 range when it comes to prospects for the NBA, according to some services. He still maintains his eligibility, though.
Yeah, that's
so
key.
he has until May 28th to decide whether or not he wants to return to college, which, I mean, I think that this is the smart way for him to play it, right? Coming
100%.
off of
I would recommend you do this all the time.
Deep tournament run?
Yeah, if you're a player like that, especially coming off the run that they had, what does it hurt? What does it cost you? Nothing. Not one damn thing. And maybe you'll get some interest that, some intel that would make you want to stay in the draft.
Yeah, maybe so.
Yeah.
As of right now, I'm still looking at Miles Uzan. I mean, he had a great glow up in the second half of the season, right? Being able to, obviously orchestrate the offense, score the basketball, shoot, and find. It does seem like he this might be the time to strike. It does really stink for the Cougs, though. It illustrates once again why it's so important to strike while the iron is hot.
Yeah. Because
if Uzan leaves, and that's the strength of your backcourt. Going away in a one fell swoop, right? And you're depending on Emmanuel Sharp, obviously, who was going to be a starter regardless, but he would be the lone returner when it comes to like your guards.
You get some transfers in.
You're getting some transfers in, right? And that's cool. And Uzan was one of those last year, so I'm not trying to make it seem like it's impossible to overcome, but it just points to the idea that this is the world that we live in. There's a level of turnover that's going to happen consistently and frequently. That Kelvin Sampson's dealing with, and it just highlights, at least for me personally, how much it stinks that you weren't able to make the most of that particular opportunity.
Yeah, that's really it, isn't it? I mean, because obviously you're going to have pretty significant for the Cougs roster turnover, and you're going to have to start all over again. Obviously, there's confidence, in what you can do with Kelvin Sampson, but new guards that always makes it interesting.
Yeah, so excited to see what that looks like for Milos' case because, I mean, it is cool. He transferred into the University of Houston, and this is exactly what you could expect from, like, that kind of move, right? There's clear development for him. He was able to, like, compete for a national championship, and now he might have bettered his opportunity to play at the next level in the NBA, right? Like, that's all W's for that dude in particular.
The other thing is, I mean, he's going to make money one way or another. Whether it's a NIL or not. So he's just really kicking the tires. I would bet that he'll end up being back if I had to.
That is my initial thought is become a much better player than he was coming in, like what that means. But yeah, I mean, if you're going off of the, kind of the services that are putting him as the 42nd, let's say, best prospect, that's early second round. Like, does that benefit you, or do you benefit from getting another year of seasoning, especially coming in as a point guard?
The pay might be better here.
Maybe. It might be. Although I'm glad you mentioned that. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That's what's popping on this Monday. Oh, actually, and it's also worth noting, right? We have a 7-8 in the West, right? The seeds are locked up, which means that it'll be Warriors, Memphis Grizzlies to play tomorrow evening to see who the Rockets will face off in the first round.
You're rooting for?
Oh, we'll get to that. We will definitely get to that.
Yeah, I think we'll talk about that more. I think it's very evident that you root for the better matchup, which is the Memphis Grizzlies. Although I will say, I feel like I would just enjoy the hell out of seeing them. The Golden State Warriors.
Yeah.
And do you believe in like the idea of exercising demons in that way of like going and beating the Warriors in the playoffs?
I mean, sometimes, but it's not going to change what happened.
Sure.
And I think it's a much different team as well.
That is true.
Yeah.
All right. But you mentioned the idea of making money for Milos at the college level. Let's go into the college sports corner where there's a couple of things that are happening in college sports right now that are really big, including the Nico Iamaleava. I think I said that about right.
You did say that right. I'm very impressed.
Well, previously the quarterback of Tennessee. He had a whole thing that happened this weekend. So let's talk about that and the House settlement that's going to probably change the landscape of college sports to move forward.
3:45 with Bijani. Access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Let's hop into the college sports corner. Why don't we? I know you love sports, college sports, Lopez.
You dang right I do.
And there's a couple of things that seem to be almost existential. Is that too
existential?
They feel existential, man.
Right.
Does that feel too much?
So explain it.
I mean, when we're talking about college sports, people have, really worried about where this thing is going, especially with the advent of more money that comes into it. Like, what is this landscape going to look like going forward? And there was a couple of things that have happened over the last week or so. Actually, one of them has been going on for a while, but it's reaching a head here in the next little while. That's really going to shape what the college landscape looks like going forward. And one of those is a very interesting thing that developed on Thursday and Friday into the weekend at the University of Tennessee, which dealing with the quarterback that was at the helm this past year for Tennessee, Nico Iamaleava. I think I got that right.
I'm proud of you.
Who, weirdly enough, there was just kind of a thing that popped up on Thursday, kind of a report that said that, they were having some breakdowns of communication between Nico and the school, to which Nico just kind of like bucked back at it on social media, what have you, right? And put on social media that more games being played off the field than on the field in his part or what have you. And then on Friday, he did an old school holdout, just did not show up to practice. in a way that was really weird, that seemed to maybe intimate that there was some real negotiations that were happening in order to get a little bit more money out of the NIL deal that he had with Tennessee or what have you. The nomenclature and the words that we use here is always so weird, because NIL is supposed to be like opportunities to use your name, image, and likeness to tell yourself. And really, it's kind of become a stand-in for just any time where a player gets money from any side, any different type of way.
NIL.
Right.
It's kind of like the old COVID.
That's right.
Blame COVID for
That's
everything.
right. But yeah, Nico was like, set to go into his fourth year and be the second year starting with a contract that was paying him $2.2 million reportedly by The Athletic. And so what kind of the reporting has been is that he was looking for more money. And the University of Tennessee just got to a point where they were like, we ain't got it for you. And it's worth noting that like Nico was downright okay. He was fine last year. Obviously, they went to the playoff. They went to the college football playoff last year, and he was the quarterback. However, when you look at like SEC rankings and stuff, pretty middle of the pack when it comes to quarterback play. And so you end up in this place where you know, and a lot of people have talked about it. This is this weird space where there's not really guardrails when it comes to how NIL works.
Well, they're working on that.
What there is to kind of dictate the rules of engagement with all these things. And so you have a quarterback who was not all that great, but was not particularly bad per se, come out of a season where I think people look out and they say, you're making a good amount of money, and then basically operate in a way where he tries to generate more from the school. The school ultimately this weekend at their orange and white game made it known that they are moving on from Nico. They thanked him for what he had done for the program, but that they're going to move in a different direction at their quarterback position, which, funny enough, in the SEC, they have additional rules above the NCAA conference. They have to find a way to somewhere else to play outside of the conference. But this just became a big whole thing. And I was interested, what is your perspective on this when you see like a quarterback asking for this kind of money in a similar vein? Like the start of the season, we saw this happen at UNLV to some degree, where they also stepped away from it.
Look, I think if you can just admit the truth here, then maybe he won't be as criticized as he's been, as held up as much as like some greedy, college player that is doing. If you just
reportedly asking for $4 million, which was supposedly near the top of the quarterback market, from what we know.
Let's just admit the obvious here. This is professional sports. It's like there's still, and I hate this term, but people who follow college sports, particularly, quote, my team, whether it's Tennessee or whomever, they still act as if
Tennessee your team.
No, but I'm saying whatever your team is, like all of a sudden you say, oh, he's just being greedy and this and that and that. No, man. Just admit the reality.
You should be there for their education.
Oh, come on.
Well, you say that. People have the same kind of mentalities and thought process even around professionals when they do the holdout or what have you.
But it's not like this. It's like, oh, he's holding out. Well, I wish, then you have the argument about what he should be.
Get into didn't we saw some people do that with Bregman here recently, right?
But you understand that's part of the game because he's a professional athlete. You don't have to like it. And I think what people are doing with him, the old clutching pearls thing is like, oh, isn't he a Tennessee Vol and all this? No, man, he's a professional athlete. And it makes me like this as some sort of, whatever you want to call it, greedy, type athlete. No, he's doing what everybody does in professional sports.
I think the thing is, we never seen this in college to this level like this.
That's it.
Like this stuff happened in college for years.
But
man,
what's
but
wrong with it?
Yeah.
What's wrong with it?
It's just we never seen it this public like this.
Well, I mean, what's wrong with it is that there's not really good parameters for how to handle it.
And the House is trying to fix that.
Yeah, and that's the other portion of this is that the House. Well, you say the House is trying to fix this. Like, really, this is kind of this
draw some sort of guardrail, as you put it.
Right. There's an interesting kind of battle, I guess, for lack of a better term, that's happening in where the House versus the NCAA was a lawsuit that came. That basically was in the benefit of these players that have not been able to benefit for the revenue that has been made off of their names and off of their their work in playing college sports. And so it's basically gotten to a place where in attempting to settle this, there's been some the settlement is they're trying to find some agreements in order to operate how the NCAA will look moving forward. And the biggest things, I think the real broad strokes are that each school will have somewhere in the low 20 millions of revenue a year in order to distribute. Revenue share is how people have been referring to it.
20.5, I believe.
Is that what it is?
20.5.
In order to revenue share with the athletes that are or within their athletic program. It does not have to be specific cash disbursements, but basically in benefits to these play that. There's other spaces where trying to negotiate and figure out like what the parameters will work on this. And they're still working on this as we speak, right? They're still trying to find what the parameters are. And for me, I'm like, while you're in this space of trying to figure out what this looks like, I think the NCAA is still doing the thing that they've always done, which is just try and hold on to the status quo long enough and find little places where we'll cede the ground that we have to in order to keep this thing the way that it has been for the most part with tweaks. And I think we're getting to the point where that's breaking down.
It absolutely is breaking down.
I think that the best way forward, and of course this is like the optimistic space, is while you're already trying to reimagine what this is, you need to go ahead and get into the employment model. Like we just contractually negotiate these things with your players and go ahead and establish what the payment is up front so that you have actual contracts that dictate these things with parameters around it. And then you can operate from there, right? So if a player steps out of line in this way, we know specifically that contract is going to hold them to some degree.
Yeah, but I don't know if that's even fair.
Is it?
I mean, there are players like, what's Arch Manning worth? Should it be a restricted number? No, it absolutely. Maybe he.
I didn't say salary cap necessarily.
Well, but they're trying to implement,
and that's what they're.
They're trying to implement some sort of a salary cap, basically. But you're saying like these contract numbers, you want them static? You want solid contract numbers for each position group or what? See, I don't think that's the way to go.
No, I think that they need to open an actual market of sorts. I think that's
what he's doing.
Well, to some degrees, that's what he's attempting to do. I think also, and this is a fair point that comes in from the 281, that there's some people that are upset that he's already making like 2.4 and trying to push for 4. But
boo-hoo.
Yeah, and
you're going to get what they want to pay you,
and that's fair.
I'll go back to my first point. If people who follow college sports just erase everything you know about how college sports are compensated. Oh, the scholarship should be worth enough. Just erase all that. They're professional athletes. If you start there, then we can talk about things like
no. And I think with Nico in particular, like you can get to performance where you go, hey, you're trying to get money at the top end of what the market is from what we can tell, and you have not played like a top end of the market. I think that is probably the way where you can kind of wipe away him. But I think that it speaks to the idea that there's not been a protocol put in. And we have, especially if you're going to talk about this as professional sports, which it really has moved towards that place, and it has for a long time. I think I would say as soon as you brought in the TV, like the heaps of TV money in the late 80s or what have you, you moved yourself ever closer to this space. I think that you look at the models that have been built for you and you build a professional space with all of the trappings, or most of the trappings. I would like to leave certain ones, but I understand where those are. One thing I did see Shahan Jayaraja of CBS Sports bring up that's a great point, though, is like it seems like the best way to handle this is collective bargaining, right? That's the way that a lot of sports in American sports has worked, and it's largely okay. It's not the perfect system, don't get me to some degree, with professional sports. The only thing that I ask is that you have to ask then is when you have a membership that turns over all the damn time, how does that work? Like who are the people that are,
Maybe 1 year for some of these athletes.
1-2 years for some of these athletes, and like even the parties responsible for negotiating these collective bargaining agreements would be turning over. And then you would have, in a different way, like people who are negotiating agreements that will not be there for people that will be there that had no opportunity to negotiate through it as well. I think that is the big question that I have on how that works. But ultimately, that feels like that works better than this nebulous space that we've been in where we don't know, or even this space that it seems like the House settlement is taking us to, where every single organization or every single school in the nation has the same amount of money to contend with, but then also does not have it for the same. Like it's not like $20.5 million for football. $20.5 million across your athletic department, where maybe some programs that don't have a football team just throw that, or they don't have to spend up to that, to be fair, but throw that similar amount of money into basketball, but a school that has a lot of different programs, like say A&M, that has a lot of programs that they believe highly in: men's basketball, football, baseball,
women's
gymnastics, women's sports.
See, that's the part.
How do you divide that in a way that feels equitable?
I could talk about this for an hour. I'm telling you that's the part we're not, but that's the part that really bothers me. If you have some sort of salary cap or salary structure that limits, then you can say goodbye to walk-ons and preferred walk-ons. They're gone because it's another part of this. Yeah. So all this, the walk-ons and the preferred walk-ons, which preferred walk-ons sometimes become stars and sometimes become NFL or NBA players, et cetera. So they're gone.
Yeah, but I think
I think they are.
No, I don't think you're wrong in that. Yeah. I do wonder, what is our attachment to walk-ons and preferred walk-ons? Because that was basically a way that these organizations used to get around the scholarship limits that they had previously had before.
Yeah.
So, in a workaround circumstance, yes, that does, I think, hurts players at that perimeter, which I understand.
Here's my counterpoint to that. Ohio State, we make, let's just say whatever the number is, $180 million we bring in over this course of the last 5 years to our school in the Big Ten. They should be able to say, we don't want that limit. We don't want a limit. We bring in more money. We should be able to spend more money. That's another dicey issue. And then the last thing is, women's sports and so-called minor sports, say goodbye to some of them. I mean, say goodbye. They're not going to spend their money on that if they're not generating income. This is to me a very
I would push back on that. I don't think you're largely wrong.
Income.
They're not generating income, and honestly, there's a lot of athletic departments that aren't generating income in general. Some that you would kind of be surprised to look at. Mm-hmm. However, I think the reason why these organizations continue to do these sports is because of the front porch nature of them, right? Sure. The idea is that the institution as a whole benefits from having this billboard of sorts of this sports team or sports teams that bring interest. I do wonder if those costs aren't continually, as they kind of have already been, passed on to the other students in there, and that whatever that operating income of the organization or the school, that is part of it, is the athletic department.
Yeah, but again, I'll use the same example. If you're Ohio State, you got football, you got basketball, and the priority at Ohio State is football by a mile and then basketball. Okay, yeah, it might be a bad look to get rid of women's soccer, or whatever it may be. They don't care. I mean, it's a bad look. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's a bad look. And that's what bothers me. That's something like that. It's really bad. They're professional athletes. I feel like the big schools and the big conferences that make the most money are going to want to push back and be able to spend more money. And here we are saying there's all these super conferences now, and now we're going to have to spend the same as these others? Nah. They're not going to want to do that.
Yeah. So do y'all think that's the biggest issue as far as the money part is spending, or is it the structure of everything? Because it seemed like with this situation with Tennessee, to me, I mean, let me know if I'm wrong, but it seemed like it just kind of came out of nowhere, where he just said, I'm looking for $4 million. Let me go elsewhere. It seemed like there's no really guidelines.
Well, that's what Reggie's talking about.
Yeah, because it seemed like if it was a point where it's, hey, you got this much time to opt out, or you staying, if you don't opt out in this time, then you're staying here instead of, because it seemed like this is kind of last minute. Now who was the quarterback for Tennessee?
I mean, they're having to figure that out. So that's all of it, right? There's a very lax, and maybe not. I mean, even if there is kind of somewhat got very well considered at this point, so that probably needs more consideration. But then there's that portion of it.
And even earlier in the year, how we talked about the quarterback that just kind of stopped playing in the middle of the season. It's just like, damn, it seemed like they could just stop playing because of money. Why?
Which, I mean, it seems like you probably could do that in other sports, but that would just be there'd be ways to go and recoup that because this has been widely regarded and discussed, and there's been rules put in place. And so I think that's ultimately the tough part. To go back to your question, right, what is the bigger issue? I think the issue is that you have multiple big issues colliding in a way that are making this really tough to deal with, on top of the fact that we're dealing with institutions that are state-run and all. It's deeply messy. College sports has always been messy, and you just add another mess on top of it, and it highlights just how little oversight has been here and how little Well, I guess I said it, how little oversight has been here. And so it speaks to why it's super necessary that they get more oversight and that they figure some of these things out, because it only makes it more and more of a mess to try and figure out how to get these things done while also dealing with the second most popular, at least when you talk about college football sport in the nation of sorts. So
yeah. Look, if you want to talk about him and he doesn't deserve $4 million, let's have that conversation. And I would agree with you. You want to talk about him and the opportunity to go do it? That's the issue that I think is that the NCAA is facing, because they feel like there's something wrong with him doing that, and they're in their own way.
They need some guidelines and rules, because we talk about how this is pretty much a professional sport. When you look at the NFL, it's some guidelines. Like, can't nobody just walk off the field and say, you know what, I want $10 million. You got to go through the process of getting through free agency, and you got this timeline to opt in. You got all type of different ways to do it.
Well, more importantly, there's things
like college don't have anything.
There's things to address a holdout, right?
Yeah.
Like there's things to address that, and there's just
and you lose money if you want to go the other way. You lose money for holding out,
right? And
stuff
so
like that.
All of these things,
the wild west with college football.
All those things become a lot easier to deal with when you come up and you go, hey, this is actually a contract of your employment, rather than this is a contract for you to shout out the local dealership, but it's also
NIL's
wink,
a farce right now.
It's wink for you to play
farce.
football.
Yeah, total farce.
Yeah. All right, You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our confessions presented by the Men's Clinic. We'll do that.
All right, let's talk about Underdog, man, and the Underdog app.
Then it's time for a tune-up. TheMen'sClinic.com, TheMen'sClinic.com.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I got a little nostalgic yesterday, and I'll bet you if you're being honest with yourself, you would agree. You too, Figgy. One of the things about the Masters that was awesome, not a cell phone to be seen. Not a cell phone to be seen at any of the holes, any of the pictures. I think more sporting events should ban cell phones.
You going
at
there?
The entrance.
Strong disagree.
Look. Okay, I get it. I'm right there with you guys. You know, we lean on our cell phones like that. Was kind of awesome to see. Like,
was it?
Yeah, it really was. Like, and you, and this is another part of my confession. Part 2 of the same confession. I would argue that those people appreciated what they saw more by not having their cell phone. In the moment, they were locked in, every hole, every swing. In case you don't know, the Masters, Augusta National does not allow cell phones.
Well, they don't allow a lot of things.
They don't allow a lot of things, but they don't allow cell phones onto the course during the week, the entire week of the Masters. Only 2 other tournaments do that that I know of. There might be some other ones, and that's the British Open and the U.S. Open. You will not convince me that they didn't appreciate that a lot more by not having fumbling around and holding up the phone and really not even looking at the swings and what's going on in front of them or whatever, and just looking to make sure they're getting the right video and the pictures and texting their friends and tweeting and all that. I get it. I'm there with you. But I would argue they had a much better time without their cell phone.
I think in theory, yeah. I think I hear where you're coming from. Like in theory, folks are just hanging around, right? Able to watch the golf and then talk to the people around them, right? In theory, like if you're just in that situation where you're watching something, it gives you more. I imagine that you're more likely to turn to the person next to you that's also engaged in this thing that you really like and actually
you're locked
create
in.
human conversation.
And I think a lot of people that do go to these events want to go because of this. They know about the cell phone ban and all that stuff. So they already, it's like going to a Dave Chappelle concert or a comedy show.
Yeah.
You know what it is, but you know it's Dave Chappelle.
But think about how many times you've said, wait, what happened? Because you were on your phone.
No, and I understand the theory. I'm just like, in practice, I'm like, yeah, okay. Yeah. Like that's all cool. And like, I think there's a lot of, it's like how I'm sure there's a lot of, I don't know how people view reading as aspirational, but there's a lot of people like, oh man, I'm gonna read more. Yeah, I'm gonna be on my phone less, right? Or yeah, that sounds great. But then you actually do it and you're like, okay, like, yeah, that's good, but I probably am more interested in having my phone in this moment.
I think it works for the Masters and maybe some other things, but I don't think it could work for everything else.
I don't know what it could work for, what we'd have to see. But I know I could put myself in that place.
I'm sure.
Where you're just like, wow, this is cool.
Yeah.
You know, and you're locked in, and it was just neat. I don't know if World Series, Super Bowl, you know, if that would even be, you know, a conceivable thing. But I just think it's cool.
Yeah, I thought it was cool, and I said this during the time when LeBron took over Kareem's record. And he hit that shot, and you saw Phil Knight sitting there. Didn't even have a phone in his hand.
I remember that. Yeah,
and everybody around them had their phone out. It was a picture. This was a dope picture,
and he was just absorbing.
He was just sitting there.
Yeah.
I thought that was cool, but I don't know if it could. I don't know if it could work for everything else.
No, I mean, you're not wrong in your general assertion. I also am very much a person who understands that things can be made better also by like having the collaborative experience, which social media and stuff gives us as well. Not to say that social media is inherently like good, because we all have been on social media to some degree.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, like I hear you. I don't think you're entirely wrong in this. I just don't know that I'm willing to take it to the place where I'm like, oh, what a wonderful throwback to better times.
Plus, people weird now, man. I think having a phone, man, them being on their phone, I think that helps a lot more than what we think.
I think it hurts some.
Because back in the day, I mean, we know about having conversations without a cell phone, hell, even the computer. But I think these kids nowadays, man, I don't know if they can handle just having a regular conversation, man. I think they need their phone to even be tolerable.
Yeah. But that's a them.
What you say?
So that's a them problem.
Yeah. And I don't want to be around that problem.
Lopez said literally touch grass. All right. Eric Hosmer, you remember the baseball player Eric Hosmer. He was talking about these players that use PEDs on the Digging Deep podcast. And obviously the one that brought this up was Atlanta Braves outfitter Jurickson Profar. We were talking about this. Suspended for like 80 games for getting caught with PEDs. And he said, quote, I don't care if you sign a guaranteed money. Whatever the rest of the contract is from that point on, you have to take it away because it's been proven that guys that sign long-term deals, that doesn't stop them from taking this risk. So basically he's pointing to he believes that punishments for players who violate baseball's PED policy should be harsher to the point where they lose all of the guaranteed money or lose the money that's still owed to them, not just a suspension served without pay. I kind of think he's right.
I thought you were going to go the other way.
I know.
And I was going to argue with you.
That's the confession. Is like I being someone who is largely pro-labor, pro-player.
Me too.
I kind of think it's right because, and he got to the heart of it, which is if you were actually trying to stop. Now the process.
And NFL. I mean, whatever MLBPA. They'll never let it happen.
But if you were trying to actually stop this, like I've always said, the risk reward on I'm going to do the PEDs and maybe lose half a season or a season is worth it when you look up and you go, on the other side of me using these PEDs might be a huge contract.
$180 million contract. Sure.
It's worth it. It's worth the risk, I think, for a lot of these guys. And I can't blame them for doing that math and like working the game theory to that point or whatever. If you wanted to change that, you have to kind of change the incentive structure on the back end, and that would be, hey, that money that you think you're getting, you actually lose it if you get caught.
No, I'm with you. How many times, and plus, how many times have you seen some dude have an absolutely mind-blowing career year? Oh, it's his contract year. Well, maybe he was on something so he could get that big money, So, I agree.
Now, if you circle back around to the idea of like, if you legalize PEDs, that'd be a whole nother thing. The place. Are you one of those people that's like, hey, just let them use PEDs and let me see the ball go far, right?
I'm not really there, but I will say this: I'd have done it.
If you were on the cusp and you just needed that stick,
that extra push.
Yes, I think most people, if they're being honest with themselves, okay, look, if you do this for 1 year, you're going to get a $180 million contract. Cool.
And if you don't,
here's my butt cheek.
If you
right
don't,
here, let's go.
Save that for me, please. But if you don't, here you can go coach baseball at a high school or something, right?
Yes.
Like there's the stakes on it, man.
Yeah.
The stakes on it are very different. So yeah, Eric Hosmer. I did not think I would agree, but yeah man, I agree.
These are my confessions.
I got a full man Sunday yesterday.
Oh, wow.
That sounds delightful.
And this is why. No, I'm gonna tell y'all why. So I've been having a lot of left knee problems. I have, first of all, that's old in itself because I have no idea why my knee is hurt. I didn't bump it. I didn't do anything. It's just been so painful.
You know when it's raining?
I don't know. Every day it feel like raining because my knee is killing me. Been going back and forth to the doctor, all that stuff. But this was my first old man moment. I ordered a little knee brace.
Oh, you got to go jogging. Go jogging with black socks.
Yeah, I actually have this brace on right now, man. I got this knee brace on, and I'm like, and I got it off of Amazon. It came in the. I'm like, yeah, I got my knee brace. I'm like, I was super excited.
That's an old man moment.
Yep, that was the first old man moment. The second one was, so I got a weed whacker. Somebody gave it to me for free.
Even better.
Yeah, it's still it works good, but I need the little gas oil little can.
They
put in there. So I had to go to Home Depot, which is another old man moment.
You just
put the whole weekend together.
It was an old man. All this yesterday.
Did you get some samples?
Nope.
Stop by the samples.
They was actually about to close, so I was in there like 10 minutes before they closed.
Yeah.
So I went over there to get the little oil gas thing. And I seen a new weed whacker. I'm like, ooh, babe, sweetie, look at this weed whacker.
Look at this weed whacker.
Hey, I think I'm going to get another weed whacker. So my wife looked at me like, you are old, man. Like, you getting excited over a weed whacker? Like, yes, look at it.
You're darn right.
I'm like, look at it. We got Father's Day coming up.
Own it.
I got the son by the name of Jackson. So this would be a good Father's Day gift right here.
Hey,
so I felt old yesterday, man.
Shout out to Rob on the YouTube page who said Instead of Figgy Fig, it's now Fogey Fig. I was like, wow.
That's pretty good.
It is good. That is good. Hey, man, go ahead and live in your oldness. Remember we was talking about Gary Player just taking people's day, just living it. Exist in it, enjoy it, right?
Pull your shorts way up.
There you go.
Put some black socks on and your knee brace and go for a jog.
Get some Payne socks.
Yeah, good.
Get you some Air Monarchs. Get out here and do your work, baby. Do your work. From the 713.
New Balance.
No, you gotta go. You gotta go with the Air Monarchs. That's the classic. You know what I mean? Like that's the highest level of I'm an old man. Somebody said, Figgy, ice it 5 times a day, 20 minutes each for 2 weeks straight. That's a fellow old man, I think, getting that right there.
Okay.
But somebody said Texans could use some additional cap space by avoiding guarantees for Nico Autry. Hey.
Oh, wow.
Oh, but it's not in effect, guys. Gosh, y'all are excited.
Just a thought. That's all it was.
Y'all immediately starting to cut people. I wasn't happy about the idea that I agreed with them. I just happened to agree. I understood. All right, those are your lunchtime confessions here in the Loop on Sports Radio at 610. Again, appreciation to the Men's Clinic for that. All right, coming up next, let's tap in with your Texans a little bit. 10 days out from the NFL draft. Let's do a little bit of a mock draft check-in. What are the people saying about the Texans, and are they doing the thing where they keep mocking Josh Simmons? We'll do that next.
Jaylen Petri. O'Karam Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, let's, well, you are in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig, hanging out with you on a Monday. Let's get into the draft mood. We're still 10 days away from the first round of the National Football League's annual selection. Well, I forget what they call it. I was trying to be fancy with it, and I forgot what they call it.
They got little masters in them.
Yeah, they do. But anyways, this is the draft. You know what time it is. And let's do so by checking in on some mock drafts, right? Let's do a mock draft check-in. And one of the things that's been very, since Laramie Tunsil trade is that our draft mockers continue to put offensive linemen in there at 25 for the Texans. But one of the things that's kind of funny, and I guess it falls in with like the general, pathology. Actually, I don't even know if I'm using that word right. The general kind of thought process of the Texans fan of where it's like, hey, anybody in this national space, why don't y'all know what we're actually doing over here?
Yeah.
Like, why don't you actually have as good of a grip on what's happening here? And that can kind of feel like the case, especially when certain players continue to get mocked to the Texans, as happens in this CBS Sports mock draft from Jared Dubin. Really good dude, by the way.
I saw this. Yes.
Really good dude, by the way.
I think I thought the same thing you thought.
And at 25, who he has the Texans selecting, Josh Simmons, tackle out of Ohio State, saying the Texans remade their offensive line this offseason, but not in a way that is super encouraging for the future, which don't disagree. Simmons has a knee injury that needs to heal, but as long as the medicals check out, you could get a steal later in the first round.
Okay, so that's not the one I was thinking of.
Okay, which one were you? It was a CBS one still?
It was a CBS.
It might be the other one.
It was a CBS writer that had the. As much as we get closer and the intel becomes a lot better on what teams are doing, especially from, pretty well-known, connected NFL writers, once you get closer, you also start getting some wild, possibilities out there.
Is it Jeff Kerr? Well, this isn't wild because he has at 25 the Texans taking Josh Connerly.
Well, I saw one this morning where I went, well, that's silly on it, and I was like, okay, well, that makes a little sense. He had the Texans drafting an edge rusher, and I was like, what are we doing? With the number 25 overall pick.
Would it any chance be Jalen Walker? I guess he's more of a linebacker, but he's been a guy that I've seen very, very sparingly.
And I'll tell you in a second because I have it here. But he said edge rusher, and I went, "What are we doing?" And
yeah, that's very much. Is edge rusher the last of the positions that you address? Like if you had to rank all positions possible, obviously outside of specialists, right? Because I need kicker, punter are the ones that you probably go, yeah, absolutely not. Is that last? Because it feels like you are stuck.
Yeah, it's about last, especially with the extension too.
Yeah,
Daniil.
But his point
with Dylan Horton coming back and becoming more prominent. I imagine having a more prominent role this upcoming season.
Well, his point, and again, I rolled my eyes too, but his point was with D'Amico, his defense. The upside of this guy, it was Mikael Williams out of Georgia.
Yes.
Defensive end who's shown flashes of absolute brilliance and dominance. With the fact that you are going to eventually need to have someone who can rotate in with Daniil Hunter and sort of take over eventually, rookie contract, still the swarm defense and all that. I was like, I don't agree, but I get your point.
And that's with the 25th pick?
25th pick.
See, that's the part that get me. Now, if we was talking about maybe somewhere in the third round, or they right there, then I'm down for that.
And again, I don't agree.
Yeah.
But he made a solid case.
It seemed like it's too much needs.
But that's where we are. That's where we are.
I like this from the 346 on the Jim Adler, the Tex Hammer text line. Can't ever have too many edge rushers and corners. I know that is a saying, but I feel like the underlying subtext is within reason.
Right.
Like, it can't be, Can we make the whole team out of edge rushers? It can't be that because you're nearing that. You roll pretty deep with edge rushers, right? Let me list off some of the names of the edge rushers that you have. Obviously, Will Anderson Jr., right? Daniil Hunter. Remember, you added Darrell Taylor. Don't forget that you did that this offseason. Derek Barnett, still returning for the team. Danico Autry is an edge rusher. Do not forget Dylan Horton, who you drafted, was that last year or 2 years back, obviously, who dealt with cancer and came back last season, looked pretty good, and then he will have an opportunity, I think, to have an even bigger role. Don't forget Solomon Byrd, who you drafted last year for sure, 7th round. I don't know how much he factors in. And then you have a couple of other guys that you have to fill in, Kingsley Jonathan and then Casey Toohill, like a couple of guys that I don't even know how much they factor in, but like, you have probably, I would say, 4 or 5 guys that at a relatively high level are rushing the passer on top of a couple of other guys that are young that you hope to filter in as well. Yeah. I mean, how many do you want?
Yeah, no, I get it. And that's why I disagreed.
Yeah, to me, it's saying, like, I would understand this if you were stat like the Eagles, where you just got talent all over the place and that person is right there. You like, hey, let's add more talent.
Yeah.
But I feel like you got a couple more important needs.
You do, and that's why ultimately I think we all disagree with and know what they are. Obviously with the offensive line, but even yours, some of those offensive linemen mentioned, we would have, the closer we are to the team, we would have some questions about them.
All right, so the questions that I wanted to ask you when it came to the Jared Dubin mock draft in particular that I brought up. In that mock draft, Gray Zabel has gone 17 to the Bengals. Kelvin Banks Jr. has gotten 18 to the Seahawks. So some of the ones that I think we really liked had gone earlier. Matthew Golden had gone to 12, so I know that are gone at 12 to the Cowboys. So I know some of the people that are the potential players that people loved would have been gone. But you know who that would have pushed down at pick number 26, one beyond the Houston Texans. Tight end out of Michigan, Colston Loveland. Could you get yourself in the place where you did not take Josh Simmons, who I know particularly as a tackle that I don't know that we love per se because of like the scuttlebutt about potential like maturity issues.
Yeah.
I mean, and then also the patellar tendon injury that I think we've had multiple people assure us that should be okay by the end of by the season start. I don't know. Colston Loveland is one of the 2 tight ends in this. I know people that have him as tight end 1 over Tyler Warren.
Yes.
Right. Colston Loveland is supposed to be that high level, especially in a draft where people have gotten comfortable with the idea of maybe taking a wide receiver. How about taking an impact tight end who's kind of not like an inline tight end, maybe a little bit of a split wide tight end to be another weapon for C.J. Stroud? Could you get yourself to that place?
I could absolutely get myself to that place, and this is why. If you look, we have questions about being acquired, but they all, in terms of the ones that have been acquired, the tackles and the guards, they all have a proven track record of having produced and started in this league. You can't say the same thing else.
Oh, I'm talking to Nick Casario. I was like, wow, that was interesting.
No, we have our questions.
No, I know I
do.
I'm messing around.
But they have a proven record. They've all started in this league, as Nick Casario and D'Amico Ryans has said. You can't say that about the tight end position. Outside of Dalton Schultz.
Well, Dalton started in this
proven
league.
Records. Yeah. Dalton Schultz is it.
Especially depending on how much bigger personnel sets you actually want to run out. I know Nick Haley, we were making kind of jokes about the possibility of 13 personnel, but like 12 personnel is well within reason in NFL, and it feels like that's something that they can maybe turn to. It's one of those things that we look at and we go, hey, Cade Stover, if he takes a developmental jump, that could be cool, but how much better does it look if you have another young guy that you feel really confident in to throw in there as well? I don't know. In that same draft, Tyler Booker would have gone 28. All right, so if it's going back again to the selection there or the decision that would have been made theoretically in this mock draft, Nick Casario and the Texans sitting at 25. Josh Simmons is on the board. Colston Loveland is on the board. Tyler Booker, who feels very swarmy and at guard, is on the board, and Derek Harmon as well, interior defensive offensive line, with also Walter Nolan, another defensive lineman on the interior, is on the board. Are you going the same place there, or where would you go if those 5 players that I put out there? Josh Simmons, tackle, Colston Loveland, tight end, defensive line, and then what's the other? Derek Harmon, interior defensive line, and then Tyler Booker, guard. I
would probably lean Booker. Among all those.
That swarmy, strong guy in the middle.
And a position that's still kind of open, still up in the air. I'm not so sure now that we talked about it. I wouldn't necessarily look, if Loveland is there, look at tight end second,
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you go Booker, Loveland, and then maybe Simmons. So you're still, that very much says the interior defensive line, you're not really thinking about that You're good with Sheldon Rankins holding down the spot as your pseudo one technique, and D'Amico will figure out the rest from there.
Yeah,
or at least when it comes to the number one, obviously maybe in the day 2 you end up getting one or something like that.
I just feel like they're productive. They may not be stars, but they're productive inside and have been productive. And boy, they're surrounded by a lot of talent. those interior guys,
For Cornbread on the YouTube page, again, courtesy of Mo Karam Injury Lawyers. They go Emeka Egbuka. Emeka Egbuka would have been selected in that draft at 22. You know what's funny? I think I told you this last week, late last week. I think I've come all the way around with Emeka Egbuka. Obviously, all the wide receivers, Egbuka, the wide receiver out of Ohio State, mind you. All the wide receivers, I feel like outside of Travis Hunter, I don't know why that name eluded me for a split second. Travis Hunter, the dude that we've all talked about unendingly for the last how many years. But Travis Hunter, who is, elite prospect wide receiver, elite prospect cornerback. He's clearly wide receiver 1 if you were looking at wide receivers. Outstically, we're talking about start as a wide receiver 2 in ways.
McMillan,
I think he's maybe like a tweener where maybe he could become a wide receiver 1, but I think
Arizona.
Everybody's worried about his actual speed and those types, like top end speed, those types of things. But it feels like you could safely say that most of the wide receivers, if not all the wide receivers, are probably wide receivers 2. Like they're good wide receiver 2s.
Yeah.
Egbuka, when you consider that, and obviously that works for the Texans because that's what you need is wide receiver 2. Nico Collins is holding down wide receiver 1, nice and solid. He just kind of does everything that you need, right? He's not necessarily extremely incredible at any particular thing in particular, but like he does everything well, and like he runs really good routes. He's where he's supposed to be. I've come back around to the point where I'm like, man, I did not appreciate that enough when people were mocking him to the Texans early. And if he got there, you could really convince me. You could easily convince me.
He's kind of getting penalized for being reliable and good.
Well, and I don't know if it's reliable and good. Well, yes, but I think it's also probably more what we fall in love with at this time of year, which is upside
potential.
Because I don't know that, like, if he's. I think the question then becomes: has he maxed out what he can do if he's already running pristine routes and there's not a lot of athletic?
Yeah.
There's not a lot of athletic excellence necessarily. And you understand what I'm saying. I'm not trying to knock him, but there's not like, oh, he's an incredible athlete. Like, he's a good athlete. He runs his routes really crisp, and I do wonder if he's being penalized or maybe not looked at as highly. Although I say that, and he's
I think so too, because I think he was always like the number 2 guy on last year. Was it Marvin Harrison Jr.?
Year before.
It's just, it seemed like it's always a lot of players that kind of come in and just take the spotlight with him, but he been there for a few years and always been consistent.
The thing is with him is what you're going to get from him.
Yeah.
And
that feels like that's really huge
more.
what the Texans want right now.
You're going to get a guy that can do all those things and catch and run routes and be precise, as you put it, Reggie. So why do you want more if you could just plug him in, and you're getting that?
Well, I think because especially with the first rounder, you do
everybody's
want some
enamored
level
with how good can he be? Well, he's pretty dang good at what he does and what the team needs.
Sorry, I didn't mean to step on you there. And I think that what that points to is, especially where the Texans are, if you can drop in a number 2 wide receiver and just be like, we're good right now, right in this moment.
Yeah,
that feels like that'd be a really, really cool thing to get. But again, it depends also how much are you looking at that need when it comes to the offensive line. How much does that come in? And someone asked, is Loveland a blocker or a receiving tight end? More of a receiving tight end.
But a big dude, 6'5",
he is big,
250, something like that.
Yeah, he absolutely 250 for sure. Yeah, I definitely remember that number. That one stuck out to me. All right, a little mock draft check in here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Somebody said they'd go with Loveland over Booker if he can block, just due to the fact that you're getting the second best at the position as well as someone who can help you in line. Not necessarily as much of that inline blocker, but still, like, just really talented dude. Probably falls in line with more of what a prototypical tight end prospect looks like. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our winners and losers of the weekend. 713-572-4610. Did you see someone in the world of sports? Loser, text it in. We'll talk about it next.
All right, let's talk about D&M.
WFM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, let's do it. It's a Monday. Who are the winners and losers of the weekend? 713-572-4610 is the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line.
The Texas Hammer!
Thank you, Jim. One thing I realized is if I wanted to level up this segment, which I'm going to tell you, I'm not going to. I'm just going to tell you up front. Mm-hmm. Maybe you guys will convince me. We should actually pick a real, like a tried and true winner or loser at the end. Like that would be the.
Who's the biggest winner?
Yeah, that would actually.
Who's the biggest loser?
But I don't. That's not the point, is it? Like it's just not actually the point.
Yeah, but it could be fun.
All right, let me know if you actually want us to do that. Do we actually? Because I'm lazy. That's why. I think you should have figured that out.
Well, you're not going to be deciding.
That is fair. Yeah. I would just be pawning it off. All right.
Yeah.
I'm interested. I'm open. All right. Let's start with the obvious winner of the weekend. Fans of drama.
Mm-hmm.
Why Lopez?
The Augusta National, the Masters.
My 5 words. Rory McIlroy did the thing.
Yeah.
The thing being, he blew a 4-stroke lead on the second 9, but
he overcame
it. He overcame it to become the 6th golfer to notch the career Grand Slam. Winning the playoff hole over Justin Rose. It was a birdie, wasn't it? He birdied it.
It was a
Rose
birdie. See, people
yeah.
That's what kind of grinds my gears on some of the commentary with Rory. Like, and even Sean, you're listening. You were grinding my gears.
Uh-oh.
Like, I was waiting. I was pulling for him to choke. Yes, he had some really bad moments. But he had some of the best golf shots in the history of the game, considering the context, including the playoff. That's number 18. Doesn't give up a lot of pars. I think there were 6. I mean birdies. There were 6, and he puts it within 3 feet with the green jacket on the line and nails the putt. He's must-see TV. It's incredible.
You say that, and I don't know that I agreed with Sean on anything more on the show this morning.
Like you were pulling for him to choke?
I was rooting for him.
Really?
I don't know. Well, actually, I do know why. It's like I thought it'd be funny. And I understand like all of the personal, travailing that he has done in order to reach this triumph of the career Grand Slam and to in some ways attempt to exercise his demons. Except he still did the thing, right? It would feel so much stronger for me if it was like never in doubt. Because he got up to 14 under, or he got down, I guess, in a way, to 14 under, and then he brought this back around to 10 under. Like, he just gave up them strokes. And, wow, that sounded wild. It was technically what happened, right? He gave up the lead that he had accumulated, and I was like, it would have been so much stronger in my mind if he would have just been like, here's the lead, and I'm not relinquishing it. But ultimately, it doesn't matter what happens in my mind.
But he's that great.
He's a champion. There's the green jacket.
How many people can have 4 double bogeys, choke 4 or 5 times, or spit the bit, however you want to say it, and then still have the game to come back and get it done?
Not a lot. Yeah. Shout out to Rory McIlroy for getting that done. Another winner, actually winners, the 24-25 class of the Club of 82. Now, can you guess what the Club of 82 is, Lopez?
Figgy, what's the Club of 82? Help me out.
Is it some soccer type stuff?
It is not. It's basketball. The NBA season is over.
Played all 82 games.
The players that played all 82 games,
you
including
said Club of 82. It sounds like some
Why
type
have I never
soccer
heard that?
league.
Did you just make that up?
I did not, but it's not like a known thing.
Okay.
But Malik Beasley, the Pistons, Nickeil Alexander-Walker, Jaden McDaniels, Mikal Bridges, Buddy Hield, Julian Champagne, Harrison Barnes, Jared Allen, but more importantly, at 40-some years old, Chris Paul, all 82 games.
That's something.
That is wild. But I mentioned all the names to kind of give you an idea of, like, largely just kind of really solid role players that show up. And then Jalen Green, who is the youngest guard in NBA history to play a full 82-game season consecutively while also averaging at least 20. Jalen Green, man, like, again, we talked about it a little bit last week. Salute to that dude, man. Like, just having the toughness and tenacity. He doesn't strike you as that, being like a long, lanky guy, right? Being an athletic, explosive players as well. Players was like, man, when you land heavy, man, I'm always worried about. He's doing these explosive jumps. I think he has like the 3rd highest explosive dunk or whatever, or elevation in a game this season. And yet he played all 82 without like accumulating real injuries or whatever.
Yeah.
No, that's kind of amazing that Jalen Green is in that place.
No, it is, and you're right. It's not the first thing you think of is like, oh, Jalen Green, warrior, tough guy. No, but he is.
Yeah, tough guy. I will say though, I don't look forward to the possibility of playing the Nuggets. Obviously that was the final game, and the Rockets kind of pulled off the gas, knowing that they didn't have anything to play for, and the Nuggets absolutely did. But, like, looking at the ways in which playoff basketball goes where they try and attack you, one of the things I did not enjoy seeing is Aaron Gordon just deciding he was going to put his shoulder in Jalen Green's chest over and over and over again. I was like, oh, okay, I don't really love that. And it's not for lack of trying. It's just sometimes you have a really powerful thing going up over a less powerful thing, and I was like, I don't love that. But, yeah. Shout out to Jalen Green. 82 games, man, and an opportunity to go and get some more in the postseason. How about this? Let's get some losers in here. Loser, missed opportunity. The Dynamo, who got points, mind you, on the road in L.A. Playing against the L.A. Galaxy. They went up 1-0, and then the Galaxy got a red card, so they were down to 10 men. So you had a one-man advantage with a 1-0 lead. You want to know what the final score was?
What was the final score?
1-1.
Give up a short-handed goal, basically.
That's right.
Basically.
That's it. I mean, it was a free kick. But still, like, this is the place where you go get points, fellas.
That should have been 3.
Can y'all put this in NBA? All right.
I got you. All right, so you built up, let's see, 1-0, let's say, what, a 7-point lead? And then on top of that, in the third quarter, the other team's best player fouled out. And I don't know, what, you went to overtime, I guess?
More precisely.
No, put the them being down 10 men.
That's what I was going to say. More precisely,
is this like
you're up 7 points with 3 minutes left, and you play with 4 men the rest of the way. They play with 4 men the rest of the way, and you still
specifically,
lose.
Yeah.
Like they're playing 4-on-5 and beat you.
Okay.
Yeah, because when I say they're down to 10 men, that means literally soccer you typically have 11. The other team is playing with 10 guys.
10 guys for the rest of the game?
Yeah.
And they beat you.
Okay.
Well, they didn't beat them, technically. The Dynamo still got a point out of it. But I was like, damn, that was a real missed opportunity to get some much-needed points on the board for a Dynamo team that has had a little bit of a rough start to go with. But I will circle back around to some winners. How about opening the account? Another Houston team. The Houston Roughnecks.
Saw that.
Won their first game of the season in Memphis versus the Showboats. It was an 18-17 victory, so it was not like they were, getting into the end zone a whole bunch. And they were down 11-3 at half, so they managed to do that. It is worth noting. I don't know. Does this undercut getting your first win at all? That both of those teams were 0-2 coming in?
Not really, but did you see the mic'd up when the coach was asking the player, "Hey, who put you in?" He wasn't supposed to be.
Are you for real? He was just like, "I'm checking myself in, coach. Don't worry about it. I got you."
Hey, who put you in the game? Well, he played.
Yeah. Somebody said, how will y'all feel if the Rockets got a 2-0 lead against Golden State, then Golden State won 4 in a row? Hey, don't be a jerk, okay? All right. The Roughnecks are back in action this Saturday, April 19th, versus the Birmingham Stallions. So that's worthwhile. How about a winner here? Offensive explosion. And it's not the offensive explosion you're thinking about, although I will circle back around to that. How about the Cubs, man?
The red hot Cubs.
They have been really good. Obviously, it helps that they're, have a Kyle Tucker, but I'm not upset about that. If you compare WAR for Kyle Tucker versus the 3 players that have been added, who has more? 3 players that the Astros have.
3 players.
That's right. That's right.
It's 3
That's
players.
right. Hold that, Kyle Tucker. Although he's over there balling for them.
Oh, Lord, you actually compared 1 player to 3 players.
That's right. Because I'm going to do whatever I need to get this win, damn it. All right, I need you to understand that about me. Isaac Paredes he has a 1 ER, 1 WAR right now. Like, he's doing damn good. But I mentioned this because the Cubs on Saturday beat the Dodgers 16-0. 21 hits.
Worst ever, right? At home?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Dodgers, by the way, not like they're
Padres are the best team in the division.
Low key slipping. They're the third best record in the NL West right now. Of course, again, it is early, ding, all those things. But yeah, man, like Dodgers quietly having a little bit of a rough go of it in this little stretch that's been going on. So
they're behind the Giants too.
Yeah, wild thing to see that happen there. But yes, shout out to the Cubs, I guess, for playing some good baseball. But obviously, the offensive explosion that I'd like to talk about is the Astros. Like, the Astros getting out of the funk, that's a big winner on the weekend because it also helps. I think it helps take the tension that we have on the Astros in these early games and like, all right, well, the bats are there, including the one torpedo bat that got used. I think Jaylen Rome got his eye on Mauricio Dubon is the one using the torpedo bat.
Good for him.
So I don't know if it's doing anything, but that's the place to watch it to see if maybe that's helping some things out with Mauricio Dubon.
And then backing it up yesterday with another nice effort. That to me was really the key thing with the Astros.
100%. And maybe a winner is Cam Smith in his last 5 games. 353 average, 647 slug, right? With a 389 on base. So, that is 1,000. That is over 1,000 OPS that's happening there in his last 18 plate appearances. So Cam Smith, right? Seems like he's coming out of the early season funk himself. And I think that's a huge win as well for the decision that you made at the start of the season.
And simultaneously making the cut at the Masters, but slipping on Sunday.
Who, Cam Smith? He didn't make the cut.
No, the Mike Cam Smith?
He didn't make the cut.
He was right. He was at 5 over, 4 over?
I don't know. I didn't know what but he didn't make the cut.
Yeah.
So, again, Cam Smith winning again as in our now running tally of who is the real Cam Smith. Baseball, Astros, Cam Smith. The real in the loop Cam Smith. In fact,
the other one is Cameron Smith.
That's right. As we continue to go. All right, some other people on the text line saying the winner, the Texans team shot for finally releasing a shirt that they really like. Shout out to them. Shout out to you finding something that you really enjoy. And then somebody said Roughneck should fire the coach if they're not prepared to watch play watchable football. Hey, man, it's the UFL.
It's fun.
With some level of respect.
It's fun, yeah.
Understand that I think just inherently, I think that there's some good football players that clearly can come up and help the NFL. We've seen that happen. It's hard to have a level of football that's really entertaining without quarterback play. I think especially with where we got into. Yeah. I wasn't actually watching this game, but I saw a highlight of the Panthers, the Michigan Panthers, whatever they play. And it was a dude named, I think it was Malik Turner, wide receiver for him. And on 2 separate plays in the same drive, quarterback put him in a hospital ball situation where he got blowed up. And I was like, dude, I know he's just over here please get me to a quarterback that can actually put me in a decent situation with this football so I don't have to decide whether I want to have my career or my life.
Let me ask you this. Was Jim Nantz a winner, a loser, or both?
For a moment, it felt like he was going to be a loser. I'm going to call him a winner. He got an opportunity to wax poetic when it came to Rory. I mean, he spent a good 10 minutes on the back nine on Sunday. Just talking up the story of obviously the ups and downs in his family and all these things, and which he was leaning into it. And then he laid out on that final putt on 18 the first time, and obviously it doesn't, or the second to last hole, the penultimate putt that would have won him the tournament straight outright. And then he went into the playoff. Ultimately, it happens. He's able to kind of be Jim Nantz in this whole situation. So I think he wins because he got to tell the whole story of it. But he was close. He was close to being a loser after spending a strong 10 minutes building up this end game.
In my view, he was really trending loser because he was just piling on the sappy, very contrived, deep in the woods, in the weeds, stories about Rory, and they were looking for coins to put in the ball machine and all this other stuff.
Yeah, when he used to go to the driving range or whatever.
It was a complete eye roll.
Wait, so you were listening very intently in a way that I probably wasn't. I had the 3 TVs working on Sunday because, Astros, Rockets were also going. Did he say that the family used to work, the whole family used to work?
The dad did at the range or whatever it was.
Yeah.
And one day we wanted to go hit some balls and all he had was 1 coin left. And I was like, give it a break. We get it. He loves the sappy stories. So he was trending heavy toward loser, all right? I thought he won, ultimately, by saying nothing for 7 minutes. Did you notice that? At the very end.
Was it 7 minutes?
It was 7 minutes.
It was noticeable when it came down to, the final putt.
After that, he said, he might have said something and then went 7 minutes just letting the images speak.
Interesting.
That's a win. That's hard to do, especially for him.
From the 713, Jim Nantz is always a loser. Hashtag I stand with show. Hilarious. And 832, going back to the golf one more time. Justin Rose.
Oh, here it was. They said 46 words in 7 minutes of airtime.
There we go.
After the
I was like, I don't think he went fully silent, but still, that's
silent for a good portion of it.
Good. I mean, I always appreciate when a broadcaster knows, all right, let's lay out.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. Masters is probably one of the best places for that because it's the images are so stark because of the landscape or what have you. So I get it. I get what he was doing there. But yes, he ultimately got to win because Rory did. The story came to a good conclusion with Rory winning his career Grand Slam. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Oh, you didn't like me saying blowed up? I thought that was funny. All right. If you didn't like that, if you didn't think that was funny, how about you stick around? Because this is the time where we turn it over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape.
Yeah, so I got questions that need to be answered. I got a bunch of random questions, including, is Gayle King okay? I was space.
Wait, what happened to Gayle King?
She just got back from space.
Oh, okay. I hope she's okay. We'll find out next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Real or
People, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Fig's in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yep, it's the Mixtape in the Loop. Sports Radio 610. Figgy Fig holding it down on the Monday. Happy Monday to everyone out there. Questions that need answers. 713-572-46. I need a little help on these questions.
We're here for you, man.
So the first one, this actually just had some random celebrities up in space.
Yes.
And Gayle King was on that list. You had Katy Perry on that list. Well, I guess that just finished. They just came back from space.
Man, I'm out the loop because I did not know, which is probably inopportune words to use considering the name of the show. But
so they basically went past the highest point to first call what you're actually in space, and then return.
According to what people are saying online, I guess it was a quick trip.
Yeah.
And Gayle King looked rough getting off of that rocket, man. She looked like she was doing a walk of shame.
Oh no.
She was just like everybody else was smiling, ringing the bell, and she rang the bell, and she just looked like it looked like she just got off a roller coaster at Six Flags.
You said she did the walk of shame?
Yeah, it looked like she was doing the walk of shame.
She did penetrate the atmosphere, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You feel me? You see what I did there?
Here's Gayle King talking to a reporter right after, and she said Katy Perry did what up in space?
The best part was when we got back in our seats after 0 G's, Katie sang "What a Wonderful World."
She did?
Isn't that nice?
Oh, come on.
She sang "What a Wonderful World." I see dreams. Oh, yes.
Oh.
Because we'd been asking her to sing all the time, and she wouldn't. And then, because everybody said, sing roar, sing fireworks. And she said, it's not about me. I wanted to talk about the world.
Wow.
I know, isn't that nice? You got to ask her about that.
Pretty cool, man. It really was. Kate list for her tour while in space.
Are we trying to get a tour from Katy Perry?
You say we, and I feel like I'm not in the demographic that should answer that question. With no disrespect to Katy Perry, I just I very rarely am going to people's tours to begin with. Talk less of Katy Perry. That's not really. I'm not my bag personally. But also, the question I keep coming back to is like, so why did this happen again? Because
I agree.
I have no idea. Somebody answer that question. 713-572. Why?
Yeah.
Why? I really don't get it. But when you get the chance, just look at the video of them getting off of the just getting out and ringing the bell. Gayle King looked a hot mess.
Just the picture itself.
It looked like she is cool on this. Like, I can't believe she even did it.
Yeah.
But,
Look, and I'm not trying to say nothing about nothing, but just the way that, some of these things that they had sent up maybe hadn't come down. When they said Gayle King was about to be on there, I was like, y'all better make sure y'all get this right. Right? Like, obviously, and this is kind of morbid, so I understand that. Like, thinking about, the ways in which we've had spacecrafts, at times.
Yeah.
It better not be
like private enterprise trying to do things they really probably shouldn't.
Yeah.
Oh, look at you editorializing. Yeah. You bold. Yeah, I wasn't saying all that. I was just saying, I would not like to have that disaster again.
Yeah.
Except this time with, celebrities.
Yeah.
Like,
you don't need no uh-oh.
No, not
cannot.
at all.
And 832 was before they went. So if they were looking rough, they were just scared.
Yeah.
I guess. That was my part that I added on the second part.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay. She looked like she just got off a roller coaster.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
She's about to get home.
I do see the picture of her. Oh, that's her boarding. Yeah, her boarding, she looked like she was very unpleasant with the circumstances.
Okay. I don't know why she went through with it. I would be like, nah, I'm cool.
Yeah, you tapping out before we get.
Oh, yeah,
get me off.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Open the door.
I'm gonna turn around in this line. I'm gonna go back the other way.
You know what? I'm not feeling good. I'm cool. Y'all go ahead.
Yeah.
I'll catch y'all next time.
Yeah, and I guess somebody said Katy Perry's best friends with Bezos' wife, and he took them to space. I mean, maybe, I don't know. I'm assuming that you're right there. For me, more than anything, I guess it comes back to my overarching why question, which is, so what did you gain? What did you gain from going to space?
Exactly.
Like, I touched space, and my answer is so. Like, what was there? And maybe that is sufficient because it was there. Yeah. And maybe I just don't have high enough aspirations. I'm like, yeah, I'd have been happier being, at the beach.
Are y'all interested in seeing the video? If they got some type of recording or video inside the space?
Well, I saw hers, releasing her set list. She posted a video.
That's this is a great PR stunt of sorts.
Yeah.
Got people talking about the Blue Origins, got people talking about Katy Perry's tour. Fantastic. Good job for all y'all.
We got to get them go down to the Titanic to see the Titanic.
Oh, God. No, that'd be a hard
I feel like we already tried something like that recently. And it didn't turn out that
Jeff
well.
Bezos didn't do it. He got to do it now. We got to get some so we can see the Titanic.
I'm ready.
Look, y'all can do it. I'm not holding my breath.
It's the mixtape in the Loop Sports Radio 610. Questions that need answers. I was thinking about this. So I had to work a wedding over the weekend with the photo booth company. And I want to ask y'all this. If you are at a wedding and somebody starts the prayer, should the vendors stop what they're doing to pray?
Yes.
Because I was sitting there, it was kind of dead time for me. And then they said, hey, bow your heads. And you had some people that were still working and stuff. And I felt like I wasn't really doing anything. So I was obligated to just bow my head in respect. Should everybody kind of stop what they're doing and pray?
I think so. And it's more just out, whatever, unless you have a very deep, change a different religion and a belief or whatever. But I think just out of respect to the moment.
Wait, you think that people that are like deeply religious, just in a different vein, for lack of a better word, would not stop? Like, I feel like for the most part, if you're deeply religious in a different, religion has a moment of prayer or whatever, you at least kind of stop and just allow them that space without causing commotion
out of
or whatever.
Respect for the moment, yes.
Right?
But I'm just saying there might be some outliers. Like I don't do that, or whatever. Then you do you. But I would think by and large, just out of respect for the moment.
So I'm guessing this was like the caterers or whatever was moving around.
I was a vendor too. Technically, I wasn't part of the. I was there working.
Yeah.
So I always bow my head just out of respect.
Yeah,
just stop
that's what
I'm
saying.
doing. But some people still going on you and silverware and stuff like that.
Yeah, I would lean towards just try and chill for a second, just to kind of create the environment that they clearly want.
And now, to be fair to the workers, sometimes they be in the zone.
You got to do what you got to do, man.
They trying to get these plates out. They trying to fix this. They trying to get wine. They doing all type of stuff. So I was just wondering, just for me personally, should I keep going or should I show a little respect?
I lean towards just kind of take a pause for a second, and then get back to doing what you're doing. But I understand everybody got jobs to do, especially if there's if you got something on the stove, hey, go do that.
Gotta stir this.
Go handle that.
Yeah, and this was my next question too. It's kind of similar to what I just said. Being at sporting events, and you got the people that's working, and the national anthem pops off. Do everybody kind of stop what they doing, or do you? Because I know me personally, I just stop because I feel kind of weird just strolling through. And I just kind of stop where I'm at and just put my hand over my heart. And
I think by and large, more than 90% of the time, everybody on the concourse, at least at NRG, stops. I've been down there usually right before the the game or whatever. Wherever you are, you stop.
Yeah, I see. I see a lot of people. Like, you got people collecting the trash and all that stuff. They, it's certain people that still go. So I'm wondering, do they have to stop or
I don't know if they have to, but I know there was definitely one time this season where national anthem going was like, damn, I need to get back up to the to the press box. And I was walking, I felt awkward. I was just like, man, I know there's someone looking at me judging me right now. So I feel like just to avoid that, it's probably worthwhile to just say stop for a second. It'll be done here in about 45 seconds to a minute. You're good.
Yeah.
All right. Questions that need answers on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. So Fridays, shout out to the afternoon drive with Ron and Clint. They've been doing a little crawfish tour. So they were there Friday, and the conversation kept popping up about how the gloves with crawfish.
Yeah. And Luke Morrow being.
Yeah.
I don't know if he does that, or I think that might have been that would be the way that he would go about it. I don't recall how it came up.
I think he don't see a problem with that.
There you go, for sure.
So, and that's a problem itself. But I was wondering this because shout out to our girl El Mac who be on YouTube a lot. She tweeted this. She said, "If you use gloves to eat crawfish, stay the hell away from me." Which okay, cool. So I retweeted that and responded with this: "Is it fair to keep the same energy with bibs?"
All right,
because I go certain places, like it's certain places that don't even have bibs for you. You just going in eating the crawfish. But then you have certain seafood places that specialize in seafood, and they give you a bib. They kind of give you a whole care package when it comes to eating crab legs and all that stuff, bibs, gloves, and all that good stuff. So where do y'all stand with bibs?
I'm glad you brought this up. I actually went to eat some crawfish and shrimp, actually boiled Friday. I didn't get to go out to see that issue. So we went, really cool place, by the way. It's called Yummy's over there off of Studemont. But anyway, they offered bib and gloves. And I thought about this while I was eating because I would say yes on the bib, no on the gloves. And I realized that in the course of digging in on my shrimp and crawfish, you can't lick your fingers if you wear gloves. And I love, like if you're licking your fingers with all that juice, yummy juice and all that other stuff, seasonings and all that. You got to be able to lick your fingers. You have to be able to lick your fingers. The bib, though, I get, because you might be wearing a nice shirt, you're out, whatever. So you got to be careful.
Yeah, I brought that up because certain like the last place I went to eat some crawfish at, it was more of like a shack, like a crawfish shack type of place. So it wasn't a seafood restaurant. And I noticed nobody was wearing bibs at all. So I didn't want to be the one guy like, hey, do you have a bib?
Yeah.
So I was just like, dang, is that kind of frowned upon, just rocking the bib?
I don't know. Like, I typically don't, but
now,
I also am usually
Now, El Matt said no bibs.
She's wrong.
Yeah.
Damn.
So I was just
bibs,
kind of
if you're wearing that shirt and you're out, you don't want to get, it's gonna spill. That's the one food that no matter how people don't, no matter how hard you try,
a lot of people don't rock the bibs
it's
when they eat crawfish.
spill on your shirt. There's gonna be, some sort of shrapnel hitting your shirt. 100%.
I think I'm very permissive in this. Hey, do what you got to do to get the job done, right? Like, I'd much rather you take the precautions necessary than you not enjoy crawfish.
Yeah.
People said that you should not wear a bib. And I guess I had not considered some of these things. Sally said that she uses gloves because, the crawfish tears up her hands. And I'm like, all right, well, yeah, use the gloves then, right, if that's what you need to do.
I actually understand why some women wear gloves too, because I dealt with this before, like eating crawfish with women. And it was one lady who said she just got her nails done.
Yeah.
And she like, I'm not messing up my nails.
Well, I'll get that. But
okay.
So at that point, I'm like, I get it.
Yeah, but you got to be able to lick your fingers, man.
I mean, you can lick the glove, can't you?
No. It tastes like plastic.
That's where he draws the line.
Yeah.
Okay, very good.
That's right. You're not a finger licker, are you?
What's that?
Was that you that said that? I was telling that to somebody, and they were like, "Oh no, I can't stand licking my finger." What?
Yeah,
your hands are clean.
And then there's multiple people who have added in that they wear gloves because they wear contacts, and so.
Ouch.
Yeah, man. Because that is one of the biggest unforced errors is when
you rub your hand.
Eat something spicy and you don't wash properly. You might even think you washed your hands and you didn't wash properly. Touch your eyes, or even worse, you go to the bathroom.
Oh.
And all of a sudden, that spice is in places that you don't want it.
Yes.
Oh, man. All right, so this is the last question I need answered to. So when somebody is telling a story and they mention a loved one followed by their death. So, my loved one 15 years ago, she passed away. Are you obligated to say my condolences?
That is so tough.
Is it?
A lot of times. Yeah, a lot of years earlier.
Sometimes you could be in the conversation and they could be like, my mom died when she was when I was 3 years old.
Yeah.
Like, do you got to say my condolence? Or is that time then passed?
I think just in general, well, I'm sorry, but you don't have to make it like she just died. I'm sorry. You know what I mean? Just like
I see a lot of people do this where I can tell the person telling the story ain't trying to go down that road.
Yeah.
Because they just bringing it up and just saying, my mom passed when I was 2. So, and then they stop the whole story. Oh, I'm so sorry about that.
Yeah.
And they'd be like, bro, it was 30 years ago.
I don't think it's necessary to go to the deep spot, but you can very quickly, and I've this is weird. It's like weird tooting of my own horn, which I don't think is really necessary. But like, I've gotten decent at just kind of throwing in, my condolences real quick, like
That's what I'm saying. Like,
to make it evident that, like, I don't want to rush past that, like I didn't and don't care and I don't empathize, but also I understand you on a roll here, you going somewhere with it. I see it, but I just want to let you know. That sucks. Hate to hear that somebody that you love died. All right, we can keep going. You know what I mean? Like I feel like it is necessary. Like it's part of the human condition, man.
Very quickly in a similar way. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
let's move on.
Yeah, we all. It's part of the human condition. We acknowledge it's not fun losing someone, and obviously you just want in that moment for that person to understand that you understand.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right, I'll get y'all out of here on this. So the Rockets would be in the playoffs.
Yeah, baby.
For the first time since James Harden and all that stuff. They the number 2 seed, and they're getting a lot of attention out here. Say that. So it was a rap battle going on in Houston by the name of Apollo 25.
I saw that.
Now,
I saw that happened.
Yeah, I'm not really in the rap battle scene.
Mm-hmm.
So it was a guy by the name of Chef Trez versus Lou Castro.
Mm-hmm.
And here is Chef Trez rapping about, he was rapping against Lou Castro, and the Houston Rockets player, his name popped up in this. And I want y'all to kind of grade the bar right here.
Initially, you should have known this was going to be an LLC. Go get an EIN. I got to see about him. It's all this gangster talk like he lift tools till a Mac 10 shoot. Don't be the one we attend to. Because if you act like you the center of attention in Houston, we'll send goons. You make moves.
That's crazy. Did you get that bar?
I didn't, man. I missed it.
All right. So
did you get it?
Yeah. I'm going to play it again.
Mm-hmm.
The center of attention in Houston, we'll send goons. You make moves.
So if you act like the center of attention in Houston,
I will send
goon.
Oh,
but he said I will send goons. So send a group of.
That went right over my head.
Ooh. The only thing that's tough about that, well, I mean, it is tough, but then in a different way, it's tough because
that ain't how you pronounce his name.
Well, no, I was going to skip over that. Do you know that the youths have changed the meaning of goon to a place that I'm not really very comfortable with?
Yeah, that's true.
I was like, wait, how did y'all take something that we used to use to mean like somebody that is tough, basically like
hockey players,
a thug, right? Someone who's going to go out here violence upon someone to mean someone that enjoys pleasuring themselves? Is that something I can say?
Yeah,
that's basically where they've taken this to. And I'm like, that feels like that's the very strong suite. So I was thinking about that bar and I heard that and I was like, hey, I hear where you were coming from. Like, we don't send people to your house to come say something to you or worse. And then I was like, actually, that hits a little different if maybe if you're a Gen Z and you've been online.
Yeah, you could tell he's a little more old school. Goonies, but thugs, that type of thing.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm going to send some guys to you. So
okay,
that is tough.
Yeah,
and then also our guy Şengün, he's Turkish. I don't doubt that he might have a possibility to send goons himself.
hey, somebody got to play that for him and get his thoughts on it.
Yeah.
Look, there's
my man that made it to a rap battle.
You got to love it, man. Now how many? I got to go and see how many rap references do our Rockets have just in general, because that's how you know you really done made it.
Like Jaylen Green.
Yeah, man. Just like when that's one thing I'm still waiting for in my life. Not to say that I'm high on myself, but I feel like at some point in my life, if I get name checked in a rap song, I would enjoy that quite a bit, assuming that it's actually a good name check. Because sometimes, not so much. But there you go, Figgy's mixtape, 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610 at the Figgy Fig on social media. If you see something that you believe to be mixtape worthy, all right. You're in the loop here on social media, not social media, on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we get ready to hand it off to the fellas of the drive. Clint and Ron will do it next.
Jaylen Petri got his payday. The Texas. Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig, been hanging out with you all day long. Getting ready to hand it off to the fellas of the drive. We're on the show, Hughley and Clint Stoerner, back from accepting his, what's the right word? His
honor.
His honor?
Induction.
Induction is the word I was looking for, into
He's got a
the
sign,
Arkansas Hall of Fame. It's like a plaque or something?
No, on the entrance of our studios. Congratulations, Clint Stoerner.
There you go. So we'll get a chance to congratulate him ourselves here shortly. But before we do, remember the Astros in St. Louis facing off against the Cardinals. That is, you're going to have Sonny Gray going today against
Fromber.
Yeah, Fromber, of course, back in action as my computer. It just decided it don't want to do things. That's fine. But yeah, what are you most excited about with this team, especially coming off of a one series against the Angels?
I know it's something of a reach, but you do a little bit of reaching when it's early in the season. It's early, by the way, Figgy. I just like the way they came back from. I was really sort of like, oh boy, that was a fluke, wasn't it? Because Friday night they went nuts, on the Angels. And what was it, 14-3?
14.
Yeah, something like that. And then they come back and face a pitcher that they had just owned for multiple of his last starts against the Astros. And he goes into the sixth inning with a no-hitter. I'm like, oh boy, that can't be just him having one of those nights. Astros bats must have been a fluke last night. Astros bats must be slow. But no, they responded yesterday, came back big time. That would be a big encouraging sign that they're kind of showing that mettle, that to come back from something like that. And then, of course, Yanner, had a good weekend. Paredes had a really, really good weekend. Wisniewski, 10 strikeouts. So I would say that kind of like the big picture of what this team is right now, starting to kind of find itself,
Yeah. I'm with you. Obviously seeing the offense start to turn around, especially Isaac Paredes, right? Mm-hmm. Obviously finding the Crawford boxes a few times. He had 3 straight games with the home run. He's now up at the top of the team in OPS. In fact, he's got a higher OPS than Alex Bregman. Funny enough, through 15 games in the season. But is there still something that concerns you, right? Because obviously the offense was a big concern for this Astros team, and not to say that they have a couple of games where they put up some crooked numbers and all of a sudden everything is fixed. But I think that we probably can breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief offensively. Is there anything that still kind of concerns you with this Astros team? Because I know that there was one thing, again, going back to Chandler Rome putting together the numbers that have helped us find this first 15 games. Christian Walker's still having
20 strikeouts.
Yeah, it's 20 strikeouts.
The same thing.
31.5% chase rate. Like he is in a place where he has not found his level. To use the phrase that you like using, if he is water, he has not found his level. Seems like he's doing a lot of pressing.
Yeah, and that's the 20 strikeouts will tell you moments. Obviously, over the weekend you score that many runs. He had a couple of moments, but 20 strikeouts against 8 walks and still not getting. That would be something to have a concern about. I feel like Yanner, his batting average is still abysmal, but seem to have a couple of moments here and there. Maybe he'll start to find it, but he certainly needs to show some more too. And then Jeremy Pena. Jeremy Pena is a big part of the story with this team. You have to have Jeremy Pena have a good year in order to get anywhere you want to get.
Yeah. So looking forward to it. Another number that Chandler threw in there, .042 batting average against Fromber's curveball. He's been cooking with that. So that's going to be exciting to see today against the Cardinals. Can I get a little bit of audio here, Fig? And this is actually from Nikola Jokic. Obviously, the Rockets finished out the 82-game regular season versus the Nuggets yesterday. Didn't get a win, but that's not really all that important because they got their guys back in there. They ended the season healthy as you could be. Headed to a playoff game with either the Warriors or playoff series rather with either the Warriors or the Grizzlies that'll start on Sunday. But obviously playing the Nuggets, I'm always fond of Nikola Jokic and his seeming complete disdain for being a superstar player in the NBA. Is he could be working at the Ross Dress for less for all he cares. The way that he talks about this, and the evidence that I have for this is much, but in this particular situation, this is him talking about. Having secured a season-long triple-double, only the third street to do this. This is how he's talking about such a great accolade.
I know you don't care about your numbers, but you will finish with a triple-double as an average for the season. What are your thoughts about that?
It's nice, I think I didn't do that before. I don't know what to say. It's good.
He was trying. I'll give him credit. He was trying to not say this stuff doesn't matter to me.
It's good.
It's good.
But
he tried at first. He's like, it's nice. I've never done it before. And then,
which is true.
That's about all I got. That's about all I got.
He's so good at this, and yet he seems like he would be much more happy if he could just get off the clock, go home, and go play with his horses.
Mm-hmm.
Is he all right? I don't think that he's absolutely the most unintentionally funny athlete. But where does he rank? Is he top 10 most unintentionally funny athletes in the world of sports?
Well, certainly right now, he doesn't care about anything else.
Because Jameis is clearly high ranking unintentionally funny athlete.
I think sometimes Jameis is intentionally funny with his kookiness, but he's not. I think he's just like, I just want to punch the clock and go home.
Yeah, but it and it's the same note, but it works.
Yeah,
as we welcome in Ron of the Drive. Where do you stand on this? Unintentionally hilarious athletes, because Jokic is one for me. I just don't know how highly he ranks.
I think Kawhi is on there.
Oh yeah,
that's a good answer.
Mm-hmm.
Kawhi he's so damn serious, never trying to be funny like that. His little laugh that one. Shout out to Figgy right there on the ready. Yeah, he's up there. Jokic.
He doesn't care. It's legit. He doesn't care.
Yeah, but obviously for the NBA, thank God everybody doesn't have that mindset, or it would be a really boring game. Very Duncan-like, right? Mm-hmm. Duncan didn't seem to.
But he wasn't funny.
To care.
He just truly just went about his own way.
Yeah. And I don't think. What makes Jokic funny? What is it?
I think
because he's certainly not trying to be.
No, not at all.
Just don't give a damn.
It's because he just
that's what makes it funny.
Does not care at all. While also, and it would be different if he did not care and he was bad. He is great at this.
Yeah,
I can't imagine being so good at something and not giving a single damn about the fact that I'm good at it.
You think it's 100% legit, or do you think there's a little bit of dang, this is the kind of the thing that I've done and now I'm really leaning into?
No, I do. He doesn't because he doesn't break character ever.
He doesn't break.
Do you remember when
he doesn't break.
They won the championship and he in moments where you could not possibly be thinking about it, they won the championship and they were like, "Are you excited for the parade?" And he goes, "Parade." And he turns when's the parade?
I got to stay here.
And they were like, Thursday, and he was like, "I got to get home to my horses." He was dead serious that he was like, "I don't even want to go to this celebratory thing to appreciate this thing that we accomplished."
I just say it because his brothers look like they sometimes remind me of the Gronkowskis. They're picking up Mike before he was fired. They're picking up Mike up in the air.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just you're around them dudes. I wonder is there a complete 100 out there? But
hey,
does, like you said, he don't break character.
He does not break character at all. All right, we welcome in a Hall of Famer into our ranks. Clint Stoerner, Dirty Red. Yeah. What do we have to do for a Hall of Famer? What is the celebration for a Hall of Famer?
You had to. You had to. I think you had to fool a whole fan base. Yeah,
No, I don't
thought
know,
he was
man.
Say you have to stand up.
No.
We have to stand at attention or something.
I just appreciate the gesture if you so choose to show one, man. I greatly appreciate it, man.
We played the speech. It was fantastic.
Not the whole thing. I don't know that we had.
Well, yeah.
We had 14 minutes. I gave him 14 minutes. I had plans to stay. They told us 8 minutes was the limit. My plan was to stay underneath, and we had about 4 guys that went before me that saved us 2 minutes. So I went ahead and told them from the jump, hey, man, appreciate y'all saving that time. I'm finna go over.
You claimed their time.
You went ahead and took it, huh?
I'm going to go over. I went ahead and took their time.
I respect it.
Were you having a hard time staying to the 8? Like when you're
No, I would not have. I did. There were some things that I did at the very beginning that I wouldn't have done that ate up a few minutes that I would not have done had I known that I was last and had to. We need to get the energy up in the room a little bit.
Oh, they put your ass up on there last, huh?
Yeah, they put me last. I went after Houston Nutt, who's a tremendous speaker.
Yes,
Oliver Miller, y'all remember Big O? He passed away right before the damn induction, unfortunately. But so Houston spoke for actually Houston didn't speak for him. Houston spoke for an old coach, Shimmick, that coached Barry Sanders and all the Thurman. Those guys. So he spoke, and then Matt Zimmerman, who's just one of them dudes that voice is raspy. He's just full of energy. It's just, balls to the wall.
Yeah.
He spoke for Big O.
Okay.
And then it was me, and I was like, how do I follow the 2 most passionate guys in Arkansas history? And I got to follow those 2 guys, and neither one of them were supposed to speak.
Yeah.
So, it was it went good though, man. I had to fight the emotions a little bit. I told him from the beginning, hey, I ain't keeping these in check. I'm gonna go ahead and tell you.
That's the time. That's the time to let them fly.
Well, I was proud of myself. It cracked a few times, but I didn't ever get completely choked up. So it was all right.
I think you would have been good in that moment if you needed to.
I didn't laugh at you.
You didn't? Well, I appreciate it.
I smiled. I smiled a little. Well, if you listen to the show, I have this.
He has a tendency to laugh.
I have an issue when people roll into tears.
Yeah.
Rory, is it a nervous tick for you?
It is.
Yeah.
I think so. Rory.
That was funny. That's a bit at this point.
For me, it was not just when he went down initially. It's when they were in Butler's cabin. It's got to be a different name for that, but when they were in Butler's cabin, and Rory, he just couldn't hold it together there. And I just
that's weird.
And I could. It is. It's weird, man.
Yeah.
Funerals too. Yeah.
That could be real uncomfortable. I bet.
Courtney stares me down. You better not.
She still take you, though, huh?
You better not.
That's good that she's still willing to take you. She just knows. All right. Very good.
Just dive into that obituary real hard.
Just reading it.
It's terrible, man. I'm not proud of it at all. I wish I could.
As he laughs.
That's right.
I can't help it. I wish.
Man, keep laughing, man. I always appreciate
keep
laughing.
Because I could see the technique when you stop. He completely stopped.
Hold on, so.
And right there,
Find him back.
I can read, clear, get himself together.
There's about 4 clearings of the throat.
Yeah.
Hold on now.
You did great. You did fantastic.
Thank you, man.
Congratulations again on the Hall of Fame induction. So we will make room for the Hall of Famer in the show. We've been in the loop. We'll catch you tomorrow with B. Scott. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live. As you heard there, Clint is back in the building. Tyler is here as well. Those of you hanging out with us, as you know, those of you on YouTube and Twitch, I see you. DK Taylor says Clint looks like he's losing some weight. Sally, our girl Sally, who tried to get nasty Friday with Lauren. Sally says, congratulations, Clint. We see you all. Shout out to you for joining us. Those of you on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, 713-572-4610. We appreciate you as well. But again, we got to give our guy a round of applause right there, the Hall of Famer.
Hell yeah.
There he is. Clint
Appreciate it.
goes into the Arkansas Sports Hall of Fame.
We got a Hall of Famer in our midst, boys.
I did. I listened.
Who would ever thunk it, T?
I did listen to the speech, at least what I was allotted to hear. I did see. I know he went down there and got him some suits. I seen a green number stand that was clean. I saw the one you wore on the speech day. That was clean. I saw you get down there. I know Mom's probably lost it all. Did Big Earn go?
Big Earn showed up.
Big Earn
showed up. I mean, slow motion, easy going Earn. Ain't no doubt about it, man. He showed up and slid around the casino and the event center and the horse track for a few days and made that drive down. To all my family that made the drive down, the ones that supported me back in the day, I greatly appreciate it. That was an 8 or 9 hour drive up to Fayetteville back in the day. About 30 of them came in and hung out at the event center. If anybody out there, if you ever get a chance to go to Hot Springs, phenomenal city, a big-time tourist attraction, Lake City, obviously Spa City, but Oaklawn Racetrack, Casino, Hotel, Event Center, it's absolutely tremendous. They did a hell of a job as well, so big shout-out to everybody out there. Hey, and big shout-out to the Sports Radio 610 crew, Odyssey crew here.
Yeah.
Got me a little emotional when I walked in, and they got a congratulations sign on the big screen TV.
Hell.
I mean, 6 years, I don't think I've ever been on that TV in there, man. I'm
going to be honest with you. I walked in, I saw that up on the screen. I looked at our receptionist, Leroy. I said, damn, bro. I said, you think the last thing we need right now is this fool's head getting bigger?
Oh,
we maybe should get this down before Clint gets into the office.
Look at that.
Like, we might need to take this down before. It's nice. It's lovely. But before Clint gets in, Leroy, maybe we take this down.
Take it down.
Oh, you dirty bastard.
That was made for you. The one time I ever thought, I've never been on there, but the one time I thought it was made for me, I thought trying to recruit me with all that cancer
I know
stuff
exactly what
they put up there. But no.
Rodbach just said, oh, Jayhawks, man, they love me.
Text Cordy, I said, man, they really want me here, man. They've got Jayhawks. As soon as I walked in, they got Jayhawks stuff all the way in. Like, I felt like you know, when you go, like when you went to Arkansas or all those recruiting trips and they had your jersey in the locker and they walked you on the field and said, and the starting quarterback, number 7, Clint Stoerner. I thought that was happening to me. No.
It was for some kiddos.
Yep, they were hosting the alumni, which now I found out they do every year, and that comes up every year. They were hosting the.
So once a year, you can walk in and feel like you're getting recruited, man.
The KU alumni chapter was hosted here as our boss, who is I think the president of the alumni chapter, and that's why I was up there, not for me. But congratulations on that, and I watched the speech, and. You had that. I like that tactic you went with. I don't know if you did it throughout the speech, but you went Martin Luther King, where you had a theme that you kept coming to, as he did. I have a dream, and he kept going back. And the part I saw was "Thank you, Arkansas." Yeah, he had a thing. That was nicely done.
I did not do the whole thing like that because I thought it'd be a little bit too much. You know, I went with. My bride. I went with the family, of course, which is tough to get through. My brother, because he passed away, obviously. And
you kick it off with that, or did you end it with it?
Oh, my mama didn't raise no fool. I lived with my bride, and I wrapped it up at the end, which you saw, the one that you saw. Yeah, it ended up. I didn't really plan for it to be as much like. Hell, the people that are reposting it are reposting it. Thank you, Arkansas. Like I guess I didn't put 2 and 2 together how repetitive it was going to be. I was just thinking of the big games. That's right, Bryce. I do too. I was thinking of the big games, and then it just kind of came out, and from an actual speech perspective, it landed pretty good. And I guess I should give MLK a little credit there.
They're going to put that outside of, was it Frank Broyles Stadium? They're going to put that quote outside like they did. Like Tim Tebow.
Thank you, Arkansas.
Thank you, Arkansas. They're gonna put that and put your face on it.
Hey, man, come on.
No. Congratulations as you did your thing there in the Arkansas Sports Hall of Fame. But it was a big weekend. I know you got home in time to see the damn Masters.
Yes, I did.
And it was one of those events. We talked about it last week. I don't think you were here. We talked about this. Tyler, as I said, man, there's no Tiger in this. Right now, there isn't anything that is like sexy that is driving me to watch it. We were trying to kick through the things that could get us there. I thought maybe Ricky Fowler, he didn't even compete in the damn thing we found out on Friday.
Damn, Rick.
Damn, Rick. I said, if Rick is there at the end trying to win his first major, that might get me there. Then it was like, all right, what about Rory? If Rory definitely are together, we'll see. And I know Tyler sent out a text saying Bryson and Rory are going to be, paired up together at the end. This should be something. And I was checking in a little bit, but I really was not driven into it. This is one of those moments where social media and like that FOMO starts rolling. I'm watching it. I'm watching baseball. I'm watching the Clippers and Warriors. I'm watching these games, and then I'm starting to see like, yo, what the hell's happening with Rory? What's going on with Rory? And I saw it early, like right off the bat, like, oh, I remember coming in. He's got a two-stroke lead going into that bad boy. I mean, his first, they go to the, second, third hole, he's losing. And I'm like, oh, my God, I'm seeing it. And I'm like, you got to get there. So then this became a back and forth thing, and I'm watching it.
Double bogeyed that first hole, man.
And I had no investment into it. And then by the end of it, I am
locked.
Shout out to Texas Star Grill Shop as I went. I got busy on the smoker, but I'm cleaning off some of the pans, and I'm sitting there and I'm watching him on 18. Got a chance to finish this thing. I'm all the way in, as you know, sports does you, and I'm all the way in. I think I took the rag and just slammed it on the pan. Like, damn, man, don't do this. So like, it was one of those that just. I had no intention to be into it, and then I'm into it. Yeah. I missed the war because Rory had a shot, I think, on 14 to try to get it on the green. So it had me. It was crazy.
I went straight Masters, Ron. I was locked in, man. The 4 strokes that he lost in the final 4 holes after being up 3, 4, 5 strokes through 10 and 11. I mean,
he was
just
up 5 with 8 to play.
That's it, man. And he drops literally 4 strokes in the last 4 holes, and it is wheels coming off as well. It's not like it was difficult shots. It was him, and he admitted afterwards that he was nervous.
He said he was nervous at the first.
Yeah, but man, I mean, it was bad shots from 125. It was a bad shot from 89 or something like that. Like, just, I mean, it was wheels coming off. It ain't never going to happen. It's just not meant to be. And then when Justin Rose rolls one in from what looked like 100 feet off, I know it probably wasn't, but 25 or 30, still a long putt. When he knocks that sucker in the hole to get to 11 and put the pressure on Rory, I thought it's meant to be Justin. Justin, what, he had 9 or 10 birdies in yesterday's round? I thought this
walked him down with a 66.
Walked him down, man. And so it was. I thought for sure, man, it's Justin's time, man. Rory's not going to get it there. And then in the overtime, he drops one inside of Justin's great shot. He
Justin
drops
one.
Great
shot,
from to 2 feet and knocks it in the hole. Look, I don't. I know Rory's sitting there going, man, I don't know why I made this so hard on myself. I mean, you can't obviously say that because then you're kind of Justin and the guys that were chasing you. You're kind of it's almost disrespectful. But I mean, he had this hard on myself, and just the nerves had to continue to grow and grow and grow. Luckily, he hit that 2-footer, or he hit that one so tight in there to 2 feet that it was going to be hard to miss. I'm stoked that he got it done, man.
We saw how the pressure can get to you in golf, and it makes you think about some of the other guys like Tiger and all those guys. How good they, like we're talking about Rory and the stuff. Did you see how long Justin Rose studied that par putt that he had?
Oh yeah.
It was like 4 feet. It was like 4 or 5 feet. He stood. I mean, he stood
like
up.
He was reading a foreign language.
Yes, he got in there. Stopped. He looked like he was ready to go. Yeah. Stopped himself. But I said, I think he's overthinking
he's getting
this.
In his neck, right?
Like he was over, and then that's one he won't forget because he won the thing. That's one he won't. So it was wild. You brought up all of those things, and I was thinking this, and I thought this could be a conversation point with the people. Can you still choke even if you won? Like even if you end up winning, you can't choke because
and they say no.
Everything can I hear? Do you have 13? Do you have 13? Can I hear the shot that led to the double bogey at 13?
Oh, the creek ball?
Yes. These guys were beside themselves. I feel like they wanted to get out of wherever they were and go over and smack the taste out of Roy's mouth. Here is 13.
Go.
Oh, no. Oh, no, Rory. You kidding me? And you could take one arm out of that green jacket. He's got work to do.
Damn!
I missed that. I completely missed that.
The way he said Rory, that sounded like somebody's parent. Ronald! Clinton!
Oh, Oh man, hey, look, hey, that was
Rory.
Take one arm out of that green jacket. I missed that. I mean, look, I've told you before. I root for Rory, man. Like I wanted to see the guy win. I feel like, golly, he had such a rough go at it of late. This would have broke him, Tyler. I mean, this may have been one of those deals where one of the greatest golfers. I mean, he was already a Hall of Famer. I mean, but like you talk about
teetering on being broken. Yeah,
oh my gosh, Ron! Ron, if he would have choked that away, bro, oh, he'd have been done.
I literally looked over at my brother. We were watching it up in my mom's lake house, and I looked at him and I said those exact words. I was like, dude, if the worst happens here, like Rory is going to be broken, probably.
Done.
Permanently.
Done.
So you agree?
17 Masters started.
Yep. And not to mention, it was looking, especially the start with Bryson right there paired up with him, was looking like the U.S. Open that he just choked away to Bryson in the same way. But because when I read this off, this is Wills coming off choking. I'm talking four doubles in the week. Became the first Masters champion to have 4 double bogeys in the tournament. Double at 13, as we just heard. That's going off with a 5-shot lead with 8 to play.
Rory.
Not to mention, before 13, he went and bogeyed 11. Then bogeys 14 as he follows up 13. Like this is like he didn't let that hole go. He took that one to 14. And then has a shot to end it at 18, and he blows that. Like that right there
Rory
says choke.
But it's beyond choke, bro. Think about the shots. I mean, this is one of the great.
But you don't think because he won, there's no choke.
The definition of a choke is you lose.
Has to be the finish.
Yeah, it has to be you lose. For me, but you think about Tyler. I mean, I don't even think we're doing it justice. I mean, to think like he. Now he didn't lay side over it like I have several times, but he missed his spot right on that 80 to 100 yard shot. They said about 27 feet when he hit it in the damn creek. 27 feet he missed it.
It will not be a good night.
Right, and because he was trying to use the slope behind the pin, and he fell short of the green to the right of the pin. Right, and then the 125 yard shot that he shanked, and then the 6-foot putt that on 18 that would have won it.
Well, it shouldn't even have been a 6-foot putt. It was the shot into the bunker that he blew leading into that.
I forgot about that. That's the 120 some odd yard shot that he hit.
I thought it was 18. He hit it into the bunker, and then he got and then he pitched it up to. Because Jim, I think it was punk ass Jim said that his second shot. Because he's Bryson's second shot. He said, that's what I was thinking Rory's second shot would be.
I just got the red carpet. We're wanting to get into a controversy.
By the way, I just call it like I see it, and I will admit there's probably some of my feelings on the back end of it. That wasn't Jim's best effort.
I agree. I thought the now you may have rubbed off.
No, I'm not kidding. No, I'm not kidding. I think I'm not gonna lie. I think like do you have the putt at 18? The putt at 18, the first one, not the finish. The putt at 18.
Was that him that said pull one arm out that green jacket?
No, that wasn't Jim. Okay, whoever that was on the money. No, the one where the one where he missed it. He missed on 18 that sent it to the playoff. I thought Jim was better than that. You don't have that one. Jim goes, here we go. This is Jim on the one he missed to send us to the playoff.
All of those moments lead to this. Going to a playoff.
That's all we got here, Jim. Jim sounds tired. He sounds maybe that's just me. Sounds tired. We're going to a playoff. He sounds like he's pissed. Like he had a flight. Like he's ready to get up out of there.
Going to a playoff.
Again, I will absolutely take it upon. Maybe it is my personal feelings towards Jim.
No. You're correct. No, you are correct.
I thought Jim sounded tired. Like he did the tournament.
No, I'm tired, and I'm gonna tell you, Jim was the I guess the jacket exchange. What do they call it when they go to the cabin? What's it called?
Yeah, bunker too, where he puts on where Scotty Scheffler.
Yes,
the presentation there.
He
looked weary. He looked tired.
I thought he was tired. I thought that interview was kind of wonky. Now I don't know what was going on in his ear. They very easily could have been messing with him in his ear and had some issues there.
Lord knows, but you better talk to him correctly.
But I thought the whole time I'm watching it, I'm like, boy, Ron's eating this up. Show's eating this up.
Listen, I've seen Jim at his best. That wasn't it. And I hope he took it home with him because that's.
You just shut up and let me do my job.
The only way you get better is if he took it home with him. Jim, I listened to it. I thought that wasn't a Jim. Like, you would think Jim had planned this out all night on what he was going to say for Roar, and it just didn't seem to have that energy. Didn't seem to have that energy. All right, as we continue here, coming up, the Texans draft. The draft is coming up, and I know there is a position that many of us have been talking about, but if we look at their history, I think we need to think a little differently about that position. We will discuss that coming up next. But before we get there, gentlemen out there, if you are struggling with
together. Next home game is April the 19th versus New Orleans. It's the Battle of the Bayou. Y'all meet me there.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley is presented by Verlo Mattress. Verlo Mattress, handcrafted for your comfort and guaranteed for life. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
We are very close to the Texans draft, the NFL draft coming up. That is, what is that? Week from Thursday?
I was about to say, I know I heard week from tonight, last Friday, maybe?
Week from Thursday, round one. And so
rock and roll.
That'll be locked in. I know Nick Caserio is going to be speaking to the media in the next day or so. Is that tomorrow?
Wednesday at noon.
Yeah. Wednesday at noon on In the Loop. You'll be able to hear it. So we know it's coming soon. And the thing is, right now, like I think there are a couple of just really obvious. I believe there's a promo running around. What's the word you use? It's desperate, vital right now that they go at certain positions. Maybe that's it. Yeah. Michael Dyer, shout out to
Little Rock product.
Yeah, that's
straight to Auburn. Little Rock Christian High School, goes to Auburn.
Won a championship.
Had a little issue with some synthetic marijuana, and that was running rampant in that program, and there you wrote. Had one hell of a game, though.
Yeah, shout out to number 5. But
anybody else ever made their name off one game? Now, I'm not saying he had a great career, or a good career down there, but that one game where was it in the title game?
Yeah.
When he rolled over.
I had some names I feel like I may be disrespectful when I say them, if I say them.
Well, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get you off in the weeds. Maybe that's for another off-season conversation.
But that'd be disrespectful. But a couple of them are vital. But I do think if we look at the history of it, and I'm curious to see how the people in Clint, Tyler, how you guys feel about this. Wide receiver's one of them, right? We have talked about it on this show as much as anybody who is listening. I know how big he is on Golden from Texas. We've talked about it. We have in particular talked about the lack of speed, the need for speed for this group. And I think first round, I think a lot of people would be on board with that, right? On board with that, or some sort of interior offensive lineman or an offensive lineman. I think a lot of people will be on board with that. But Clint, I've started to look at this a little bit, and when you look at kind of the recent history of the Texans, don't know what can happen because Nick and D'Amico could go a lot of ways, but they've had a lot of success drafting receivers like third round and even later. And I think they've had some success that we would all agree upon and anybody would agree upon. And then I think they've had some success that I think they may think is a little bit more successful than we may think. But still, it's what they feel. And I think they probably, not probably, I think with their history, they deserve some credit on, all right, we evaluate that position really well. The way that we come at them about the evaluation of the offensive line, I think the receiver position, they have gotten Tank Dell and Nico Collins in the third round.
Nico has got them on fire, baby.
Right, Nick, they got both of them in the third round, right? And obviously Nico has become, in the last 2 years, flat one of the best receivers in football. Tank Dell was an immediate impact player. And he's had some injuries the last 2 years, but when he's been on the field and he's had a chance, he has shown to be, like, that's a number 2 receiver. That's an impact player. Now, they've also drafted John Mechie in the second round. He had, obviously, the cancer situation. But I would deem they probably believe that John Mechie has been more successful than maybe some of us do. And I think Xavier Hutchinson, who they drafted in the 6th round, who has played in playoff games for this team, I think they would deem he's probably more successful than us. So I'm almost, just by the history, I could see them think we do pretty well in evaluating that position, and there are some guys that maybe fit there. I could see them, Clint, saying, let's take our other stuff earlier, and we can find value later at the receiver position to come right in and step in the way Tank and Nico kind of.
Yeah, look, and I wouldn't be opposed to that. As you said, they've had success doing it. I think if you look, you've got your top guy in Nico Collins, which you mentioned. You've got a true slot in Christian Kirk. So it's not like you have to go out there and you have to hit on a guy that's a plug and play right now, which D'Amico Ryans thinks his first-round draft pick should be, and I would argue that they probably think their second-round draft pick should be as well. You don't necessarily have to draft that guy. Like the need at wide receiver isn't got to happen day one, got to be plug and play, got to be this type of receiver. Now, I do think there are there needs to be a sense of urgency, and I don't like the thought of going into the season and not having C.J. Stroud, let's call it a number 2 outside wide receiver beyond, John Mechie or Xavier Hutchinson or whoever. Like, I think at this point in time, Watson or any of these other guys that they've signed, like at this point in time, you get your true slot in Christian Kirk and you've got Nico Collins. You need somebody opposite Nico Collins that is a true outside receiver. Now, if that's a developmental guy, cool. If that's a guy that's just a straight speed guy, then cool. I mean, it doesn't have to be this guy that's hung the moon at the wide receiver position. And to your point, I think you can find that in late second, early third round and make hay there. There's going to be some guys that are available.
Let me ask you this, because we've talked about it, right? In your opinion, just real quick, Clint, describe what you think the Texans need in a receiver. Like
speed, period. It's got to start there. Like I said, it can be a guy that's a polished route runner, but his ass better be fast and better be able to run. Right? It can be a guy like the Savion Williams kid that you put on a list here from TCU. 6'4", 225, raw as hell, developmental, has real speed, and has a really, really high ceiling. I'm okay with that. Right? But it starts with speed. If I can line that guy up out there and I can give him a limited responsibility and he can run the route tree, right? Don't have to be a great route runner, but if you can run the route tree, when you're fast, your outcutting and in-cutting routes don't have to be perfect. You can threaten them with speed, get them on their heels, and then you can do your thing, and you don't have to be the sharpest breaker. It doesn't necessarily have to be this polished, hey, man, I'm going to go be an all-pro player tomorrow. But at the very least, Ron, it has to be somebody that's got the speed to run off coverage so Christian Kirk and Nico Collins have more space to work with than they already will, just given who they are.
They need that immediately.
We've talked about it, Ron. Speed is the biggest thing. I don't care if it's running back, tight end, wide receiver. Like, speed is the biggest issue right now with this offense.
Do you have confidence that this group can find that day 2 of the draft?
Yeah. Yes, and not only do I have confidence they can find it, because as you mentioned, they've done it before and they've done it in an impressive fashion. They've done more with less at the wide receiver position. The best offense we've seen in Houston in 5 years has been when C.J. Stroud. We didn't even know who Nico Collins was at that point in time.
Nico, Noah Brown, and Tank.
That's it, right? And we didn't know who any of those guys were other than Noah Brown before the season started, to be honest with you. So yeah, I think they're very capable. They've had some good success in the past. I think they're going to be guys that are available, and I think the literal need is just a guy that threatens in a big way to some degree that's going to give Christian Kirk and Nico Collins space. That's what you need. Now, it's nice if you can go get a guy that in the long run is 6'4", 225 pounds, and he just needs his routes polished, and he just needs a year's worth of work of catching the ball better, whatever it may be. But he's got to be able to roll out, period.
Yeah. Coming up, the Astros had themselves a good weekend, winning the series over the Angels, but 2 big things stuck out, and that's big. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, fellas, listen up, man. Low T Center is where it's at. Look, it's not if, it's when, right? Are you nearing 40-year-old? Are you mid-30s, late 30s, early 40s, mid-40s, late 40s? You know, it's not if, it's when. It's going to hit us at some point. Low testosterone is what I'm talking about. If you're feeling tired, if you're grumpy, you're moody, it's probably hitting you right now. Ladies out there, look, the men in your life, hey, stay on their ass now. Make sure that if you're dealing with some of these issues from the men in your life, your dad, your husband, your brother, whoever it may be, right? Tell them, get down to Low T Center and get checked out. It takes about 20 minutes, right? With their on-site lab, you get the results right then and there within 20 minutes, and I'm telling you, you can be on your way to living your best life. So, fellas, if you've been feeling tired, no energy, moody, just not able to get it done, now's the time, guys. Low T Center, they changed the game for me. If you're needing a little boost in your weight loss, hey, Low T, they got you covered as well with some prescription weight loss options as well. Don't wait, fellas. Get back to living your best life. Your family deserves it. You deserve it. Low T Center can make it happen. LowTCenter.com right now to book your appointment online. That's LowTCenter.com. Simple, quick, and no doubt worth it.
The Rockets are headed into the playoffs. Who will they face? Hopefully the best, according to Payne and Pendergast.
You want the Warriors. Give it to me.
I want the Warriors.
Give it to you.
Yeah, I give it to me.
backyard boil. Make this crawfish season one to remember. Academy Sports and Outdoors. Have fun out there.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as a lot happening this weekend, nationally and locally, including the Houston Astros. The Houston Astros as they face the, at least off to a really good start, LA Angels, who I think many people feel like we know this story and how it's going to potentially end.
Fool's gold.
I like to say they just struggle pitching, but Tyler likes to take it another level of let's just wait for that guy. But they move him to center field to right. Maybe that'll help him with his injuries.
Maybe.
Doubtful. As Tyler says, matter of time.
Mike Trout's made of glass, man.
Yeah,
I hate it for him.
Hey, that first and second game of the season when he took that inside heat off the hand, I thought, you got to be kidding me. Anytime Mike Trout, and I like the guy. Hell, I wish he wasn't in. He's becoming the next. Like he's the next guy for me in all of sports. Like let's just get him out of. Let's just get him out of there, man. I want to see that.
You want to get him out of.
I would like to see Mike Trout play something. Clearly, that organization is just jinxed. I mean, they couldn't even hold on to Ohtani for crying out loud.
No, they couldn't.
I mean, you lost him to another team in the state.
In the city.
Tall.
Good point. Right up the street. Yeah, I mean, I just don't. I had a short helicopter ride up there. I just don't know. Like that. Get him out of there, man. I mean, I don't.
He looked like a great Cub, doesn't he?
They'll take him. Wouldn't it? Yeah. No. I would like to see him with a team that has a damn chance.
Well, hell, they were second in the division coming in, but the Astros took 2 or 3 from them, and I think there are a couple of big things. I think you can even target to that yesterday, but even throughout the weekend series, and the pitching, even the 4-1 loss, the starting pitching in particular wasn't awful. Like those give you chances to win. Obviously, Blanco didn't go deep into the game, only going 5 innings, but gets the win and pitches well enough as the offense explodes for 14 runs. But then yesterday, even more as Hayden Wisniewski comes through and he gives you a quality start with 10 Ks, 6 innings, 3 earned. Let's just be honest, man. Hayden's last 2 starts, 13 innings pitched, 5 earned, 15 Ks, no walks. That's coming from what you plan to be your 5th starter. Right, like that right now, that is, to me, before Paredes went crazy, but that's becoming the best thing so far, the Kyle Tucker trade right now.
Well, it all looks pretty promising, Ron, to your point, because Cam Smith is the other part of that, right? I mean, it all looks pretty promising. Now, I don't know that anybody out there would rather have this group other than Kyle Tucker hitting 4 bombs, or however many he's got now. I hadn't even looked in the last 3 or 4 days.
I think he's got 5 or 6.
There you go. But again, if you can get value out of the trade pieces there, and it seems like they're getting value out of all 3 of them. The question here, Ron, is which one did you, as an Astros fan, Tyler, what did you need to see more? Wisniewski doing his thing again in the wake of Arrighetti breaking his thumb?
Yeah.
Or one of these,
and Blanco, will you pair it together for the weekend?
Yeah. Or one of these hitters that take your pick, Paredes, Diaz, Cam, Pena, all of them having obviously a big game against Anaheim, but a
14 runs on Friday, 7 yesterday.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and that's what I absolutely needed to see more. I needed to see that more. I want to see more
of all of it, right? Yes. But which one, if you had to pick one, which one tickled your fancy? Which one gave you that old baseball boner you talk about?
Oh yeah, the baseball boner was raging.
Raging.
All right. Bring it in here. I think you were trying to say the bat.
You know, Mondays give me a little
where you had that pre on you.
I'm gonna go with Diaz, boys. I mean, there was a lot of good here, but I needed to see Diaz. I mean, I liked seeing all of it, but I needed to see Diaz just do something positive.
That Champ Slice said the baseball boner was for the salami that Yiner
yes
came through.
Yeah, look, I was getting hard. Mama. I was
Clint, hold on, man.
It was getting.
Man. Stop, man.
It was getting hard to. I stopped my thought.
No, you did not say it was getting hard, Clint. You said I was getting hard.
It's all right, man.
And then.
Well, I was talking about how bad he was.
I
so
know, but I'm just saying. You said I was getting hard, and then paused. Stop traffic, like you wanted to land the plane. On.
Well, I mean, it happens. No,
okay.
Don't be ashamed.
Lauren Mack checking in. Clint. Okay.
Hey, where I was going with that was it was getting hard to defend him. My mother is a big Machete gal. Loves him.
I hate to tell you.
He's better than Diaz. I said, well, Mom, clearly he's one of the best defensive catchers in the league when he was here. I mean, so, yeah, defensively, yeah, but, I mean.
And that's the worst one. Linda knows Maldonado can't hit worth a damn. But I bet every time Diaz goes over and has a bad at bat, see over there. See, I told you.
If Diaz can't hit no more than 100, hell, I'd rather have Maldonado. So where I was going with it's getting hard for me to defend him versus Maldonado to my mother. I needed Diaz to do something positive. So to see that, I think out of all the good, which there was a lot of good. The part that got me hard was Diaz.
We're just leading into it.
Was Diaz.
I mean, any amount of those runs crossing the plate, I needed to see that. I needed to see the bats come alive. The Wes Nesky stuff feels like a bonus right now to me. You know what I mean? Like
a bonus. Well, I don't know if it can be a bonus with this rotation and the injuries.
No, you're absolutely right on that. But the bats were starting to become a slight concern for me as the young season was progressing, and I was seeing ones and zeros and not crooked numbers. So, yeah, I'm with you on the baseball boner for Yidare or whoever was crossing the plate.
And I hate to take the easy way out. For me, I think it was just as important to see, like we've talked about this, at least at the plate, is going to be a lot about the secondary hitters for the Astros. Like, what are the non-Altuve, Alvarez? I want to put Christian Walker in this thing. I was hoping to have a deal of Christian Walker. Like, hey, man, we'll be able to. That's a guy to depend on, right? Maybe need to throw him in the mix too. But you know the guys we're talking about, the Paredes, Yainer Diaz, Cam Smith. Pena, Rogers, who seems like he's going to get playing time a lot now, right? Dubon. Like it's going to hinge a lot on what those secondary hitters do. And Paredes goes nuts. He's hit a home run in 3 straight games. He's one away from doing what Kyle Tucker did in Chicago and never did here in Houston, going deep 4 straight games. If he could do it at Busch No. 2 Stadium. And like for him, 5 hits, 3 homers, 2 walks, 5 RBIs. Like that's big. Diaz had the big day. He had 2 other hits in the series that day, along with that grand slam. Cam getting his first home run, 3 hits in the series. Pena had a hit in all 3 of those games. I think as a whole, all of those guys, the secondary bats who are going to be so important for this group, the secondary bats coming up big.
No question.
That was big.
No question. No Bregman, no Tucker. The bats you're talking about, however you want to couch them, we're gonna need to see strides in the right direction from Diaz. We all know who they are as Astros. You mentioned Paredes and Walker. Like these guys are going to have to carry that load to some degree, and you hope
because we know what Altuve and Alvar. We have a pretty good feeling what those two are going to do.
Well, yeah, Ron. But the thing is, like, we shouldn't. Let's be honest. Like, we shouldn't be. Like, I am fascinated with Cam Smith, right? We shouldn't be leaning on Cam Smith for production at this point, right? I mean, it's great if we see it, but we as Astros fans, we should feel pretty comfortable about the young fella getting some run in that 7 or 8 hole down there to
Hell, he got dropped to 9 in Seattle.
Fair, there you go. That's fair, right? I mean, with Jake Myers doing his thing, I mean, he's swinging it better. So look, those are guys that did it get ugly when I was in Hot Springs?
I mean, he was 0 for 4, but you're right. That statement's hard for me.
Yeah, no, it's
Jake Myers.
I got to get comfortable. I got to get comfortable with throwing that in there too.
Jake Myers doing his thing.
We've got enough. You got enough options now. You're about 6 guys deep that you should expect some decent to really good production out of, and we hadn't gotten that until this weekend from the majority of them. So it's a good feel. Good luck.
Oh yeah, but hey, O'Hayden, Keep rolling this out, boy. Hayden is doing what Ronel Blanco did last year. Ronel Blanco was the fifth starter at the end. Mm-hmm. You had some of the Verlander injuries. Remember Hunter Brown kind of got off to a shaky start. And Ronel Blanco was just kind of, at times you're like, he's the fifth starter, but hell, he might be pitching as well as anybody. That's what they're getting from. I can give you that. 15 Ks, no walks in 2 starts in 13 innings.
Yeah, that's big.
That is,
we need it.
Yeah, no, it is huge for them. All right, coming up as we make the turn to 3:00, the Rockets. They are the number 2 seed, and now they await their winner, Golden State versus Memphis. We can be honest around here. We know you ought to be rooting like hell for Ja Morant and the grenade celebration and the Memphis Grizzlies. Nobody wants to see, not saying you're scared, but nobody wants to see Golden State coming up in here in a 7-game series. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all.
Pros knows pros. We help. You save.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive as we are sitting here with the Hall of Famer in our midst, Clint Stoerner.
Thank you, Chief. By the way, I posted that whole.
I saw the link.
I posted the whole speech. My whole speech on the on Twitter, on Instagram. So at Clint Stoerner there as well.
Was it the wife, kids, your brother? Which one that was the
hell? All of them.
All of them.
Yeah, I think it was pretty.
That region of the speech you knew was going to be.
Well, it got me right out of the hell. I just mentioned Felix Jones because he went in with me, the running back. So I mentioned him out of the gate, and I wasn't even emotional, but I got cracked up. I was like, damn, I'm already.
Felix,
I ain't even started, Felix. I mean, I love watching you play, but damn, son. So yeah, it was. I heard it cracking from jump, and I'm surprised I didn't lose it, but I didn't. It was all good.
Yeah, good. Good to roll. Congratulations, Clint Stoerner.
Thank you again, man. I appreciate you, boys.
Arkansas Hall of Fame. You're wondering where was Clint last week? Hey, he had a big week.
Yeah, big week.
Had a big week.
Big week, man.
Out in Hot Springs.
And actually, boys, y'all be proud of me, man. I actually came home a couple extra $100 in my pocket. I didn't go up there and get smoked.
You went up there and did a little gambling?
Yeah. Did a little, they held it. That event center has a casino, horse track, and hotel all right there. So it's all together. So for your boy was there for Wednesday night, Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday night. That one could have got away from me.
Yeah, there you go. But you won. You went in there, you got out there.
Grown up, man. I'm a Hall of Famer.
Like Tyler. Tyler, who went 5 for 5 over the weekend.
Yeah, he did.
Making a little cash.
I love coming home to Tyler.
What did that end the week on T-Mill's Best Bet?
We killed it last week. Yeah, I think we finished Monday through Friday hitting 73% of bets. It's like
73% of bets, man. That's in the green, yeah.
Putting money in y'all's pocket.
Yeah, right.
Just follow me
this week.
Yes, again, we're running it back.
Yeah, let's do it.
Hey, turn the page. Here we go. Big week. Follow it up. Turn the page. Follow it up.
Little rest week for them Rockets though.
I hate people who lick their fingers and turn the page like Tyler just mimicked.
But I don't do it in actuality when I'm turning physical pages. It was just I was pantomiming it to you. You know?
Yeah, you got into it. No,
are you a thumber?
I'm none of it. My fingers, I keep them moisturized, so whenever I'm turning physical pages, I don't gotta lick my claws.
I walked out of Trey's room the other day, just annoying.
Where is this
going? He gets home, does his reading for class or whatever, and it's damn things on his iPad. It's reading it for him.
What was?
He don't got it like the word, like they're the word. It's a book reading it, so it's he ain't reading the words. It's just I can hear the book being read to him. I'm just sitting there like
audio book, huh?
I'm in here. I had to sit out here and read all these I had to read these books. Like you just sit there and just listen. Just sitting there and listening to us. I said, damn, well, I guess you want it better than it was for us. All right. The Rockets, they await the winner of Golden State and Memphis as they will play tomorrow night. They'll be playing tomorrow night. Like, I see people, as I see someone on the text, like, hell no, I want Golden State. This team in the past years, national media will pick Golden State. They won't win, but maybe one game. Okay, sure. Listen, man, for me, I'm like, hey, man, what's the path, baby? What's the path? Now, I'm not saying you're scared to death if Golden State is there, but what's the path? And the path that makes sense is the Memphis Grizzlies, who haven't won a big game worth in like a month. They haven't won. They have dropped themselves. Hell, they were in the 2 spot. They've dropped themselves down to the 8 spot, and they are struggling. In every big game they had of late, they have lost. Just watch Minnesota put like 140 on them, 80 in the second half on them. Like, no, that beat the team. Then have to fool with that nut Steph Curry, Jimmy Butler, Draymond for 5, 6, 7 games, however long it would take. Steve Kerr, that crew that's won championships. I'm not saying you're afraid, at all. But to me, this is a very clear thing. Like, you would rather face the Memphis Grizzlies.
Look, I'm a path guy as well with you. I don't believe championships are it's not one of those deals where when you win a championship it goes, they had an easy route to the title game.
And Kansas could play a 16,
yeah,
a 9, a 12,
yes,
a 10. Let me get all of it.
The path of least resistance, and I agree with you. I think Memphis. I know Memphis is that team. Whether you talk about just talent or you talk about experience, the championship pedigree, DNA. Memphis is that team. Hell, they just fired their head coach not too long ago. Memphis is that team.
Part too.
Yeah, this is the team that you want to face. But I'm going to be honest with you, Ryan. The Golden don't scare me one bit if I'm the Houston Rockets. And I know that's aggressive. Right now. But when you look at the matchup, I think it's a good matchup for the Houston Rockets, especially if Jimmy Butler's going to do what I've watched him do for 2 or 3 times this year with the inability to take the game over. If it is 100% reliant upon Steph Curry to do the work on the offensive end of the floor,
playoff Jimmy's a little different.
Yeah, I know. I'm banking on.
And he's gotten busy a little bit here lately.
Fair, yeah. Absolutely fair. But what I've seen personally of late. I would love to get a shot at Golden State. The Houston Rocket fan in me would love to get a shot at Golden State before they bust the band up, so to speak. I know Clay's gone, but before Kerr and Curry and Draymond and everybody's gone, I'd love for this young Rockets team to get another shot at them, being more physical, being a defensive, dominant team. I would love to see that matchup. I'd love to see how they handle Steph Curry. Now, this is obviously coming on the heels of when they held Steph Curry to 3 points, which is not going to be playoff Steph Curry. But I don't know. Golden State does not scare me. And right now, I think I would love to see the Rockets get a series from them before Curry gets the hell out of there.
Hey, there's some people who are rolling with you. Lauren Mack says, bring me Golden State. Memphis would play us way harder than Golden State would. I don't agree with that at all. We need the monkey off out, and I'd go with it. Someone else texted in as well. Warriors in 5. If that happens, they would eliminate the Rockets. Someone else texted in. I agree with the show on this one. Not only that I don't want to deal with the refs. They scare me. I'm not. I ain't gonna get in with the refs.
Right. Well, it'd be silly to want Curry, to see Golden State.
Steph Curry makes me nervous.
Yes.
I did. Always. I know. Listen, they did a number on him, especially with who should be first team all defense this year, with Amen Thompson. Yeah. Did a number on him and held him to 3. I gotta believe that Steph Curry and crew would be. You're gonna see You're gonna see a different person.
Yeah.
And a group that has, and listen, Udoka has experience too, right? He's been to the finals. He lost to the finals to this Warriors team as well when he was in Boston. I'm just saying this is a group that has been there before, and it's early on in this thing. To me, give me Ja Morant. Give me that all day long.
Give me the assistant head coach.
Yeah, give me
and a bunch of
that.
guys that's never done.
I
agree.
Steph Steph can go for 40 at any moment, and Jimmy can too.
Well, Tyler? What do you want? Is I think obvious. I mean, anybody that wants to see the Rockets make a run, you'd rather see the Grizzlies who haven't pissed.
That'd be rewarding. It'd be rewarding if you pulled it off.
What turns you on? I'm gonna tell you, man. If we get a Rockets Warriors series, I'm gonna be jazzed.
Oh wait.
I mean, I'm excited about Memphis. I'd like our shot against Memphis, but I mean, I will be glued to the TV if it's Golden State.
Oh yeah, you'll be into it more. Yeah.
Y'all know me. I love any damn opportunity to whoop up on the turd known as Steph Curry's ass.
I think
mouthpiece chewing turd.
I knew that's where I was going to try to throw the mouthpiece in there before you
got don't worry, it comes up into my brain every time I think about that.
I know all of our listeners love to hear you talk about that mouthpiece.
Oh,
I know they'd love a series that'd be. I'm telling you, man. I could get good and worked up for a Golden State series.
I'm not saying I prefer it. But I would welcome it, and I would be ready to watch that turd get his ass beat.
This will be just like potentially next year, and that is, hey, the Texans, they've won a playoff game. And the next opponent could be the Chiefs or it could be the Chargers. You damn sure know who you want to play.
Sure.
Now it would be yes, you would be bring on Mahomes. I wanna shut that. I wanna beat him. But you damn sure know who you want to play. And just like this one right here, yes, it would be great to shut Draymond's ass up and to send Steph home and do all that. It would be great, and like you said, we would be into that. I think we would be into it a lot more than we would be, with the Grizzlies. But man, it's back. I need the path of least resistance. That's a loser's mentality. No, it ain't. Blaming referees before you even know that they're about to play. That's a loser mentality. Like, yeah, man, there are some teams that, like, hey, Oklahoma City, Boston, bring them on. We don't give a damn who you. But hell, even Boston, shoot, they wouldn't mind playing that easier route here.
Oh, look,
if I'm a Rockets fan, if there was a possibility that the Kings could get there, that's who I'd rather play.
Ron, beyond the luxury of playing against a team that's never been there versus a team that's been a dynasty to a coach that's I mean, I don't know who the head coach is now in Memphis. Who is it? Has he done anything? Who's the head coach in Memphis now that they let that guy
It's a guy. He was overseas that they really, really like.
So it's not a championship caliber NBA champion.
He coached one. I forgot what country it was, but in the World Championship.
Right. That's right. I remember you talking about that. So like that guy, that combination would be the path of least resistance. And there's such an advantage and a value in. Not that the Rockets would, but potentially you could get a series like that over quicker than you could versus a dogfight down the line. So, like the advantages that come.
That's a great point.
Yeah, the advantages that come, especially with the way the Rockets play, right? I mean, winning a series and saving yourself a game or two at the end would be big for the Rockets, given how hard they have to play, how physical they have to play. So, it's a no-brainer. Grizzlies, but maybe to watch NBA basketball, it's going to be them Warriors down.
Yeah. You said that ass hat starts banging down.
Yes, half-court threes.
All of a sudden, you're like, damn it.
Damn, where's Ja?
Where's Desmond Bain? Give me Desmond Bain.
Oh, that's good.
I love it. I love and we will. It will be fun. It will be great to watch. The city wants the Warriors. There's no question about that. All right. I bet you, as hard as Udoka is, man, he is no nonsense. Udoka in Game 3 and 4 want to be on Bill Street. Let me tell you that right now. I guarantee you that. He won't be on Bill Street. Let me tell you that. All right. This will be fun. So tomorrow night, Tuesday night, we will learn after that game, after the Golden State Warriors, who will host the Memphis Grizzlies. After that game, we will learn who the opponent is for the Houston Rockets. Should be fun as that thing gets rolling. By the way, I didn't get a chance to discuss this big weekend for the Hughley kids. The Hughley kids had themselves a big weekend. I don't know what got into my son Trey, but Trey's in this AAU basketball, man. I told you about it, man. It's his first time really playing at this level of
competition.
Really jumping up in a game on Saturday, man. He's really becoming becoming more of a Draymond type Dylan Brooks player
than you thought.
Without a shooter. He's more. It's an aggressive, defensive player. The offensive game ain't really came. Yeah, that nut went off Saturday.
It did Saturday, huh?
Oh, man. 26 minutes. He didn't play 26. The game was only 26 minutes. They shut it down early because they beat him down. Man, had 16, baby. 16, 8 rebounds, 2 assists.
Ooh.
And I mean a good 4. Whoa, what are we doing? Oh, okay.
Good shot, son.
Good shot.
One of those where the coach is standing up going, no. Oh, yes. Get back on D. Get back on D.
Coach afterwards said they had a second game. Coach afterwards said, boy, you might want to hose him off out there and take him out back and hose him off. Man, I'm telling you, Tyler, I told you about this dude. He got out. Finds himself cherry picking a little bit. But my man got out. 1 on 3 on the break. 1 on 3. And that kid just went up with it. I mean, he's like at the 3-point line. He just goes up with it. And it happens right in front of me. And I'm like, and I feel like I have to tell him, maybe, hey, good shots. This a kid right here. Like sometimes with him, man, you would think there's a shot clock going down.
Right.
He's getting it out of his hands and up to the basket so fast. He came down just one dribble pull up. And it went down. And I said, okay. All right.
Hey, Pop, relax. Hey, Pop, relax.
And the worst part is that joker turned around, ran back like this is first bucket, like 3, like he's made all season. He turned around and ran back there like he did.
Smooth with it.
Oh, yeah, just hit a little punch to the chest and ran back. And I said, what has got it? Hey, come the parents, man, Ronald is hot today.
Hughley has came in the game.
I love it.
Yeah, man. He let it go, boy. He lost his mind. I said, boy, he had a fadeaway, lefty fadeaway in the lane.
Too.
I said,
smooth lefty.
Yeah, fadeaway in the lane. I said, the hell's gotten into you?
Oh, that's great, man.
And he got up 18 shots.
Now the problem is that next game when they ain't falling like that is we gonna still get up to 18.
Well, that's what I told him. I kept telling him. I said, hey, look. Hey, that one in the corner you just went up with, that wasn't a good shot. It went down. I said, but hey, let's just be smart. No, he went up with him. He kept on going up with him.
Next game.
He kept on going up with him. But no, man, at AAU, man, it is something else. It's something else there, boy. Out there at Stafford for days. By the way, can we slow down on these 8 o'clock starts?
8 a.m.?
I'm getting up earlier during the week. I'm getting up on the weekend earlier than I have to during the week to get them up for school.
Oh, yeah.
Getting you a good long weekend, huh?
I remember them upward games as a kid. 7 a.m. sometimes starts.
Good God. 7? Nah, man. I knew we had
real young.
Yeah, man. Told everybody at the house, man, ass in seats. 7:20. That's what time we rolling off here. You go and you lose. All right, coming up, drive for some big news that Clint missed. We got to get his thoughts on what the Texans did with Jaylen Petri. That's coming up next.
All right, y'all, check it out. Our Vision Homes. If you've got your own acreage, if you've got an acreage lot, right? Our Vision Homes, they specialize in building on your own land. And I'm telling you, when it comes to Our Vision Homes, we're talking about turnkey, custom home builder, the best in the game. They can dream, design, and build your family's home, no matter what all it consists of. The home, a casita, iron building for all your toys. How about a big, beautiful pool, all that you've always wanted, all in one stop. That's right. Our Vision Homes is a one-stop shop, y'all. And check it out. This is what I advise you to do. If you're looking to make that investment, you're looking to build that dream home, you're looking to build a custom home. They got a grand opening of a 4,100 square foot model home in the Cedars off Highway 105 and 1774, close to Aggie Expressway. Model opens in April, so it may already be open. But here's the deal. They got several model homes. They hold workshops in those model homes. The next workshop is April the 19th, y'all, this Saturday, and there's one in May on May the 17th. Get to one of these workshops, right? These workshops are ran by the owners. You'll meet the people, the owners and the staff. You'll be literally in one of the model homes in the product, and they'll tell you all about the Our Vision process. I'm telling you, it's a game changer. You don't want to miss out on this. Call today or visit ourvisionhomes.com right now to get inspired. Our Vision Homes, where your vision is our vision.
Jaylen Petri got his payday. The Texans DB signed a 3-year, $39 million to him the highest paid nickel defender in the league and keep him in Houston for the foreseeable future. Congrats, Jaylen.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
All right, y'all. Breathing is one of the most essential parts of living, man. You got to breathe well to sleep well. You got to sleep well to live well. Pretty simple concept, man. If you're suffering from allergy, sinus, and or sleep problems, I know there's a lot of y'all out there. Here's a solution. Dr. Matoran is his name. He takes a holistic approach to your treatment. He specializes in quick in-office procedures that'll get you back to sleeping your best nights, which is going to allow you to live your best life. Give him a call right now, 713-665-8887. 713-665-8887, or you can always get more information at drmatorin.com. That's drmatorin.com. Living with chronic joint pain is like trying to get comfortable on a cactus sofa. Well, that sounds terrible, right? You forget about trying to do the things that you love this spring. Golfing, hiking, tennis. You're just trying to get by when you're dealing with that chronic joint pain, man. I know what you're dealing with. Look, I want you to know something. The medical pros over at QC Kinetics, right here in Houston, they're here to get you that relief that you need. They've already treated tens of thousands of patients around the country with regenerative treatments that'll help calm the debilitating joint pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back. With QC Kinetics, the science is solid, y'all. They give you life back, man. And here's the kicker. They do it without surgery, without drugs, and without any downtime. Everybody's trying to live healthier lives and break free of harmful meds. That's the whole mission of QC Kinetics. If you're curious if you're a candidate for these treatments, no problem. The consultation is totally free. They're happy to take a look and see if they can help you finally get the relief that you've been looking for. Call right now to find out how easy it is to get back to enjoying your life without chronic joint pain. Now's the best time to get started. Call QC Kinetics 5285. That's 713-913-5285. QC Kinetics. They're in Sugar Land, the Woodlands, the Heights, and in Cyber.
Houston, it's official. The Rockets are heading to the playoffs. Not only that, they've clinched home court advantage for games 1 and 2. Get ready to pack the Toyota Center and turn up the noise, because playoff basketball is coming home, and the Rockets are ready to light it up. Grab your gear, get your tickets, and let's defend our house. For schedule and ticket info, head to Rockets.com. Let's go, Rockets!
Here's today's six-man picks, presented by DraftKings Pick 6.
The play-in tournament begins tomorrow. In the first game, our eyes are on Trae Young. He led the league in average assists per game this season, so consider taking him to have more than 10.5 assists against Orlando. In the later game, consider picking Steph Curry to have more than 28.5 points. It's a high-value pick against a soft Memphis defense.
Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app and lock in your picks before tip-off with code MyPicks. That's code MyPicks for new customers to play $5 and get $50 in Pick 6 credits. Better payouts, bigger wins. Only with Pick 6 from DraftKings. The crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 18 plus. Age and eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Void where prohibited. One per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable Pick 6 credits that expire in 14 days. Limited time offer. See terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
You want to feel unstoppable in the new year? For me, 5 years ago, and they've been doing it ever since, and they can do it for you. I'm Sean Pendergast, and the Men's T Clinic has been one of the best things to ever happen to me. Back in January of 2000, I went in there, they tested my blood, they said, here is our plan of attack to get your quality of life back. A complete, customized approach for me for total wellness, and I've been living it for 5 years now. Men'sTClinic.com. There's 5 locations here in the Houston area. Find the one nearest you and make that appointment at Men'sTClinic.com.
When something breaks, you gotta ask yourself, who you gonna call?
What's it gonna cost you?
Where you gonna find them?
And
will you trust them to do the job right? Start with Tom Tynan on Home Show Radio. Tom's been giving advice on home improvements longer than there's been internet, and has a list of trusted Home Show pros to help you. Saturdays 9 to noon and Sunday mornings 8 to 11.
And anytime you want.
At HomeShowRadio.com.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt America, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on 2 wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best options? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEBNOW1. That's 877-WEBNOW1.
You could think you found your dream home online, but here's the twist. The lot next door just got rezoned for years of construction. Work with the expertise and ethical training of a Realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors, right by you.
It's your weekly O'Reilly Auto Parts checkup. Need new brakes? O'Reilly's has your brake professionals. Visit your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store this week or online at O'ReillyAuto.com for special offers.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Jordan Robinson, host of the new podcast, The Women's Hoop Show. Each episode, I'll be joined by a rotating group of women's basketball experts to talk WNBA, college hoops, the new Unrivaled League, and the shifting landscape of the sport. The game is growing, and so are we. Listen to and follow The Women's Hoop Show and Odyssey podcast, available now for free on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
GeneratorSuperCenter.com.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley is presented by Verlo Mattress. Verlo Mattress, handcrafted for your comfort and guaranteed for life. We're a week away from the NFL Draft. Who will the Texans select? Stay informed with Mark Vandermeer and John Harris on Texans All Access. We have the latest on all things draft right here.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, I do want to get to Clint's thoughts as you're out a big move by the Texans extending Jaylen Petri, but I forgot to mention this during the Masters conversation. Ludwig Oberg.
Yeah.
Man, that 18th hole cost him so much money.
That's when he ping-ponged the damn green, didn't he?
He tripled. He tripled on 18.
Out of the sand, over the green, then back. Okay, yeah. That's right. He was fourth. That would have given him a fourth place finish.
No,
right?
He was at 9 under. He would have tied. He would have been tied for third. Patrick Reed was at 9 under and wanted sole possession. He would have tied for third, and then he tripled and took him down to 7th. And he third place won $1.4 million. $103,000.
Cost him $500,000.
Come on, man. Almost 700.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my God.
It felt like it ripped my nuts off.
Just 18. Just 18 on 18 because he just absolutely just went berserk. Triple. Drug him down. Hell, it would have been $100,000, Clint, if he'd have just had a double bogey.
Golly. That's an interesting.
Almost 800,000.
That's an interesting approach because I think as I was watching, what was my mind just went blank. DeChambeau. There, on the 15th hole or so, like I think he was 7 under or something, and he had to get uber aggressive to give him a chance to win, and he hits one in the water. So to your point of like the you could have just played, which he doesn't play anyway, but you could have just played normal golf and made yourself an extra $700,000, but instead he hits it in the water. He's hitting it all over the place, trying to be aggressive, and it ends up costing him a bunch of money.
What'd you say? At some point, you're like, hey, man, I'm out this piece.
Yeah, I'm going to cut my losses, baby,
what can I
or
hold
maximize
into?
my earnings.
What can I get this thing into? Yeah, man, because Scotty Scheffler somehow slid himself up to 4th place and got himself a little over $1 million in that. I mean, obviously, he don't give a damn, or not give a damn as much money as they make it, but I'm just thinking,
well,
man,
he's another one that had to get aggressive.
Yeah,
he just when he gets aggressive, he's not as reckless as DC.
My man Oberg, I said, damn, man, how much did that cost him? That was $700,000. All right, last week, they went ahead and agreed to terms on a 3-year contract extension with safety Jaylen Petri. And we've been talking about Jaylen Petri leading up to this and his future. Is he going to be one of the ones that they go ahead and, just like they did with Nico and like they did with Stingley and like we believe they're going to do with Will and CJ and what they did with Danielle Hunter, is he going to be the next guy that they go ahead and lock up? And they did. He got $39 million on the deal, 29 plus in guarantees for Jaylen Petri. Woo, at that point, he was the highest paid nickel cornerback. Now, Kyler Gordon over the weekend passed him up with the Bears. He got I think $31 million guaranteed. Your thoughts there, though, on them going ahead and extending him and keeping him in the fold with a 3-year extension?
Well, one, it doesn't surprise me. I mean, we've talked about this a million times. I think you've got Will Anderson. On the defensive side of the football, I think you've got Will Anderson with your young players. You've got Will Anderson, and he is number one by far and away. He's the guy. He's the pillar that they're building around for long-term success on the defensive side of the football. But I do think once you get beyond Will, I think the next guy in line in terms of who Nick and D'Amico, more importantly D'Amico, want to build this defensive identity around, I think Jaylen Petri is number 2 in line with Will Anderson. And when it comes to the intangible side of things and the value of leadership and the power room in the defensive meeting rooms and on the field, the ability to communicate, play multiple positions, I think he's probably closer to Will in a sense of, and I'm just talking about the intangible identity aspect of this thing. I think he's probably closer to Will than most give him credit to be. So it doesn't surprise me one bit that this is a guy that they covet, that Jaylen Petri is a guy that they want to pay, that they want to keep him around. Now it comes to the money side of things, right? 3 years, $39 million. Any way you crack that up, any way you slice that up, that's $13 million a year. And how does that rank among players, right? I think at the nickel defender position, you've got two different breeds, if you will. You've got true cover corners that can play outside but play inside, and then you've got safeties that have some cover skills that can come down, and they're probably a little bit of a liability in coverage, but they are a huge plus in defending the run. They're a huge plus in adding them to the pressure game, the pass rush game. And so I think Jaylen Petri falls in the category of the former safety that's more of a run stopper, more of an instincts around the line of scrimmage, and has some coverage deficiencies, if you will. That guy is going to be cheaper long-term than your corner that can play inside and out that's a true cover defender. And I think with what Jaylen Petri got, 13 per year, I think it's a good number for him. Now, a lot of it is factored in. As we know, there's $20 million added to the salary cap this year. The number keeps going up in terms of a lot of times these new contracts you look at and you go, good gosh, that's a big number for him. I think when it's all said and done, that's not going to be a monster number for Jaylen Petri.
Well, to me, I just – and I don't know if we talked about this as much last week when it dropped, but we've talked about it. Have a plan and know who you are, right?
Yes.
And now in that plan, we may not agree with it. We may not agree with everything that comes out of that plan. But the one thing for me is this is a signing in which they, for themselves, the Texans, know what is important to them and what's important to their organization. And a guy that has that culture that they're looking for,
yep,
that has the intangibles they're looking for, that's what they're building this thing on, right? And be consistent with that. And it is consistent that, I don't know, arguably the guy who probably fits exactly culture-wise what you're looking for, maybe second or third in the building, that you bring in and lock him up for an extension. So I just, that part of it to me is they are staying consistent to who they are and what are the driving forces for this organization. And for this organization, the driving force is not just, oh, he's just overly talented and goes about his business the way. That's not what they want. A big thing for them is what the intangibles that Jaylen Petri brings to them.
Absolutely. We've talked about with Jaylen Petri, you definitely get the identity piece. He fits D'Amico Ryan's defensive identity. You get the versatility of being able to play safety as well as the nickel defender. You get the ability to add Jaylen Petri to the run defense and the pressure game in the pressure packages to defend the better quarterbacks and throw different looks at them. Now, I'll say this too. I don't think we've seen the best of Jaylen Petri. We know he's got crazy instincts. It's just a matter of time before that transitions into the coverage aspect of things. It's just a matter of time before he flourishes and that part of his game blossoms into something special. I believe it's there. I believed it's there.
So you don't think we've seen the best?
I don't think we've seen nowhere near the best Jaylen Petri that we're going to see. I don't at all. I'm not sure that D'Amico Ryans had the perfect way. They got better last year, but I'm not real sure that he knows exactly how to use him to his strengths. So just because of a lack of experience together, I thought Jaylen Petri was a guy when he was standing on the sideline with D'Amico Ryans 2 seasons ago. I still would have bet on him being a guy that they kept here long term. Yeah. So I don't think we've seen the best of him. I think we get $13 million over the next 3 years. I think we get that out of him and some.
All right. The biggest thing that potentially we will be seeing next week at the NFL draft. That's going to be the biggest storyline. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, you want to win 1,000 times your money, y'all? You can do that with Underdog Fantasy, and available right now in our beautiful state of Texas. Now, all you got to do is download the app. Download the app right now. Use promo code HTOWN to unlock a special offer. I'm going to tell you more.
free and gentle.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back in. Oh, I'm sorry.
I like it.
That was aggressive.
I like that energy.
I don't know where that came from. Got a little aggressive. Welcome back in. Yeah, I'm trying to pick it up for Jim Nance. Yeah, I mean, obviously it wasn't just me. I held it in to myself. Sean Pendergast texted in. He thinks that Jim's lost his fastball.
I've got to agree. For the record, I've not let you influence me.
And listen, I'm going to be absolutely honest that there is potentially some of my personal feelings about punk-ass Jim Nance that may creep in on this. So I will be now, I do feel better that I wasn't the only one that heard it.
I just got the red carpet. We're wanting to get into a controversy.
Every time I hear that, I get taken right back.
I know, I love
it. To the moment I was sitting in this seat.
You just shut up and let me do my job.
I've had 2 different conversations over the weekend about Jim Nance and that moment.
I think we need to make this happen. The powers that be at Sports Radio 610, the Texans, the Rockets, the Astros, y'all have got the Cougs. We've got to get you together with Jim, man. I mean, I can tell you're losing sleep over it. It's moving you emotionally.
I'm not losing sleep over it.
Well, it's just a figure of speech. I don't mean you're literally losing sleep.
Think about it.
Well, you just said it.
Well, I mean, when it's played for me.
I mean, around these parts, you watch the Cougars run all the way to the championship game. You watch the Masters had you locked. You couldn't even wash dishes without judging him. I mean, damn.
The dishes was Rory trying to choke it away. But Jim, it just wasn't him. It just wasn't the Jim I thought. Just wasn't ready for it. And I thought you made a great point when they were in the Butler's cabin, where they had the presentation where Scotty Scheffler gives him the jacket and Woody's there, the chairman of the Masters. And Jim, I don't know, didn't look. I mean, I hope he's good.
Sure you do.
On the most part. But I just, it wasn't. I disagree though with you and or Sean. I don't think he's lost his. I don't think Jim's done.
Something was going on yesterday.
But because I didn't during the NFL season, I thought Jim is broadcasting wise his good Jim self. It was yesterday. Just I don't know if maybe he was dealing with allergies like Tyler is. I don't know.
Well, Jim strikes me as a guy.
Bless him if he is.
You never, and I'll be honest with you. I'll be completely honest with you. I lost a ton of respect for Chris Berman. In fact, when I saw him in Ron Jaworski's VIP at the Super Bowl this year in New Orleans, it made my skin. I cringed a little bit. Everybody else I saw in that VIP was absolutely tremendous. It was really almost cool to see those guys. A lot of them were the not commentators, but the analysts and stuff. And when I saw the video of Chris Berman that surfaced way back in the day of him MFing somebody,
you lost him.
I just lost respect for him. I don't know him personally. I just look at him like that's the kind of attitude that.
We got one get right.
That's it.
It's like
and
no
we
one
can't
here has
even
worked
get
on TV before.
Yeah, that. And look, I know there's certain people that need to be talked to that way. I get it. I totally get it. Been around a lot of them. I'm just not game for it. I'm just not okay with it. And Jim, it's probably an unfair assumption here. Jim Nance strikes me as one of those guys. He strikes me as one and so I say all that to say he strikes me as a guy that somebody was in his ear, something wasn't just right according to he didn't have his honey, his tea with honey in it for his voice before. Somebody screwed up.
He didn't have his throat coat.
So that's right. Somebody pissed in Jim's Cheerios somewhere along the way, and it threw him completely off. That's what it looked like to me. Not he lost his fastball, more so of something's not right. Like he is not happy with something going on in his ears, something going on behind the camera. Somebody wasn't on time. Somebody did. I'll tell you what it might have been. I don't know if you were watching, but they stood there. They sat there, all four of them, and stared into the camera for a good 3 or 4 seconds before somebody said, "Hey, man, you're on the screen. It's time to go." And Jim started talking.
That might have pissed Steve Smooth off.
He strikes me as a guy that could be very Chris Berman-like in that moment.
Oh, you mean the guy who acted the way he did on that red carpet that one day that we've been referring to over and over?
There you go. Yeah, that guy.
I see it.
There's another one. There's another one that you play in the gym thing that wasn't with us. The you just shut up and that wasn't with us, was it?
It wasn't with us, but I'll show him some grace here. That sound drop, and so everybody knows we're on the same page.
You just shut up and let me do my job.
That is for a clip where he was being tongue-in-cheek. He was kind of playing around. It wasn't a serious, hey, shut up.
I was about to say that one. I was going to say that one wasn't. I was going to say that one wasn't with us.
I think it was with McAfee, and they were kind of goofing about.
Next line coming through our YouTube and Twitch. Champ Slice, welcome back. The Berman, they say Berman can be a real Richard head. Yeah, hell, we've seen it. I mean, I think all of us have it in us.
Oh, fact.
I don't. I don't. Not purposely. Tyler, I know Tyler laughs because my tone with him at times.
No, you don't.
I will honestly say, I've never. My tone may say otherwise.
Bridget.
My tone may say otherwise, but I don't. I mean, I would feel terrible not be able to sleep at night if I belittled and talked down to people like that.
Yeah.
Now again, Tyler may be like, "Well, you must not have slept that night after you." I did not. My intentions were not. His intentions are clear cut. Hey, man, I'm fixing to MF these producers out here.
Have I ever gone off on you, Tyler?
No,
I don't think I have.
No, you have. Clint has a time or two. I don't think you have.
I don't think I've.
I have.
It was early, and I'm way over it. And me and you are buddies now. But when I was starting out, there were some days we ended the show where I was like, "Damn."
Well, if it helps you out any, there was about 6 months worth of days where I was scared crapless every time this mic came on because I didn't know what the hell was coming next.
And that's all fair, I think.
I think I've gone off via text.
Oh, I know you have.
Oh yeah, me and you have gotten into it on the text.
I've gone off via text. I think the corner term for me is. There's a word.
Is that a trigger for you?
No, I think there's a word that I use that everyone's told me it can tell when you start to get, and that's boss. When boss comes out.
So if I get text boss, I know it's better to just turn the phone off.
I'm dead serious, baby.
I didn't know this.
I feel like that.
But I'm gonna remember now.
Told me. That's what people that work with me. Yeah, when you start saying, all right, when you finish off the end of it, okay, boss.
All right, boss.
To keep that in mind.
That's it. I didn't know I did it, boss.
Say, oh, damn. So
Playboy. That's another one.
Now, the Playboy is all that's universal.
There's a lot like that, dude.
That's definitely that is universal in Black America for damn sure. Can it be a universal and be Black?
It could be two Americas, but be universal. But
that's just the way of it, pal.
I've walked up on some conversations before, and I hear somebody, blah 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 blah, Playboy. I'm like, whoa, it's finna get hot in here. Hey, he ain't playing, bro. I turn to the white guy and be like, hey, man, he's dead ass serious. You might want to back up.
Whatever you say, bucko. All right?
So I texted, Clint don't get mad. Clint gets mad.
He's gotten mad.
We all do.
I've gotten mad.
I'm not a perfectionist. I actually like some rough edges, but there are certain things that do get me. There's certain things. I was hot. Fake
oh, yeah, you right there.
Fake.
They weren't the only
fake
one.
Brandon. Fake Diggs. Steph Diggs. Yeah, you was hot.
Had to take a walk.
Yeah, I can tell you're hot by visual, no question. Because you have a hard time keeping a straight face 99.9% of the time, even when everybody else is serious, or even when
Ron's feelings. He ain't hiding them.
Well, in a meeting when it's like not a tough conversation, but something that requires a little thought, maybe outside the comfort zone, there's a few filler words in there.
I know what you're talking about.
There's a face rub and a feel.
If Ron ever starts rubbing his eyes, especially up under them glasses like that, I buckle in tight.
Yeah, that's when he really wants to let go, but he's trying to be in a professional setting. He's like, I gotta
choose my words.
Yeah,
wisely.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, that I know. I ain't heard Boss or Playboy yet. I don't think
that do that. No.
Playboy's universal. for hey, man, he's dead serious. I don't know what y'all are talking about, but he's dead serious, man. You might want to back up. Unless you want to get in this. I mean, you might. That's cool. But I'm just telling you, he ain't joking.
You know what's funny, too, is like the way you use it, Clint, 99% of the time it's out of it's just what you call folks, the chief thing.
Yeah.
Like you're not angry. You'll be laughing calling somebody that. But, man, that's one that if someone else uses it, not named Clint Stoerner, that's one that'll get me riled up. Where it's like, all right, Chief, okay.
You get it, yeah, because Clint's being just like, he just, that's
yes.
There are some people where it's like, all right, the way I use boss. Okay, boss. All right, boss. What you got coming up?
Hey, we talked about them Stros, y'all. We got to circle back one time, man. There were some big moments. Which, to be completely honest with you, I was a little busy. I didn't get to catch all of it, but I saw the aftermath and got to read up on it. Which moment was bigger, Wiz or the Bats? We'll talk about that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, Ron, I got to tell everybody a little bit about them old Coors Light. You know, I mean, it's second nature for me, y'all. Whether you're talking about the beer that's made to chill, which, by the way, when you talk about casino, 4 or 5 nights with the fam, the horse track a couple days, there was a lot of
HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Dirty's Daily, powered by Mokaram Law. Any personal injury, call day or night, 281-222-2222, lawfirm.com.
It's like no one here has worked on TV before.
You're gonna get hard.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Yeah, it is. And Dirty's Daily, you heard the man, powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Hard as hell to say, easy to dial. 281-222-2222. I want to give everybody a shout-out. It's good to be back. Good to be back in the old saddle with my boy Ron, the show, Hughley and T-Mill behind the glass over there. Good to be back talking to all of Houston. We love you. And it's an honor to be in this chair every day, man. I don't take it for granted. Missed it. Ron, I got a question for you, though. I got a question for you boys, though. How do we handle Dirty's Daily when I was gone? I feel like this is one where the show really gets funky. The show as in you, Ron, not the show as in the drive.
Funky,
we
horny.
had a good time. Roger Clemens came in on Dirty's Daily.
What?
On Friday, yep.
And y'all started it out dirty, I heard.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We did.
Right on brand as well.
We didn't really start it dirty. Roger took it
He
there.
took it there?
Yeah, Roger's not only, as Nick Casario said on our air,
big ass?
Has a big ass. He's also nasty.
Yeah.
He said it's a reason you buy those gifts because you know you're going to be paying. They give you a good reason to be paying for car payments down the line.
Got a big ass.
You got to pay up, huh? That's good. Good for old Raj, man. But big shout out for listening out there, whether you listen on the AM dial, the FM dial, or you watch it on YouTube and Twitch, or you listen on the Odyssey app. If you listen on the Odyssey app, greatly appreciate it. Cool features on there, all the podcasts. In fact, that big orange wagon, them Astros are rocking and rolling. So Patrick Creighton and Tyler Milner's All Astros All the Time podcast, that big orange wagon is on the Odyssey app. That rewind feature is really cool for when we have interviews that you may have missed. Everything is podcasted on the Odyssey app. I encourage you to download it. AUDACY. Keep it on your phone. Take us everywhere you go. Don't miss a moment. And we greatly appreciate it. We got a big day. Big reaction Monday. Rocking and rolling the Masters. What a Sunday, man. What a finish. Rory joins career Grand Slam winners. There's now 6 of them. Gene Sarazen back in 1935, Ben Hogan in 1953, Gary Player in 65, Jack Nicklaus in 66, Tiger Woods in 2000, and Rory McIlroy joins the group, winning all 4 majors in a career. Rory McIlroy does it, checks the final box with the Masters yesterday. 17 attempts. I think 10 or 11 of those 17 attempts, he had already won the first 3, the other 3 majors, and it was an attempt at the Grand Slam. 17 attempts at the Masters, 10 or 11 attempts at the Masters as the last box that he needed checked. He gets that yesterday. The Rockets game 1 of their first round series will be Sunday night. Golden State. Memphis play-in game, and the Texans, while I was gone, secured another big member of their secondary. We'll be chopping that up the rest of the way of the show. We appreciate you joining us. The Astros had a nice solid little run when I was out of pocket here, and I got a question, right? They took 2 of 3 from the Angels, which damn sure didn't surprise Tyler, but the Astros absolutely needed it, right? Wisniewski gets a quality start. I think for me, this is the highlight of the weekend. Gets a quality start, 6 innings pitched, 3 earned, 10 strikeouts, no walks, right? And the last 2 starts for Wisniewski, we're talking about 13 innings pitched, 5 earned runs, 15 strikeouts, no walks. And guys, this could not be coming at a bigger time. Not only did he come over in the trade of Kyle Tucker, and Kyle Tucker's over there in Chicago raking, but it also comes at a time when Spencer Arrighetti gets hit in the hand during Mariners BP a couple of days ago and breaks his thumb, and he's going to be out for the foreseeable future, at least for a while here before that hand, so that right hand can heal. Wisniewski with 2 straight outings of absolute dealing could not have come at a better time. And on the flip side of that, the bats woke up a little bit against the Angels as well.
What did they ever?
Paredes, 5 hits, 3 home runs, 2 walks, 5 RBIs. Diaz, 3 hits, 1 home run, which happened to be a grand slam, 5 RBIs. Cam Smith, the young rookie phenom, he looks like he may be coming around. 3 hits, 1 home run, gets his first big league home run, 1 walk, 4 RBIs. Hit safely in all 3 games. Here's the question, boys. 2 questions. Right? Number 1, which moment was bigger for the Astros? Wiz? I guess you could call him Wiz maybe, but I like Wiz sounds better. Wisniewski or the bats?
That is interesting. What is his nickname?
We got options.
What is Hayden's nickname?
You got options, and Hayden ain't making it. I mean, hey, ain't making it, baby. It's got to go with that Wisniewski.
Something, yeah. What is it?
Nesky, Ski, Wes. You can chop that last name.
Can't go
real
HW.
creative.
Can't do. Yeah, it's
Dub is a good. I like Dub for a name that starts with Dub. That would work. But what? Just in general, the bats waking up and showing a little bit of promise, regardless of what you think about the opponent. The bats waking up. In particular, Pena, Diaz, and Paredes waking up. Not Altuve, not Walker, not Alvarez, but kind of that second tier of hitters that you have. Those guys waking up and being productive, or Wisniewski lighting it up for 2 games now in a row at a time when, damn it, man, starting pitching, you just need it right now.
Yeah,
and which one of those 2 is bigger, generally speaking, you reckon?
That's really tough because Dub or Wiz or Wes, it's now going into 2 starts right now. This is how many 15 Ks and 10 Ks and no strikeouts yesterday. 15 Ks and no walks in his last 2 starts. Like he's been the best pitcher on the staff, and that is huge with the depth issues they have already that's being tested right now with the freak injury to Spencer Getty. So that's big. But I've said, man, the secondary bats are going to be like the big thing for this team because, one, we have a pretty good idea of what you're going to get from your 2 stars in Altuve and Alvarez. Right? You want to put Christian Walker in that space too as well. But the other guys surrounding them, Paredes in between those 2, Walker behind them, Diaz behind that, Pena, Cam Smith a little bit further down, shouldn't be as much pressure on the rookie as others, and Jake too. But those guys directly around and right there in between them with Paredes is going to be really, really key what they do, because if those guys aren't stepping up, that lineup becomes really, really short and easier for teams to just navigate around those 2 bats. If you get it to a point where they got 2 bats that they're nervous about but can feel comfortable of pitching around them, then that is a big. So I do think Paredes 3 straight homers and Diaz finally coming alive. If he can get back to where he was the last 2 years, Pena got a hit in every one of those series. He gets on his feet. I will go back because it's so critical because they help unlock your 2 best guys.
713-572-4610, asking Astros Nation which moment was bigger. Wisniewski, another quality start with the Spencer Getty injury, needing that start and pitching, him lighting it up his last 2 outings, or the hitting coming alive against the Angels. Which one was bigger? 713-572-4610. Text in, let us know. T, what do you think, baby? Wisniewski starting pitching, him being lights out when you need him the most, or the middle of that lineup, that second tier, no disrespect, that second tier of hitters for the Astros seemingly coming alive?
Oh, it's no doubt for me, man. It's those bats. The latter half of that, those options you just read off. I needed to see more runs. I needed to see more crooked numbers for my own damn fandom. As Ron likes to say, I'm a bit of a psychopath when it comes especially to the Astros. So I needed that. I really needed that for my own fandom, my own mind, and we got it, and it was nice, and I wanted to keep going. Keep putting them crooked numbers up on the scoreboard, boys. Don't slow down now. And the rest, the pitching, I always have a lot more faith in the pitching than maybe some, just given what we've seen this Astros staff do over the last decade or so with arms that come into the clubhouse in Houston. But definitely the bats. That was a welcome sight for your boy here.
Yeah, look, I'm gonna go with Wisniewski, T and Ron. I'm gonna go with Wisniewski just because Spencer Arrighetti being out, you don't really know exactly what you're gonna get out of Ronel Blanco. There's already the injuries that have been a problem. I'm wrong, but I don't think they have the Spencer Arrighetti, Hunter Brown, Ronel Blanco, J.P. France, all these guys that they're just going to have waiting in line that can come up and give you, good outing after good outing after good outing and help you get through a long season. I think it was just we need to know now that we've got – well, to know it's been 2 games. Let's not get carried away here, Clint. But to know that Wisniewski at least has this in his arsenal where he can be a strikeout-type pitcher and he could slide up into that third spot where Arrighetti was. Hopefully he's back, but he could slide up in that third starter spot, and you can still get good outings out of him. Again, I know it's early. It's just 2 outings. I don't want to get too carried away here, but having confidence in another starting pitcher for me is the play here.
It is huge.
These other guys, maybe I'm setting myself up to fail. Maybe I have more confidence in Diaz and Pena and these guys than I probably should, but that's where I'm at. All right, let's nail this thing down. T, I want you on this one too. Which Astros hitting performance did you need to see the most? Let's talk just bats. Paredes with the 5 hits, Diaz with the home run and the grand slam. Cam got 3 hits in his first home run. Pena hit for safely in all 3 games, or somebody that's not on that list. But which one of those did you need to see the most?
For me, it's Paredes. He has got
2-0, huh?
Yeah, he's got one of the most advantageous spots in a lineup in the league.
Between
those, he should be able to see. And he's getting on base, he's getting walks, but we needed to start to see him, be a factor and be more of a factor with driving the ball and extra base hits. And for him to go deep and take advantage of the Crawford boxes 3 straight days, that to me was big because of where he is in the lineup.
Yeah, Paredes right there. It was close for me between Paredes for all the reasons Ron just laid out and also with young Cam Smith. Because I wasn't necessarily panicking or freaking out about the slowish start for Cam Smith as his first big league action, but I still wanted to see more of what we saw basically all damn spring training. And that was Cam Smith on the bases, showing that emotion, booking it around those bases, showing off the athleticism. I needed to see that because we hadn't seen it in a regular season game yet. So that was quite nice to see. But, yeah, you can't overstate the importance of Paredes here. I mean, the shoes he's filling over there at that corner, the more good he can do right now early in the season, the better.
Yeah, look, I'm gonna spread the love here a little bit. I think it's Diaz for me. Now, this is personal, right? This is selfish reasons. Diaz has been one of my favorite players with the Astros. I love the first year, the free swinging, bringing power to the plate. Second year, he cleans it up a little bit, and he seems to lose a little bit of power and be more selective at the plate. Now it's kind of like, can he find his happy medium here? Can he land in where he's gonna land as a pro? Can he figure it out? I was expecting this year, and out of the gate, boy, it's been rough. Like I said earlier, I've had a really hard time continuing to. That's not what I said earlier, but I get it right this time. I've had a really hard time defending him to my mother, who's a big Maldonado fan. When he's hitting sub 100, boy, it's hard to keep defending him. So I needed Diaz to come along. And look, it's one home run. It's a grand slam. It's not necessarily him coming completely out of the funk that he was in, but I needed that. I think he needed that. I thought the days, Ron, of us seeing Diaz slide down the lineup to that 7, 8, 9 hole, I thought those days were over. Yeah. I thought he was going to be a staple in the top 5 and basically cemented in that 5-hole spot. And here, I don't know where he was at when he hit the grand slam. Again, I was a little occupied, but he last time I saw an Astros lineup, he was slid down in the 7-hole or something like that. So yeah, I needed to see Diaz in a big way. And I think with his power that he can bring to the plate, it changes the lineup. Well, if you can go Alvarez, Christian Walker, Diaz, and Diaz is bringing some power, and he got that clutch gene that we've seen him have over the last couple of years. The lineup, as you said, the lineup lengthens out pretty good and becomes a hard lineup to navigate. If he's not, boy, you can really get to where you can pitch around Alvarez, and if you can pitch around Alvarez, the Astros have problems.
And he has been a guy the last 2 years that has been one of your better offensive threats, right? He was top 3 in Silver Slugger Award winner, Silver Slugger Award last year.
Yeah.
Year before that, he showed good power and limited at bats. And to think like this year, he's coming out, and I mean, he's like, for your mom to even fix her lips to be able to have the chance to talk about him and Maldonado. If he's going to hit like that, I'd rather have Maldonado. Like him hitting under 100 at this point and really struggling, because that's what we were seeing. We started to see the old Diaz, swinging outside of the zone and not looking as controlled up there coming out. I saw a lot of those sliders away, him being able to be taken advantage of. And that's something you want to see get better. So it was one game, and hopefully he builds on that. And I know he had an offer on Saturday, but hopefully he builds on that. He's seeing it better.
Well, Ron, whether we're talking about Wisniewski or we're talking about Diaz or we're talking about Kyler, talking about Cam Smith, or to your point, Paredes, like, hey, man, we're getting at that point 14, 15 games into the season where, I mean, it's like we need to see something, right? I mean, the whole lineup struggling. At some point, it's not going to be, it's early. At some point, it's going to be, hey, man, these guys are just struggling. Yeah. So it's good to see some good out of the Stros.
All right, coming up yesterday, obviously the sports world was taken over by what happened in Augusta, and those yesterday was one of the most memorable Masters that we have seen in a long time. Which one got you the most? Rory's Masters or that one in 2019 in which Tiger won his last major?
All right, y'all, stop looking in the mirror and not liking what you see staring back at you, man. I'm talking about hair issues, man. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning up top. Let's nip it in the bud right now and do it with advanced hair restoration. Everybody out there that's dealing with hair loss issues, you know who you are. Listen up, man. I got the best solution for you, and it's guaranteed to work. It's advanced hair restoration.
Drive with Stoerner and Hughley is presented by Verlo Mattress. Verlo Mattress, handcrafted for your comfort and guaranteed for life. We're a week away from the NFL Draft. Who will the Texans select? Stay informed with Mark Vandermeer and John Harris every weeknight at 6 on Texans All Access. We have the latest on all things draft right here.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Oh, no, Rory! You can take one arm out of that green jacket. He's got work to do.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That is one hell of a line right there, man. You can take one arm. I mean, it's a great line, but
it's
damn,
tremendous.
Man.
It's tremendous.
Might as well take an arm out that jacket.
How did I miss that when it happened, man?
Jacket. He's got.
I'm sorry, Tyler. I spoke over it again. That was good. That was damn good. Sorry.
It was the
whole 13.
The Rory part, like that person. That was like, I mean, just like I said earlier, like a parent. Rory.
Still had 5 holes to go.
Said, take that. Oh hell, he was right though. He was. He had just bogeyed 11, and then he did that, and here comes 14. He was compounding losses, baby. He hadn't gotten over that thing. He took what happened to 13 to 14 with him, and I mean it was just. Who was that dude in the British Open that ended up with his barefooted trying to hit out of the water? Vander something. That cat. You remember I'm talking about? And the guy who like Greg Norman had some choke offs. Hell, obviously Rory has. But he looked like, I mean, the guy, Kevin Costner off Tin Cup. I mean, this was starting to really get into the range of those type chokes from Rory. But
Happy almost choked, that Waterbury Open away.
Oh, man, Happy was over there just trying to get them checks. He said, I want the real ones. I want the big ass. I want the real chicks. Happy wouldn't have dropped that shot. He wouldn't have tripled to lose $700,000.
Play the ball as it lies. I had to play it off Frankenstein's fat foot.
Yeah, he'd have done that. By the way, they're doing a Happy Gilmore too. Shout out those. That ought to be interesting.
Coming
but
up.
I said this on the tease. Yesterday's that whole thing, the back nine, that was as good as any kind of TV show, any drama, whatever. But it was those moments that you were on. And like in golf, the last time that I can really remember that moment was like when Tiger in 19 was down in the final round on Sunday in his Sunday red, and seen him in a long time be that guy, and he wins his 15th major that we didn't think he would maybe win another one. And he pulls this off and wins that thing, and that putt he hit, and all of that on the final day. Which one had you the most, I guess, invested, interested? Like, which Masters was the one that is more memorable, the Tiger one or this one from yesterday?
I can't. It's got to be this one from yesterday because I don't remember the Tiger. I mean, I know it happened, but I don't remember being dialed in and locked in. I remember it happening and being like, man, I can't believe he's winning another.
But you don't remember being that like locked in like you were yesterday.
Yeah, and I think it was because he had obviously won one before. Look, I've said this on these airways multiple times. I'm a Rory fan, and not so much in a sense of, man, I want to watch this guy play golf all the time, but just in a sense of, the expectations that were placed on his shoulders that he not only was exceeding early on in his career, it was like it was going to be a lock and he was going to be an all-time great, which, look, I mean, he's an all-time great, but I'm talking about one of the greatest ever to play the game. And then all of a sudden, the dry spell comes. And then all of a sudden he stays committed to the PGA Tour with this whole love thing or live thing a couple of years ago. And the PGA, craps on him kind of deal. I just want to see something good happen to the dude, man. And maybe because he's, in my time looked a young, real young one, and wanted to see great things there. I'm just a fan of Rory McIlroy, and I'm so glad he got it. He got it, that final box checked, and he's now one of 6 or 7 guys that's a Grand Slam winner.
By the way, are you surprised it's only that many in the history of golf, like 1800, that only 6, that Roy's only the 6th person? He's only the 3rd person since 1966 to do it. Jack, Tiger, and him.
Yeah, that's an eye-raising stat, and it should be surprising, I'd say, to most. It's not to me just because I grew up with it, knowing the game and PGA and all that.
Honestly, what's Phil missing? The British?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Like Phil's not done it, right? Tom Watson's not done it, right? Like there are like golfers that have been. Yeah. Arnold didn't do it. Like, which ones are they?
The only major
Phil's got to be missing the British, right?
The old hefty Phil Mickelson. The only major he has not won is the U.S. Open.
Oh, he hasn't won the Open.
Oh.
Right. Yeah, it is. But you think about it. I mean, I guess that's the equivalent of like a quarterback in the league having more than one Super Bowl, right? I mean, is if you can go win a Grand Slam or not. I mean, that's one of them deals that. It seems like there should be more guys on the list, but in reality, it is difficult to do, bro.
When you think of, like, some of the greatest golfers, there are many aren't on it, right? Like, Sam Snead's not on that list, I don't believe, right? Like,
there's a bunch of good ones.
Like guys that you remember running. Like, Nick Faldo had he was number 1 player of the world before Tiger took it over. Like,
I saw that yesterday. I don't remember if it was a major or the Masters, but he became the first guy. Tyler, you may have saw this. He became the first guy that won either a major or Masters with 4 bogeys in his final round.
The Masters, that's the first time.
Was that the Masters or a major?
Nobody's ever won the Masters. I don't know if it's a major. Nobody's ever won the Masters.
With 4 bogeys.
With 4 bogeys in the tournament, yeah.
Yeah, I think that was specific to Augusta, which is mind-blowing.
Yeah, so to not to mention he tried his damnedest to choke that thing away. Or you can look at it and say he built a big enough lead to where he could afford to make a bunch of mistakes down the stretch.
Yeah, until he lost.
How do you want to look at that, right? Yeah. No, look, I mean, I agree, but I mean, it's crazy that you can make that many mistakes in the final 6 holes and still tie for the lead, and we get bonus golf after that. Yeah, I mean, it was big time, man. To circle back to your question, Ron, I would take Rory McIlroy. And him checking the box on the final Grand Slam.
Some people texting in, Tiger hands down. Someone texting, I'm not a Rory fan. I just wanted all the young guys to play well. I can't stand Rory. No doubt about it. Tiger in 2019 by a ton. Tiger was in full control. Rory didn't know if he was going to win it. Like that kind of, but that makes it as more compelling. Like, this one's hard for me because I'm a Tiger dude, man. I would feel and that Perkins, that Denny's. I rode through the car accidents. Like if he is in it next year, I'm still going to convince myself that he can win this thing.
Yeah.
Like I'm a Tiger. So the Tiger thing is big, but like this one had to be compelling because I didn't know I was going to be into this. Like this was I had no plans. The Tiger one, I got up all day long, was waiting Saturday. I watched every single day, keeping it up with it. This one,
Sunday Red hits different.
Oh, well, yeah, and I was but this one though, it's one thing for me to know that, all right, man, I'm waiting for this.
Yeah.
This one, man, I flip it on, and then next thing you know, I'm throwing rags at pans, and I'm like, what in the like what? I'm exhausted by the time the thing is over. This, like, they were both really compelling. I think the Tiger thing was.
The Tiger thing is interesting because for me that all hinges on just the superpower that Tiger had. Like when Tiger was hitting it well, he was just so damn much better than everybody else in the field that it was unfair, right? Yeah. Rory is human,
but not then. This was when Tiger's
on the back end. Yeah.
So that's it. Phil's got 6 runner-ups with the Open for the U.S. Open.
Yeah.
Wow.
Really good at being the first loser.
Yeah. I guess you said it in my ear. Jordan Spieth. He's the PGA away.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Remember when Spieth came on the scene? That kid was.
It's like
Rory since 14.
Yeah.
like that.
Bit of a speed bump.
He's bang. I mean, I know Tom Brady took a 10-year break, but damn. Good hell. All right. Coming up as we continue, the draft is just over a week away. And there's a spot there and a position group that I know many of you are begging for the Texans to take. And I do think the Texans will take that position group, but maybe not where you want them to take it. We'll discuss that as we continue. We continue right here live on The Drive. But before we do that, guys, you know it's getting
should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
The Houston Texans are on the clock.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers studios. Sports Radio's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
We'll get to the draft here in just a second. Somebody texted in as we were talking about being surprised that, when golf goes back, what, 1800s?
I know they had wooden clubs, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Wooden woods.
And we're going back, and Rory is only the 6th person to ever win the career Grand Slam, and just the 3rd person since Jack did it in 1966. Jack, Tiger, and now Rory McIlroy. And someone texted in, I can explain the difficulty of a Grand Slam. I don't think we need the explanation of the difficulty of the Grand Slam.
Help me, friend.
I just think I think it's you're not a little bit. It didn't catch you off guard. I'm surprised Arnold Palmer's not on that list. I'm surprised Sam Snead's not on that list. I'm surprised.
Yeah, well, yeah. I am surprised. Look at how long a career a golfer has as well. You've got you got 20 years worth of shots at it, assuming you're good enough. And we're talking about obviously the greatest in the game who have 20-year careers. So hell, they have longer than it's more than that. Especially the way these guys are getting in so early now. Hell, they have 30-year careers. So it's pretty surprising that more guys. Now I don't expect that number to be 100 guys, but it is surprising that you're talking about.
If you'd have told me how many guys have done it in the history of golf, I would have said 15.
You'd been dead ass wrong. 5 at the time.
Yeah, I would have said 15. So I don't know. I can understand clearly how difficult it is. I think Phil should only really play U.S. Open and just really concentrate his entire. You think are we past that, Tyler? I know you are more of the golf person. Are we past Phil winning majors?
No, he's playing some really good golf here lately, especially since he went over and joined the Live folks. No, I wouldn't rule that out by any means. No, I think Phil's playing good enough golf to where he could sneak 1 or 2 in.
I think, obviously, Scotty Scheffler has an excellent chance.
Cool.
I don't know what he's got left. What has he not won? And obviously, Jordan Spieth just needs the PGA, right? That is very doable. So there should be, you would think.
Scotty's only won. This can't be right. Just two Masters tournaments as far as majors go.
No, that can't be.
That can't be right.
No.
I know I've seen him win a different major.
Hell, I feel like he's won. I feel like he's damn near close to his, personally, the year slam, almost. But I'm sure Cheryl will find that out.
It's looking like that might be the case.
Really?
22 and 2024 Masters.
Those are the only
majors. 23, tied for second in the Open in 2022. And
damn, that don't sound right.
I'd have lost money on that bet.
He's just winning every other tournament. He's just, wow, okay. Hey, man, you need to pick it up, Scotty. Scotty Scheffler's got some Lamar Jackson, some Josh Allen type pressure on him, some Aaron Judge pressure. Shoot. Wow. All right. How about that?
Yeah, he's got a little winning to do, doesn't he?
He does. All right. Clint, the draft is coming up a week from Thursday. And next week, it'll be really, really big to see what happens there. I think most people would look at it, the top 2 needs are O-line and wide receiver. I think that has been the top 2 needs coming into the offseason during the free agency period, I think that is the same to be said right now during the draft. And I think a lot of people hope that the Texans do go receiver in the first round, anywhere from the golden kid from Texas. Burton, his name has been surrounding the Texans a lot. The kid from Ohio State. We've heard a lot of receivers roll through. But, Clint, I'm not so certain that that's the route they're going to go that early. I definitely think, as you've said, they'll pick up one. Hell, they may pick up multiple receivers. But, Clint, I think the one position that they are maybe most confident in that they draft well might be receiver. They have drafted in rounds 3, or I guess the second round, too, with John Mechie, if you count it. But they have gotten great value and great players from that position late, right? Even Xavier Hutchinson, a 6th-round pick, to play as much as he does and to contribute as much as he does, I think that's a great pick in the 6th round, playing in playoff games. Tank Dell in the 3rd round. That's a big-time move, right? Obviously, Nico Collins, who is a top 5 receiver, top 10, top 5 receiver in the league, you get in the 3rd round. I think there's a confidence, Clint, that they can find the type of receiver they need in the 3rd round. I don't know if 1st round is the spot they go.
Yeah, look, and I agree with you. I think they should have confidence. As you said, you laid it all out nicely. They've had success there in the past, and they should be confident. Now, I'll also add that I think you've got your number 1 wide receiver, as you mentioned, in Nico Collins. You've got your slot wide receiver in Christian Kirk. You've got what I think will fit in nicely as a number 2 slot behind Christian Kirk with John Mechie. I think that's where he ends up fitting anyway. And hopefully Nick Caley, the new offensive coordinator, is done with this. Everybody can play every position and do all things. Instead, we've got some specialty receivers here, with the exceptions of Nico Collins. I think everybody should somewhat, have a little bit more of an idea. And so you look up. I say all that to say the need at the wide receiver position, in my opinion, isn't specific. It's dire. They need help so they don't have to depend on guys that quite frankly just I don't have any confidence in getting it done based off what we've seen. They need some help, right? And so in the draft, in the 2nd or 3rd round, even the 4th round, I mean, assuming somebody slides, I mean, you can find what I think the Texans wide receiver group needs. It's not that you need that great piece. It's not that you need a specific piece. It's the one specific there to me is you got to find speed. They have to find speed on the offensive side of the football. Obviously, you're not going to find it at guard where your biggest need is. Your skilled players, you need speed. You're another outside receiver, call it your number 3 if you want to, and your number 2 running back. That's where you can add real speed that I believe is desperately needed on this offensive football team. To your point, the wide receiver, I think they can find it. They should have confidence in their ability to find it, and the fact that they don't need a guy that is just a top 1st round caliber player. They just need. They don't speed.
Need Travis Hunter.
No, you just need speed, and it'd be nice to have Travis.
They don't. That's not what they need.
You just need speed, and then you develop the guy to hopefully one day be a true 2 or a true 1. And that's icing on the cake. But right now, you just need speed, and I think that's going to be out.
And we know how much these guys are like into value.
Yeah.
Now it's weird. Like they felt Clint big enough to say we're going to trade a 2nd-round pick to bring in a Diggs.
Yeah.
Last year, so now I'm not ruling out that they won't say the value is in the 1st round, and that's what we need to go get.
Sure.
I'm just simply saying by what they have shown to do is. Well, like you find Nico Collins and Tank Dell in the 3rd round in 3 years.
Yeah.
Like,
well, look, Ron, I would not be opposed, and I'll be honest with you, I won't be surprised either. It wouldn't surprise me one bit if DeMeco Ryans and Nick Caserio use some draft capital to move up in the 2nd round or even in the 1st round. I think they're going to get a guard in the 1st round. And then I think they're going to have the ability at that point, okay, do you get aggressive and go get one of these? Not what I'm talking about, like a guy that just has speed and then is more of a development. I'm talking about a player that is more polished, more true, of a plug-and-play type wide receiver, they have the draft capital to move up and do that. It wouldn't shock me one bit if this isn't a draft where – and it's less about, to me, it's less about – the draft and where's the value and what kind of picks. And it's more about, hey, man, we've got to give C.J. Stroud the best opportunity to have success. Yep. I mean, you think about it. You're knock on wood, I hope this never happens. You're a Nico Collins injury away, which he's been injured almost every year for a handful of games. Could you afford to miss Nico Collins right
to do last year?
Yes. I mean, it's no chance. Yeah. So, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if they didn't get aggressive to go up and get a guard and a wide receiver in the first 1.5 rounds of this draft.
Yeah, and some of those players, like if we're looking at the third round area, like Savion Williams out of TCU is in there. Iowa State's got a couple of kids that a lot of people like in that range. Jalen Noel is a guy that's second, third round that a lot of people like out of Iowa State. And then Jaden Higgins out of Iowa State as well. These are guys outside. Isaiah Bond, there's some of that speed there. That's somebody that could be in there. Kyle Williams, Washington State, been talked about a lot. So there are some guys there. Tez Johnson, another one out of
Yep. The one guy I like there, because here's what I don't want the Texans to do. What I don't want the Texans to do is to draft another slot-ish type receiver, right? And Tez Johnson is one of those kind of guys. I really like Jaden Higgins out of Iowa State, but he's another guy that's a little bit more of a slot, play in space kind of guy.
Tank did surprise with his Tank's size says that.
Yep. Well, I think Tank is rare because I think he is an outside receiver, but he plays so well in space that he has some attributes of a slot. But Savion Williams out of TCU is a guy, and I'm just reading bios here, y'all. I haven't studied this guy, but Savion Williams is a guy 6'4", 4'8", in the 40. Again, 6'4", 222, 225. You're talking about a guy that right now, raw with speed, I would take that 10 out of 10 times. Right? Give me a guy that is going to, if assuming he can play, give me a guy that can take pressure off of Christian Kirk in the slot, can take pressure off of Nico Collins underneath and in the middle of the field. They're going to do that by themselves, but give me one guy that can maybe add a little bit to their ability to get open and get out in open field, and I'll take it.
Yeah, give me a Will Fuller type of cat somewhere else.
Yes, sir, absolutely.
All right, coming up, 5 o'clock fire as we get you ready. The Astros, they're back at it. They're on the road in a familiar place against a former central rival in the National League, the Cardinals. Framber gets the ball. We'll get you ready for that. The Rockets, as they finish off their season, we know who potentially they're going to be looking at playing, but I want to kind of get into how they finished their year in the last couple of games and your thoughts on that. All of that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
All right.
content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire. Brought to you by the Insperity Invitational at the Woodlands Country Club Tournament Course.
Sexiest show in Houston right there, baby.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock, and congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. And luckily for you, old Dirty, the recent Hall of Famer.
Oh!
Arkansas Sports Hall of Famer Clint Stoerner, as well as the show and Psycho T, a.k.a. T-Mill, a.k.a. the Crazy Man. The Crazy Money Man. 5 for 5, 75+% last week. Making that money for you a little bit later on, so you better make sure you're listening to T-Mill's Best Bets, including the Dismount of Friday, 5 for 5 in bets, so stay tuned for that. Again, it is 5 o'clock fire, and 5 o'clock fire is brought to you by Insperity Invitational at the Woodlands Country Club. And a lot to get to. First, man, we do, again, want to congratulate you. I don't know, you can be humble. I don't know if you were surprised to get that honor, if you knew that it was coming, but was it everything you thought it would be going in?
Yeah, that and more. I didn't expect it. I'll be honest with you. I two reasons. I've never viewed myself as a Hall of Famer. I didn't finish up my career and look back and go, "Well, it was a Hall of Fame career." I know I left the program in a much better place than when I left it. I knew I'd broke a bunch of records, but Hall of Fame is just a different animal. And when you talk about the Arkansas Sports Hall of Fame, that's the overall Arkansas Sports Hall of Fame. It's not just the university. So it's all the universities, all the great coaches, all the great contributors to the sporting world in the state. And so to even be on a bigger scale recognized, I never expected that to happen. Number one, number two, all joking aside, the fumble was in '98 that many view, even a lot of the voters view that as it cost us a national championship. Like that, I didn't think that I would ever get over that hurdle with the majority of voters, or a good chunk of voters, to where it would keep me out. And to be able to get over both of those obstacles, obviously. And get in was super cool. Yeah, the experience was all that it was cracked up to be. I mean, the best part of it was getting my family back together, because a good chunk of
how many do you have there?
32 counting my two little girls, but 30 of them that had been to a game when I was at Arkansas. I'll put it to you that way. There was 30 people there, including all who somehow, some way, making pennies when I was in college. Trust me, nobody was. Not that I know of. The university wasn't paying for her to go. She never missed one game. My dad, my aunt, uncle, my cousins, with the exception of probably 2 or 3 people. Everybody that made multiple games that's still alive, because my brother obviously couldn't make it, but my grandparents couldn't make it, obviously. But they were. My Uncle Adrian couldn't make it because he's obviously not with us any longer. So, it was cool, man. That part of it, being able to give back and recognize the people that supported me the most. When I had no clue what having a real job was about, and the expenses of traveling with kids and family, and the how tough it is to drive 9 hours on a Sunday afternoon and get up and go to work Monday and do it all over again. All of those people were there with me, and to be able to celebrate it with them in such a cool place like Hot Springs. They moved it from Little Rock to Hot Springs this year, which some would say, boy, that's moving from the capital and the biggest city in the state to it's a beautiful part of this. It's a resort. You're right. It is a true resort casino. The horse is a huge race this weekend at the horse race, the Apple Blossom. So man, it was awesome.
How many people from your team are in? I'm guessing both.
My head coach, Anthony Lucas. I don't know if I'm sure they put
Ryan's got it.
I'm sure. Yeah, Brandon Burlsworth. I'm sure posthumously is in. I'm sure he is. But yeah, I'm not sure how many were in. I know there's a couple. Anthony Lucas, I know, because his daughter had a volleyball tournament in Dallas and couldn't make it. Which I say, man, look, I totally understand. I got kids now, man. I can understand. But my high school quarterback coach Dick Olin, or high school coach Dick Olin, he came up. Joe Ferguson, my college coach, who a lot of know from the O.J. Simpson Buffalo Bills days. He was my college quarterback coach. Houston Nutt was obviously there. Man, there was
Nutt's in.
Houston Nutt's in. Yeah, there's several guys that were in the organization program that are in. Like Dean Weber, our trainer, was a trainer for damn near 50 years at the University of Arkansas, all that kind of stuff. He's in. So there were several that I crossed paths with, but I'm not real sure exactly how many true teammates are in.
Text line coming through, the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Congrats, Clint. Well done, brother. From Rob on YouTube and Twitch. Congratulations, Clint. Showing love there as Clint had a great weekend.
Appreciate that. If you want to check out the speech that I gave, it was 14 minutes. I posted on my social medias at Clint Stoerner on Twitter. There's a link on my story on Instagram as well if you want to check that out.
Yep, supposed to be 8 minutes. He took 2 minutes from 14. The other people who had left, and then he took another 4. So yeah, go support our guy there. Big weekend.
Appreciate you saying that, bro.
A weekend for the Rockets where they knew early last week.
Damn, you getting choked up over there?
I'm telling you, man. Some came through, but they knew early in the week, and really after that Golden State win, the Lakers lose to OKC. It was wrapped up, and so they lost the last 3 games down the stretch to the Clippers, to the Lakers, and the Nuggets. None of them particularly close, but also they didn't play anybody. Jalen Green continued his streak of starting and playing in 82 games. He played in another 82 games this year like he did last year. But outside of that, Şengün and Brooks and many of the other major contributors didn't play against the Clippers or the Lakers. They did play a little bit against the Nuggets. They didn't play a full game against the Nuggets. They played some against the Nuggets. They're going to get another week off. They won't play until Saturday or Sunday. How you feel about the way that Udoka went about handling the end of the season, the last 3 games, just really treating them, not even like, maybe they treated the last one like a preseason game, but they didn't play most of their guys that are going to play with another week off before they play the winner of Golden State, Memphis.
I like it, Ron. Yeah. I mean, for 2 reasons. I think when you look at how, when you're playing the style of ball that the Rockets play, right, and you couple that with the fact that you got a bunch of young dudes, it is balls to the wall for a lot of those guys. And the managing your body, listening to your body, taking care of your breath and to go hard. Usually that's you don't learn that initially, right? When a coach is constantly barking down your back about go harder, go longer, go faster, go, be more physical, you typically don't know how to manage it. And when you've got a young team like this, I think giving those guys rest for 2 reasons. 1, to get them healthy. 2, to keep them healthy, right? If this team would have got one of about 6 guys injured, right, in a game that didn't mean anything, it would have been a crying ass shame. Because you've already seen, the one thing I know about the Rockets is you're not going to learn anything in 3 meaningless games from any player on this roster that you don't already know. So there's no value in playing those guys. And so I love the way that I love the position that they put themselves in to allow them to rest. They separated themselves by winning all those games versus sub-500 teams that seemed almost unimportant, but it ended up being the difference between them being able to kind of to the luxury of being comfortable in the 2 seed and the rest of everybody else having to fight for a damn seed and fight for a play-in. Like, I love the way they finished the season, how they positioned themselves, how Ime Udoka handled the last handful of games. I know one of the games that I watched right before I left, Jalen Green was the only one starting that's an actual starter, and then he rested the rest of the way. Right. But I don't know if that's a starting. Is he trying to keep his game started? Did he play the other games? Did he start the other games?
Yeah, he kept his streak.
So he's keeping the streak alive there, right? I ain't mad at that either. So I really like where the Rockets have.
But everything, Şengün, they all set.
I mean, there's just nothing that we're not going to learn anything about any of those guys in 3 meaningless games. And so I just don't. I love the rest for these guys. This team, we've not seen this team fresh, maybe ever, right? Because this is a much different team than what they started the season with, right? We've never seen this team with fresh legs across the board. Every game that we watched down the stretch with the Rockets, Şengün looked like he was gassed at a time. Again, Amen Thompson, if he wasn't hurt, there was times when he was gassed. You start looking up these guys that are playing long minutes. They're gassed at times. We've not seen this group, Ron, with completely fresh legs.
Yeah, and this is, to me, basketball is also different than other sports where they're going to lose their rhythm. No, I mean they're getting up shots every day anyway. Like, you know, I think if they miss 3 games, I don't think it's going to get into a space where they come back rusty. Right? They're not going to. Right. It's not that they're not shooting.
Yeah.
They're off. These other days they're practicing. They're getting jumpers up. They're doing their routine. They're just resting themselves and getting ready for the playoff series that you hope, of the playoff season that you hope lasts till June.
There's just, Ron, there's nothing. Absolutely, there's nothing like at this point as a young team. Like, the only reason you could say, "Hey, man, these guys need to play," is if you had guys that didn't play hard. Right, if you had guys that you didn't know exactly who they were, like Jalen Green has been in the past. Like, I don't know who the hell he is. I don't know. You know who these guys are right now. They're damn sure the risk versus reward is so lopsided. The smart thing to do is what Ime Udoka did. So I'm absolutely amped about the Rockets in the playoffs.
And then I like him coming back yesterday saying, "All right, let's just get some
get your blood flowing,
right?" Like Amen Thompson started and played 26 minutes. Brooks played 22. Şengün played 23. Van Fleet played 27. Jaylen played 20. Right, Easton. They all. Yeah. They didn't play 35 like they normally would, or 40, but they got in there and got out.
Yeah, but even that, like, again, even with that, I mean, you're talking about, hey man, let's just make sure we don't get rusty. You know, we now know we're not going to play again until Sunday. We got a long stretch here of downtime. Let's make sure we don't get rusty. Let's get out there and get a sweat. Let's get some live action. And keep this thing moving. So whether you're talking about 2 games or 3 games worth of rest and then one getting some good run, it doesn't matter. To me, Ime Udoka has a really, really good idea of who he's got, what the team's identity is, what buttons he needs to push to make it happen. And I'm excited about the playoffs with these guys, man.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, we'll get you ready for Cardinals-Astros coming up tonight as the Astros go onto the road after this home series. A couple of rehab starts updates from the captain, Joe Espada. McCullers will start again Corpus in Midland. So he is, like, he's going every 5th day. This is starting to become a thing, and he's getting more and more and more. So you have to report it. Forrest Whitley will throw 1+ inning Wednesday for AAA Sugarland, and after that could be ready to join the major league team. Caleb Ort will go back-to-back on Tuesday and Wednesday, and Sean Dubin will throw live BP today and will join AAA Sugarland this weekend. So Forrest is going to get some work in and potentially could be back, and they'll have some help coming up from those young guys. McCullers, the one there, to me, every time you hear McCullers every 5th day, that means he's on schedule and that everything is becoming a positive thing. And he becomes important, Clint, when you start to look at some of the depth issues and what they're going to be without, how long they're going to be without a guy like Spencer Arrighetti. So that's the latest rehab-wise. They got the Cardinals tonight. Framber gets the ball. And I look at this. Framber had a really good start his last outing. And let's see if he can follow up what his 5th starter did. When Wisniewski comes out and gives you 10 Ks with no walks and goes a quality start against the Angels, who have been swinging the bat pretty well, you need your ace to follow that up. It is important that these next 2 runs in the rotation with Framber and Hunter Brown they are pitching top of the rotation.
Well, if teams have the ability to pitch around Yordan Alvarez, we're going to have problems. If you look at the starting pitching, if Framber Valdez and Hunter Brown aren't absolute nails, we're gonna have problems. I like what Wisniewski has done. I like what Ronel Blanco can help you do to get through this thing. If them two top horses aren't absolute nails more times than they're not throughout this season, the Astros are going to struggle. I think this year is about margin of error. With no Bregman and no Kyle Tucker, your margin of error with your starting rotation, with your bullpen, is significantly smaller or significantly less. When you look at, again, no Tucker, no Bregman in the lineup, right now your margin of error in this lineup is going to be razor thin until some of these guys step up and show that they can be better than they've been in the past and can feel those guys' shoes to some degree. And so, absolutely. Framber and Hunter need to be nails.
Got to be, and they should. They should. They're those type of pitchers. They are special guys, and they've been special at least the last year, and see if they can continue to do so. All right, coming up. By the way, Ryan Gusto. He seems to be the guy in the rotation. He pitched in Spencer Getty's place. We'll see if that comes back around. Again, those two guys pitch well, takes the pressure off of the rest of those guys.
Absolutely.
Coming by them. You get around here and you go 1-1 of these starts, there's more pressure on those guys behind them. Rockets, they are awaiting the winner of Golden State Memphis. There shouldn't even be a discussion on who you want to win tomorrow's game between those two. But as I look at social media, the text line, YouTube, and Twitch, apparently people are saying they want the Warriors. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Hey, y'all, look, I had a fresh coat of paint put on my front door, my dining.
informed with Mark Vandermeer and John Harris every weeknight at 6 on Texans All Access. We have the latest on all things draft right here.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Hey, Houston fans, I am so happy.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Shout out to everybody who is a part of the show every day. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch. Cornbread, I see you in the building. Aggie88, I see you in the tour. I want to get to something Rob just had to say.
The Drive family.
That's right. The Jim Andler, the Texas Hammer text line, 713-572-4610. Love it, too. Get to you, Black Greg, and something you had to say in just a second.
I growl and bark.
Then, sorry. I feel like that's what his son wants to do in the background of him. That man. that little guy where you know what Jim looked like when Jim was 30. That cat right there. But
I think I ran into some of Jim Adler's kin folks in Arkansas this week.
Did you?
We were walking.
You ran into the Adler
Thursday night, man. After our little VIP reception thing, the family and everybody went to dinner, Ron, and we come walking out, and there's just. I'm having to crawl in the very, very back of my Escalade because my wife and mom are in the front, right, and the baby seats are in the back, so I'm having to crawl my big ass into that third row. And this old boy next to us says, "Is that Clint Sanders?" Of course, my mom. Oh, yeah, absolutely it is. It was these two old boys. They had their dates with them. And the weirdest thing, the guys were huge Razorback fans. So they were talking the whole time. One of the girls was standing behind them going, "Hur, hur, hur." Good-looking gal too. Good, I'm not saying she's a 10, but I'm a lot better looking than you'd think would be back there barking, and to the point where somebody made a comment about it when we backed out and rolled. We backed out. Mom rolled her window down. She was still barking at us over from the parking lot.
She's just barking.
Just barking at us. Weirdest deal ever. I should have said the old Arkansas Hammer.
Those are the Adlers.
The old Hot Springs Hammer right over there.
This girl over there barking.
Just randomly barking. She must be listening or be a big fan of
what are you doing here? I just want to know. I'm into the barking thing. Like what's going on?
She wouldn't answer. Somebody asked her what she's barking back. Yeah, a little slower. That was a fast pace right there. A little slower.
She's a slower barker.
Yeah. There you go, just like that. Kind of weird. I mean, but she was better looking than the dude she was with. So I'm assuming he was just going to deal with it.
Yeah, he barks hard too, probably. You better start barking. But no, my man Rob said. They don't need to pitch around Jordan when he's swinging at every pitch thrown to him. That's a part of why the secondary guys are so important because, like Jordan, and we know Altuve will, but Jordan will probably. There's a potential of him playing with, outside of himself to try to make up for it, to try to figure like, all right, they're not giving me much to hit. I got to go out of the strike zone. I got to swing. I got to make something happen because people aren't doing it behind me. If there's confidence behind you, I think you can see that potentially Jordan is like, all right, I've got pressure. I've got to come through. I got to hit the ball. I've got to come up with big swings. And maybe he is less selective than he normally is because he feels the pressure of having to come up big and have to produce. So there is even more importance of why the guys around him need to be better. All right, Black Greg says this on the text line. If the Rockets were to lose another series to the Warriors, I don't think my soul can hit. And I know there are some people there, and that's why to me is like, listen, I know many of the fans. You're like, hey, I want them, bring them on. Let's go ahead and do like Rory and get that monkey off our back is what Lauren said earlier. Let's go ahead and get him. We want him. We want to see him. Like, if you have to see him, if you run into him, ready. But to be honest, man, the best matchup and to me the best chance for your to advance to go to the second round and look at either the Lakers or the Timberwolves is to face the Memphis Grizzlies. Like I think they are the team that is the better matchup. And when you're dealing with all-time great like Steph Curry, who can still go off, he has shown he can still go off. They've added Jimmy Butler to this group. If Jimmy Butler wasn't on the team, I'd still have nerves because of Steph Curry and what that group has done.
You're dealing with a championship DNA. You're dealing with like it's a steeper mountain to climb when they've got good to great players, young guys. I'm talking about great veterans, young guys that are good and coming. And you got Kerr, who's the head coach. And love or hate Kerr, I don't really care where you're at there. What's he got? What's Kerr got? Ron, 12 championships.
4 as a coach. Got 3 with the Bulls. Something like that.
I saw the other day. I think he's got 12 titles as a coach or a player. Like you, that's a much steeper climb than the Memphis Grizzlies, Ja Morant, a bunch of guys that haven't been to the pinnacle, and an assistant head coach because the head coach got fired a couple weeks ago. I'm with you, Ron. The path of least resistance. Give it to me 10 out of 10 times. I'm trying to win a championship. I would love nothing less, nothing more than. Give me a bunch of teams. Let the playoffs work out in a way where the Rockets can play.
Ain't nobody took the Rockets championship for them because Jordan didn't play.
Come on, man. Give me minimal. Give me minimal number of games and let me go in. As deeper we get into the playoffs, let me be the fresher team. Hell yeah. Give it to me 10 out of 10 times. Now, with that said, the Grizzly-Houston, I guess Houston-Memphis matchup to me is one like, all right, the Rockets are in the playoffs. Let's see what we can get done. The Golden State Warriors and the Rockets, Houston Rockets in the playoff matchup is we got to get some people over at the house and watch this.
Oh yeah, that one is more compelling. That one because you got because to me you got that nervous fear of
if this one's gonna hurt. Let's hurt all together.
It stop Steph, and I could see there's a better thought of we will know if we're ready or where we are at this point. But hell, I think you could beat the Grizzlies and figure that out against the Lakers,
right?
Or the Timberwolves. To me, let's get as much experience. I'm not saying that the Rockets or fans are going to be scared if Golden State is the opponent. I'm not saying that the Rockets got no chance, right? I think the Warriors will be favored in that series. Very much like I don't know if you remember a couple of years ago. It was that one where LeBron saw a couple of baskets and he just shot the one in the middle in that game against Golden State.
Yeah, you sold that one hard.
It did, hey man. It's just his greatness. But they were the 7th seed and they end up going up against the young Grizzlies, right? And they took advantage of the Grizzlies and they beat the Grizzlies in like 5, maybe 6 games, right? And they went right at. I think that's how the league will view that series if Golden State were to win. Very similar to going against a young Rockets team that doesn't have a lot of experience, playing in the postseason outside of Dylan Brooks and Fred and Steven Adams. So, to me, not saying they can't, but come on, Grizzlies. Go off Ja Morant. And again, I'm not also saying if the Grizzlies were to win that it guarantees the Rockets to win the series. I'm just saying that, to me, is the matchup that I think is the best in terms of advancing for the Rockets.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's the path of least resistance. Look, I'm just going to sit back and see what happens because I can be happy with either one of them. As if I need to be moved emotionally any more than I already have this weekend, the Golden State game would be much more emotional.
You're in. You're locked. You're locked in.
Absolutely.
And let's just be honest. You won't go to NBA TVville. I think if they get them, they get that Grizzlies game. If it's Rockets Grizzlies, that sucker might get shipped over to those NBA TV games.
Well, I got NBA TV.
Some of those that don't those ones that aren't on the big channels.
I got Fubo.
Those ones that are being played at the same time as other games. So we'll see with that thing, but. That'll be interesting. We'll be watching tomorrow night to see who their opponent is as the Warriors host the Grizzlies in San Francisco. Coming up, T. Mill's best bets. He was on a roll and ended 73%, folks. 16 of 22 bets he nailed, including 5 for 5 to finish that week out. He'll make you some cash coming up. And big news that Clint missed, Jaylen Petri. What did he think about the contract given out to Jaylen Petri? And does he feel like, hey, maybe not a lot of growth from Jaylen Petri. This is the ceiling we've reached with Jaylen Petri. That's coming up next.
If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
With more than 50,000 active clients today, the market has spoken. Call D&M Leasing before you buy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back. It was fun to get back on a Monday. The whole gang is back. As coming up behind us, the whole gang will be together as Texans All Access follows us. And John Harris, Mark Vandermeer will be joined by a man you all know very, very well. You hear him every single morning right here on Sports Radio 610. Seth Payne, one half of Payne and Pendergast. He will be live with the fellas tonight, so stay tuned for that, as well as the fellas, Area 45, Bijani, Creighton, and Santiago. I just went in there during the break, talked to Sean Bijani and Chris Santiago. And I said, who y'all going for tomorrow night? Chris, Warriors. Sean said, yeah, Warriors. I want the Warriors. Chris said, I'm about that smoke. I want that smoke.
Love it.
Sean said, it's reasons. Then Sean had the nerve to say, Grizzlies, man, been there, done that. I said, Sean, you ain't wait, Rockets ain't been there, done nothing. Not in the playoffs. that ain't happened yet. That's a regular season action. Ain't happened yet. No, been there, done that. I love it. I'm going to tell you this right now, though. I'd like to stick around. I'm going to go ahead and root for Jaren Jackson and company and John Morant. That's what I'm going to go ahead and root for. I like that. I don't feel good about it. I feel like the Warriors are probably going to win that thing. But they said, man, give us that smoke. They want that damn smoke. Go ahead. Get that smoke, man. That smoke until that Joker come across half court and just start pulling up on your ass. We'll see. We will learn tomorrow evening who they will have to face. Also, T-Mill's best bet, as we'll make you a little money to start the week off right. I think all baseball bets right now, obviously. Maybe he might throw in some hockey, although I think they ended their season as well. Their regular season as well, so get ready for that coming up, win you some money in a little bit. All right, Clint, when you were out, Jaylen Petri, they extended him. The Texans gave him a 3-year contract for Jaylen Petri. $39 million was the deal, $29 million plus in guarantees, which at the time made him the highest paid nickel corner until Kyler Gordon of the Bears passed him up over this weekend. Clint, I guess this goes into part of how you feel about the move, but do you get the sense, right, we've seen him year one, pretty good in year one. There was some promise there, missed some tackles. Year two, going from the Lovie Smith system to the D'Amico Ryan system, there were some struggles and there were some concerns. And hell, they then drafted a safety as well in Kalen Bullock. And there was a wonder if he could play the role they needed him to play. As many important games, he was standing next to the coaching staff in important games. But then last year, prior to his injury, I think he was playing Pro Bowl caliber football. They got him in the position and in the spot on the field that made sense where he can be productive. And he showed to be really, really good. Do you get the sense that there is more growth from Jaylen Petri, that this is not a deal that we're paying for what we were getting right now, but potentially the Texans are paying for even more, that he can get even better than he is right now?
Absolutely. That's the risk they're taking. The Texans are taking the risk right now. They're betting on the come. They love the leadership. They love the intangible. They love the identity of Jaylen Petri and how well it matches what DeMeco Ryans once, but the Texans with this Jaylen Petri contract, they're betting on the come. Look, that at the end of the day, we have not seen anywhere near $13 million a year worth of nickel defender from Jaylen Petri. We've seen some great instincts. They're betting on that being significantly more obvious moving forward. We have not seen those instincts even in his sweet spot with Asher. We have not seen that enough and consistently enough to go, yeah, let's commit 3 years, $13 million per to Jaylen Petri. We've not seen that. However, I feel very confident that the Texans have done the right thing here, right? You can't discount the fact that with the exception of Will Anderson, Jaylen Petri is the Houston Texans identity. He is the Houston Texans culture. He literally, I mean, it's in his DNA, and it's real and it's authentic. He is a powerful being in that locker room as it pertains to making sure that culture and that foundation and that chemistry is right. He is as important on that defensive side of the football as anybody not named Will Anderson in that department. That's why he got paid. Number two, look, I think when you look at the secondary as a whole in Houston, this is the last piece of that secondary that they need to wrap up to make sure that they have all their pieces available when they're healthy. Number three, you look at the young core that we just talked about, starting with Jaylen Petri and Derek Stingley and all the young guys that have come along since. They're locking up that young core that has built this foundation and this culture. And he's important for all all those reasons. But if that's the only thing that they are banking on, they overpaid for Jaylen Petri. The reality of it is, Ron, they feel the same way I do. This would I would have risked my own hard-earned cash.
That his game can elevate and where he's on the field, right? They had to take him off the field a couple of years ago. You think we're past that?
Oh, absolutely. Look, I think for me, I'm talking about you're seeing a potential. I think you end up seeing a potentially Pro Bowl level player. Now, whether he ever makes it, that's not an alternative. I mean, an alternate, I don't know. But I think you're talking about a player that has the instincts that in his lane and deployed the right way has a chance to be a Pro Bowl caliber player. And we've not seen anywhere near that. I'm really stepping out on a limb by saying that. They're stepping out on a limb, paying him $13 million per and banking on him being that player. I think we've seen the tip of the iceberg with Jaylen Petri. Like I said, we've seen those instincts. We've seen some great plays. We've seen him be versatile and move and play different positions. I just believe wholeheartedly, Ron, we're going to see a much more consistent, a much healthier, and a much more productive player in Jaylen Petri moving forward. Now, look, the weakness for Jaylen Petri is clearly in the coverage department. Again, I think folks are piling on there. I don't think he's a great cover defender. There's a reason he's a former safety that's a nickel. He's not a former corner that's a nickel. And he's got to be used the right way.
But yeah, you can't screw him and put him in bad spots.
You can't put him in the slide on Devontae Adams with the damn game on the line and cover zero with no help. That's on DeMeco Ryans. DeMeco's got to be better. That ain't Jaylen Petri. Throw that film away.
And that seems to be the one that most people point to.
Sure.
There's not. I mean, I think St. Brown got him a couple of times in the Detroit game, but he'll get a lot of people.
Yeah, if he gets matched up on a top 5 receiver in the league, he's going to get beat. That's just the reality of it. Is most nickel defenders are, with the exception of a couple, right? But he can play the run and he can rush the passer in a way that not many nickel defenders can do. So it's a different identity. It's a different type of nickel. You've got 2 different types in the league. You got a cover corner nickel. You've got a former safety, more run play, run stopping nickel. Jaylen Petri is that right now. I think he can get better in the coverage game, and I think he'll be fine. But I think we end up seeing a great player in Jaylen Petri over the next handful of years.
There we go. I like it. I think the first point you made is for them, they are sticking to what they believe in. And all of his intangibles and everything he brings, especially from a culture thing, for them, it is a big, big deal.
Agreed.
And I agree with them. Hey, you know what your principles are. Stick with your principles, right? And they're doing that with Jaylen Petri. All right, as we said, we will make you some cash. T-Mill's best bets. He had a hell of a week last week. Last Monday, He hit you with 75%, starting going 3 or 4. Let's see if he can match that or do better. How many you got on the table tonight?
I got 5 baseball bets for you.
You're feeling froggy, ain't you?
Oh, yeah.
How many do you have personally?
I'd have to look, but I'm guessing around, I think I was around 8 or 9.
10?
Maybe 12. But I got 5. I got 5 bets for you right now on the drive. 5 best bets. It's like Ron sailed. You got money in your pocket like we're known to do. Here are your 5 baseball bets. First 3 I give you are the hometown squad, the Houston Astros, as they travel to St. Louis to take on the Cardinals. First, money line tonight is for Amber Knight in St. Louis. I'm on the money line for the Astros against the Cardinals. Next, told y'all we're going to win a lot of money on this bet this year every time these bookies post it. Over 1.5 total bases for Yordan Alvarez.
Has this been successful far this year? Okay.
Friday, it was one of the 5 we hit.
Here we go.
Over 1.5 bases for Yordan. Got to put money down on that. Next, Astros team. Astros as a team over 3.5 runs tonight against those Cardinals. Hell, that can happen in one swing of the bet.